Chapter 26 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 26. After the Ballabri affair we had to keep close for weeks and weeks. The whole place seemed to be alive with police. We heard of them being on Nulla Mountain and close enough to the Hollow now and then, but Warrigal and father had places among the rocks where they could sit up and see everything for miles around. Dad had taken care to get a good glass too, and he could sweep the country round about almost down to Rocky Flat. Warrigal's eyes were sharp enough without a glass, and he often used to tell us he seen things, men, cattle, and horses that we couldn't make out a bit in the world. We amused ourselves for a while the best way we could by horse breaking, shooting, and what not, but we began to get awful tired of it, and ready for anything, no matter what, that would make some sort of change. One day father told us a bit of news that made a stir in the camp, and nearly would have Jim and me clear out altogether if we'd had any place to go to. For some time past, it seems, Dad had been grumbling about being left to himself so much, and except this last fakement, not having anything to do with the road work. It's all devilish fine for you and your brother and the captain there to go flashing about the country and sporting your figure on horseback, while I'm left alone to do the housekeeping in the Hollow. I'm not going to be wood and water joey, I can tell you, not for you nor no other man. So I've made it right with a couple of chaps as I've known these years past, and we can do a touch now and then, as well as you grand gentlemen, on the high Toby, as they call it where I came from. "I don't think you are such an old fool, Ben." This from Starlight. "But keeping this place here a dead secret is our sheet anchor. Lose that and we'll be run into in a week. If you let it out to any fellow you come across, you'll soon know all about it." "I've known Dan Moran and Pat Burke nigh as long as I've known you, for the matter of that," says father. "They're safe enough, and they're not to come here or know where I hang out neither. We've other places to meet, and what we do will be clean done, I'll go bail." "It doesn't matter two straws to me, as I've told you many a time," said Starlight, lighting a cigar. He always kept a good supply of them. "But you'll see if Dick and Jim now don't suffer for it before long." "It was as I told you about the place, wasn't it?" growls father. "Don't you suppose I know how to put a man right? I look to have my turn at steering this here ship, or else the crew better go ashore for good." Father had begun to drink harder now than he used. That was partly the reason, and when he's got his liquor aboard he was that savage and obstinate there was no doing anything with him. We couldn't well part, we couldn't afford to do without each other, so we had to patch it up the best we could, and let him have his own way, but we none of us liked the new-fangled way, and made sure bad would come of it. We all knew the two men and didn't half like them. They were the head men of a gang that mostly went in for horse stealing, and only did a bit of regular bush ranging when they were sure of getting clear off. They'd never shown out the fighting way yet, though they were ready enough for it if it couldn't be helped. Moran was a dark, thin, wiry-looking native chap with a big beard, and a nasty, beady black eye like a snake's. He was a wonderful man outside of a horse, and as active as a cat, besides being a deal stronger than any one would have taken him to be. He had a drawling way of talking, and was one of those fellows that liked a bit of cruelty when he had the chance. I believe he'd rather shoot any one than not, and when he was worked up he was more like a devil than a man. Pat Burke was a broad-shouldered, fair-complexioned fellow, most like an Englishman, though he was a native too. He'd had a small station once, and might have done well, I was going to say, if he'd had sense enough to go straight. What rot it all is! Couldn't we all have done well if the devils of idleness and easy-earned money and false pride had let us alone? Father said his bargain with these chaps was that he should send down to them when anything was up that more men was wanted for, and they was always to meet him at a certain place. He said they'd be satisfied with a share of whatever the amount was, and that they'd never want to be shown the Hollow or to come anigh it. They had homes and places of their own, and didn't want to be known more than could be helped. Besides this, if anything turned up that was real first chop, they could always find 2 or 3 more young fellows that would stand a flutter, and disappear when the job was done. This was worth thinking over, he said, because there weren't quite enough of us for some things, and we could keep these other chaps employed at outside work. There was something in this, of course, and Dad was generally near the mark there or thereabouts, so we let things drift. One thing was that these chaps could often lay their hands upon a goodish lot of horses or cattle, and if they delivered them to any 2 of us 20 miles from the Hollow, they could be popped in there, and neither they nor anyone else the wiser. You see, father didn't mind taking a hand in the bushranging racket, but his heart was with the cattle and horse duffing that he'd been used to for so long, and he couldn't quite give it up. It's my belief he'd have sooner made a 10-pound note by an unbranded colt or a mob of fat cattle than 5 times as much in any other way. Every man to his taste, they say. Well, between this new fad of the old man's and our having a notion that we had better keep quiet for a spell and let things settle down a bit, we had a long, steady talk, and the end of it was that we made up our minds to go and put in a month or 2 at the diggings. We took a horse apiece that weren't much account, so we could either sell them or lose them, it didn't make much odds which, and made a start for Jonathan Barnes' place. We got word from him every now and then, and knew that the police had never found out that we'd been there, going or coming. Jonathan was a blowing, blather-skiting fool, but his very foolishness in that way made them think he knew nothing at all. He had just sense enough not to talk about us, and they never thought about asking him. So we thought we'd have a bit of fun there before we settled down for work at the Turon. We took old saddles and bridles and had a middling-sized swag in front, just as if we'd come a long way. We dressed pretty rough, too. We had longish hair and beards, and, except Starlight, might have been easy taken for down-the-river stockmen or drovers. When we got to Barnes's place, he and the old woman seemed ever so glad to see us. Bella and Maddie rushed out, making a great row, and chattering both at a time. "Why, we thought you were lost or shot or something," Bella says. "You might have sent us a letter or a message, only I suppose you didn't think it worth while." "What a bad state the country's getting in," said Maddie. "Think of them bushrangers sticking up the bank at Ballabri and locking up the constable in his own cell. The police magistrate was here tonight. You should have heard Bella talking so nice and proper to him about it." "Yes," said Bella, "and you said they'd all be caught and hanged. That it was setting such a bad example to the young men of the colony. My word, it was as good as a play. Mad was so full of her fun, and then the PM said they'd be sure to be caught in the long run. Maddie said they'd have to import some thoroughbred police to catch 'em, for our Sydney side ones didn't seem to have pace enough." This made the old gentleman stare, and he looked at Maddie as if she was out of her mind. Didn't he, Mad? "I do think it's disgraceful of Goring and his lot not to have run them in before," said Starlight, "but it wouldn't do for us to interfere." "But Sir Ferdinand Morringer's coming up now," says Maddie. "He'll begin to knock saucepans out of all the boys between here and the Weddin Mountain. He was here, too, and asked us a lot of questions about people who were wanted in these parts." "And he fell in love with Maddie, too," says Bella, "and gave her one of the charms of his watch chain. Such a pretty one, too. He's going to catch Starlight's mob, as he calls them. Maddie said she'll send him word if ever she knows of their being about." "Well done, Maddie," says Jim. "So you may, just an hour or 2 after we're started. There won't be much likelihood of his overhauling us then. He won't be the first man that's been fooled by a woman, will he?" "Or the last, Jim," says Bella. "What do you say, Captain? It seems to me we're doing all the talking and you're doing all the listening. That isn't fair, you know. We like to hear ourselves talk, but fair play is bonny play. Suppose you tell us what you've been about all these time. And I think tea's ready." We had our innings in the talking line. Jim and Maddie made noise enough for half a dozen. Starlight let himself be talked to, and didn't say much himself, but I could see even he, that had seen a lot of high life in his time, was pleased enough with the nonsense of a couple of good-looking girls like these. Regular bush-bred fillies as they were, after being shut up in the Hollow for a month or 2. Before we'd done a couple of travellers rode up. Jonathan's place was getting a deal more custom now. It lay near about the straight line for the Turon, and came to be known as a pretty comfortable shop. Jonathan came in with them and gave us a wink as much to say, "It's all right." "These gentlemen just came up from Sydney," Jonathan said. "Not long from England, and wants to see the diggings. I told them you might be going that way, and could show them the road." "Ah, very happy," said Starlight. "I am from Port Phillip last myself, and I think of going back by Honolulu after I've made the round of the colonies. My good friends and travelling companions are on their way for the Darling. We can all travel together." "What a fortunate thing we came here, Clifford, said one young man, putting up his eyeglass. "We want to push on, now we shall have company, and not lose our way in this beastly bush, as they call it." "Well, it does look like luck," says the other man. "I was beginning to think the confounded place was getting farther off every day. Can you show us our rooms, if you please? I suppose we couldn't have a bath." "Oh, yes, he can," said Maddie. "There's the creek at the bottom of the garden, only there's stakes now, and then at night. I'll get you towels." "In that case I think I shall prefer to wait till the morning," says the tall man. "It will be something to look forward to." We were afraid the strangers would have spoiled our fun for the evening, but they didn't. We made out afterwards that the tall one was a lord. They were just like anybody else, and when we got the piano to work after tea they made themselves pleasant enough, and Starlight sang a song or two. He could sing, and no mistake, when he liked. And then one of them played a waltz, and the girls danced together, and Starlight had some champagne in, said it was his birthday, and he'd just thought of it, and they got quite friendly and jolly before he turned in. Next day we made a start, promising the girls a nugget each for a ring out of the first gold we got, and they promised to write to us and tell us if they heard any news. They knew what to say. We shouldn't be caught simple if they could help it. Jim took care, though, to keep well off the road and take all the short cuts he knew. We weren't quite safe till we was in the thick of the mining crowd. That's the best place for a man, or a woman either, to hide that wants to drop out of sight and never be seen again. Many a time I've known a man called Jack or Tom among the diggers, and never thought of as anything else, working like them, drinking and taking his pleasure and dressing like them, till he made his pile or died or something, and then it turned out he was the Honourable Mr. So-and-so, Captain this or Major that, perhaps the Reverend somebody, though that didn't happen often. We were all the more contented, though, when we heard the row of the cradles and the clang and bang of the stampers in the quartz-crushing batteries again, and saw the big crowd moving up and down like a hill of ants, the same as when we left Turon last. As soon as we got into the main street we parted. Jim and I touched our hats, said goodbye to Starlight and the other two, who went away to the Crack Hotel. We went and made a camp down by the creek, so that we might turn to and peg out a claim, or buy out a couple of shares first thing in the morning. Except the Hollow, it was the safest place in the whole country just now, as we could hear that every week fresh people were pouring in from all the other colonies and every part of the world. The police on the diggings had their own work pretty well cut out for them, what with old hands from Van Diemen's Land, Californians, and, you may bet, roughs and rascals from every place under the sun. Besides, we wanted to see for ourselves how the thing was done, and pick up a few wrinkles that might come in handy afterwards. Our dodge was to take a few notes with us, and buy into a claim, one here, one there, not to keep together for fear of consequences. If we worked and kept steady at it, in a place where there were thousands of strangers of all kinds, it would take the devil himself to pick us out of such a queer, bubbling, noisy, mixed-up pot of hell broth. Things couldn't have dropped in more lucky for us than they did. In this way. Starlight was asked by the two swells to join them, because they wanted to do a bit of digging just for the fun of it, and he made out he'd just come from Melbourne, and hadn't been 6 months longer in the country than they had. Of course he was sunburnt a bit. He got that in India, he said. My word, they played just into his hand, and he did the new chum swell all to pieces, so that naturally no one could have picked him out from them. He dressed like them, talked like them, and never let slip a word except about shooting in England, hunting in America and India, and besides gammoning to be as green about all Australian ways as if he'd never seen a gum tree before. They took up a claim and bought a tent, and then they got a wages man to help them, and all four used to work like niggers. The crowd christened them the Three Honourables, and used to have great fun watching them working away in their jerseys and handling their picks and shovels like men. Starlight used to drawl just like the other two, and ask questions about the colony, and walk about with them on Sundays and holidays in fashionable cut clothes. He brought money too, and paid his share of the expenses, and something over. It was a great sight to see at night, and people said like nothing else in the world just then. Everyone turned out for an hour or two at night, and then was the time to see the Turon in its glory. Big sunburnt men with beards and red silk sashes round their waists, with a sheath knife and revolvers mostly stuck in them, and broad-leaved felt hats on. There were Californians, then foreigners of all sorts, Frenchmen, Italians, Germans, Spaniards, Greeks, Negroes, Indians, Chinamen. They were a droll, strange, fierce-looking crowd. There weren't many women at first, but they came pretty thick after a bit. A couple of theatres were open, a circus, hotels with lots of plate-glass windows and splendid bars all lighted up, and the front of them, anyhow, as handsome at first sight as Sydney or Melbourne. Drapers and grocers, ironmongers, general stores, butchers and bakers, all kept open till midnight, and every place was lighted up as clear as day. It was like a fairy story place, Jim said. He was as pleased as a child with the glitter and show and strangeness of it all. Nobody was poor, everybody was well dressed, and had money to spend from the children upwards. Liquor seemed running from morning to night, as if there were creeks of it. Still, the same there was very little drunkenness and quarrelling. The police kept good order, and the miners were their own police mostly, and didn't seem to want keeping right. We always expected the miners to be a disorderly, rough set of people. It was actually quite the other way, only we'd gotten into a world where everybody had everything they wanted, or else had the money to pay for it. How different it seemed from the hard, grinding, poverty-stricken life we'd been brought up to, and all the settlers we knew when we were young. People had to work hard for every pound they made then, and if they hadn't the ready cash, obliged to do without, even if it was bread to eat. Many a time we'd had no tea and sugar when we were little, because father hadn't the money to pay for it. That was when he stayed at home and worked for what he got. Well, it was honest money at any rate. Pity he hadn't kept that way. Now all this was changed. It wasn't like the same country. Everybody dressed well, lived high, and the money never ran short, nor was likely to, as long as the gold kept spreading, and was found in 10, 20, 50-pound nuggets every week or two. We had a good claim, and began to think about 6 months' work would give us enough to clear right away with. We let our hair grow long, and made friends with some Americans, so we began to talk a little like them, just for fun, and most people took us for Yankees. We didn't mind that. Anything was better than being taken for what we were, and if we could get clear off to San Francisco, there were lots of grand new towns springing up near the Rocky Mountains, where a man could live his life out peaceably and never be heard of again. As for Starlight, he'd laid it out with his two noble friends to go back to Sydney in 2 or 3 months, and run down to Honolulu in one of the trading vessels. They could get over to the Pacific slope, or else have a year among the islands and go anywhere they pleased. They'd got that fond of Haughton, as he called himself, Frank Haughton, that nothing would have persuaded them to part company. And wasn't he a man to be fond of? Always ready for anything, always good-tempered except when people wouldn't let him, ready to work or fight or suffer hardship if it came to that, just as cheerful as he went to his dinner, never thinking or talking much about himself, but always there when he was wanted. You couldn't have made a more out-and-out, all-round man to live and die with. And yet wasn't it a murder that there should be that against him when it came out, that spoiled the whole lot? We used to meet now and then, but never noticed one another except by a bit of a nod or a wink in public. One day Jim and I were busily puddling some dirt, and we saw Sergeant Goring ride by with another trooper. He looked at us, but we were splashed with yellow mud and had handkerchiefs tied over our heads. I don't think Mother would have known us. He just glanced over at us and took no notice. If he didn't know us, there was no fear of anyone else being that sharp to do it. so we began to take it easy and to lose our fear of being dropped on at any time. Ours was a middling good claim, too, 2 men's ground, and we were lucky from the start. Jim took to the pick and shovel work from the first, and was as happy as a man could be. After our day's work we used to take a stroll through the lighted streets at night. What a place it had grown to be, and how different it was from being by ourselves at the Hollow. The gold was coming in that fast that it paid people to build more shops and bring up goods from Sydney every week, until there wasn't any mortal thing you couldn't get there for money. Everything was dear, of course, but everybody had money, and nobody minded paying 2 prices when they were washing perhaps 2 or 3 pounds weight of gold out of a tub of dirt. One night Jim and I were strolling about with some of our Yankee friends when someone said there'd been a new hotel opened by some Melbourne people, which was very swell, and we might take a look at it. We didn't say no, so we all went into the parlour and called for drinks. The landlady herself came in dressed up to the nines and made herself agreeable, as she might well do. We were all pretty well in, but one of the Americans owned the Golden Gate claim and was supposed to be the richest man on the field. He'd known her before. "Well, Mrs. Mullockson," says he, "so you pulled up stakes from Bendigo City and concluded to locate here. How do you approbate Turon?" She said something or other, we hardly knew what. Jim and I couldn't help giving one look. Her eyes turned on us. We could see she knew us, though she hadn't done so at first. We took no notice, no more did she, but she followed us to the door and touched me on the shoulder. "You're not going to desert old friends, Dick," she said in a low voice. "I wrote you a cross letter, but we must forgive and forget, you know. You and Jim come up tomorrow night, won't you?" "All right, Kate," I said, and we followed our party. End of chapter 26. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 27 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. And this is Chapter 27. This meeting with Kate Morrison put the stuns upon me and Jim, and no mistake. We never expected to see her up at the Turon, and it all depended which way the fit took her now, whether it would be a fit place for us to live in any longer. Up to this time we'd done capital well. We'd been planted as close as if we'd been at the Hollow, and we'd had lots of work and company and luck. It actually began to look as if our luck would be dead out. Anyhow, we were at the mercy of a tiger cat of a woman who might let loose her temper at any time and lay the police on to us without thinking twice about it. We didn't think she knew Starlight was there, but she was knowing enough for anything. She could put 2 and 2 together, and wait and watch too. It gave me a fit of the shivers every time I thought of it. This was the last place I ever expected to see her at. However, you never can tell what'll turn up in this world. She might have got over her tantrums. Of course, we went over to the Prospector's Arms that night, as the new hotel was called, and found quite a warm welcome. Mrs. Mullockson had turned into quite a fashionable lady since the Melbourne days, dressed very grand, and talked and chaffed with the Commissioner, the police inspectors, and goldfield officers from the camp as if she'd been brought up to it. People lived fast in those goldfields days. It didn't take long to pick up that sort of learning. The Prospector's Arms became quite the go, and all the swell miners and quartz reefers began to meet there as a matter of course. There was Dandy Green, the Lincolnshire man from Beevor, that used to wear no end of boots and spend pounds and pounds in blacking. He used to turn out with everything clean on every morning, fit to go to a ball, as he walked on to the brace. There was Ballersdorf, the old Prussian soldier, that had fought against Boney and owned half a dozen crushing machines and a 6th share in the great Wattle Flat Company. Dan Robinson, the man that picked up the 70-pound nugget. Sam Dawson of White Hills, and Peter Paul, the Canadian, with a lot of others, all known men, went there regular. Some of them didn't mind spending 50 or 100 pounds in a night if the fit took 'em. The house began to do a tremendous trade, and no mistake. Old Mullockson was a quiet, red-faced old chap who seemed to do all Kate told him, and never bothered himself about the business, except when he had to buy fresh supplies in the wine and spirit line. There he was first chop. You couldn't lick him for quality, and so the place got a name. But where was Jeanie all this time? That was what Jim put me up to ask the first night we came. Oh, Jeanie, poor girl, she was stopping with her aunt in Melbourne, but Kate had written to her and she was coming up in a few weeks. This put Jim into great heart. What with the regular work and the doing well in the gold line, and Jeanie coming up, poor old Jim looked that happy that he was a different man. No wonder the police didn't know him. He'd grown out of his old looks and ways, and though they rubbed shoulders with us every day, no one had eyes sharp enough to see that James Henderson and his brother Dick, mates with the best men on the field, were escaped prisoners and had a big reward on them besides. Nobody knew it, and that was pretty nigh as good as if it wasn't true. So we held on and made money hand over fist. We used to go up to the hotel whenever we'd an evening to spare, but that wasn't often. We intended to keep our money this time, and no publican was to be any the better for our hard work. As for Kate, I couldn't make her out. Most times she'd be that pleasant and jolly no one could help liking her. She had a way of talking to me and telling me everything that happened, because I was an old friend, she said, that pretty nigh knocked me over, I tell you. Other times she was that savage and violent no one would go near her. She didn't care who it was, servants or customers. They all gave her a wide berth when she was in her tantrums. As for old Mullockson, he used to take a drive to Sawpit Gully or 10 Mile as soon as ever he saw what o'clock it was, and glad to clear out too. She never dropped on to me somehow. Perhaps she thought she'd get as good as she gave. I wasn't over good to lead, and couldn't be drove at the best of times. No, not by no woman that ever stepped. One evening Starlight and his two swell friends came in, quite accidental like. They sat down at a small table by themselves and ordered a couple of bottles of foreign wine. There was plenty of that if you liked to pay a guinea a bottle. I remember when common brandy was that price at first, and I've seen it fetched out of a doctor's tent as medicine. It paid him better than his salts and rhubarb. That was before the hotels opened, and while all the grog was sold on the sly. They marched in, dressed up as if they'd been in George Street, though everybody knew one of them had been at the windlass all day with the wages man, and the other two below working up to their knees in water, for they'd come on a drift in their claim and were puddling back. However, that says nothing. We were all in good clothes and fancy shirts and ties. Miners didn't go about in their working suits. The two honourables walked over to the bar first of all and said a word or two to Kate, who was all smiles and as pleasant as you please. It was one of her good days. Starlight put up his eyeglass and stared round as if we were a lot of queer animals out of a caravan. Then he sat down and took up the Turon Star. Kate hardly looked at him, she was so taken up with his two friends and, womanlike, bent on drawing them on, knowing them to be big swells in their own country. We never looked his way except on the sly, and no one could have thought we'd ever slept under one tree together, or seen the things we had. When the waiter was opening their wine, one of the camp officers comes in that they had letters to, so they asked him to join them, and Starlight sends for another bottle of Moselle, something like that he called it. "The last time I drank wine as good as this," says Starlight, "was at the Café Troyes, something or other, in Paris. I wouldn't mind being there again with the Variety Theatre to follow. Would you, Clifford?" "Well, I don't know," says the other swell. "I find this amazing good fun for a bit. I never was in such grand condition since I left Oxford. This 8 hours shift business is just the right thing for training. I feel fit to go for a man's life. Just feel this, Despard," and he holds out his arm to the camp swell. "There's muscle for you." "Plenty of muscle," said Mr. Despard, looking round. He was a swell that didn't work and wouldn't work, and thought it fine to treat the diggers like dogs. Most of the commissioners and magistrates were gentlemen and acted as such, but there were a few young fools like this one, and they did the government a deal of harm with the diggers more than they knew. "Plenty of muscle," says he, "but devilish little society."
"Well, I don't agree with you," says the other Honourable. "It's the most amusing and in a way instructive place for a man who wants to know his fellow creatures I was ever in. I never pass a day without meeting some fresh variety of the human race, man or woman, and their experiences are well worth knowing, I can tell you. Not that they're in a hurry to impart them, for that there's more natural, unaffected good manners on a digging than in any society I ever mingled in, I shall never doubt. But when they see you don't want to patronize, and are content to be a simple man among men, there's nothing they won't do for you or tell you."
"Oh, damn one's fellow creatures, present company excepted," says Mr. Despard, filling his glass, "and the man that grew this tipple. They're useful to me now and then, and one has to put up with this crowd, but I never could take much interest in them." "All the worse for you, Despard," says Clifford. "You're wasting your chances, golden opportunities in every sense of the word. You will never see such a spectacle as this perhaps again as long as you live. It's a fancy dress ball with real characters." "Dashed bad characters if we only knew," says Despard, yawning. "What do you say, Houghton?" looking at Starlight, who was playing with his glass and not listening much by the look of him. "I say, let's go into the little parlour and have a game of piquet, unless you'll take some more wine. No? Then we'll move. Bad characters, you were saying? Well, you camp fellows ought to be able to give an opinion." They sauntered through the big room, which was just then crowded with a curious company, as Clifford said. I suppose there was every kind of man and miner under the sun. Not many women, but what there was not a little out of the way in looks and manners. We kept on working away all the time. It helped to stop us from thinking, and every week we had a bigger deposit receipt in the bank where we used to sell our gold. People may say what they like, but there's nothing like a nest egg. Seeing it grow bigger keeps many a fellow straight, and he gets to like adding to it, and feels the pull of being careful with his money, which a poor man that never has anything worth saving doesn't. Poor men are the most extravagant, I've always found. They spend all they have, which middling kind of people just above them don't. They screw and pinch to bring up their children and what not, and dress shabby and go without a lot, which the working man never thinks of stinting himself on. But there's the parson here to do that kind of thing. I'm not the proper sort of cove to preach. I'd better leave it to him. So we didn't spend our money foolish, like most part of the diggers that had a bit of luck, but we had to do a fair thing. We got through a lot of money every week, I expect. Talking of foolish things, I saw one man that had his horse shod with gold, regular pure gold shoes. The blacksmith made 'em, good solid ones and all regular. He rode into the main street one holiday, and no end of people stopped him and lifted up his horse's feet to see. They weighed 7 ounce, 4 pennyweight each. Rainbow ought to have been shod that way. If ever a horse deserved it, he did. But Starlight didn't go in for that kind of thing. Now and then some of the old colonial hands, when they were regularly on the burst, would empty a dozen of champagne into a bucket or light their pipes with a £10 note, but these were not everyday larks, and were laughed at by the diggers themselves as much as anybody. But of course some allowance had to be made for men not making much above wages, when they came suddenly on a biggish stone, and sticking the pick into it found it to be a gigantic nugget worth a small fortune. Most men go a bit mad over a stroke of luck like that, and that did happen every now and then. There was the Bonaire nugget, dug at Louisa Creek by an Irishman, that weighed 364 ounces 11 pennyweight. It was sold in Sydney for £1,156. There was the King of Maru nugget, weighing 157 ounces, and another one that only scaled 71 ounces seemed hardly worth picking up after the others, only £250 worth or so. But there was a bigger one yet on the grass if we'd only known, and many a digger and shepherd too had sat down on it and lit his pipe, thinking it no better than other lumps of blind white quartz that lay piled up all along the crown of the road. Mostly after we'd done our day's work and turned out clean and comfortable after supper, smoking our pipes, we walked up the street for an hour or two. Jim and I used to laugh a bit in a queer way over the change it was from our old bush life at Rocky Flat when we were boys, before we had any thoughts beyond doing our regular day's work and
milking the cows and chopping wood enough to last mother all day. The little creek that sounded so clear in the still night when we woke up, rippling and gurgling over the stones, the silent dark forest all round on every side, and on moonlight nights the moon shining over Nulla Mountain, dark and overhanging all the valley, as if it had been sailing in the clear sky over it ever since the beginning of the world. We didn't smoke then, and we used to sit in the verandah, and Aileen would talk to us till it was time to go to bed. Even when we went into Bargo or some of the other country towns, they did not seem so much brighter. Sleepy-looking, steady-going places they all were, with people crawling about them like a lot of old working bullocks, just about as sensible, many of them. What a change all this was! Main Street at the Turon, just as bright as day at 12 o'clock at night. Crowds walking up and down, bars lighted up, theatres going on, dance houses in full swing, billiard tables where you could hear the balls clicking away till daylight. Miners walking down to their night shifts, others turning out after sleeping all the afternoon, quite fresh and lively. Half a dozen troopers clanking down the street, back from escort duty. Everybody just as fresh at midnight as at breakfast time, more so perhaps. It was a new world. One thing certain, Jim and I would never have had the chance of seeing as many different kinds of people in 100 years if it hadn't have been for the gold. No wonder some of the young fellows kicked over the traces for a change from sheep, cattle, and horses, ploughing and reaping, shearing and bullock driving. The same old thing every day, the same chaps to talk to about the same things. It does seem a dead and live kind of life after all we've seen and done since. However, we'd a deal better have kept to the Bulldog's motto, hang on and stick to it, even if it was a shade slow and stupid. We'd have come out right in the end, as all coves do that hold fast to the right thing and stick to the straight course, fair weather or foul. I can see that now and many things else. But to see the big room at the Prospector's Arms at night, the hall they called it, was a sight worth talking about, as Jim and I walked up and down or sat at one of the small tables smoking our pipes, with good liquor before us. It was like a fairy tale come true to chaps like us, though we'd seen a little life in Sydney and Melbourne. What made it so different from any other place we'd ever seen or thought of before was the strange mixture of every kind and sort of man and woman. To hear them all jabbering away together in different languages, or trying to speak English, used to knock us all together. The American diggers that we took up with had met a lot of foreigners in California and other places. They could speak a little Spanish and French and got on with them, but Jim and I could only stare and stand open-mouthed when a Spanish-American chap would come up with his red sash and his big sheath knife, while they'd yabber away quite comfortable. It made us feel like children, and we began to think what a fine thing it would be to clear out by Honolulu and so on to San Francisco, as Starlight was always talking about. It would make men of us, at any rate, and give us something to think about in the days to come. If we could clear out, what a heaven it would be. I could send over for Gracie to come to me. I knew she'd do that, if I was only once across the sea, ready and willing to lead a new life, and with something honest earned and hard worked for to buy a farm with. Nobody need know, nobody would even inquire in the far west where we'd come from or what we'd done. We should live close handy to one another, Jim and Jeanie, Gracie and I, and when Dad went under, Mother and Aileen could come out to us, and there would still be a little happiness left us, for all that was come and gone. Ah, if things would only work out that way. Well, more unlikely things happen every day, and still the big room gets fuller. There's a band strikes up in the next room, and the dancing begins. This is a ball night. Kate has started that game. She's a great hand at dancing herself, and she manages to get a few girls to come up. Wherever they come from, nobody knows, for there's none to be seen in the daytime. But they turn out wonderfully well dressed, and some of them mighty good looking. And the young swells from the camp come down, and the diggers that have been lucky and begin to fancy themselves. And there's no end of fun and flirting and nonsense, such as there always is when men and women get together in a place where they're not obliged to be over particular. Not that there was any rowdiness or bad behaviour allowed. A goldfield is the wrong shop for that. Anyone that didn't behave himself would have
pretty soon found himself on his head in the street, and luckily he came out of it with whole bones. I once tried to count the different breeds and languages of the men in the big room one night. I stopped at 30. There were Germans, Swedes, Danes, Norwegians, Russians, Italians, Greeks, Jews, Spaniards, Frenchmen, Maltese, Mexicans, Negroes, Indians, Chinamen, New Zealanders, English, Irish, Scotch, Welsh, Australians, Americans, Canadians, Creoles, gentle and simple, farmers and labourers, squatters and shepherds, lawyers and doctors. They were all alike for a bit, all pretty rich, none poor, or likely to be, all workers and comrades, nobody wearing much better clothes or trying to make out he was higher than anybody else. Everybody was free with his money. If a fellow was sick or out of luck, or his family was down with fever, the notes came freely, as many as were wanted, and more than that was done. There was no room for small faults and vices. Everything and everybody was worked on a high scale. It was a grand time, better than ever was in our country before or since. Jim and I always said we felt better men while the flash time lasted, and hadn't a thought of harm or evil about us. We worked hard enough too, as I said before, but we had good call to do so. Every week when we washed up we found ourselves a lot forrarder, and could see that if it held on like this for a few months more we should have made our pile, as the diggers called it, and be able to get clear off without any bother. Because it wasn't now as it was in the old times, when Government could afford to keep watch upon every vessel, big and little, that left the harbour. Now there was no end of trouble in getting sailors to man the ships, and we could have worked our passage easy enough. They'd have taken us in welcome, though we'd never handled a rope in our lives before. Besides that, there were hundreds of strangers starting for Europe and America by every vessel that left. Men who had come out to the colony expecting to pick up gold in the streets, and had gone home disgusted. Lucky men, too, like ourselves, who had sworn to start for home the very moment they'd made a fair thing. How were any police in the world to keep the run of a few men that had been in trouble before among such a mixed-up mob? Now and then we managed to get a talk with Starlight on the sly. He used to meet us at a safe place by night and talk it all over. He and his mates were doing well, and expected to be ready for a start in a few months, when we might meet in Melbourne and clear out altogether. He believed it would be easy, and said that our greatest danger of being recognised was now over, that we'd altered so much by living and working among the diggers that we could pass for diggers anywhere. "Why, we were all dining at the Commissioner's yesterday," he said, "when who should walk in but our old friend Goring. He's been made inspector now, and of course he's a great swell and a general favourite. The Commissioner knew his family at home, and makes no end of fuss about him. He left for the southern district, I'm glad to say. I felt queer, I must say, but of course I didn't show it. We were formally introduced. He caught me with that sudden glance of his, devilish sharp eyes he has, and looked me full in the face. 'I don't remember your name, Mr. Houghton,' said he, 'but your face seems familiar to me somehow. I can't think where I've met you before.' 'Must have been at the Melbourne Club,' says I, pulling my moustache. 'Met a heap of Sydney people there.' 'Perhaps so,' says he. 'I used to go and lunch there a good deal. I had a month's leave last month, just after I got my step. Curious it seems, too,' says he. 'I can't get over it.' 'Fill your glass and pass the claret,' says the Commissioner. 'Faces are very puzzling things met in a different state of existence. I don't suppose Houghton's wanted, eh, Goring?' This was held to be a capital joke, and I laughed too, in a way that would have made my fortune on the stage. Goring laughed too, and seemed to fear he'd wounded my feelings, for he was most polite all the rest of the evening. 'Well, if he didn't smoke you,' says Jim, 'we're right till the day of judgment. There's no one else here that's half a ghost of a chance to swear to us.' 'Except,' says I. 'Oh, Kate,' says Jim. 'Never mind her. Jeaning's coming up to be married to me next month, and Kate's getting so fond of you again that there's no fear of her letting the cat out.' 'Well, that's the very reason. I never cared two straws about her, and now I hate the sight of her. She's a revengeful devil, and if she takes into her head she'll turn on us some fine day as sure as we're alive.' 'Don't you believe it,' says Jim.
Women are not so bad as all that." "Are they not?" says Starlight. "I'll go bail we'll be snug and safe here till Christmas, and then we'll give out. Say we're going to Melbourne for a spree, and clear straight out." End of chapter 27. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 28 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 28. As everything looked so fair, weather-like, Jim and Jeanie made it up to be married as soon as after she came up as he could get a house ready. She came up to Sydney, first by sea, and after that to the diggings by coach. She was always a quiet, hard-working, good little soul, awful timid, and prudent in everything but in taking a fancy to Jim, but that's neither here nor there. Women will take fancies as long as the world lasts, and if they happen to fancy the wrong people, the more obstinate they hold on to them. Jeanie was one of the prettiest girls I ever set eyes on in her way, very fair and clear-coloured, with big, soft blue eyes, and hair like a cloud of spun silk. Nothing like her was ever seen on the field when she came up, so all the diggers said. When they began to write to one another after we came to the Turon, Jim told her straight out that though we were doing well now, it mightn't last. He thought she was a great fool to leave Melbourne when she was safe and comfortable and come to a wild place in a way like the Turon. Of course he was ready and willing to marry her, but speaking all for her own good, he advised her not. She'd better give him up and set her mind on somebody else. Girls that was anyway good-looking and kept themselves proper and decent were very scarce in Melbourne and Sydney now, considering the number of men that were making fortunes and were anxious to get a wife and settle down. A girl like her could marry anybody, most likely someone above her own rank in life. Of course she wouldn't have no one but Jim, and if he was ready to marry her and could get a little cottage, she was ready too. She would always be his own Jeanie, and was willing to run any kind of risk so as to be with him and near him, and so on. Starlight and I both tried to keep Jim from it all we knew. It would make things twice as bad for him if he had to turn out again, and there was no knowing the moment when we might have to make a bolt for it, and where could Jeanie go then? But Jim had got one of his obstinate fits. He said we were regularly mixed up with the diggers now. He never intended to follow any other life, and wouldn't go back to the Hollow or take part in any fresh cross work, no matter how good it might be. Poor old Jim. I really believe he'd made up his mind to go straight from the very hour he was buckled to Jeanie, and if he'd only had common luck, he'd have been as square and right as George Storefield to this very hour. Oh, I was nearly forgetting about old George. My word, he was getting on faster than we were, though he hadn't a golden hole. He was gold-finding in a different way, and no mistake. One day we saw a stoutish man drive up Main Street to the camp with a well-groomed horse in a dog-cart, and a servant with him. And who was this but old George? He didn't twig us. He drove close alongside of Jim, who was coming back from the creek where he'd been puddling, with 2 shovels and a pick over his shoulder, and a pair of old yellow trousers on, and him splashed up to the eyes. George didn't know him a bit, but we knew him, and laughed to ourselves to see the big swell he'd grown into. He stopped at the camp and left his dog-cart outside with his man. Next thing we saw was the Commissioner walking about outside the camp with him, and talking to him just as if he was a regular intimate friend. The Commissioner that was so proud that he wouldn't look at a digger or shake hands with him, not if he was a young marquis, as long as he was a digger. "No," the Commissioner used to say, "I have to keep my authority over these thousands and tens of thousands of people, some of them very wild and lawless, principally by moral influence, though of course I have the government to fall back on. To do that I must keep up my position, and over familiarity would be the destruction of it." Well, when we saw him shake hands with old George and inviting him to lunch, we asked one of the miners next to our claim if he knew what that man's name and occupation was there. "Oh," he says, "I thought everybody knew him. That's Storefield, the great contractor. He has all the contracts for horse feed for the camps and police stations, Nearly everyone between here and Kiandra. He's took 'em lucky this year, and he's making money hand over fist." Well done, steady old George. No wonder he could afford to drive a good horse and a swell dog cart. He was getting up in the world. We were a bit more astonished when we heard the Commissioner say, "I'm just about to open court, Mr. Storefield. Would you mind taking a few cases with me this morning?" Well, we went into the courthouse just for a lark. There was old George sitting on the bench as grave as a judge, and a rattling good magistrate he made, too. He disagreed with the Commissioner once or twice, and showed him where he was right, too, not in the law, but in the facts of the case, where George's knowing working men and their ways gave him the pull. He wasn't over sharp and hard either, like some men directly they're raised up a bit just to show their power, but just seemed to do a fair thing, neither too much one way or the other. George stayed and had lunch at the camp with the Commissioner when the court was adjourned, and he drove away afterwards with his upstanding 80-guinea horse. Horses was horses in those days, just as good a gentleman to look at as anybody. Of course we knew there was a difference, and he'd never get over a few things he'd missed when he was young in the way of education, but he was liked and respected for all that, and made welcome everywhere. He was a man as didn't push himself one bit. There didn't seem anything but his money and his good-natured honest face, and now and then a bit of a clumsy joke to make him a place. But when the swells make up their minds to take a man in among themselves, they're not half as particular as commoner people. They do a thing well when they're about it. So George was hail fellow well met with all the swells at the camp, and the bankers and big storekeepers, and the doctors and lawyers and clergymen, all the nobs there were at the Turon. And when the governor himself and his lady came up on a visit to see what the place was like, why, George was taken up and introduced as if he'd been a regular blessed curiosity in the way of contractors, and His Excellency hadn't set eyes on one before. "My word, Dick," Jim says, "it's a murder he and Aileen didn't cotton to one another in the old days. She'd have been just the girl to have fancied all this sort of swell racket with a silk gown and dressed up a bit. There isn't a woman here that's a patch on her for looks, is there now, except Jeanie, and she's different in her ways." I didn't believe there was. I began to think it over in my own mind and wonder how it came about that she'd missed all her chances of rising in life, and if ever a woman was born for it, she was. I couldn't help seeing whose fault it was that she'd been kept back and was now obliged to work hard, and almost ashamed to show herself at Bargo and the other small towns. Not that the people were ever shy of speaking to her, but she thought they might be, and wouldn't give them a chance. In about a month up comes Jeanie Morrison from Melbourne, looking just the same as the very first evening we met Kate and her on the St. Kilda beach. Just as quiet and shy and modest looking, only a bit sadder and not quite so ready to smile as she'd been in the old days. She looked as if she'd had a grief to hide and fight down since then. A girl's first sorrow when something happened to her love. They never look quite the same afterwards. I've seen a good many, and if it was a real right-down love, they were never the same in looks or feelings afterwards. They might get over it, as people called it, but that's a sort of healing over a wound. It won't always cure it, and the wound often breaks out again and bleeds afresh. Jeanie didn't look so bad. She was that glad to see Jim again and to find him respected as a hard-working, well-to-do miner that she forgot most of her disappointments and forgave him his share of any deceit that had been practised upon her and her sister. Women are like that. They'll always make excuses for men they're fond of and blame anybody else that can be blamed or that's within reach. She thought Starlight and me had the most to do with it. Perhaps we had. But Jim could have cut loose from us any time before the Momberah cattle racket much easier than he could now. I heard her say once that she thought other people were much more to blame than poor James, people who ought to have known better, and so on. By the time she'd got to the end of her little explanation, Jim was completely whitewashed, of course. It had always happened to him, and I suppose always would. He was a man born to be helped and looked out for by everyone he came near. Seeing how good-looking Jeanie was thought of, and how all the swells kept crowding round to get a look at her, if she was near the bar, Kate wanted to have a ball and show her off a bit, but she wouldn't have it. She right down refused, and close upon quarrelled with Kate about it. She didn't take to the glare and noise and excitement of Turon at all.
She was frightened at the strange-looking men that filled the streets by day and the hall at the Prospectors by night. The women she couldn't abide. Anyhow, she wouldn't have nothing to say to them. All she wanted, and she kept at Jim day after day till she made him carry it out, was for him to build or buy a cottage. She didn't care how small, where they could go and live quietly together. She'd cook his meals and mend his clothes, and they'd come into town on Saturday nights only and be as happy as kings and queens. She didn't come up to dance or flirt, she said, in a place like Turon, and if Jim didn't get a home for her, she'd go back to her dressmaking at St. Kilda. This woke up Jim, so he bought out a miner who lived a bit out of the town. He'd made money and wanted to sell his improvements and clear out for Sydney. It was a small four-roomed weatherboard cottage with a bark roof, but very neatly put on. There was a little creek in front and a small flower garden with rose trees growing up the veranda posts. Most miners, when they're doing well, make a garden. They take a pride in having a neat cottage and everything about it ship-shape. The ground, of course, didn't belong to him, but he held it by his miner's right. The title was good enough, and he had a right to sell his goodwill and improvements. Jim gave him his price and took everything, even to the bits of furniture. They weren't much, but a place looks awful bare without them. The dog and the cock and hens he bought too. He got some real nice things in Turon, tables, chairs, sofas, beds, and so on, and had the place lined and papered inside, quite swell. Then he told Jeanie the house was ready, and the next week they were married. They were married in the church, that is, the iron building that did duty for one. It had all been carted up from Melbourne, framework, roof, seats, and all, and put together at Turon. It didn't look so bad after it was painted, though it was awful hot in summer. Here they were married, all square and regular, by the Scotch clergyman. He was the first minister of any kind that came up to the diggings, and the men had all come to like him for his straightforward, earnest way of preaching. Not that we went often, but a good few of us diggers went every now and then just to show our respect for him, and so Jim said he'd be married by Mr. Mackenzie and no one else. Jeanie was a Presbyterian, so it suited her all to pieces. Well, the church was chock full. There never was such a congregation before. Lots of people had come to know Jim on the diggings, and more had heard of him as a straight-going, good-looking digger, who was free with his money and pretty lucky. As for Jeanie, there was a report that she was the prettiest girl in Melbourne, and something of that sort, and so they all tried to get a look at her. Certainly, though there had been a good many marriages since we had come to the Turon, the church had never held a handsomer couple. Jeanie was quietly dressed in a plain white silk. She had on a veil, no ornaments of any kind or sorts. It was a warmish day, and there was a sort of peach blossom colour on her cheeks that looked as delicate as if a breath of air would blow it away. When she came in and saw the crowd of bronze bearded faces and hundreds of strange eyes bent on her, she turned quite pale. Then the flush came back on her face, and her eyes looked as bright as some of the sapphires we used to pick up now and then out of the river bed. Her hair was twisted up in a knot behind, but even that didn't hide the lovely colour, nor what a lot there was of it. As she came in with her slight figure and modest, sweet face that turned up to Jim's like a child's, there was a sort of hum in the church that sounded very like breaking into a cheer. Jim certainly was a big upstanding chap, strong built but active with it, and as fine a figure of a man as you'd seen on the Turon or any other place. He stood about 6 feet and an inch and was as straight as a rush. There was no stiffness about him either. He was broad-shouldered and light-flanked, quick on his pins, and as good a man all round with his hands as you could pick out of the regular prize ring. He was as strong as a bullock and just as good at the end of a day as at the start. With the work we'd had for the last 5 or 6 months, we were all in top condition, as hard as a board and fit to work at any pace for 24 hours on end. He had an open, merry, laughing face, had Jim, with straight features and darkish hair and eyes. Nobody could ever keep angry with Jim. He was one of those kind of men that could fight to some purpose now and then, but that most people found it very hard to keep bad friends with. Besides the miners, there were lots of other people in church who'd heard of the wedding and come to see us. I saw Starlight and the 2 honourables dressed up as usual, besides the commissioner and the camp officers. And more than that, the new inspector of police had only arrived the day before, Sir Ferdinand Morringer. Even he was there, dividing the people's attention with the bride. Besides that,
who should I see but Bella and Maddie Barnes and old Jonathan. They'd ridden into the Turon, for they'd got their riding habits on, and Bella had the watch and chain Starlight had given her. I saw her look over to where he and the other two were, but she didn't know him again a bit in the world. He was sitting there looking as if he was bored and tired with the whole thing. Hadn't seen a soul in the church before, and didn't want to see him again. I saw Maddie Barnes looking with all her eyes at Jim while her face grew paler. She hadn't much colour at the best of times, but she was a fine, grown, lissome, good-looking girl for all that, and as full of fun and games as she could stick. Her eyes seemed to get bigger and darker as she looked, and when the parson began to read the service she turned away her head. I always thought she was rather soft on Jim, and now I saw it plain enough. He was one of those rattling, jolly kind of fellows that can't help being friendly with every girl he meets, and very seldom cares much for anyone in particular. He'd been backward and forward a good deal with father before we got clear of Berrima, and that's how poor Maddie had come to take the fancy so strong and set her heart upon him. It must be hard lines for a woman to stand by in a church or anywhere else and see the man she loves given away, for good and all, buckled hard and fast to another woman. Nobody took much notice of poor Maddie, but I watched her pretty close and saw the tears come into her eyes, though she let 'em run down her face before she'd pull out her handkerchief. Then she put up her veil and held up her head with a bit of a toss, and I saw her pride had helped her to bear it. I don't suppose anybody else saw her, and if they did they'd only think she was crying for company, as women often do at weddings and all kinds of things. But I knew better. She wouldn't peach, poor thing. Still, I saw that more than one or two knew who we were and all about us that day. We'd only just heard that the new inspector of police had come on to the field, so of course everybody began to talk about him and wanted to have a look at him. Next to the commissioner and the PM, the inspector of police is the biggest man in a country town or on a goldfield. He has a tremendous lot of power, and inside of the law can do pretty much what he pleases. He can arrest a man on suspicion and keep him in gaol for a month or two. He can have him remanded from time to time for further evidence, and make it pretty hot for him generally. He can let him out when he proves innocent, and nobody can do anything. All he has to say is, "There was a mistake in the man's identity," or "Not sufficient proof." Anything of that sort. He can walk up to any man he likes, or dislikes, and tell him to hold up his hands for the handcuffs and shoot him if he resists. He has servants to wait on him and orderly troopers to ride behind him, a handsome uniform like a cavalry officer, and if he's a smart, soldierly, good-looking fellow, as he very often is, he's run after a good deal and can hold his head as high as he pleases. There's a bit of risk sometimes in apprehending desperate, bad characters, and with bush rangers and people of that sort, but nothing more than any young fellow of spirit would like mixed up with his work. Very often they're men of good family in the old country that have found nothing to do in this, and have taken to the police. When it was known that this Ferdinand Morringer was a real baronet, and had been an officer in the Guards, you may guess how the flood of Goldfields talk rose and flowed and foamed all around him. It was Sir Ferdinand this and Sir Ferdinand that wherever he went. He was going to lodge at the Royal. No, of course he was going to stay at the camp. He was married and had 3 children. Not a bit of it. He was a bachelor, and he was going to be married to Miss Ingersoll, the daughter of the bank manager of the Bank of New Holland. They'd met abroad. He was a tall, fine-looking man, not at all, only middle-sized. Hadn't old Major Trench, the superintendent of police, when he came to enlist and said he had been in the Guards, growled out, "Too short for the Guards"? "But I was not a private," replied Sir Ferdinand. "Well, anyhow, there's something about him. Nobody can deny he looks like a gentleman. My word, he'll put some of these Weddin Mountain chaps through their paces, so we'll see," says one miner. "Not he," says another. "Not if he has 10 baronites in him. All the same, he's a manly-looking chap and shows blood." This was the sort of talk we used to hear all around us, from the miners, from the storekeepers, from the mixed mob at the Prospectors' Arms, in the big room at night, and generally all about. We said nothing and took care to keep quiet, and do and say nothing to be took hold of. All the same, we were glad to see Sir Ferdinand. We'd heard of him before from Goring and the other troopers, but he'd been on duty in another district and hadn't come in our way. One evening we were all sitting smoking and yarning in the big room of the hotel, and Jim, for a wonder, he'd been washing up, when we saw one of the camp gentlemen come in, and a strange officer of police with him. A sort of whisper ran through the room, and everybody made up their minds it was Sir Ferdinand. Jim and I both looked at him. "Wow," said one of our Yankee friends, "what you're twisting your necks at like a flock of geese in a corn patch? How do you fix it that a lord's better than any other man?" "Well, he's a bit different somehow," I says. "We're not going to kneel down or knuckle under to him, but he don't look like any one else in this room, does he?" "He's no slouch, and he looks you square and full in the eye like a hunter," says Arizona Bill. "But dern me old buckskins if I can see why you Britishers set up idols and such and worship 'em in a colony, just as if yer was in that benighted old England again." We didn't say any more. Jim lit his pipe and smoked away, thinking, perhaps, more whether Sir Ferdinand was anything of a revolver shot, and if he was likely to hit him, Jim, at 40 or 50 yards, in case such a chance should turn up, than about the difference of rank and such things. While we were talking we saw Starlight and one of the Honourables come in and sit down close by Sir Ferdinand, who was taking his grog at a small table and smoking a big cigar. The Honourable and he jumps up at once and shook hands in such a hurry as we knew they'd met before. Then the Honourable introduces Starlight to Sir Ferdinand. We felt too queer to laugh, Jim and I, else we should have dropped off our seats, when Starlight bowed as grave as a judge, and Sir Ferdinand, we could hear, asked him how many months he'd been out in the colony and how he liked it. Starlight said it wasn't at all a bad place when you got used to it, but he thought he should try and get away before the end of the year. We couldn't help sniggering a bit at this, especially when Arizona Bill said, "There's another darn fool of a Britisher. Look at his eyeglass. I wonder the field has not shaken some of that cussed foolishness out of him by this time." End of chapter 28. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 29 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 29. Jim and his wife moved over to the cottage in Specimen Gully. The miners went back to their work, and there was no more talk or bother about the matter. Something always happened every day at the Turon which wiped the last thing clean out of people's mind. Either it was a big nugget or a new reef or a tent robbery, a gold buyer stuck up and robbed in the iron barks, a horse-stealing match, a fight at a dance house, or a big law case. Accidents and offences happened every day, and any of them was enough to take up the whole attention of every digger on the field till something else turned up. Not that we troubled our heads over much about things of this sort. We'd set our minds to go on until our claims were worked out or closed up, then to sell out, and with the lot we'd already banked to get down to Melbourne and clear out. Should we ever be able to manage that? It seemed getting nearer and nearer, like a star that a man fixes his eyes on as he rides through a lonely bit of forest at night. We'd all got our eyes fixed on it, Lord knows, and we're working double tides, doing our very best to make a pile worthwhile leaving the country with. As for Jim, he and his little wife seemed that happy that he grudged every minute he spent away from her. He worked as well as ever, better indeed, for he never took his mind from his piece of work, whatever it was, for a second. But the very minute his shift was over, Jim was away along the road to Specimen Gully, like a cow going back to find her calf. He hardly stopped to light his pipe now, and we'd only seen him once uptown, and that was on a Saturday night with Jeanie on his arm. Well, the weeks passed over, and at long last we got on as far in the year as the first week in December. We'd given out that we might go somewhere to spend our Christmas. We were known to be pretty well in, and to have worked steady all these months since the early part of the year. We'd paid our way all the time, and could leave at a minute's notice without asking any man's leave. If we were digging up gold like potatoes, we weren't the only ones. No, not by a lot. There never was a richer patch of alluvial, I believe, in any of the fields, and the quantity that was sent down in 1 year was a caution. Wasn't the cash scattered about then? Talk of money, it was like the dirt under your feet, in one way certainly, as the dirt was more often than not full of gold. We could see things getting worse on the field after a bit. We didn't set up to be any great shakes ourselves, Jim and I, but we didn't want the field to be overrun by a set of scoundrels that were the very scum of the earth, let alone the other colonies. We were afraid they'd go in for some foolish row and we should get dragged in for it. That was exactly what we didn't want. With the overflowing of the gold, as it were, came such a town and such a people to fill it as no part of Australia had ever seen before. When it got known by newspapers and letters from the miners themselves to their friends at home what an enormous yield of gold was being dug out of the ground in such a simple fashion, all the world seemed to be moving over. At that time nobody could tell a lie, hardly, about the tremendous quantity that was being got and sent away every week. This was easy to know because the escort returns were printed in all the newspapers every week, so everybody could see for themselves what pounds and hundredweights and tons, yes, tons of gold were being got by men who very often, as like as not, hadn't to dig about 20 or 30 feet for it, and had never handled a pick or a shovel in their lives before they came to the Turon. There were plenty of good men at the diggings. I'll say this for the regular miners, that a more manly, straight-going lot of fellows no man ever lived among. I wish we'd never known any worse. We were not what might be called highly respectable people ourselves. Still, men like us are only half and half bad, like a good many more in this world. They're partly tempted into doing wrong by opportunity, and kept back by circumstances from getting into the straight track afterwards. But on every goldfield there's scores and scores of men that always hurry off there like crows and eagles to a carcass to see what they can rend and tear and fatten upon. They ain't very particular whether it's the living or the dead, so as they can gorge their fill. There was a good many of this lot at the Turon, and though the diggers gave them a wide berth and helped to run them down when they committed any crime, they couldn't be kept out of sight and society altogether. We used to go up sometimes to see the gold escort start. It was one of the regular sights of the field, and the miners that were off shift, and people that hadn't much to do generally, turned up on escort day. The gold was taken down to Sydney once a week in a strong express wagon, something like a Yankee coach with leather springs and a high driving seat so that 4 horses could be harnessed. One of the police sergeants generally drove, a trooper fully armed with rifle and revolver on the box beside him. In the back seat sat 2 more troopers with their Sniders ready for action. 2 rode 100 yards ahead and another couple about the same distance behind. We always noticed that a good many of the sort of men that never seemed to do any digging, and yet always had good clothes and money to spend, used to hang about when the escort was starting. People in the crowd most always knew whether it was a big escort or a light one. It generally leaked out how many ounces had been sent by this bank and how much by that. How much had come from the camp, for the diggers who did not choose to sell to the banks were allowed to deposit their gold with an officer at the camp, where it was carefully weighed, and a receipt given to them stating the number of ounces, pennyweights, and grains. Then it was forwarded by the escort, deducting a small percentage for the carriage and safekeeping. Government did not take all the risk upon itself. The miner must run his chance if he did not sell, but the chance was thought good enough. The other thing was hardly worth talking about. Who was to be game to stick up the government escort with 8 police troopers, all well armed and ready to make a fight to the death before they gave up the treasure committed to their charge? The police couldn't catch all the horse stealers and bush rangers in a country that contained so many millions of acres of waste land, but no one doubted that they'd make a first-rate fight on their own ground, as it were, before they'd let anything be taken away from them that had been counted out, box by box, and given into their charge. We had as little notion of trying anything of the sort ourselves then as we had of breaking into the treasury in Sydney by night. But those who knew used to say that if the miners had known the past history of some of the men that used to stand up and look on, well dressed or in regular digger rig, as the gold boxes were being brought out and counted into the escort drag, they would have made a bodyguard to go with it themselves when they had gold on board, or have worried the government into sending 20 troopers in charge instead of 6 or 8.
One day, as Jim and I happened to be at the camp just as the escort was starting, the only time we'd been there for a month, we saw Warrigal and Moran standing about. They didn't see us. We were among a lot of other diggers, so we were able to take them out of winding a bit. They were there for no good, we agreed. Warrigal's sharp eyes noted everything about the whole turnout, the sergeant face that drove, the way the gold boxes were counted out and put in a kind of fixed locker underneath the middle of the coach. He saw where the troopers sat before and behind, and I'll be bound came away with a wonderful good general idea of how the escort travelled, and of a good many things more about it that nobody guessed at. As for Moran, we could see him fix his eyes upon the sergeant who was driving, and look at him as if he could look right through him. He never took his eyes off him the whole time, but glared at him like a maniac. If some of his people hadn't given him a shove as they passed, he would soon have attracted people's attention. But the crowd was too busy looking at the well-conditioned, prancing horses and the neatly got-up troopers of the escort drag to waste their thoughts upon a common bushman, however he might stare. When he turned away to leave, he ground out a red-hot curse betwixt his teeth. It made us think that Warrigal's coming about with him on this line counted for no good. They slipped through the crowd again, and though they were pretty close, they never saw us. Warrigal would have known us, however. We might have been altered, but somehow he never turned his head our way. He was like a child, so taken up with all the things he saw that his great-grandfather might have jumped up from the Fish River caves or wherever he takes his rest, and Warrigal would never have wondered at him. "Now that's a queer start," says Jim, as we walked on our homeward path. "I wonder what those two crawling, dingo-looking beggars were here for. Never no good. I say, did you see that fellow Moran look at the sergeant as if he'd eat him? What eyes he has, for all the world like a black snake. Do you think he's got a particular down on him?" "Well, not more than all police. I suppose he'd rub 'em out, every mother's son, if he could. He and Warrigal can't stick up the escort by themselves." We managed to get a letter from home from time to time, now we'd settled, as it were, at the Turon. Of course, they had to be sent in the name of Henderson, but we called for them at the post office and got them all right. It was a treat to read Eileen's letters now. They were so jolly and hopeful, like besides what they used to be. Now that we'd been so long, it seemed years, at the diggings, and were working hard, doing well, and getting quite settled, as she said, she believed that all would go right, and that we should be able really to carry out our plans of getting clear away to some country where we could live safe and quiet lives. Women are mostly like that. They first of all believe all that they're afraid of will happen. Then, as soon as they see things brighten up a bit, they're as sure as fate everything's bound to go right. They don't seem to have any kind of feeling in between. They hate making up their minds, most of them, as I've known, and jump from being ready to drown themselves one moment to being likely to go mad with joy another. Anyhow you take 'em. They're better than men, though. I'll never go back on that. So Aileen used to send me and Jim long letters now, telling us that things were better at home, and that she really thought mother was cheerfuller and stronger in health than she'd been ever since that had happened. She thought her prayers had been heard, and that we were going to be forgiven our sins and allowed by God's mercy to lead a new life. She quite believed in our leaving the country, although her heart would be nearly broken by the thought that she might never see us again, and a lot more of the same sort. Poor mother, she had a hard time of it, if ever anyone ever had in this world, and none of it her fault, as I could ever see. Some people get punished in this world for the sins other people commit. I can see that fast enough. Whether they get it made up to them afterwards, of course I can't say. They ought to, anyhow, if it can be made up to them. Some things that are suffered in this world can't be paid for. I don't care how they fix it. More than once, too, there was a line or two on a scrap of paper slipped in Eileen's letters from Gracie Storefield. She wasn't half as good with the pen as Aileen, but a few words from the woman you love goes a long way, no matter what sort of a fist she writes. Gracie made shift to tell me she was so proud to hear I was doing well, that Eileen's eyes had been twice as bright lately, that mother looked better than she'd seen her this year, and if I could get away to another country, any other country, she'd meet me in Melbourne and would be, as she'd always been, your own Gracie. That's the way it was signed. When I read this I felt a different man.
I stood up and took an oath, solemn, mind you, and I intended to keep it, that if I got clear away I'd pay her for her love and true heart with my life, what was left of it, and I'd never do another crooked thing as long as I lived. Then I began to count the days to Christmas. I wasn't married like Jim, and it not being very lively in the tent at night, Arizona Bill and I mostly used to stroll up to the Prospector's Arms. We'd got used to sitting at the little table, drinking our beer or what not, smoking our pipes and listening to all the fun that was going on. Not that we always sat in the big hall. There was a snug little parlour beside the bar that we found more comfortable, and Kate used to run in herself when business was slack enough to leave the barmaid. Then she'd sit down and have a good solid yarn with us. She made a regular old friend of me, and as she was a handsome woman, always well dressed, with lots to say and plenty of admirers, I wasn't above being singled out and made much of. It was partly policy, of course. She knew our secret, and it wouldn't have done to have let her let it out or to be bad friends, so that we should be always going in dread of it. So Jim and I were always mighty civil to her, and I really thought she'd improved a lot lately, and turned out a much nicer woman than I thought she could be. We used to talk away about old times, regular confidential, and though she'd great spirits generally, she used to change quite sudden sometimes, and say she was a miserable woman and wish she hadn't been in such a hurry and married as she had. Then she'd crack up Jeanie and say how true and constant she'd been, and how she was rewarded for it by marrying the only man she ever loved. She used to blame her temper. She'd always had it, she said, and couldn't get rid of it, but she really believed if things had turned out different she'd have been a different woman, and any man she really loved would never have had no call to complain. Of course I knew what all this meant, but thought I could steer clear of coming to grief over it. That was where I made the mistake, but I didn't think so then, or how much hung upon careless words and looks. Well, somehow or other she wormed it out of me that we were off somewhere at Christmas. Then she never rested till she'd found out that we were going to Melbourne. After that she seemed as if she'd changed right away into somebody else. She was that fair and soft-speaking and humble-minded that Jeanie couldn't have been more gentle in her ways, and she used to look at me from time to time as if her heart was breaking. I didn't believe that, for I didn't think she'd any heart to break. One night after we'd left about 12 o'clock, just as the house was shut up, Arizona Bill says to me, "Say, Bart, have you fixed it up to take that young woman along when you pull up stakes?" "No," I said. "Isn't she a married woman? And besides, I haven't such a fancy for her as all that comes to." "You haven't?" he said, speaking very low, as he always did, and taking the cigar out of his mouth. Bill always smoked cigars when he could get them, and not very cheap ones either. "Well, then, I surmise you're letting her think quite contrary, and there's bound to be a muss if you don't hide your tracks and strike a trail she can't foller on." I began to think I'd been two ends of a dashed fool, but what's a man to do? "See here now," he said, "you have 2 clar weeks afore you. You slack off and go slow. That'll let her see you didn't sort her cotton to her more's in the regulations." "And have a row with her?" "Sartin," says Bill, "and have the shooting over right away. It's a plaguey sight safer than letting her carry it in her mind, and then laying for you some day when you haven't nary thought of Injuns in your head. That's the very time a woman like her's bound to close on yer, lift your har if she can." "Why, how do you know what she's likely to do?" "I've been smoking, pard, while you've been talking, sort of careless like. I've had my eyes open and seen Injun sign more'n once or twice either. I've hunted with her tribe afore, I guess, and old Bill ain't forgot all the totems and the war paint." After this, Bill fresh lit his cigar and wouldn't say any more, but I could see what he was driving at, and I settled to try all I knew to keep everything right and square till the time came for us to make our dart. I managed to have a quiet talk with Starlight. He thought that by taking care, being very friendly but not too much so, we might get clean off without Kate or anyone else being much the wiser. Next week everything seemed to go on wheels, smooth and fast, no hitches anywhere. Jim reckoned the best of our claim would be worked out by the 20th of the month, and we'd as soon as agreed to sell our shares to Arizona Bill and his mate, who were ready, as Bill said, to plank down considerable dollars for what remained of it, if they got nothing worth while. It was the fortune of war, which a digger never growls at, no matter how hard hit he may be. If they did well, they were such up and down good fellows and such real friends to us that we should have grudged them nothing. As for Jeanie, she was almost out of her mind with eagerness to get back to Melbourne and away from the diggings. She was afraid of many of the people she saw, and didn't like others. She was terrified all the time Jim was away from her, but she would not hear of living at the Prospector's Arms with her sister. "I know where that sort of thing leads to," she said. "Let us have our own home, however rough." Kate went out to Specimen Gully to see her sister pretty often, and they sat and talked and laughed just as they did in old times, Jeanie said. She was a simple little thing, and her heart was as pure as quartz crystal. I do really believe she was no match for Kate in any way. So the days went on. I didn't dare stay away from the Prospector's Arms for fear she'd think I wanted to break with her altogether, and I was never altogether comfortable in her company. It wasn't her fault, for she laid herself out to get round us all, even old Arizona Bill, who used to sit solemnly smoking, looking like an Indian chief or a graven image, until at last his brick-coloured, grizzled old face would break up all of a sudden, and he'd laugh like a youngster. As the days drew nigh Christmas, I could see a restless expression in her face that I never saw before. Her eyes began to shine in a strange way, and sometimes she'd break off short in her talk and run out of the room. Then she'd pretend to wish we were gone, and that she'd never seen us again. I could hardly tell what to make of her, and many a time I wished we were on blue water and clear away from all chance of delay and drawback. End of chapter 29. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 30 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 30. We made up our minds to start by Saturday's coach. It left at night and travelled nigh 100 miles by the same hour next morning. It's more convenient for getting away than the morning. A chap has time for doing all kinds of things just as he would like. Besides, a quieter time to slope than just after breakfast. The Turon Daily Mail was well horsed and well driven. Night work though it was, and the roads dangerous in places, the 5 big double reflector lamps, one high up over the top of the coach in the middle, with 2 pair more at the side, made everything plain. We cornstalks never thought of more than the regular pair of lamps, pretty low down too, before the Yankee came and showed us what cross-country coaching was. We never knew before. My word, they taught us a trick or two. All about riding came natural, but a heap of dodges about harness we never so much as heard of till they came to the country with the gold rush. We made all our bits of preparations and thought nothing stood in our way of a start next evening. This was Friday. Jim hadn't sold his bits of traps because he didn't want it to be known he wasn't coming back. He left word with a friend he could trust, though, to have 'em all auctioned in the goodwill of his cottage, and to send the money after him. My share and his in the claim went to Arizona Bill and his mate. We had no call to be ashamed of the money that stood to our credit in the bank, that we intended to draw out and take with us in an order or draft or something to Melbourne. Jeanie had her boxes packed and was so wild with looking forward to seeing St. Kilda Beach again that she could hardly sleep or eat as the time drew near. Friday night came. Everything had been settled. It was the last night we should either of us spend at the Turon for many a day, perhaps never. I walked up and down the street, smoking and thinking it all over. The idea of bed was ridiculous. How wonderful it all seemed. After what we'd gone through and the state we were in less than a year ago, to think that we were within so little of being clear away and safe forever in another country, with as much as would keep us comfortable for life. I could see Gracie, Aileen, and Jeanie all so peaceful and loving together, with poor old mother, who had lost her old trick of listening and trembling whenever she heard a strange step or the tread of a horse. What a glorious state of things it would be! A deal of it was owing to the gold, this wonderful gold. But for it
We shouldn't have had such a chance in 100 years. I was that restless I couldn't settle, when I thought all of a sudden, as I walked up and down, that I'd promised to go and say good-bye to Kate Mullockson at the Prospector's Arms the night before we started. I thought for a moment whether it would be safer to let it alone. I had a strange, unwilling kind of feeling about going there again, but at last, half not knowing what else to do, and half not caring to make an enemy of Kate if I could help it, I walked up. It was latish. She was standing near the bar, talking to half a dozen people at once as usual, but I saw she noticed me at once. She quickly drew off a bit from them all, said it was near shutting up time, and after a while passed through the bar into the little parlour where I was sitting down. It was just midnight. The night was half over before I thought of coming in. So when she came in and seated herself near me on the sofa, I heard the clock strike 12, and most of the men who were walking about the hall began to clear out. Somehow, when you've been living at a place for a goodish while and done well there, and had friends as has stuck by you, as we had at the Turon, you feel sorry to leave it. What you've done you're sure of, no matter how it mayn't suit you in some ways, nor how much better you expect to be off where you're going to. You had that and had the good of it. What the coming time may bring you can't reckon on. All kinds of cross luck and accidents may happen. What's the use of money to a man if he smashes his hip and has to walk with a crutch all his days? I've seen a miner with 1,000 a month coming in, but he'd been crushed pretty near to death with the fall of earth, and about half of him was dead. What's a good dinner to a man that his doctor only allows him one slice of meat, a bit of bread, and some toast and water? I've seen chaps like them, and I'd sooner a deal be the poorest splitter slogging away with a heavy maul, and able, mind you, to swing it like a man, than one of those broken-down screws. We'd had a good time there, Jim and I. We always had a kind spot in our hearts for Turon and the diggings afterwards. Hard work, high pay, good friends that would stick to a man, back and edge, and a safe country to lie and plant as ever was seen. We was both middlin' sorry, in a manner of speaking, to clear out. Not, as Jim said, much about it on account of Jeanie, but he thought it all the same. Well, of course, Kate and I got talking and talking, first about the diggings and then about other things, till we got to old times in Melbourne, and she began to look miserable and miserabler whenever she spoke about marrying the old man, and wished she'd drownded herself first. She made me take a whisky, a stiffish one that she mixed herself, for a parting glass, and I felt it took a bit of effect upon me. I'd been having my whack during the day. I wasn't no ways drunk, but I must have been touched more or less, because I felt myself to be so sober. "You're going at last, Dick," she said, "and I suppose we shan't meet again in a hurry. It was something to have a look at you now and then. It reminded me of the happy old times at St. Kilda." "Oh, come on, Kate," I said. "It wasn't quite so bad as all that. Besides, we'll be back again in February as like as not. We're not going for ever." "Are you telling me the truth, Richard Marston?" says she, standing up and fixing her eyes full on me. Fine eyes they were, too, in their way. "Or are you trying another deceit to throw me off the scent and get rid of me? Why should you ever want to see my face after you leave?" "A friendly face is always pleasant anyway, Kate. Yours is, though you did play me a sharpest trick once, and didn't stick to me like some women might have done." "Tell me this," she said, leaning forward and putting one hand on my shoulder, while she seemed to look through the very soul of me. Her face grew deadly pale, and her lips trembled, as I'd seen them do once before when she was regular beyond herself. "Will you take me with you when you go for good and all? I'm ready to follow you round the world. Don't be afraid of my temper. No woman that ever lived ever did more for the man she loved than I'll do for you. If Jeanie's good to Jim, and you know she is, I'll be twice the woman to you, or I'll die for it. Don't speak," she went on. "I know I threw you over once. I was mad with rage and shame. You know I had cause, hadn't I, Dick? You know I had. To spite you, I threw away my own life then. Now it's a misery and a torment to me every day I live. I can't bear it no longer. I tell you, it's killing me day by day. Only say the word, and I'll join you in Melbourne within the week, to be yours, and yours only, as long as I live." I didn't think there was that much of the loving nature about her. She used to vex me by being hard and uncertain when we were courting. I knew then she cared about me, and I hadn't a doubt about any other woman. But when I didn't ask her to bother herself about me, and only to let me alone and go her own way, She must turn the tables on me, and went to ruin the pair of us slap over again. She'd thrown her arms around my neck and was sobbing on my shoulder when she finished. I took her over to the sofa and made her sit down by the side of me. "Kate," I said, "this won't do. There's neither rhyme nor reason about it. I'm as fond of you as ever I was, but you must know well enough, if you make a bolt of it now, there'll be no end of a bobbery, and everybody's thoughts will be turned our way. We'll be clean bowled, the lot of us. Jim and I'll be jugged. You and Jeanie will be left to the mercy of the world, worse off by a precious sight than ever you were in your lives. Now, if you look at it, what's the good of spoiling the whole jimbang for a fancy notion about me? You and I are safe to be first-rate friends always, but it'll be the ruin of both of us if we're fools enough to want to be more. You're living here like a regular queen. You've got a good husband that's proud of you and gives you everything you can think of. You took him yourself, and you're bound to stick to him. Besides, think of poor Jeanie and Jim. You'll spoil all their happiness, and, more than all, don't make any mistake, you know what Jeanie thinks of a woman who leaves her husband for another man. If you let a woman have a regular good cry and talk herself out, you can mostly bring her round in the end. So after a bit Kate grew more reasonable. That bit about Jeanie fetched her too. She knew her own sister would turn against her, not harsh-like, but she'd never be the same to her again as long as she lived. The lamp had been put out in the big hall. There was only one in this parlour, and it wasn't over bright. I talked away, and last of all she came round to my way of thinking, at any rate, not to want to clear off from the old man now, but to wait till I came back, or till I wrote to her. "You are right, Dick," she said at last, "and you show your sense in talking the way you have, though if you loved as I do you could not do it. But once more, there's no other woman that you're fonder of than me? It isn't that makes you so good? Dick Marston good?" And here she laughed bitterly. "If I thought that, I should go mad." What was I to do? I could not tell her that I loved Gracie Storefield 10 times as much as I'd ever cheated myself into thinking I cared about her. So I swore that I cared more for her than any woman in the whole world, and always had done so. This steadied her. We parted good friends, and she promised to keep quiet and try to make the best of things. She turned up the lamp to show me the way out, though the outer door of the hall was left open night and day. It was a way we had at the Turon. Nobody troubled themselves to be particular about such trifles as furniture and so on. There was very small robbery there. It was not worth while. All petty stealers were mostly severely punished into the bargain. As I stood up to say good-bye, a small note dropped out of my breast pocket. It had shifted somehow. Kate always had an eye like a hawk. With one spring she pounced upon it, and before I could interfere, opened and read it. It was Gracie Storefield's. She stood for one moment and glared in my face. I thought she had gone mad. Then she threw the bit of paper down and trampled upon it over and over again. "So, Dick Marston," she cried out hoarsely, her very voice changed, "you have tricked me a second time. Your own Gracie, your own Gracie! And this by the date, at the very time you were letting me persuade myself, like a fool, like an idiot that I was, that you still cared for me. You have put the cap to your villainy now, and as God made me you shall have cause, good cause, to fear the woman you have once betrayed and twice scorned. Look to yourself." She gazed at me for a moment with a face from which every trace of expression had vanished, except that of the most devilish fury and spite, the face of an evil spirit more than of a woman, and then she walked slowly away. I couldn't help pitying her, though I cursed my own folly, as I had done 1,000 times, that I had ever turned my head or spoken a word to her when first she crossed my path. I got into the street somehow. I hardly knew what to think or to do. That danger was close on our heels I didn't doubt for a moment. Everything seemed changed in a minute. What was going to happen? Was I the same Dick Marston that had been strolling up Main Street a couple of hours ago, all but off by the to-morrow evening's coach, and with all the world before me, a good round sum in the bank, the best part of a year's hard honest work it was the price of, too? Then all kinds of thoughts came into my head. Would Kate, when her burst of rage was over, go in for revenge in cold blood? She could hardly strike me without, at the same time, hurting Jeanie through Jim. Should I trust her? Would she come right, kiss and make friends, and call herself a madwoman, a reckless fool, as she'd often done before? No. She was in bitter earnest this time. It did not pay to be slack in making off. Once we'd been caught napping, and once was enough. The first thing to do was to warn Jim. Poor old Jim, snoring away most like, and dreaming of taking the box seat for himself and Jeanie at the agent's next morning. It seemed cruel to wake him, but it would have been crueller not to do so. I walked up the narrow track that led to the little gully with the moon shining down upon the white quartz rock. The pathway wound through a blow of it. I threw a pebble at the door and waited till Jim came out. "Who's there? Oh, it's you, old man, is it? It's rather late for a call, but if you come to spend the evening I'll get up and we'll have a smoke anyhow." "You dress yourself, Jim," I said, "as quick as you can. Put on your hat and come with me. There's something up." "By God," says Jim, "what is it? I'm a rank coward now I've got Jeanie. Don't go and tell me you've got to cut and run again." "Something like it," I said. "If it hasn't come to that yet, it's not far off." We walked up the gully together. Jim lit his pipe while I told him shortly what had happened to me with Kate. "May the devil fly away with her," says Jim savagely, "for a bad-minded, bad-hearted jade. And then he'd wish he'd left her where she was. She'd be no chop down there even. I think sometimes she can't be Jeanie's sister at all. They must have changed her and mothered the wrong child on the old woman. My word, but it's no laughing matter. What's to be done?" "Well, there's no going away by the coach tomorrow, I'm afraid. She's just the woman to tear straight up the camp and let it all out before her temper cooled. It would take a week to do that. The sergeant or Sir Ferdinand knows all about it now. They'll lose no time, you may be certain." "And must I leave without saying good night to Jeanie?" says Jim. "No, by God. If I have half a dozen bullets through me I'll go back and hold her in my arms once more before I'm hunted off and through the country like a wild dog once more. If that infernal Kate has given us away, by George, I could go and kill her with my own hand. A cruel, murdering, selfish brute. I believe she'd poison her mother for a £10 note." "No use swearing at Kate, Jim," I said. "That won't mend matters. It's not the first time by 1,000 that I've wished I'd never set eyes on her. But if I'd never seen her that day on St. Kilda Beach, you'd never know Jeanie. So there's evens as well as odds. The thing is, what are we to do now?" "Dashed if I know. I feel stupid about tackling the bush again. And what can I do with Jeanie? I wish I was dead. I've half a mind to go and shoot that brute of a woman and then myself. But then poor Jeanie, poor little Jeanie. I can't stand it, Dick. I shall go mad." I thought Jim was going to break out crying just as he used when he was a boy. His heart was a big soft one, and though he could face anything in the way of work or fighting that a man dare to, and do two men's share very like, yet his tears, mother said, laid very near his eyes. Until he was a grown man they used to pump up on all sorts of occasions. "Come, be a man, Jim," I said. "You've got to look the thing in the face. There's no two ways about it. I shall go to Arizona Bill's claim and see what he says. Anyhow, I'll leave word with him what to do when we're gone. I'd advise you not to try to see Jeanie, but if you will you must, I suppose. Good-bye, old man. I shall make my way over to Jonathan's, borrow a horse from him, and make tracks for the Hollow as soon as I can. You'd better leave Jeanie here and do the same." Jim groaned but said nothing. He wrung my hands till the bones seemed to crack, and walked away without a word. We knew it was a chance whether we should meet again. I walked on pretty quick till I came to the flat where Arizona Bill and his mates had their sluicing claim. There were 6 of them altogether, tall, wiry men, all of them. They'd mostly been hunters and trappers in the Rocky Mountains before the gold was struck at Sutter's Mill in the Sacramento Valley. They'd been digging in '49 in California, but had come over when they heard from an old mate of a placer diggings at Turon, richer than anything they'd ever tried in America. This camp was half a mile from ours, and there was a bit of broken ground between, so that I thought I was safe in having a word with them before I cleared for Barnes's place, though I took care not to go near our own camp hut. I walked over and was making straight for the smallest hut when a rough voice hailed me. "Hello, stranger! Come darn near going to hell with your boots on. What did you want again with our cabin?" I saw then that in my hurry I had gone stumbling against a small hut, where they generally put their gold when the party had been washing up, and had more than was safe to start from camp with. In this they always put a grizzled old hunter, about whom the yarn was that he never went to sleep, and could shoot anything a mile off. It was thought a very unlikely thing that any gold he watched would ever go crooked. Most people considered him a deal safer caretaker than the escort. "Oh, it's you, is it?" drawled Sacramento Joe. "Why, what's doing at your old camp?"
"What about?"
"Well, Bill and I seen 3 or 4 half-baked vigilantes that call themselves police. They was a setting round the hut and looking as if they was a waiting for somebody."
"Tell Bill I want him, Joe," I said.
"Can't leave guard nohow," says the true grit old hunter, pointing to his revolver, and dodging up and down with his lame leg, a crooked arm, and a seam in his face like a terrible wound there some time or other. "I dursn't leave guard. You'll find him in that centre tent with the red flag on it." I lifted the canvas flap of the door and went in. Bill raised himself in the bed and looked at me quite coolly. "I was to your location a while since," he said. "Met some friends of yours there too. I didn't cotton to 'em muchly. Something has eventuated, is that so?" "Yes, I want your help," I told him shortly, all I could tell him in the time. He listened quietly and made no remark for a time. "So you have been a road agent, you and Jim, that darned innocent old cuss. Robbing mails and cattle ranches, huh? It was a real scoop up for me, you bet. I'd hearn of bushranging in Australia, but I never reckoned on there being men like you and Jim. So the matracha went back on your snakes alive. I kinder expected it. I reckon you're bound to git." "Yes, Bill, sharp's the word. I want you to draw my money and Jim's out of the bank. It's all in my name. There's the deposit receipt. I'll back it over to you. You give Jeanie what she wants and send the rest when I tell you. Will you do that for me, Bill? I've always been on the square with you and your mates." "You have, boy, that I'll not deny, and I'll corral the dollars for you. It's an all-fired muss that men like you and Jim should have a black mark agin your record. A spry hunter Jim would have made. I'd laid out to have had him in Arizona yet. And you're going to dust out right away, you say?" "I'm off now. Jim's waited too long, I expect. One other thing. Let Mr. Houghton across the creek have this before daylight." "What, the Honourable? Lawful heart! Well, I hope you must strike a better trail yet. You're young, you and Jim. Poor old Jim. Hold on. Have you nary shooting iron?"
"No time," I said. "I haven't been to the camp."
"Go slow, then. Wait here. You'll want suthin, maybe, on the Pereira. If you do, boy, Jim made good shooting with this, you mind. Take it, and welcome. It'll mind ye of old Arizona Bill." He handed me a beautifully finished little repeating rifle, hardly heavier than a navy revolver, and a small bag of cartridges. "There, that'll be company for you, in case you have to draw a bead on anyone, just temporary like. Our horses is hobbled in Bates's clearing. Take my old sorrel if you can catch him." He stopped for a second and put his hand in a listening fashion. His hunter's ear was quicker than mine. "There's a war party on the trail, I reckon. That's a roughish crossing at Slatey Bar," and he pointed toward the river, which we could plainly hear rushing over a rocky bed. We shook hands, and as I turned down the steep river bank I saw him walk slowly into his tent and close the canvas after him. The line he pointed to was the one I fixed in my own mind to take long before our talk was over. The Turon, always steep banked, rocky in places, ran here under an awful high bluff of slate rock. The rushing water in its narrow channel had worn away the rock a good deal, and left ledges or bars under which a deal of gold had been found. Easy enough to cross here on a kind of a natural ford. We had many a time walked over on Sundays and holidays for a little kangaroo shooting now and then. It was here Jim, one day, when we were all together for a ramble, surprised the Americans by his shooting with the little Ballard rifle. As I crossed there was just moon enough to show the deep pools and the hurrying, tearing waters of the wild river, foaming betwixt the big boulders and jags of rock which the bar was strewn with. In front the bank rose 300 feet like the roof of a house, with great overhanging crags of slate rock, and a narrow track in and out between. If I had light enough to find this and get to the top, the country was terribly rough for a few miles with the darkness coming on, I should be pretty well out of reach by daylight. I had just struck the track when I heard voices and a horse's tramp on the other side of the river. They seemed not to be sure whether I'd crossed or not, and were tracking up and down on each side of the bar. I breasted the hill track faster than I had done for many a day, and when I got to the top stopped to listen, but could hear nothing. The moon had dropped suddenly. The forest was as black as pitch. You couldn't see your hand before you. I knew that I was safe now, if 100 men were at my heels, till daybreak at any rate. I had the two sides of the gully to guide me. I could manage to make to the farm where the sorrel was at grass with a lot of other diggers' horses. If I could get a saddle and catch the old horse, I could put many a mile between me and them before sundown. I stood still when I reached the top of the bluff, partly to get breath and partly to take a last look at the old Turon. Below me lay the gold field, clearly marked out by hundreds of campfires that were still red and showed bright in the darkened sky. The course of the river was marked by them, in and out, as most of the shallow diggings had followed the river flats. Far back the fires glowed against the black forest, and just before the moon fell I could catch the shine of the water in the deeper reaches of the river. It was the very picture of what I had read about an army in camp, lines of tents and a crowd of men all spread out over a bit of land hardly big enough for a flock of sheep. Now and then a dog would bark, now a revolver would go off. It was never quiet on Turon diggings, day or night. Well, there they all were, tents and diggers, claims and windlasses, pumps and water wheels. I'd been happy enough there, God knows, and perhaps I was looking at it all for the last time. As I turned and made down the hill into the black forest that spread below me like the sea, I felt as if I was leaving everything that was any good in life behind with the Turon lights, and being hunted once more, in spite of myself, into a desert of darkness and despair. End of Chapter 30, recording by Mike Harris.
Chapter 31 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD, Chapter 31. I got to Bates's paddocks about daylight, and went straight up to the hut where the man lived that looked after it. Most of the diggers that cared about their horses paid for their grass in farmers' and squatters' paddocks, though the price was pretty high. Old Bates, who had a bit of a good grassed flat, made a pretty fair thing out of it by taking in horses at £half a week apiece. As luck would have it, the man in charge knew me. He'd seen me out with the Yankees one day, and saw I was a friend with them, and when I said I'd come for Bill's sorrel he thought it likely enough and got out the saddle and bridle. I tipped him well and went off, telling him I was going to Wattle Flat to look at a quartz crushing plant that was for sale. I accounted for coming up so early by saying I'd lost my road, and that I wanted to get to Wattle Flat sharp, as another chap wished to buy the plant. I cut across the range, kept the sun on my right hand, and pushed on for Jonathan's. I got there early, and it's well I did. I rode the sorrel hard, but I knew he was pretty tough, and I was able to pay for him if I killed him. I trusted to leaving him at Jonathan's and getting a fresh horse there. What with the walk over the bluff and the forest, having no sleep the night before, and the bother and trouble of it all, I was pretty well used up. I was real glad to see Jonathan's paddock fence and the old house we'd thought so little of lately. It's wonderful how soon people rise grand notions and begin to get too big for their boots. "Hello, Dick, what's up?" says Jonathan. "No swag, lastic side boots, flyaway tie, new rifle, old horse. Looks a bit fishy, don't it?" "I can't stop barneying," I said. "Have you a decent horse to give me? The game's up. I must ride night and day till I get home. Heard anything?" "No, but Billy the boy's just rode up. I hear him a-talking to the gals. He knows if anybody does. I'll take the old moke and put him in the paddock. I can let you have a stunner." "All right, I'll go in and have some breakfast. It's as much as I dare stop at all now." "Why, Dick Marston, is that you? No, it can't be," said both girls together. "Why, you look like a ghost." "He doesn't. He looks as if he'd been at a ball all night. Plenty of partners, Dick." "Never mind, Dick," says Maddie. "Go and make yourself comfortable in that room, and I'll have breakfast for you while you'd let a cow out of the bail. We don't forget our friends." "If all our friends were as true as you, Maddie," I said, rather down-like, "I shouldn't be here today." "Oh, that's it, is it?" says she. "We're only indebted to somebody's laying the traps on, a woman, of course, for your honour's company. Never mind, old man, I won't hit you when you're down. But I say, you go and have a yarn with Billy the boy. He's in the kitchen. I believe the young imp knows something, but he won't let on to Bell and I." While the steaks were frying, and they smelt very good, bad as I felt, I called out Master Billy and had a talk with him. I handed him a note to begin with. It was money well spent, and, you mark my words, a shilling spent in grog often buys a man 20 times the worth of it in information, let alone a pound. Billy had grown a squarish set, middle-sized chap. His hair wasn't so long, and his clothes were better. His eye was as bright and bold-looking. As he stood tapping one of his boots with his whip, he looked for all the world like a bull-terrier. "My colonial oath, Dick, you're quite the gentleman. Free with your money just the same as ever. You takes after the old governor. He always paid well if you told him the truth. I remember him giving me a hiding when I was a kiddie for saying something I wasn't sure of. My word, I was that sore for a week after I couldn't button my shirt. But ain't it a pity about Jim?" "Oh, that's it. What about Jim?" "Why, the police grabbed him, of course. You fellas don't think you're going on for ever and ever, keeping the country in a state of terrorism, as the papers say. No, Dick, it's wrong and wicked and sinful. You'll have to knock under and give us young uns a chance." Here the impudent young rascal looked in my face as bold as brass and burst out laughing. He certainly was the cheekiest young scoundrel I ever came across, but in his own line you couldn't lick him. "Jim's took," he said, and he looked curiously over at me. "I seen the police a taking him across the country to Bargo early this morning. There was poor old Jim a-looking as if he was going to be hanged, with the chap leading the screw he was on, and Jim's long legs tied underneath. I was gathering cattle, I was. I drew up some just for a stall and had a good look." "How many men were with him?" "Only 2, and they're to pass through Bargo Brush about sundown tonight, or a bit earlier. I asked one of the men the road, said I'd lost myself and would be late home. Ha ha ha!" And how the young villain laughed till the tears came into his eyes, while he danced about like a blackfellow. "See here, Billy," I said, "here's another £1 for you, and there'll be a £5 after if you stick well to me today. I won't let Jim be walked off to Berrima without a flutter to save him. It'll be the death of him. He's not like me, and he's got a young wife besides." "More fool he, Dick. What does a cross cove want with a wife? He can't never expect to do any good with a wife follering of him about. I'm agin marrying, leastways as long as a chap's sound on his pins. But I'll stick to you, Dick, and what's more, I can take you a short cut to the brush, and we can wait in a gully and see the traps come up. You have a snack and lie down for a bit. I seen you were done when you came up. I'll have the horses ready saddled up." "How about the police? Suppose they come this way?" "Not they. They split and took across towards the mountain hut where you all camped with the horses. I didn't see 'em, but I cut their tracks. 5 shod horses. They might be here tomorrow. A bush telegraph ain't a bad thing. They're not all as good as Billy the Boy, but the worst of 'em, like a bad sheepdog, is a deal better than none. A bush telegraph, you see, is mostly worked about the neighbourhood he was born in. He's not much good anywhere else. He's like a blackfellow outside his own Tory. He's at sea. But within 20 or 30 miles of where he was born and bred, he knows every track, every range, every hill, every creek, as well as all the short cuts and by-roads. He can bring you miles shorter than anyone that only follows the road. He can mostly track like a blackfellow, and tell you whether the cattle or horses which he sees the tracks of are belonging to his country or are strangers. He can get you a fresh horse on a pinch, night or day, for he knows everybody's paddocks and yards, as well as the number, looks, pace, and pluck of everybody's riding horses, of many of which he has taken a turn out of, that is, ridden them hard and far, and returned them during the night. Of course he can be fined, even imprisoned for this, when he is caught in the act. Herein lies the difficulty. I felt like another man after a wash, a nip, and a real good meal, with the 2 girls sitting close by and chattering away as usual. "Do you know," says Bella, "it half serves you right. Not that Port Phillip woman was right to peach. She ought to have had her tongue torn out first, let alone go open-mouthed at it. But mightn't you have come down here from the Turon on Sundays and holidays now and then, and had a yarn with us all?" "Of course we ought, and we deserve to be kicked, the lot of us. But there were good reasons why we didn't like to. We were regularly boxed up with the diggers, nobody knew who we were or where we came from, and only for this Jezebel never would have known. If we'd come here they'd have all dropped that we were old friends, and then they'd have known us all about us." "Well, I'm glad you've lost your characters," says Maddie. "You won't have to be so particular now, and you can come as often as Sir Ferdinand will let you. Goodbye." Billy's waving his hat. It wasn't long before I was in the saddle and off again. I'd made a bit of a bargain with Jonathan, who sold me a pair of riding boots, butchers, and a big tweed poncho. The boots were easier to take a long, rough ride in than trousers, and I wanted the poncho to keep the Ballard rifle under. It wouldn't do to have it in your hand all the time. As we rode along, I settled upon the way I'd try and set poor Jim free. Bad off as I was myself, I couldn't bear to see him chained up, and knew that he was going for years and years to a place more wicked and miserable than he'd ever heard of. After riding 20 miles the sun was getting low, when Billy pointed to a trail which came broadways across the road, and which then followed it. "Here they are, police and no mistake. Here's their horse's tracks right enough. Here's the prisoner's horse, see how he stumbled, and this road they're bound to go till they cross the stony point and get into Bargo Brush, near a creek." We had plenty of time by crossing a range and running a blind creek down to be near the place where the troopers must pass as they crossed the main creek. We tied the horses up 100 yards distance behind us in the forest, and I made ready to rescue Jim if it could be managed anyhow. How was it to be done? I could depend on the rifle carrying true at short ranges, but I didn't like the notion of firing at a man behind his back like. I hardly knew what to do, when all of a sudden 2 policemen showed up at the end of the track nearest the creek. One man was a bit in front, riding a fine horse too. The next one had a led horse, on which rode poor old Jim, looking as if he was going to be hanged that day, as Billy said, though I knew well he wasn't thinking about himself. I don't believe Jim ever looked miserable for so long since he was born. Whatever happened to him before, he'd have a cry or a fight and it would be over. But now his poor old face looked that wretched and miserable, as if he'd never smile again as long as he lived. He didn't seem to care where they took him, and when the old horse stumbled and close upon fell down, he didn't take notice. When I saw that, my mind was made up. I couldn't let them take him away to his death. I could see he wouldn't live a month. He'd go fretting his life about Jeanie, and after the free life he'd always led, he'd fall sick like the blacks when they're shut up, and die without any reason but because a wild bird won't live in a cage. So I took aim and waited till they were just crossing the creek into the forest. The leading man was just riding up the bank, and the one that led Jim's horse was on the bit of a sand bed that the water had brought down. He was the least bit ahead of Jim when I pulled trigger and sent a ball into him just under the collarbone. I fired high on purpose. He drops off his saddle like a dead man. The next minute Billy the boy raises the most awful corroboree of screams and howls, enough for a whole gang of bushrangers if they went in for that sort of thing. He emptied 4 chambers of his revolver at the leading trooper right away, and I fired at his horse. The constable never doubted, the attack was so sudden and savage-like, but that there was a party of men hid in the brush. Billy's shots had whistled round him, and mine had nearly dropped his horse, so he thought it no shame to make a bolt and leave his mate, as seemed very bad hit in our hands. His horse's hand gallop growed fainter and fainter in the distance, and then we unbound poor Jim, set his feet at liberty, and managed to dispose of the handcuffs. Jim's face began to look more cheerful, but he was down in the mouth again when he saw the wounded man. He began at once to do all he could for him. We stopped a short distance behind the brush, which had already helped us well. Jim propped up the poor chap, whose lifeblood was flowing red through the bullet hole, and made him as comfortable as he could. "I must take your horse, mate," he says, "but you know it's only the fortune of war. A man must look after himself. Someone'll come along the road soon." He mounted the trooper's horse, and we slipped through the trees, it was getting dark now, till we came to our horses. Then we all rode off together. We took Billy the boy with us until he put us on to a road that led us into the country that we knew. We could make our own way from there, and so we sent off our scout, telling him to ride to the nearest township and say he'd seen a trooper lying badly wounded by the Bargo Brush roadside. The sooner he was seen to, the better chance he'd have. Jim brightened up considerably after this. He told me how he'd gone back to say good-bye to Jeanie, how the poor girl went into fits and he couldn't leave her. By the time she got better, the cottage was surrounded by police. There was no use being shot down without a chance, so he gave himself up. "My word, Dick," he said, "I wished for a bare-backed horse in a deep gully then, but it wasn't to be. There was no horse handy, and I've only have been carried into my own place a dead man, and frightened the life out of poor Jeanie as well." "You're worth a dozen dead men yet, Jim," I said. "Keep up your pecker, old man. We'll get across to the hollow sometime within the next 24 hours, and there we'll be safe anyhow. They can't touch Jeanie, you know, and you're not short of what cash she'll want to keep her till this blows over a bit." "And what am I to do all the time?" he says, so pitiful like. "We're that fond of one another, Dick, that I couldn't hardly bear her out of my sight, and now I'll be months and months and months without a look at her pretty face, where I've never seen anything yet but love and kindness. Too good for me she always was. And what have I brought her to? My God! Dick, I wish you'd shot me instead of the constable, poor devil." "Well, you wasn't very far apart," I says, chafing like. "If that old horse they put you on had bobbed forward level with him, you'd have got plugged instead. But it's no use giving in, Jim. We must stand up to our fight now, or throw up the sponge. There's no two ways about it." We rattled on then without speaking, and never cried crack until we got to Nulla Mountain, where we knew we were pretty safe not to be followed up. We took it easier then, and stopped to eat a bit of bread and meat the girls had put up for me at Jonathan's. I'd never thought of it before. When I took the parcel out of the pocket of my poncho, I thought it felt deuced heavy, and there, sure enough, was one of those shilling flasks of brandy they sell for chaps to go on the road with. Brandy ain't a good thing at all times and seasons, and I've seen more than one man, or a dozen either, that might just as well have sawed away at their throats with a blunt knife as put the first glass to their lips. But we was both hungry, thirsty, tired, miserable, and pretty well done and beaten, though we hadn't had time to think about it. That drop of brandy seems as if it had saved our lives. I never forgot it, nor poor Maddie Barnes for thinking of it for me, and I did live to do her a good turn back, much as there's been said against me, and true enough too. It was a long way into the night, and not far from daylight either, when we stumbled up to the cave, dead beat, horses and men both. We'd 2 minds to camp on the mountain, but we might have been followed up, hard as we'd ridden, and we didn't like to throw a chance away. We didn't want the old man to laugh at us, and we didn't want to do any more time in Berrima, not now, anyhow. We'd been living too gay and free a life to begin with the jug all over again. So we thought we'd make one job of it and get right through, if we had to sleep for a week after it. It would be slow enough, but anything was better than what we'd gone through lately. After we'd got down the mountain and on the flat land of the valley, it rested our feet a bit, that was pretty nigh cut to pieces with the rocks. Our horses were that done we dursn't ride them for hours before. As we came close, out walks old Crib and smells at us. He knew us in a minute, and jumped up and began to try and lick Jim's hand. The old story. He just gave one sort of sniff at me, as much to say, "Oh, it's you, is it?" Then he actually gave a kind of half bark. I don't believe he'd barked for years, such a queer noise it was. Anyway, it woke Dad, and he came out pretty sharp with a revolver in his hand. As soon as he saw the old dog walking alongside of us, he knew it was right, and begins to feel for his pipe. First thing Father always did as soon as any work or fighting or talking was over was to get out his pipe and light it. He didn't seem the same man without it. "So you've found your way back again, have ye?" he says. "Why, I thought you was all on your way to Californy by this time. Ain't this Christmas week? Why, I was expecting to come over to Ameriky myself one of these days when all the dairy was over. Why, what's up with the boy?" Jim was standing by, saying nothing, while I was taking off the saddles and bridles and letting the horses go, when all of a sudden he gives a lurch forward, and if the old man hadn't laid hold of him in his strong arms and propped him up, he'd have gone down face foremost like a girl in a dead faint. "What's up with him, Dick?" says Father, rather quick, almost as if he was fond of him, and had some natural feeling. Sometimes I really think he had. "Been any shooting?" "Yes," nodded him though. "Tell you all about it in the morning. He's eaten nothing, and we've been travelling best part of 24 hours right off the reel. Hold him up while I fetch out the pannikin. There's plenty of grub inside. He'll be all right after a sleep." A drop of rum and water brought him to, and after that we made ourselves a cup of tea and turned in. The sun was pretty high when I woke. When I looked out, there was the old man sitting on the log by the fire, smoking. What was a deal more curious, I saw the half-caste, Warrigal, coming up from the flat, leading a horse and carrying a pair of hobbles. Something made me look over to a particular corner where Starlight always slept when he was at the Hollow. Sure enough, there was the figure of a man rolled up in the cloak. I knew by the way his boots and things were thrown about that it could be none other than Starlight. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 32. I'd settled in my mind that it couldn't be anyone else, when he sat up, yawned, and looked round as if he had not been away from the old place a week. "Ha, Richard, here we are again. Feeds the bore in the old Frank? The governor told me you and Jim had made back. Dreadful bore, isn't it? Just when we'd all rubbed off the rust of our bush life and were getting civilised. I feel very seriously ill-treated, I assure you. I have a great mind to apply to the government for compensation. That's the worst of these new inspectors, they're so infernally zealous." "You were too many for them, it seems. I half thought you might have been nailed. How the deuce did you get the office in time?" "The faithful Warrigal, as usual, gave me timely warning, and brought a horse, of course. He will appear on the Judgment Day leading Rainbow, I firmly believe. Why he should be so confoundedly anxious about my welfare I can't make out. I can't, really. It's his peculiar form of mania, I suppose. We all suffer from some madness or other." "How the blazes did he know the police were laid on to the lot of us?" I said. "I didn't know myself that your Kate had come the double on you. I might have known she would, though. Well, it seems Warrigal took it into his semi-barbaric head to ride into Turon and loaf about, partly to see me, and partly about another matter that your father laid him on about. He was standing about near the Prospector's Arms late on Friday night, doing nothing and seeing everything as usual, when he noticed Mrs. Mullockson run out of the house like a bedlamite. 'My word, that Mrs. Big One Cooler,' was his expression, and made straight for the camp. Now Warrigal had seen you come out just before. He doesn't like you and Jim over much. Bad taste, I tell him, on his part. But I suppose he looks upon you as belonging to the family. So he stalked the fair and furious Kate." "That was how it was, then?" "Yes, much in that way. I must say, Dick, that if you are so extremely fond of, well, studying the female character, you should carry on the pursuit more discreetly. Just see what this miscalculation has cost your friends." "Confound her, she's a heartless wretch, and I hope she'll die in a ditch." "Exactly. Well, she knocked, and a constable opened the outer door. 'I want to see Sir Ferdinand,' she says. 'He's in bed, and can't be disturbed,' says the bobby. 'Any message I can deliver?' 'I have important information,' says she. 'Rouse him up, or you'll be sorry for it.' 'Won't it do tomorrow morning?' says he. 'No, it won't,' says she, stamping her foot. 'Do what I tell you, and don't stand there like a fool.' She waited a bit. Then, Warrigal says, out came Sir Ferdinand, very polite. 'What can I do for you?' says he, 'Mrs. Mullockson?' 'Should you like to know where the Marstons are, Sir Ferdinand?' says she. 'Dick and Jim?' 'No, would I not?' says he. 'No end of warrants out for them. Since that Ballabri bank robbery they seem to have disappeared underground. And that fellow Starlight, too, most remarkable man of his day. I'd give my eyes to put the bracelets upon him.' She whispered something into his ear. 'Guard, turn out!' he roars out first, then, dropping his voice, says out, 'My dear Mrs. Mullockson,' you should hear Warrigal imitate him, 'you have made my fortune, officially I mean, of course. I shall never forget your kindness. Thanks 1,000 times.' 'Don't thank me,' she says, and she bursts out crying and goes slowly back to the hotel. Warrigal had heard quite enough. He rips over to Daly's mob, borrows a horse, saddle and bridle, and leads him straight down to our camp. He roused me up about 1 o'clock, and I could hardly make any explanation to my mates. Such stunning good fellows they were, too. I wonder whether I shall ever associate with gentlemen again. The chances are against it. I had all kinds of trouble to tell them I was going away with Warrigal, and yet not to tell too much. 'What the dickens,' says Clifford, 'can you want, going away with this familiar of yours at this hour of the night? You're like the fellow in Scott's novel, Anne of Durstein, that I was reading over again yesterday. The mysterious stranger that's called for at midnight by the Avenger of Blood departs with him and is never seen more.' 'In case you never see me afterwards,' I said, 'we'd better say good-bye. We've been good mates and true friends, haven't we?' 'Never better,' he said. 'I don't know what we shall do without you. But, of course, you're not going very far.' 'Good-bye, in case,' I said. 'Anyhow, I'll write you a line.' And as I shook hands with them, 2 regular trumps, if ever there were any in the world, I had a kind of notion I'd never see them again. Hardly think I shall, either. Sir Ferdinand surrounded the hut about an hour later, and made them come out one by one, both of them and the wages man. I dare say they were surprised. 'Where's the 4th man, Clifford?' says Sir Ferdinand. 'Just ask him to come out, will you?' 'What, Frank Horton?' says he. I heard most of this from that young devil, Billy the boy. He saw Sir Ferdinand ride up, so he hid close by, just for the fun of hearing how he got on. He'd seen Warrigal and me right away. 'Frank Devil!' bangs out Sir Ferdinand, who'd begun to get his monkey up. 'How should I know his infernal purser's name? No man, it seems to me, has his right name on this confounded goldfield. I mean Starlight. Starlight the cattle stealer, the mail robber, the bush ranger, whose name is notorious over the 3 colonies, and New Zealand to boot. Your intimate friend and partner for the last 9 months. You perfectly amaze me, says Clifford. But can't you be mistaken? Is your information to be depended upon? Mine came from a jealous woman, says Sir Ferdinand. They may generally be depended upon for a straight tip. But we're losing time. When did he leave the claim, and which way did he go? I have no idea which way he went, says Clifford. He did not say, but he left about an hour since. On foot or on horseback? On horseback. Anyone with him? Yes, another horseman. What was he like? Slight, dark man, youngish, good-looking. Warrigal the half-caste, by George, warrants out for him also, says Sir Ferdinand. On a good horse, of course, with an hour's start. We may give up the idea of catching him this time. Follow him up as a matter of form. Goodbye, Clifford. You'll hear news of your friend before long, or I'm much mistaken. Stop, Sir Ferdinand. You must pardon me, but I don't exactly understand your tone. The man that we knew by the name of Frank Haughton may be, as you say, an escaped criminal. All I know is that he lived with us since we came here, and that no fellow could have behaved more truly like a man and a gentleman. As far as we are concerned, I have a material guarantee that he has been scrupulously honest. Do you mean to hint for one moment that we were aware of his previous history, or in any way mixed up with his acts? If I do, what then? Says Sir Ferdinand, laughing. The affair is in no way ludicrous, says Clifford, very stiff and dignified. I hold myself to have received an insult, and must ask you to refer me to a friend. Do you know that I could arrest you in Hastings now and lock you up on suspicion of being concerned with him in the Ballabri bank robbery? Says Sir Ferdinand in a stern voice. Don't look so indignant. I only say I could. I am not going to do so, of course. As to fighting you, my dear fellow, I am perfectly at your service at all times and seasons whenever I resign my appointment as Inspector of Police for the colony of New South Wales. The Civil Service regulations do not permit of duelling at present, and I found it so deuced hard to work up to the billet that I am not going to imperil my continuance therein. After all, I had no intention of hurting your feelings, and apologise if I did. As for that rascal Starlight, he would deceive the very devil himself. And so Sir Ferdinand rode off. How did you come? By Jonathan's? We called nowhere. Warrigal, as usual, made a short cut of his own across the bush scrubs, gullies, mountains, all manner of desert paths. We made the hollow yesterday afternoon and went to sleep in a nook known to us of old. We dropped into breakfast here at daylight, and I felt sleepy enough for another snooze. We're all here again, it seems, I said, sour enough. I suppose we'll have to go on the old lay. They won't let us alone when we're doing fair work and behaving ourselves like men. They must take the consequences, damn them. Very true, says Starlight in his dreamy kind of way. Most true, Richard. Society should make a truce occasionally, or proclaim an amnesty with offenders of our stamp. It would pay better than driving us to desperation. How is Jim? He's worse off than either of us, poor fellow. Jim's very bad. He can't get over being away from Jeanie. I never saw him so down in the mouth this years. Poor old Jim, he's a deal too good for the place. A sad mistake, this getting married. People should either keep straight or have no relatives to bear the brunt of their villainies. But, soft, as they say in the play, where am I? I thought I was a virtuous miner again. Here we are at this devil-discovered, demon-haunted old hollow again, first cousin to the pit of Acheron. There's no help for it, Dick. We must play our parts gallantly as demons of this lower world, or get hissed off the stage. We didn't do much for a few days, you may be sure. There was nothing to do, for one thing, and we hadn't made up our mind what our line was to be. One thing was certain, there would be more row made about us than ever. We should have all the police in the country worried and barked at by the press, the people, the government, and their superior officers until they got something to show about us. Living at the diggings under the nose of the police, without their having the least suspicion who we were, was bad enough, but the rescue of Jim and the shooting of a policeman in charge of him was more serious, the worst thing that had happened yet. There would be the devil to pay if they couldn't find a track of us. No doubt money would be spent like water in bribing anyone who might give information about us. Everyone would be tried that we had ever been known to be friendly with. A special body of men could be told off to make a dart to any spot they might get wind of near where we had last been seen. We had long talks and barneys over the whole thing, sometimes by ourselves with Starlight, sometimes with Father. A long time it was before we settled upon any regular put-up bit of work to do. Sooner or later we began to see the secret of the hollow would be found out. There was no great chance in the old times, with only a few shepherds and stock riders wandering through the bush, once in a way straggling over the country. But now the whole colony swarmed with miners, who were always prospecting, as they called it, that is, looking out for fresh patches of gold. Now, small parties of these men, bold, hardy, experienced chaps, would take a pick and a shovel, a bucket and a tin dish, with a few weeks' rations, and scour the whole countryside. They would try every creek, gully, hillside, and riverbed. If they found the colour of gold, the least trace of it in a dish of wash dirt, they would at once settle down themselves. If it went rich, the news would soon spread, and 1,000 men might be gathered in one spot, the bank of a small creek, the side of a steep range, within a fortnight, with 10,000 more sure to follow within a month. That might happen at any time on one of the spurs of Nulla Mountain, and the finding out of the track down to the hollow by some one of the dozens of rambling, shooting, fishing diggers would be as certain to happen as the sun to rise. Well, the country had changed, and we were bound to change with it. We couldn't stop boxed up in the hollow day after day, and month after month, shooting and horse breaking, doing nothing and earning nothing. If we went outside, there were 10 times more men looking out for us than ever, 10 times more chance of our being tracked or run down than ever. That we knew from the newspapers. How did we see them? Oh, the old way. We sent out our scout, Warrigal, and he got our letters and papers too, from a sure hand, as Starlight said the old people in the English wars used to say. The papers were something to see. First he brought us in a handbill that was posted in Bargo, like this: £500 reward. The above reward will be paid to anyone giving information as to the whereabouts of Richard Marston, James Marston, and a man whose name is unknown, but who can be identified chiefly by the appellation of Starlight. Pleasing way of drawing attention to a gentleman's private residence, says Starlight, smiling first and looking rather grim afterwards. Never mind, boys, they'll increase that reward yet, by Jove. It will have to be 1,000 apiece if they don't look a little sharper. We laughed, and Dad growled out, "Don't seem to have the pluck any on ye to tackle a big touch again. I expect they'll send a summons for us next and get old Bill Barkis, the bailiff at Bargo, to serve it." "Come, come, governor," says Starlight, "none of that. We've got quite enough devil in us yet without your stirring him up. You must give us time, you know. Let's see what this paper says. Turon Star, what a godsend to it. Bushrangers, Starlight and the Marstons again. The announcement will strike our readers, if not with the most profound astonishment, certainly with considerable surprise, that these celebrated desperadoes, for whose apprehension such large sums have been offered, for whom the police in all the colonies have made such unremitting search, should have been discovered in our midst. Yet such is the case. On this very morning, from information received, our respected and efficient Inspector of Police, Sir Ferdinand Morringer, proceeded soon after midnight to the camp of Messrs. Clifford and Hastings. He had every reason to believe that he would have had no difficulty in arresting the famous Starlight, who, under the cognomen of the Honourable Frank Horton, has been for months a partner in this claim. The shareholders were popularly known as the Three Honourables, it being rumoured that both Mr. Clifford and Mr. Hastings were entitled to that prefix, if not to a more exalted one. With characteristic celerity, however, the famous outlaw had shortly before quitted the place, having received warning and been provided with a fast horse by his singular retainer, Warrigal, a half-caste native of the colony, who is said to be devotedly attached to him, and who has been seen from time to time on the Turon. Of the Marston brothers, the elder one, Richard, would seem to have been similarly apprised, but James Marston was arrested in his cottage in Specimen Gully. Having been lately married, he was apparently unwilling to leave his home, and lingered too long for prudence. While rejoicing, as must all good citizens, at the discovery of evildoers and the capture of one member of a band of notorious criminals, we must state in fairness and candour that their conduct has been, while on the field as minors, free from reproach in every way. For James Marston, who was married but a short while since to a Melbourne young lady of high personal attractions and the most winning amiability, great sympathy has been expressed by all classes. So much for the Star. Everybody is sorry for you, old man, he says to Jim. I shouldn't wonder if they'd make you a beak if you'd stayed there long enough. I'm afraid Dick's dropping the policeman won't add to our popularity, though. He's all right, I said. Hurrah! Look here. I'm glad I didn't finish the poor beggar. Listen to this from the Turon Banner. Bushranging revived. The good old days have apparently not passed away forever, when mail robberies and hand-to-hand conflicts with armed robbers were matters of weekly occurrence. The comparative lull observable in such exciting occurrences of late has been proved to be but the ominous hush of the elements that precedes the tempest. Within the last few days the mining community has been startled by the discovery of the notorious gang of bushrangers, Starlight and the Marstons, domiciled in the very heart of the diggings, attired as ordinary miners, and, for their own purposes possibly, leading the laborious lives proper to the avocation. They have been fairly successful, and as miners, it is said, have shown themselves to be manly and fair-dealing men. We are not among those who care to judge their fellow men harshly. It may be that they had resolved to forsake the criminal practices which had rendered them so unhappily celebrated. James Marston had recently married a young person of most respectable family and prepossessing appearance. As far as may be inferred from this step and his subsequent conduct, he had cut loose from his former habitudes. He, with his brother Richard Marston, worked an adjoining claim to the Arizona Sluicing Company, with the respected shareholders of which they were on terms of intimacy. The well-known Starlight, as Mr. Frank Horton, became partner and tent-mate with the Hon. Mr. Clifford and Mr. Hastings, an aristocratic society in which the manners and bearing of this extraordinary man permitted him to mingle without suspicion of detection. Suddenly information was furnished to the police respecting all three men. We are not at present aware of the source from which the clue was obtained. Suffice it to say that Sir Ferdinand Morringer promptly arranged for the simultaneous action of 3 parties of police with the hope of capturing all 3 outlaws, but in 2 cases the birds were flown. Starlight's âme damnée, a half-caste named Warrigal, had been observed on the field the day before. By him he was doubtless furnished with a warning, and the horse upon which he left his abode shortly before the arrival of Sir Ferdinand. The elder Marston had also eluded the police, but James Marston, hindered possibly by domestic ties, was captured at his cottage at Specimen Gully. For him sympathy has been universally expressed. He is regarded rather as a victim than as an active agent in the many criminal offences chargeable to the account of Starlight's gang. Since writing the above, we have been informed that Trooper Walsh, who with another constable was escorting James Marston to Bargo Gaol, has been brought in badly wounded. The other trooper reports that he was shot down and the party attacked by persons concealed in the thick timber near Wild Horse Creek at the end of Bargo Brush. In the confusion that ensued, the prisoner escaped. It was at first thought that Welsh was fatally injured, but our latest report gives good hope of his recovery. We shall be agreeably surprised if this be the end and not the commencement of a series of darker tragedies. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 33. A month's loafing in the Hollow. Nothing doing, and nothing to think of except what was miserable enough. God knows. Then things began to shape themselves, in a manner of speaking. We didn't talk much together, but each man could see plain enough what the others were thinking of. Dad growled out a word now and then, and Warrigal would look at us from time to time with a flash in his hawk's eye that we'd seen once or twice before and knew the meaning of. As for Jim, we were bound to do something or other, if it was only to keep him from going melancholy mad. I never seen any man changed more from what he had used to be than Jim did. He, that was the most careless, happy-go-lucky chap that ever stepped, always in a good temper and full of his larks. At the end of the hottest day in summer on the plains, with no water handy, or the middle of the coldest winter night in an iron-bark forest, and we were sitting on our horses, waiting for daylight, with the rain pouring down our backs, not game to light a fire, and our hands that cold we could hardly hold the reins. It was all one to Jim. Always jolly, always ready to make a little of it all. Always ready to laugh or chaff or go on with monkey tricks like a boy. Now it was all the other way with him. He'd sit grizzling and smoking by himself all day long. No getting a word out of him. The only time he seemed to brighten up was once when he got a letter from Jeanie. He took it away into the bush and stayed hours and hours. From never thinking about anything or caring what came uppermost, he seemed to have changed all on the other tack and do nothing but think. I'd seen a chap in Bermuda, something like him, for a month or two. One day he manned the barber's razor and cut his throat. I began to be afraid. Jim would go off his head and blow his brains out with his own revolver. Starlight himself got to be cranky and restless like too. One night he broke out as we were standing smoking under a tree a mile or so from the cave. "By all the devils, Dick, I can't stand this sort of thing much longer. We shall go mad or drink ourselves to death. We'd all been pretty well on the night before. If we stick here we're trapped, or smoked out like a guana out of a tree spout. We must make a rise somehow and try for blue water again. I've been fighting against the notion the whole time we've been here, but the devil and your old dad, who's a near relative I believe, have been too strong for us. Of course you know what it's bound to be." "I suppose so. I know when Dad was away last week he saw that beggar and some of his mates. They partly made it up a while back, but didn't fancy doing it altogether by themselves. They've been waiting on the chance of our standing in and you taking command." "Of course, the old story," he says, throwing his cigar away and giving a half laugh. Such a laugh it was, too. Captain Starlight again, I suppose. The paltry vanity of leadership and of being in front of my fellow men has been the ruin of me ever since I could recollect. If my people had let me go into the army, as I begged and prayed of them to do, it might have been all the other way. I recollect the day and hour when my old governor refused my boyish petition, laughed at me, sneered at me. I took the wrong road then, I swear to you, Dick. I never had thought of evil till that cursed day which made me reckless and indifferent to everything. And this is the end, a wasted life, a felon's doom. Quite melodramatic, isn't it, Richard? Well, we'll play out the last act with spirit. Enter first robber, and so on. Good night." He walked away. I never heard him say so much about himself before. It set me thinking of what luck and chance there seemed to be in this world, how men were not let to do what they knew was best for them, and often. But something seemed to drive 'em farther and farther along the wrong road, like a lot of stray wild cattle that want to make back to their own run, and a dog here, a fence the other way, a man on foot, or a flock of sheep always keeps frightening 'em farther and farther from the old beat till they get back into a bit of back country or mallee scrub and stop there for good. Cattle and horses and men and women are awful like one another in their ways, and the more you watch 'em, the more it strikes you. Another day or two of idling and card playing, another headache after too much grog at night, brought us to a regular go in about business, and then we fixed it for good. We were to stick up the next monthly gold escort, that was all. We knew it would be a heavy one, and trusted to our luck to get clear off with the gold, and then take a ship for Honolulu or San Francisco. A desperate chance, but we were desperate men. We had tried to work hard and honest. We had done so for the best part of a year. No one could say that we had taken the value of a halfpenny from any man, and yet we were not let stay right when we asked for nothing but to be let alone and live out the rest of our lives like men. They wouldn't have us that way, and now they must take us across the grain, and see what they would gain by that. So it happened we went out one day with Warrigal to show us the way, and after riding for hours and hours we came to a thick scrub. We rode through it till we came to an old cattle track. We followed that till we came to a tumbled-down slab hut with a stockyard beside it. The yard had been mended, and the rails were up. 7 or 8 horses were inside, all in good condition. As many men were sitting or standing about, smoking outside the old hut. When we rode up, they all came forward, and we had it out. We knew who was coming, and we were ready for him. There was Moran, of course, quiet and savage-looking, just as like a black snake as ever, twisting about with his deadly glittering eyes, wanting to bite someone. There was Daly and Burke, Wall and Hubert, and 2 or 3 more. I won't say who they were now, and if you please, who should come out of the hut last but Master Billy the boy, as impudent as you like, with a pipe in his mouth and a revolver in his belt, trying to copy Moran and Daly. I felt sorry when I see him, and thought what he'd gradually come to bit by bit, and where he'd most likely end, all along of the first money he had from father for telegraphing. But after all, I've a notion that men and women grow up as they are intended to from the beginning, all the same as a tree from seed. You may twist it this road or that, make it a bit bigger or smaller according to the soil or the way it's pruned and cut down when it's young, but you won't alter the nature of that tree or the fruit that it bears. You won't turn a 5/4 into a quince or a geebung into an orange. Twist and twine and dig and water as you like. So whichever way Billy the boy had been broken and named, he'd have bolted and run off the course. Take a pet dingo now. He might look very tame and follow them that feed him and stand the chain, but as soon as anything passes close that he could kill, he'll have his teeth into it and be lapping its blood before you can say knife, and the older he got, the worse he'd be. "Well, Dick," says this young lamb of Satan, "so you've took to the Queen's Highway again, as the chap says in the play. I thought you and Jim was a-going to join the Methodies or the Sons of Temperance at Turin. You both got to look so thundering square on it. Poor old Jim looks dreadful down in the mouth, don't he, though?" "It would be all the better for you if you'd joined some other body, you young scamp," I said. "Who told you to come here? I've half a mind to belt you home again to your mother," and I walked towards him. "No, you won't, Dick Marston. Don't you make any mistakes," says the young bullpup, looking nasty. "I'm as good a man as you with this little tool." Here he pulled out his revolver. "I've as much right to turn out as you have. What odds is it to you what I do?" I looked rather foolish at this, and Moran and Burke began to laugh. "You'd better set up a night school, Dick," said Burke, "and get Billy and some of the other flash kiddies to come. They might turn over a new leaf in time." "If you'll stand up, or Moran there, that's grinning behind you, I'll make some of you laugh on the wrong side," I said. "Come on," drawls Moran, taking off his coat and walking up. "I'd like to have a smack at you before you go into the church." We should have been at it hammer and tongs. We both hated one another like poison. Only the others interfered, and Billy said we ought to be ashamed of ourselves for quarrelling like schoolboys. We were nice sort of chaps to stick up a gold escort. That made a laugh, and we knocked off. Well, it looked as if no one wanted to speak. Then Hubert, a very quiet chap, says, "I believe Ben Marston's the oldest man here. Let's hear what he's got to say." Father gets up at once and looks steady at the rest of 'em, takes his pipe out of his mouth and shakes the baccy out. Then he says, "All on ye knows without my telling what we've come here about, and what there's hanging to it. It's good enough if it's done rights, but make no mistake, boys, it's a battle as must be fought game and right back to the ropes or not at all. If there's a bird here that won't stand the steel, he'd better be put in a bag and took home again." "Never mind about the steel, Daddy," says one of the new men. "We're all good for a flutter when the wager's good. What will it be worth a man, and where are we going to divide? We know your mob's got a crib up in the mountains that no one knows about. We don't want the swag took there and planted. It might be found easy." "Did ever one of you hear tell of me acting crooked?" says father. "Look here, Bill, I'm not as young as I was, but you stand up to me for 3 rounds and I'll take some of the cheek out of you." Bill laughed. "No fear, Daddy. I'd sooner face Dick or Jim, but I only want what's fair between man and man. It's a big touch, you know, and we can't take it to the bank to divide like diggers, or summons ye either." "What's the good of growling and snapping?" says Burke. "We're all going in regular, I suppose, share and share alike." The men nodded. Well, there's only one way to make things ship-shape, and that's to have a captain. We'll pick one of ourselves, and whatever he says we'll bind ourselves to do, life or death. Is that it, boys?" "Yes, yes, that's the only way," came from all hands. "Now the next thing to work on is who we're going to make captain. There's one here as we can all depend on, who knows more about road work than all the rest of us put together. You know who I mean, but I don't want you to choose him or any man because I tell you. I propose Starlight for captain, if he'll take it, and them that don't believe me, let 'em find a better man if they can." "I vote for Dan Moran," says another man, a youngish farmer-looking chap. "He's a bushman like ourselves, and not a half-bred swell. That's just as likely to clear out when we want him most as do anything else." "You go back to the springs and feed them pigs, Johnny," says father, walking toward the young chap. "That's about what you're bred for. Nobody'll take you for a swell, quarter-bred, or anything else. Howsoever, let's draw lots for it. Every man put his fancy down on a piece of paper and put him into my old hat here." This was done after a bit, and the end of it was 10 votes for Starlight and 2 or 3 for Moran, who looked savage and sulkier than ever. When this was over, Starlight walked over from where he was standing, near me and Jim, and faced the crowd. He drew himself up a bit, and looked around as haughty as he used to do when he walked up the big room at the Prospectors' Arms in Turin, as if all the rest of us was dirt under his feet. "Well, my lads," he said, "you've done me the great honour to elect me to be your captain. I'm willing to act, or I shouldn't be here. If you're fools enough to risk your lives and liberties for 1,000 ounces of gold a man, I'm fool enough to show you the way." "Hurrah!" said a half a dozen of them, flinging up their hats. "We're on, Captain. Starlight forever. You ride ahead and we'll back up." "That will do," he says, holding up his hand as if to stop a lot of dogs barking. "But listen to me." Here he spoke a few words in that other voice of his that always sounded to me and Jim as if it was a different man talking, or the devil in his likeness. "Now mind this before we go. You don't quite know me. You will by and by, perhaps. When I take command of this gang, for this bit of work or any other, my word's law, do you hear? And if any man disputes it or disobeys my orders, by, I'll shoot him like a dog." As he stood there looking down at the lot of them, as if he were their king, with his eyes burning up at last with that slow fire that lay at the bottom of 'em and only showed out sometimes, I couldn't help thinking of a pirate crew that I'd read of when I was a boy, and the way the pirate captain ruled 'em. End of chapter 33. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Chapter 34 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Blashford. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 34. We were desperate, fidgety, and anxious till the day came. While we were getting ready, 2 or 3 things went wrong, of course. Jim got a letter from Jeanie, all the way from Melbourne, where she'd gone. It seems she'd got her money from the bank, Jim's share of the gold, all right. She was a saving, careful little woman, and she told him she'd enough to keep them both well for 4 or 5 years anyhow. What she wanted him to do was to promise that he'd never be mixed up in any more dishonest work, and to come away down to her at once. It was the easiest thing in the world, she said, to get away from Melbourne to England or America. Ships were going every day, and glad to take any man that was strong and willing to work his passage for nothing. They'd pay him besides. She'd met 1 or 2 friends down there as would do anything to help her and him. If he would only get down to Melbourne, all would yet be well. But she begged and prayed him, if he loved her, and for the sake of the life she hoped to live with him yet, to come away from his companions and take his own Jeanie's advice and try and do nothing wrong for the future. If Jim had got his letter before we made up matters, just at the last he'd have chucked up the sponge and cleared out for good and all. He as good as said so, but he was one of them kind of men that once he'd made a start, never turned back. There'd been some chaff, to make things worse, between Moran and Daly and some of the other fellows about being game and what not, especially after what father said at the hut, so he wouldn't draw out of it now. I could see it fretted him worse than anything since we came back, but he filled himself up with the idea that we'd be sure to get the gold all right and clear out different ways to the coast, and then we'd have something worthwhile leaving off with. Another thing, we'd been all used to having what money we wanted lately, and we none of us fancied living like poor men again in America or anywhere else. We hadn't had hardly a scrap from Eileen since we'd come back this last time. It wasn't much odds. She was regular broken-hearted. You could see it in every line. She had been foolish enough to hope for better things, she said. Now she expected nothing more in this world and was contented to wear out her miserable life the best way she could. If it wasn't that her religion told her it was wrong and that mother depended on her, she'd drown herself in the creek before the door. She couldn't think why some people were brought into this miserable world at all. Our family had been marked out to evil, and the same fate would follow us to the end. She was sorry for Jim, and believed if he had been let take his own road that he would have been happy and prosperous today. It was a pity he could not have got away safely to Melbourne with his wife before that wicked woman, who deserved to be burnt alive, ruined everything. Even now we might all escape. The country seemed in so much confusion with all the strangers and bad people. Bad people, well, everyone thinks their own crew the blackest. That the goldfields had brought into it, that it wouldn't be hard to get away in a ship somehow. If nothing else bad turned up, perhaps it might come to pass yet. This was the only writing we'd had from poor Eileen. It began all misery and bitterness, but got a little better at the end. If she and Gracie could have got hold of Kate Morrison, there wouldn't have been much left of her in a quarter of an hour, I could see that. Inside was a little bit of paper with one line, "For my sake." That was all. I knew the writing. There was no more. I could see what Gracie meant, and wished over and over again that I had the chance of going straight, as I'd wished 1,000 times before. But it was too late, too late. When the coach is running downhill and the brakes off, it's no use trying to turn. We had all our plan laid out and settled to the smallest thing. We were to meet near Ugora Rocks a good hour or two before the escort passed, so as to have everything ready. I remember the day as well as if it was yesterday. We were all in great buckle and very fit, certainly. I don't think I ever felt better in my life. There must be something out and out spiriting in a real battle when a bit of a scrimmage like this sent our blood boiling through our veins, made us feel as if we weren't plain Dick and Jim Marston, but regular grand fellows in a manner of speaking. What fools men are when they're young, and sometimes after that itself, to be sure. We started at daylight and only stopped once on the road for a bite for ourselves and to water the horses, so that we were in good time. We brought a little corn with us, just to give the horses something. They'd be tied up for hours and hours when we got to the place pitched on. They were all there before us. They hadn't as good horses by a long chalk as we had, and 2 of their packers were poor enough. Jim and I were riding ahead with Starlight a little on the right of us. When the fellows saw Rainbow, they all came crowding round him as if he'd been a show. "By George," says Burke, "that's a horse worth calling a horse, Captain. I often heard tell of him, but never set eyes on him before. I've 2 minds to shake him and leave you my horse and a share of the gold to boot. I never saw his equal in my life, and I've seen some plums too." "Honour among, well, bushrangers, eh, Burke?" says Starlight cheerily. "He's the right sort, isn't he? We shall want good goers tonight. Are we all here now? We'd better get to business." Yes, they were all there, a lot of well-built, upstanding chaps, young and strong and fit to do anything that a man could do in the way of work or play. It was a shame to see them there, and us too, for the matter of that, but there was no getaway now. There will be fools and rogues to the end of the world, I expect. Even Moran looked a bit brighter than he did last time. He was one of those chaps that a bit of real danger smartens up. As for Burke, Daly and Hulbert, they were like a lot of schoolboys, so full of their fun and larks. Starlight just spoke a word to them all. He didn't talk much, but looked hard and stern about the face, as a captain ought to do. He rode up to the gap and saw where the trees had been cut down to block up the road. It would be hard work getting the coach through there now, for a bit to come. After that, our horses and the 2 packers were left behind with Warrigal and father, close enough for hearing, but well out of the way for seeing. It was behind a thick belt of timber. They tied up some to trees and short-hobbled others, keeping them all so as to be ready at a moment's notice. Our men hid themselves behind rocks and stumps on the high side of the road so as they could see well, and had all the shadow on their side. Wall and Hulbert and their lot had their mob of horses, packers, and all planted away, and 2 young fellows belonging to their crowd minding them. We'd been ready a good bit when a cove comes tearing up full bat. We were watching to see how he shaped and whether he looked likely to lay on the police, when I saw it was Billy the boy. "Now I call this something like," says he, pulling up short. "Army in readiness, the enemy not far off. My word, it is a fine thing to turn out, ain't it, Dick? Do you chaps feel shaky at all? Ain't you gallied the least little bit? They're a comin'." "How long will they be?" Starlight said. "Just remember that you're not skylarking at a pound yard, my boy." "All right, Captain," he answered, quiet enough. "I started on ahead the moment I saw 'em leave the camp. They're safe to be here in 10 minutes now. You can see 'em when they come into the flat. I'll clear out to the back for a bit. I want 'em to think I come up permiscus like when it's over." So the young rascal galloped away till the trees hid him, and in a quarter of an hour more we saw the leaders of the 4-horse drag that carried the escort gold turn around on the forest road and show out into the flat. It gave me a queer feeling just at first. We hadn't been used to firing on the Queen's servants, not in cold blood anyhow, but it was them or us for it now. There was no time to think about it. They came along at a steady trot up the hill. We knew the Turon sergeant of police that drove, a tall man with a big black beard down to his chest. He had been in an English dragoon regiment and could handle the ribbons above a bit. He had a trooper alongside him on the box with his rifle between his knees. 2 more were in the body of the drag. They had put their rifles down and were talking and laughing, not expecting anything sudden. 2 more of the mounted men rode in front, but not far. The couple behind were a good way off. All of a sudden, the men in front came on the trees lying across the road. They pulled up short, and one of them jumped down and looked to see if anything could be done to move them. The other man held his horse. The coach drove up close, so that they were bunched up pretty well together. "Who the devil has been doing that?" sung out the sergeant. "Just as if the road isn't bad enough without these infernal lazy scoundrels of bullock drivers cutting down trees to make us go round. It's a beastly track here at the best of times." "I believe them trees have been fallen on purpose," says the trooper that was down. "There's been men, and horses too, about here to-day by the tracks. They're up to no good." "Fire!" The order was given in Starlight's clear, bold voice. Just like a horn it sounded. You might have heard it twice as far off. A dozen shots followed the next second, making as much row as 50 because of the way the sound echoed among the rocks. I never saw a bigger surprise in my life, and wasn't likely to do, as this was my first regular battle. We had plenty of time to take aim, and just at first it looked as if the whole blessed lot of the police was killed and wounded. The sergeant threw up his arms and fell off the box like a log, just under the horses' feet. One of the troopers on ahead dropped, he that was holding the horses, and both horses started off at full gallop. The 2 men in the body of the drag were both hit, one badly. So when the 2 troopers came up full gallop from the back, they found us cutting the traces of the team that was all plunging like mad, and letting the horses go. We opened fire at them directly they showed themselves. Of course, they couldn't do much in the face of a dozen men, all well armed and behind good cover. They kept it up for a bit till one of their horses was hit, and then made tracks for Turon to report that the escort had been stuck up by 20 or 30 men at Ugora Rocks. The others had come up with the pack horses by this time, along with Master Billy the boy, firing his revolver and shouting enough for half a dozen. So we looked a big crowd, that all the men were shot dead, wounded, or taken prisoners, and that a strong force had better be dispatched at once to recapture the gold. A good deal of this was true, though not all. The only man killed was the sergeant. He was shot clean through the heart and never stirred again. Of the 5 other men, 3 were badly wounded and 2 slightly. We attended to them as well as we could, and tied the others so that they would not be able to give any bother for an hour or 2 at any rate. Then the trouble began about dividing the gold. We opened the sort of locker there was in the centre of the coach and took out the square boxes of gold. They held canvas bags, all labelled and weighed to the grain, of about 1,000 ounces each. There were 14 boxes in all, not a bad haul. Some of the others couldn't read or write, and they wouldn't trust us, so they brought their friend with them, who was an educated man sure enough. We were a bit stunned to see him, holding the sort of position he did at the Turon, but there he was, and he did his work well enough. He brought a pair of scales with him and weighed the lot, and portioned it all out amongst us just the same as Mr. Scott the banker used to do for us at the Turon when we brought in our month's washing up. We had 5,000 ounces. Starlight had an extra share on account of being captain, and the rest had somewhere about 8,000 ounces or 9,000 ounces among them. It wasn't so bad. Dad wasn't long before he had our lot safely packed and on his 2 pack horses. Warrigal and he cleared out at a trot and went out of sight in a jiffy. It was every man for himself now. We waited a bit to help them with their swag. It was awful heavy. We told them that their pack horses would never carry it if there was anything of a close run for it. "Suppose you think you've got the only good horse in the country, Dick Marston," says Daly. "We'll find a horse to run anything you've got, barrin' Rainbow. I've got a little roan horse here as shall run ever a horse ye own for 3 mile for 100 notes, with 12 stone up. What do you think of that now?" "Don't take your shirt off, Patsy," I said. "I know the roan's as good as ever was foaled." So he was. The police got him after Patsy was done for, and kept him till he died of old age. But he's in no condition. I'm talking of the pack horses. They're not up to much, as you'll find out. We didn't want to rush off at once, for fear the other fellows might say something afterwards if anything happened cross. So we saw them make a fair start for a spot on Weddin Mountain, where they thought they were right. We didn't think we could be caught once we made tracks in earnest. After a couple or 3 hours riding we should be pretty safe and daylight would see us at the hollow. We stopped, besides, to do what we could for the wounded men. They were none of them regularly done for, except the sergeant. One man was shot through the lungs and was breathing out blood every now and then. We gave them some brandy and water and covered them all up and left them as comfortable as we could. Besides that, we sent Billy the boy, who couldn't be recognised, to the camp to have a doctor sent as soon as possible. Then we cleared and started off, not the way we had to go, but so as we could turn into it. We couldn't ride very slow after such a turn as that, so we made the pace pretty hot for the first 20 miles or so. By Jove, it was a great ride. The forest was middling open, and we went 3-part speed when we could see before us. The horses seemed to go as if they knew there was something up. I can see Rainbow now, swinging along with that beautiful bounding style of going he had, snorting now and then and sending out his legs as if 100 miles, more or less, was nothing. His head up, his eyes shining like a star, his nostrils open, and every now and then, if anything got up, he'd give a snort as if he'd just come up out of the bush. They'd had a longish day and a fast ride before they got to Eugowra, just enough to eat to keep them from starving, with a drink of water. Now they were going the same style back, and they'd never had the saddles off their backs. All the night through we rode before we got to the top of Nulla Mountain. Very glad to see it we were then. We took it easy for a few miles now and again, then we'd push on again. We felt awful sleepy at times. We'd been up and at it since the morning before, long before daylight too. The strangeness and the chance of being followed kept us up, else I believe we'd have dropped off our horses' backs regular dead beat. We lost ground now and then through Warrigal, not being there to guide us, but Jim took the lead and he wasn't far out. Besides, the horses knew which way to steer for their grass at the hollow. They wouldn't let us go much off the line if it was ever so dark. We gave them their heads mostly. The sun was just rising as we rode across the last tableland. We got off and stumbled along, horses and men, down the track to the hollow. Dad and Warrigal hadn't come back. Of course, they couldn't stand the pace we did. They'd have to camp for a bit, but they both knew of plants and hiding holes where all the police in the colony couldn't find them. We knew they'd turn up sometime next day, so we let go our horses, and after a bit of supper, laid down and slept till well on in the afternoon. When I looked round, I saw the dog sleeping at Jim's feet, old Crib. He never left father very far, so of course the old man must be home or pretty close up. I was that dead beat and tired out that I turned over and went to sleep for another couple of hours. When I next woke up, I was right and felt rested, so I put on my things, had a good wash, and went out to speak to father. He was sitting by the fire outside smoking, just as if he'd never been away. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Blashford. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 35. "We done that job to rights if we never done another, eh, lad?" says father, reaching out for a coal to put in his pipe. "Seems like it," I said. "There'll be a deuce of a bobbery about it. We shan't be able to move for a bit, let alone clear out." "We'll show him a trick or two yet," says Dad. I could see he'd had a tot, early as it was. "I wonder how them chaps got on, but we'll hear soon." "How shall we hear anything? Nobody'll be mad enough to show out of here for a bit." "I could get word here," says father, "if there was a police barrack on the top of Nulla Mountain. I've done it afore, and I can do it again." "Well, I hope it won't be long, for I'm pretty full up of this staying at home business in the hollow. It's well enough for a bit, but it's awful slow when you've too much of it." "It wouldn't be very slow if we was all grabbed and tried for our lives, Mr. Dick Marston. Would ye like that better for a change?" says the old man, showing his teeth like a dog that's making up his mind to have ye, and don't see where he's to get first bite. "You leave the thing to them as knows more than you do, or you'll find yourself took in, and that precious sharp." "You'll find your pals Burke and Moran, and their lot will have their turn first," I said, and with that I walked off, for I saw the old man had been drinking a bit after his night's work, and that always started his temper the wrong way. There was no doing anything with him then, as I knew by long experience. I was going to ask him where he'd put the gold, but thought it best to leave that for some other time. By and by, when we all turned out and had some breakfast, we took a bit of a walk by ourselves and talked it over. We could hardly think it was all done and over. The gold escort stuck up, 14,000 ounces of gold taken, Sergeant Hawkins shot dead, the robbers safe off with their booty. This is the sort of thing that we were sure to see in all the papers. It would make a row and no mistake. It was the first time such a thing had been thought of, much less carried out to rights, as father said, in any of the colonies. We had the 5,000 ounces of gold safe enough too. That was something. Whether we should be let to enjoy it, or what chance we had of getting right away out of the country, was quite another matter. We were all sorry for Sergeant Hawkins, and would have been better pleased if he'd been only wounded like the others. But these sorts of things couldn't be helped. It was the fortune of war. His luck this time, ours next. We knew what we had to expect. Nothing would make much difference. As well be hung for a sheep as a lamb. We were up to our necks in it now, and must fight our way out the best we could. Bar any man betraying the secret of the hollow, we might be safe for years to come, as long as we were not shot or taken in fair fight. And who was to let out the secret? No one but ourselves had the least notion of the track or where it led to, or of such a place as the hollow being in the colony. Only us 5 were in possession of the secret. We never let any of these other men come near, much less to it. We took good care never to meet them within 20 miles of it. Father was a man that, even when he was drunk, never let out what he didn't want other people to know. Jim and I and Starlight were not likely to blab, and Warrigal would have had his throat cut sooner than let on about anything that might be against Starlight, or that he told him not to do. We had good reason, then, to think ourselves safe, as long as we had such a place to make for whenever we were in danger or had done a stroke. We had enough in gold and cash to keep us comfortable in any other country, provided we could only get there. That was the rub. When we'd got a glass or 2 in our heads, we thought it was easy enough to get across country, or to make away one by one at shearing time, disguised as swagsmen, to the coast. But when we thought it over carefully in the mornings, particularly when we were a bit nervous after the grog had died out of us, it seemed a rather blue lookout. There was the whole countryside pretty thick with police stations, where every man, from the sergeant to the last joined recruit, knew the height, size, colour of hair, and so on, of every one of us. If a suspicious-looking man was seen or heard of within miles, the telegraph wires could be set to work. He could be met, stopped, searched, and overhauled. What chance would any of us have then? "Don't flatter yourselves, my boy," Starlight said, when we'd got the length of thinking how it was to be done, "that there's any little bit of a chance, for a year or 2 at any rate, of getting away. Not a kangaroo rat could hop across from one scrub to another if there was the least suspicion upon him, without being blocked or run into. Jim, old man, I'm sorry for you, but my belief is we're quartered here for a year or 2 certain, and the sooner we make up our minds to it, the better." Here poor old Jim groaned. "Don't you think," he said, quite timid-like, "that about shearing time a man might take his chance, leading an old horse with a swag on, as if he wanted to get shearing in some of the big down-the-river sheds?" "Not a bit of it," says Starlight. "You're such a good-looking, upstanding chap that you're safe to be pulled up and made answer for yourself before you'd get 50 miles. If you rode a good horse, they'd think you were too smart-looking for a regular shearer, and nail you at once." "But I'd take an old screw with a big leg," pleaded Jim. "Haven't I often seen a cove walking and leading one just to carry his blankets and things?" "Then they'd know a chap like you, full of work and a native to boot, ought to have a better turnout, if it wasn't a stall, so they'd have you for that." "But there's Isaac Lawson and Campbelltown. You've seen 'em. Isaac's an inch taller than me, and the same cut and make. Why shouldn't they shop them when they're going shearing? They're square enough, and always was. And Campbelltown's a good deal like Dick, beard and all." "Well, I'll bet you a new meerschaum that both men are arrested on suspicion before shearing. Of course they'll let them go again, but you mark my words, they'll be stopped, as well as dozens of others. That will show how close the search will be." "I don't care," says Jim, in his old obstinate way, which he never put on except very seldom. "I'll go in a month or 2, police or no police. I'll make for Melbourne, if there was an army of soldiers between me and Jeanie." We had to settle where the gold was to be hid. After a lot of talk, we agreed to keep one bag in a hole in the side of the wall of the cave, and bury the others in the place where we'd found old Mr. Devereux's box. His treasure had laid many a year safe and sound without anybody touching it, and we thought ours might do the same. Besides, to find it they must get into the hollow first. So we packed it out bag by bag, and made an iron-bark coffin for it, and buried it away there, and put some couch-grass turfs on it. We knew they'd soon grow up, and nobody could tell that it hadn't always been covered up the same as the rest of the old garden. It felt pretty hard lines to think we shouldn't be able to get away from this lonely place after the life we'd led the last year, but Starlight wasn't often wrong, and we came to the same way of thinking ourselves when we looked it all round, steady and quiet-like. We'd been a week or 10 days all by ourselves, horse-breaking, fishing, and shooting a bit, thinking how strange it was that we should have more than £20,000 in gold and money, and not be able to do anything with it, when Dad, sudden-like, said he'd go out himself and get some of the newspapers, and perhaps a letter or 2 if any came. Starlight laughed at him a bit for being foolhardy, and said we should hear of his being caught and committed for trial. "Why, they'll know the dog," says he, "and make him give evidence in court. I've known that done before now. Inspector Merlin nailed a chap through his dog." Father grinned. "I knowed that case, a sheep-stealing one. They wanted to make out Brummy was the man as owned the dog. A remarkable dog he was, too, and had been seen driving the sheep." "Well, what did the dog do? Identify the prisoner, didn't he?" "Well, the dashed fool of a coolie did. Jumps up as soon as he was brought into court, and whines and scratches at the dock rails and barks, and goes on tremenjous, trying to get at Brummy." "How did his master like it?" "Oh, Brummy, he looked as black as the ace of spades. He'd have made it hot for that dog if he could have got at him. But I suppose he forgived him when he come out." "Why should he?" "Because the jury fetched him in guilty without leaving the box, and the judge gave him 7 years. You wouldn't find this old varmint a doing no such foolishness as that." Here he looks at Crib, as was lying down a good way off, and not letting on to know anything. He saw father's old mare brought up, though, and saddled, and knowed quite well what that meant. He never rode her unless he was going out of the Hollow. "I believe that dog could stick up a man himself as well as some fellows we know," says Starlight, "and he'd do it too, if your father gave him the word." While we were taking it easy, and except for the loneliness of it as safe as if we had been out of the country altogether, Moran and the other fellows hadn't quite such a good time of it. They were hunted from pillar to post by the police, who were mad to do something to meet the chaff that was always being cast up to them of having a lot of bushrangers robbing and shooting all over the country, and not being able to take them. There were some out-of-the-way places enough in the Weddin Mountains, but none like the Hollow, where they could lie quiet and untroubled for weeks together if they wanted. Besides, they had lost their gold by their own foolishness in not having better pack horses, and hadn't much to carry on with, and it's not a life that can be worked on the cheap, I can tell you, as we often found out. Money comes easy in our line, but it goes faster still, and a man must never be short of a pound or two to chuck about if he wants to keep his information fresh, and to have people working for him night and day with a will. So they had some everyday sort of work cut out to keep themselves going, and it took them all their time to get from one part of the country, where they were known, to some other place where they weren't expected. Having out-and-out good hacks, and being all of them chaps that had been born in the bush and knew it like a book, it was wonderful how they managed to rob people at one place one day, and then be at some place 100 miles off the next. Ever so many times they came off, and they'd call one another Starlight and Marston and so on, till the people got regularly dumbfounded, and couldn't tell which of the gang it was that seemed to be all over the country, and in 2 places at the same time. We used to laugh ourselves sometimes when we'd hear tell that all the travellers passing Big Hill on a certain day were stuck up by Wall's gang and robbed. Every man jack that came along for hours was made to stand behind a clump of trees with 2 of the gang guarding them, so as the others couldn't see them as they came up. They all had to deliver up what they'd got about them, and no one was allowed to stir till sundown for fear they should send word to the police. Then the gang went off, telling them to stay where they were for an hour, or else they'd come back and shoot them. This would be on the western road, perhaps. Next day a station on the southern road, 120 miles off, would be robbed by the same lot, money and valuables taken away, and 3 or 4 of the best horses. Their own they'd leave behind in such a state that anyone could see how far and fast they'd been ridden. They often got stood to when they were hard up for a mount, and it was this way: the squatters weren't alike, by any manner of means, in their way of dealing with them. Many of them had lots of fine riding horses in their paddocks. These would be yarded some fine night, the best taken and ridden hard, perhaps returned next morning, perhaps in a day or 2. It was pretty well known who had used them, but nothing was said. The best policy, some think, is to hold a candle to the devil, especially when the devil's camped close handy to your paddock, and might any time sack your house, burn down your wool shed and stacks, or even shoot at your worshipful self if he didn't like the way you treated him and his imps. These careful, respectable people didn't show themselves too forward either in giving help or information to the police. Not by no means. They never encouraged them to stay when they came about the place, and weren't that over-liberal in feeding their horses or giving them a hand in any way that they'd come again in a hurry. If they were asked about the bushrangers, or when they'd been last seen, they were very careful and said as little as possible. No one wonders at people like the Barneses, or little farmers, or the very small sort of settlers, people with 1 flock of sheep or a few cows, doing this sort of thing. They have a lot to lose and nothing to get if they gain ill will. But regular country gentlemen, with big properties, lots of money, and all the rest of it, they're there to show a good example to the countryside, whether it paid for the time or whether it didn't, and all us sort of chaps, on the cross or not, like them all the better for it. When I say all of us, I don't mean Moran. A sulky, black-hearted, revengeful brute he always was. I don't think he'd any manly feeling about him. He was a half-bred gipsy, they told us, that knew where he was reared, and Starlight said gipsy blood was a queer cross. For devilry and hardness it couldn't be beat. He didn't wonder a bit at Moran's being the scoundrel he was. No doubt he "had it in" for more than one of the people who helped the police to chevy Wall and his lot about. From what I knew of him, I was sure he'd do some mischief one of these days, and make all the country 10 times as hot against us as they were now. He had no mercy about him. He'd rather shoot a man any day than not, and he'd burn a house down just for the pleasure of seeing how the owner looked when it was lighted. Starlight used to say he despised men that tried to save themselves cowardly like more than he could say, and thought them worse than the bushrangers themselves. Some of them were big people too. But other country gentlemen, like Mr. Falkland, were quite of a different pattern. If they all acted like him, I don't think we should any of us have reigned as long as we did. They helped and encouraged the police in every possible way. They sent them information whenever they had received any worthwhile. They lent them horses freely when their own were tired out and beaten. More than that, when bushrangers were supposed to be in the neighbourhood, they went out with them themselves, lying out and watching through the long cold nights, and taking their chance of a shot as well as those that were paid for it. Now there was a Mr. Whitman that had never let go a chance from the start of running their trail with the police, and had more than once given them all they knew to get away. He was a native of the country, like themselves, a first-class horseman and tracker, a hardy, game sort of chap that thought nothing of being 24 hours in the saddle, or sitting under a fence watching for the whole of a frosty night. Well, he was pretty close to Moran once, who had been out by himself. That close he ran him he made him drop his rifle and ride for his life. Moran never forgave him for this, and one day, when they had all been drinking pretty heavy, he managed to persuade Wall, Hulbert, Burke, and Daly to come with him and stick up Whitman's house. I sent word to him I'd pay him out one of these fine days, he drawled out, and he'll find that Dan Moran can keep his word. He picked a time when he knew Whitman was away at another station. I always thought Moran was not so game as he gave himself out to be, and I think if he'd had Whitman's steady eyes looking at him and seeing a pistol in his hand, he wouldn't have shot as straight as he generally did when he was practicing at a gum tree. Anyhow, they laid it out all right, as they thought, to take the place unawares. They'd been drinking at a flash kind of inn, no great way off, and when they rode up to the house, it seems as if they were all of 'em 3 sheets to the wind and fit for any kind of villainy that came uppermost. As for Moran, he was a devil unchained. I know what he was. The people in the house that day trembled and shook when they heard the dogs bark and saw 5 strange horsemen ride through the back gate into the yard. They'd have trembled a deal more if they'd known what was coming. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Blashford. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 36. When we found that by making darts and playing hide-and-seek with the police in this way, we could ride about the country more comfortable-like, we took matters easier. Once or twice we tried it on by night, and had a bit of a lark at Jonathan's, which was a change after having to keep dark so long. We'd rode up there after dark one night, and made ourselves pretty snug for the evening, when Bella Barnes asked us if we'd dropped across Moran and his mob that day. "No," says I, "didn't know they were about this part. Why, weren't they at Monkton's the day before yesterday?" "Ah, but they came back last night, past the house today going towards Mr. Whitman's at Darjalloch. I don't know, but I expect they're going to play up a bit there, because of his following them up that time the police nearly got Moran." "What makes you think that? They're only going for what they can get, perhaps the riding horses and any loose cash that's knocking about." "Billy the boy was here for a bit," says Maddie. "I don't like that young brat. He'll turn out bad, you take my word for it. But he said Moran knew Mr. Whitman was away at Castlereagh station, and was going to make it a warning to them all." "Well, it's too bad," said Bella. "There's no one there but Mrs. Whitman and the young ladies. It's real cowardly, I call it, to frighten a parcel of women. But that Moran's a brute, and hasn't the feelings of a man about him." "We must ride over, boys," says Starlight, yawning and stretching himself. "I was looking forward to a pleasant evening here, but it seems to me we ought to have a say in this matter. Whitman's gone a trifle fast and been hard on us, but he's a gentleman and goes straight for what he considers his duty. I don't blame him. If these fellows are half drunk they'll burn the place down, I shouldn't wonder, and play hell's delight." "And Miss Falkland's up there too, staying with the young ladies," says Maddie. "Why, Jim, what's up with you? I thought you wasn't taking notice." "Come along, Dick," says Jim, quite horse-like, making one jump to the door. "Dash it, man, what's the use of us wasting time jawing here? By, if there's a hair of her head touched, I'll break Moran's neck and shoot the lot of them down like crows." "Goodbye, girls," I said. "There's no time to lose." Starlight made a bow, polite to the last, and passed out. Jim was on his horse as we got to the stable door. Warrigal fetched Starlight, and in half a minute Jim and he were off together along the road full split, and I had as much as I could do to catch them up within the next mile. It wasn't 20 miles to Whitman's place, Darjalloch, but the road was good, and we did it in an hour and 20 minutes or thereabouts. I know Starlight lit a match and looked at his watch when we got near the front gate. We could see nothing particular about the house. The lights shone out of the windows, and we heard the piano going. "Seems all right," says Starlight. "Wonder if they came after all. They'll think we want to stick the place up if we ride up to the hall door. Get off and look out tracks, Warrigal." Warrigal dismounted, lit a couple of matches, and put his head down close to the soft turf, as if he was going to smell it. "Where track?" says Starlight. "There," says Warrigal, pointing to something we couldn't see if we'd looked for a month. "Been gone that way. That one track Moran's horse. I know him. Turn foot in Licket cow. 4 more track follow up." "Why, they're in the house now, the infernal scoundrels," says Starlight. "You stay here with the horses, Warrigal. We'll walk up. If you hear shooting, tie them to the fence and run in." We walked up very quiet to the house. We'd all been there before and knew where the front parlour was, over the lawn and 2 flower beds, and then up to the big bow window. The others stood under an old white cedar tree that shadowed all round. I looked in, and by George, my face burned, cold as it was. There was Moran lying back in an armchair, with a glass of grog in his hand, taking it easy and making himself quite at home. Burke and Daly were sitting in 2 chairs near the table, looking a long way from comfortable, but they had a couple of bottles of brandy on the table and glasses, and were filling up. So was Moran. They'd had quite as much as was good for them. The eldest Miss Whitman was sitting at the piano, playing away tune after tune, while her eyes were wandering about and her lips trembling, and every now and then she'd flush up all over her face. Then she'd turn as white as a sheet and look as if she'd fall off the stool. The youngest daughter was on her knees by her, on the other side, with her head in her lap. Every now and then I could hear a sob come from her, but stifled like, as if she tried to choke it back as much as she could. Burke and Daly had their pistols on the table, among the bottles, though what they wanted 'em there for I couldn't see, and Moran had stuck his on the back of the piano. That showed me he was close up drunk, for he was a man as never hardly let go of his revolver. Mrs. Whitman was sitting crouched up in a chair behind her daughter, with a stony face, looking as if the end of the world was come. I hardly knew her again. She was a very kind woman, too. Many a glass of grog she'd given me at shearing time, and medicine, too, once I was sick there with influenza. But Miss Falkland, I couldn't keep my eyes off her. She was sitting on the sofa against the wall, quite upright, with her hands before her, and her eyes looking half proudly, half miserable around the room. You couldn't hardly tell she was frightened, except by a kind of twitching of her neck and shoulders. Presently Moran, who was more than half boozed as it was, and kept on drinking, calls out to Miss Whitman to sing a song. "Come, Miss Polly," says he, "you can sing away fast enough for your dashed old father and some of them swells from Bathurst. By George, you must tune your pipe a bit this time for Dan Moran." The poor girl said she couldn't sing just then, but she'd play as much as he liked. "You'd better sing now," he drawls out, "unless you want me to come and make you. I know you girls wants coaxing sometimes." Poor Miss Mary breaks out at once into some kind of a song, the pitifullest music ever you listened to. Only I wanted to wait a bit, so as to come in right once for all, I'd have gone at him, hammer and tongs, that very minute. All this time Burke and Daly were going in steady at the brandy, finished one bottle and tackled another. They began to get noisy and talked a lot, and sung a kind of chorus to Miss Mary's song. After the song was over, Moran swore he'd have another one. She'd never sing for him any more, he said, unless she took a fancy to him and went back to the Weddin Mountains with them. "It ain't a bad name for a mountain, is it, miss?" says he, grinning. Then, fixing his black snake eyes on her, he poured out about half a tumbler of brandy and drank it off. "By gum," he says, "I must have a dance, blessed if I don't. First chop music, good room this, 3 gals and the missus, course we must. I'm regular shook on the polka. You play us a good un, Polly, or whatever your name is. Dan Moran's going to enjoy himself this night if he never sees another. Come on, Burke, Patsy, stand up, you blamed fool. Here goes for my partner." "Come, Moran," says Burke, "none of your larks. We're very jolly, and the young ladies ain't on for a hop, are ye, miss?" And he looked over at the youngest Miss Whitman, who stared at him for a moment, and then hid her face in her hands. "Are ye going to play as I told ye?" says Moran. "D'ye think you know when you're well off?" The tone of voice he said this in, and the look, seemed to frighten the poor girl, so that she started an old-style polka there and then, which made him bang his heels on the floor and spin round as if he'd been at a dance-house. As soon as he'd done 2 or 3 turns, he walks over to the sofa and sits down close to Miss Falkland and put his arm round her waist. "Come, Fanny Falkland," says he, "or whatever they call ya. You're so dashed proud you won't speak to a bush cove at all. You can go home by and by and tell your father that you had a twirl round with Dan Moran and helped to make the evening pass pleasant at Darjalloch afore it was burned." Anything like the disgust, misery, and rage mixed up that came into Miss Falkland's face all in a moment and together like, I never saw. She made no sound, but her face grew paler and paler. She turned white to the lips, as trembled and worked in spite of her. She struggled fierce and wild for nigh a solid minute to clear herself from him, while her beautiful eyes moved about like I've seen a wild animal's caught in a trap. Then, when she felt her strength wasn't no account against his, she gave one piercing, terrible scream, so long and unnatural-like in the tone of it that it curdled my very blood. I lifted up the window sash quick and jumped in, but before I made 2 steps Jim sprang past me and raised his pistol. "Drop her," he shouts to Moran, "you hound. Leave go Miss Falkland, or by the living God I'll blow your head off, Dan Moran, before you can lift your hand. How dare you touch her, you cowardly dog?" Moran was that stunned at seeing us show up so sudden that he was a good bit took off his guard, cool card as he was in a general way. Besides, he'd left his revolver on the piano close by the armchair, where his grog was. Burke and Daly were no better off. They found Starlight and Warrigal covering them with their pistols, so that they'd have been shot down before they could so much as reach for their tools. But Jim couldn't wait, and just as Moran was rising on his feet, feeling for the revolver that wasn't in his belt, and that I never heard of his being without but that once, he jumps at him like a wallaroo, and, catching him by the collar and waist belt, lifts him clean off his feet as if he'd been a child, and brings him again the corner of the wall with all his full strength. I thought his brains was knocked out, dashed if I didn't. I heard Moran's head sound against the stone wall with a dull sort of thud, and on the floor he drops like a dead man, never made a kick. By George, we all thought he had killed him. "Stash that now," says Burke. "Don't touch him again, Jim Marston. He's got as much as'll do him for a bit, and I don't say it don't serve him right. I don't hold with being rough to women. It ain't manly, and we've got wives and kids of our own." "Then why the devil didn't you stop it?" says Starlight. "You deserve the same sauce, you and Daly, for sitting there like a couple of children and letting that ruffian torment these helpless ladies. If you fellows go on sticking up on your own account, and I hear a whisper of your behaving yourselves like brutes, I'll turn policeman myself for the pleasure of running you in. Now mind that, you and Daly too. Where's Wall and Hulbert?" "They went to yard the horses." "That's fair game, and all in the day's work. I don't care what you take or whom you shoot for that matter, as long as it's all in fair fight, but I'll have none of this sort of work if I'm to be captain, and you're all sworn to obey me, mind that. I'll have to shoot a man yet, I see, as I've done before now, before I can get attended to. That brute's coming too. Lift him up and clear out of this place as soon as you can. I'll wait behind." They blundered out, taking Moran with them, who seemed quite stupid-like, and staggered as he walked. He wasn't himself for a week after, and longer too, and threatened a bit, but he soon saw he'd no show, as all the fellows, even to his own mates, told him he deserved all he got. Old Jim stood up by the fireplace after that, never stirring nor speaking, with his eyes fixed on Miss Falkland, who had got back her colour, and though she panted a bit and looked raised like, she wasn't much different from what we'd seen her before at the old place. The two Misses Whitman, poor girls, were standing up with their arms round one another's necks, and the tears running down their faces like rain. Mrs. Whitman was lying back in her chair with her hands over her face, crying to herself quiet and easy, and wringing her hands. Then Starlight moved forward and bowed to the ladies as if he was just coming into a ballroom, like I saw him once at a swell ball they gave for the hospital at Turon. "Permit me to apologise, Mrs. Whitman, and to you, my dear young ladies, for the rudeness of one of my men, whom I unhappily was not able to restrain. I have had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Whitman, and I hope you will express my regret that I was not in time to save you from the great annoyance to which you have been subjected." "Oh, I shall be grateful all my life to you, and so, I'm sure, will Mr. Whitman when he returns. And oh, Sir Ferdinand, if you and these two good young men, who, I suppose, are policemen in plain clothes, had not come in, goodness only knows what would have become of us." "I am afraid you are labouring under some mistake, my dear madam. I have not the honour to be Sir Ferdinand Morringer, or any other baronet at present, but I assure you I feel the compliment intensely. I am sure my good friends here, James and Richard Marston, do equally." Here the Misses Whitman, in spite of all their terror and anxiety, were so tickled by the idea of their mother mistaking Starlight and the Marstons for Sir Ferdinand and his troopers, that they began to laugh, not but what they were sober enough in another minute. Miss Falkland got up then and walked forward, looking just the way her father used to do. She spoke to Starlight first. "I have never seen you before, but I have often heard of you, Captain Starlight, if you will allow me to address you by that title. Believe me when I say that by your conduct tonight you have won our deepest gratitude, more than that, our respect and regard. Whatever may be your future career, whatever the fate that your wild life may end in, always believe there are those who will think of you, pray for you, rejoice in your escapes, and sorrow sincerely for your doom. I can answer for myself, and I am sure for my cousins also." Here the Misses Whitman said, "Yes, indeed we will, to our life's end." Then she turned to Jim, who still stood there looking at her with his big grey eyes that had got ever so much darker lately. "You poor old Jim," she said, and she took hold of his brown hand and held it in her own. "I am more sorry than I can tell to hear all I have done about you and Dick too. This is the second time you have saved me, and I am not the girl to forget it, if I could only show my gratitude. Is there any way?" "There's Jeanie," just them two words he said. "Your wife? Oh, yes, I heard about her," looking at him so kind and gentle like. "I saw it all in the papers. She's in Melbourne, isn't she? What is her address?" "Esplanade Hotel, St. Kilda," says Jim, taking a small bit of a letter out of his pocket. Very well, Jim. I have a friend who lives near it. She will find her out and do all for her that can be done. But why don't all of you contrive to get away somehow from this hateful life, and not bring ruin and destruction on the heads of all who love you? Say you will try for their sake, for my sake." "It's too late, Miss Falkland," I said. "We're all thankful to you for the way you've spoken. Jim and I would be proud to shed our blood for you any time, or Mr. Falkland either. We'll do what we can, but we'll have to fight it out to the end now, and take our chance of the bullet coming before the rope. Good night, Miss Falkland, and good luck to you always." She shook hands heartily with me and Jim, but when she came to Starlight he raised her hand quite respectful like, and just touched it with his lips. Then he bowed low to them all and walked slowly out. When we got to the public house, which wasn't far off, we found that Moran and the other two had stayed there a bit till Wall and Hulbert came. Then they had a drink all round and rode away. The publican said Moran was in an awful temper, and he was afraid he'd have shot somebody before the others got him started and clear of the place. "It's a mercy you went over, Captain," says he. "There'd have been the devil to pay else. He swore he'd burn the place down before he went from here." "He'll get caught one of these fine days," says Starlight. "There's more risk at one station than half a dozen road scrimmages, and that he'll find, clever as he thinks himself." "Where's Mr. Whitman, Jack?" says I to the landlord. He wasn't a bad sort, old Jack Jones. "What made him leave his place to the mercy of the world, in a manner of speaking?" "Well, it was this way. He heard that all the shepherds at the lower station had cut it to the diggings, you see, so he thought he'd make a dart up to the Castlereagh and regulate the place a bit. He'll be back afore morning." "How do you know that?" "Well, he's riding that famous roan pony of his, and he always comes back from the station in one day, though he takes 2 to go. 85 miles every yard of it. It's a big day, but that pony's a rum 'un and can jump his own height easy. He'll be welcome home tonight." "I dare say he will, and no wonder. The missus must have been awful frightened, and the young ladies too. Good night, Jack," and we rattled off. It wasn't so very late after all when we got back to Jonathan's, so, as the horses wanted a bit of a rest and a feed, we roused up the girls and had supper. A very jolly one it was, my word. They were full of curiosity, you bet, to know how we got on when they heard Moran was there and the others, so bit by bit they picked it out of us. When they heard it all, Maddie got up and threw her arms around Jim's neck. "I may kiss you now you're married," she says, "and I know there's only one woman in the world for you, but you deserve one from every woman in the country for smashing that wretch Moran. It's a pity you didn't break his neck. Never mind, old man. Miss Falkland won't forget you for that, you take my word. I'm proud of you, that I am." Jim just sat there and let her talk to him. He smiled in a serious kind of way when she ran over to him first, but instead of a good-looking girl, it might have been his grandmother for all he seemed to care. "You're a regular old image, Jim," says she. "I hope none of my other friends'll get married if it knocks all the go out of them, same as it has from you. However, you can stand up for a friend, can't you? You wouldn't see me trod upon. Do you think you would now? I'd stand up for you, I know, if you was bested anywhere." "My dear Maddie," says Starlight, "James is in that particular stage of infatuation when a man only sees one woman in the whole world. I envy him, I assure you. When your day comes you will understand much of what puzzles you at present." "I suppose so," said Maddie, going back to her seat with a wondering, queer kind of look. "But it must be dreadful dull being shut in for weeks and weeks in one place, perhaps, and with only one man." "I have heard it asserted," he says, "that a slight flavour of monotony occasionally assails the honeymoon. Variety is the salt of life, I begin to think. Some of these fine days, Maddie, we'll both get married and compare notes." "You'll have to look out then," says Bella. "All the girls about here are getting snapped up quick. There's such a lot of young bankers, government officers, and swells of all sorts about the diggings now, not to reckon the Golden Hole men, that we girls have double the pull we had before the gold. Why, there was my old schoolmate Clara Mason was married last week to such a fine young chap, a surveyor. She'd only known him 6 weeks." "Well, I'll come and dance at your wedding if you'll send me an invite," says Starlight. "Will you though?" she said. "Wouldn't it be fun? Unless Sir Ferdinand was there. He's a great friend of mine, you know." "I'll come if His Satanic Majesty himself was present. He occasionally does attend a wedding, I've heard. And bring you a present too, Bella. Mind, it's a bargain." "There's my hand on it," says she. "I wonder how you'll manage it, but I'll leave that to you. It mightn't be so long either. And now it's time for us all to go to bed. Jim's asleep, I believe, this half hour." End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 37. This bit of Barney, of course, made bad blood betwixt us and Moran's mob, so for a spell Starlight and father thought it handier for us to go our own road and let them go theirs. We never could agree with chaps like them, and that was the long and short of it. They were a deal too rough and ready for Starlight, and as for Jim and me, though we were none too good, we couldn't do some of the things these coves was up to, nor stand by and seen 'em done, which was more. This time we made up our mind to go back to the Hollow and drop out of notice altogether for a bit, and take a rest like. We hadn't heard anything of Aileen and the old mother for weeks and weeks, so we fixed it that we should sneak over to Rocky Flat, one at a time, and see how things were going, and hearten 'em up a bit. When we did get to the Hollow, instead of being able to take it easy as we expected, we found things had gone wrong as far as the devil could send 'em that way if he tried his best. It seems father had taken a restless fit himself, and after we were gone had crossed Nulla Mountain to some place above Rocky Flat, to where he could see what went on with a strong glass. Before I go further, I might as well tell you that, along with the whacking big reward that was offered for all of us, a good many coves has fancied themselves a bit had turned amateur policemen, and had all kinds of plans and dodges for catching us dead or alive. Now, men that take to the bush like us don't mind the regular paid force much, nor bear them any malice. It's their duty to catch us or shoot us if we bolt, and ours to take all sorts of good care that they shan't do either if we can help it. Well, as I was saying, we don't have it in for the regulars in the police. It's all fair pulling, pull devil, pull baker. Some one has to get the worst of it. Now it's us, now it's them, that gets took or rubbed out, and no more about it. But what us cross coves can't stand, and are mostly sure to turn nasty on, is the notion of fellows going into the man-hunting trade with us for game, either for the fun of it or for the reward. That reward means that money paid for our blood. We don't like it. It may seem curious, but we don't. And them as take up that line as a game to make money or fun out of, when they've no call to, find out their mistake sometimes when it's a deal too late. Now we had heard that a party of 4 men, some of them had been jail warders and some hadn't, had made it up to follow us up and get us one way or the other, if it was to be done. They weren't in the police, but they thought they knew quite as much as the police did, and besides, the reward, £5,000, if they got our lot or any one of the others, was no foolish money. Well, nothing would knock it out of these chaps' head that we were safe to be grabbed in the long run trying to make it into the old home. This was what made them gammon to be surveyors when they first came, as we heard about, and go measuring and tape lining about when there wasn't a child over 8 years old on the whole creek that couldn't have told with half an eye they wasn't nothing of the sort. Well, as bad luck would have it, just as father was getting down towards the place, he meets Moran and Daly, who were making over to the Fish River on a cattle duffing lay of their own. They were pretty hard up, and Moran, after his rough and tumble with Jim, in which he had come off second best, was ready for anything that was bad, that is. After he'd a long yarn with them about cattle and horses and what not, he offered them a £10 note each if they'd do what he told them. Dad always carried money about with him. He said it came in handy. If the police didn't take him, they wouldn't get it, and if they did take him, why, nothing would matter much, and it might go with the rest. It came in handy enough this time, anyhow, though it helped what had been far better left undone. I remember what a blinded rage father got into when he first had Aileen's letter, and heard that these men were camped close to the old house, poking about there all day long, and worrying and frightening poor Aileen and mother. Well, it seems on this particular day that they had been into the little township, and I suppose got an extra glass of grog. Anyhow, when they came back, they began to be more venturesome than they generally were. One chap came into the house and began talking to Aileen, and after a bit mother goes into her bedroom, and Aileen comes out into the veranda and begins to wash some clothes in a tub, splashing the water pretty well about and making it a bit uncomfortable for anyone to come near her. What must this fool do but begin to talk about what white arms she'd got. Not that they were like that much. She had done too much hard work lately to have her arms, or her hands either, look very grand. And at last he began to be saucy, telling her as no Marston girl ought to think so much of herself, considering who and what she was. Well, the end of it was father heard a scream, and he looked out from where he was hidden and saw Aileen running down the garden and the fellow after her. He jumps out and fires his revolver slap bang at the chap. It didn't hit him, but it went that close that he stopped dead and turned round to see who it was. "Ben Marston, by all that's lucky, boys," says he, as two of the other chaps came running down at the shot. "We got the old serpent out of his hole at last." With that they all fires at father as quick as they could draw, and Aileen gives one scream and starts running along the track up the hill that leads to George Storefield's place. Father drops. One of the bullets had hit him, but not so bad as he couldn't run. So he ups again and starts running along the gully, with the whole four of them shouting and swearing after him, making sure they got him to rights this time. "200 a man, boys," the big fellow in the lead says, "and maybe we'll take tea with the rest of 'em now." They didn't know the man they were after, or they'd just as soon had gone to take tea, as they called it, with a tiger. Father put on one of his old poacher dodges that he had borrowed from the lapwing in his own country that he used to tell us about when we were boys. Our wild duck'll do just the same, and made himself out a deal worse than he was. Father could run a bit too. He had been fast for a mile when he was young, and though he was old now, he never carried no flesh to signify, and was as hard as nails. So what with knowing the ground, and they being flat country men, he kept just out of pistol shot, and yet showed enough to keep him filled up with the notion that they'd run him down after a bit. They fired a shot every now and then, thinking a chance one might wing him, but this only let Moran and Daly see that someone was after Dad, and that the hunt was coming their way. They held steady where they had been told to stop, and looked out for the men they had been warned of by father. As he got near this place, he kept letting them get a bit nearer and nearer to him, so as they followed him just where he wanted. It gave them more chance of hitting him, but he didn't care about that. Now his blood was up, not he. All he wanted was to get them. Dad was the coolest old cove when shooting was going on ever I see. You'd think he minded bullets no more than bottle corks. Well, he goes stumbling and dragging himself like up the gully, and they cocksure of getting him, closing up and shooting quicker and quicker, when just as he jumps down the black gully steps a bullet did hit him in the shoulder under the right arm, and staggers him in good earnest. He'd just time to cut down the bank and turn to the left along the creek channel, throwing himself down on his face among the bushes, when the whole four of 'em jumps down the bank after him. "Stand," says Moran, and they looked up and saw him and Daly covering them with their revolvers. Before they had time to draw, two of 'em rolls over as dead as doornails. The other two were dumbfoundered and knocked all of a heap by suddenly finding themselves face to face with the very men they'd been hunting after for weeks and weeks. They held up their pistols, but they didn't seem to have much notion of using them, particularly when they found father had rounded on 'em too, and was standing a bit away on the side, looking very ugly, with his revolver held straight at 'em. "Give in, put down your irons," says Moran, "or we'll drop you where you stand." "Come on," says one. "I think he intended to make a fight for it." He'd have been better off if he had. It couldn't have been worse for him, but the other one didn't see a chance, and so he says, 'Give in? What's the good? There's 3-2.' 'All right,' says the other chap, the big one, and they put down their pistols." It was curious now, as these two were both men that father and Moran had a down on. They'd better have fought it out as long as they could stand up. There's no good got by giving in that I ever seen. Men as does so always drops in for it worse in the end. First thing then, they tied him with their hands behind 'em, and let 'em stand near their mates that were down, dead enough, both of them, one shot through the heart, one through the head. Then Moran sits down and has a smoke and looks over at 'em. "You don't remember me, Mr. Hagan," says he, in his drawling way. "No," says the poor chap, "I don't think I do." "But I remember you devilish well," says Moran, "and so you'll find afore we leave this." Then he took another smoke. "Weren't you the warder at Bermia Jail," says he, "about 7 years ago?" "Ah, now we're coming to it. You don't remember getting Daniel Moran, a prisoner serving a long sentence there, 7 days solitary and bread and water, for what you called disobedience of orders and insolence?" "Yes, I do remember now. I'd forgotten your face. I was only doing my duty, and I hope you won't bear any malice." "It was a little thing to you, maybe," says Moran, "but if you had to do 7 long days and long cold nights in that devil's den, you'd have thought more about it. But you will now. My turn's come. I didn't do it to you more than the rest. I had to keep order in the jail, and devilish hard work it was." "You're a liar," says Moran, striking him across the face with his clenched hand. "You had a down on me because I wouldn't knuckle down to you, like some of them, and so you dropped it on me every turn you could get. I was a youngster then, and might have grown into a man if I'd been let. But fellows like you are enough to turn any man into a devil if they've got him in their power." "Well, I'm in your power now," says he. "Let's see how you'll shape." "I don't like ye any the worse for being cheeky," says Moran, "and standing up to me, but it's too late. That last punishment I got when I was kept in irons night and day for a month because I tried to get out, I swore I'd have your life if I ever came across you." "You'll never shoot me in cold blood," says the poor devil, beginning to look blue about the lips. "I don't know what old Ben's going to do with the man he found chevying his daughter," says Moran, looking at him with his deadly black snake eyes, "but I'm going to shoot you as soon as I've smoked out this pipe, so don't you make any mistake." "I don't mind a shot or two," says Daly, "but I'm dashed if I can stand by and see men killed in cold blood. You coves have your own reasons, I suppose, but I shall hook it over to Fish River. You know where to find me." And he walked away to where the horses were and rode off. We got fresh horses and rode over quick to Rocky Flat. We took Warrigal with us and followed our old track across Nulla Mountain till we got within a couple of miles of the place. Warrigal picked up the old mare's tracks, so we knew father had made over that way, and there was no call for us to lose time running his trail any longer. Better go straight on to the house and find out what had happened there. We sent Warrigal on ahead and waited with our horses in our hands till he came back to us. In about an hour he comes tearing back with his eyes staring out of his head. "I been see old Missy," he says. "She yabber that one make-believe constable been there, gammon like at surveyor, and Bimeby old man Ben got along a hut, and that one policeman fire at him and all about, and him break back along a gully." "Any of 'em come back?" says Jim. "Bale, me see 'em tent dog tied up, cake along fireplace, all burned to pieces. No come home last night. I believe shot 'em old man long a gully." "Come along, boys," says Starlight, jumping into his saddle. "The old man might have been hit. We must run the tracks and see what comes of the governor. 4 to 1's big odds. We skirted the hut and kept out wide till Warrigal cut the tracks, which he did easy enough. We couldn't see a blessed thing. Warrigal rode along with his head down, reading every tuft of grass and every little stone turned up, every foot of sand, like a book. "Your old fader run lickety black gully. 2 fellows track here. Bullet this one tree." He pointed to a scratch on the side of a box tree in which the rough bark had been shivered. "Them be 2 fellow more come. 'Nother one bullet. 'Nother one here too. This one blood drop on a white leaf." He picked up a dried gum leaf which had on the upper side a dark red spot, slightly irregular. We had it all now. We came to a place where 2 horses had been tied to a tree. They had been stamping and pawing as if they had been there a goodish while, and had time to get pretty sick of it. "That near side one Moran's horse, Pigeon Toes, me knows 'em," says Warrigal. "Offside one Daly's roan horse, new shoes on. You see Hare rub himself along a tree." "What the blazes were they doing hereabouts?" says Starlight. "This begins to look complicated. Whatever the row was, Daly and he were in it. There's no one rich enough to rob hereabouts, is there? I don't like the look of it. Ride on, boys." We said nothing to each other, but rode along as fast as Warrigal could follow the line. The sky, which was bright enough when we had started, clouded over, and in less than 10 minutes the wind rose and rain began to pour down in buckets, with no end of thunder and lightning. Then it got that cold we could hardly sit on our horses for trembling. The sky grew blacker and blacker. The wind began to whistle and cry till I could almost swear I heard some one singing out for help. Nulla Mountain was as black as your hat, and a kind of curious feeling crept over me. I hardly knew why, as if something was going to happen. I didn't know what. I fully expected to find father dead, and though he wasn't altogether a good father to us, we both felt bad at the notion of his lying there cold and stiff. I began to think of him as he used to be when we were boys, and when he wasn't so out and out hard, and had a kind word for poor mother and a kiss for little Aileen. But if he were shot or taken, why hadn't these other men come back? We had just ridden by their tents, and they looked as if they'd just been left for a bit by men who were coming back at night. The dog was howling and looked hungry. Their blankets were all thrown about. Anyhow, there was a kettle on the fire which was gone out, and more than that, there was the damper that Warrigal had seen lying in the ashes, all burnt to a cinder. Everything looked as if they had gone off in a hurry and never come back at night or since. One of their horses was tied with a tether rope close to the tent poles, and he had been walking round and trampling down the grass as if he'd been there all night. We couldn't make it out. We rode on, hardly looking at one another, but following Warrigal, who rattled on now, hardly looking at the ground at all, like a dog with a burning scent. All of a sudden he pulls up and points to a dip in a cross gully, like an old river, which we all knew. "You see 'em, Crow? I believe along Black Gully." Sure enough, just above the drop down, where we used to gallop our ponies in old times and laugh to see 'em throw up their tails, there were half a dozen crows and a couple of eagle hawks high up in the sky, wheeling and circling over the same place. "By George, they've got the old man," says Jim. "Come on, Dick. I never thought poor old Dad would be run down like this." "Or he's got them," says Starlight, curling his lip in a way he had. "I don't believe your old governor's dead till I see him. The devil himself couldn't grab him on his own ground." End of chapter 37. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 38 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 38. We pulled up at the side of the gully or dry creek, whatever it was, and jumped off our horses, leaving Warrigal to look after them, and ran down the rocky sides of it. "Great God!" Starlight cries out. "What's that?" And he pointed to a small sloping bit of grass just underneath the bank. "Who are they? Can they be asleep?" They were asleep, never to wake. As we stood side by side by the dead men, for there were 4 of them, we shook so, Jim and I, that we leaned against one another for support. We had never seen a sight before that like it. I never want to do so again. There they lay, 4 dead men. We didn't know them ourselves, but guessed they were Hagan and his lot. How else did they come there? And how could Dad have shot them all by himself and laid them out there? Were Daly and Moran with him? This looked like Moran's damnable work. We looked and looked. I rubbed my eyes. Could it be real? The sky was dark and the daylight going fast. The mountain hung over us, black and dreadful looking. The wind whimpered up and down the hillside with a sort of cry in it. Everything was dark and dismal and almost unnatural looking. All 4 men were lying on their backs side by side, with their eyes staring up to the sky, staring, staring. When we got close beside them, we could see they all had been shot, 1 man through the head, the rest through the body. The 2 nearest to me had their hands tied. The bit of rope was lying by one, and his wrist was chafed. One had been so close to the man that shot him that the powder had burnt his shirt. It wasn't for anything they had either, for every man's notes, and one had 4 5s and some 1s, were pinned to the outside of their pockets, as if to show everyone that those who killed them wanted their blood and not their money. "This is a terrible affair, boys," said Starlight, and his voice sounded strange and hoarse. "I never thought we should be mixed up with a deed like this. I see how it was done. They have been led into a trap. Your father has made 'em think they could catch him, and had Daly and Moran waiting for them, 1 on each side of this hole here. Warrigal, for he had tied up his horse and crept up. How many been here?" Warrigal held up 3 fingers. "That one ran down here, one after one. I see 'em boot. Moran stand here. Patsy Daly lie down behind that old log. All about boot nail mark. Old man Ben, he stand here. Dog bite 'em this one." He stooped and touched a dead man's ankle. Sure enough, there was the mark of Crib's teeth, with the front one missing, that had been kicked down his throat by a wild mare. 2 fellow tumbled down first like, then 2 fellow bimby. 1, 2, 3 fellow track go along a flat that way. Then 1 gets 2 horses and ride 'em lick Fish River. Plenty blood tumble down here. This was the ciphering up of the whole thing. It was clear enough now. Moran and Daly had waited for them here, and had shot down the first 2 men. Of the others it was hard to say whether they died in fair fight or had been taken prisoners and shot afterwards. Either way it was bad enough. What a noise it would make! The idea of 4 men well known to the government, and engaged in hunting down outlaws on whose head a price was set, to be deliberately shot, murdered in cold blood, as there was some ground for thinking to be the case. What would be the end of it all? We had done things that were bad enough, but a deliberate, cold-blooded, shameful piece of bloodshed like this had never been heard of in New South Wales before. There was nothing more to be done. We couldn't stay any longer looking at the dead men. It was no use in burying them, even if we had the time. We hadn't done it, though we should be sure to be mixed up with it somehow. "We must be moving, lads," said Starlight, As soon as this gets wind, there'll be another rush out this way, and every policeman and newspaper reporter in the country will be up at Black Gully. When they're found, everybody will see that they've been killed for vengeance and not for plunder. But the sooner they're found, the better." "Best send word to Billy the Boy," I said. "He'll manage to lay them on without hurting himself." "All right. Warrigal knows a way of communicating with him. I'll send him off at once. And now the sooner we're at the Hollow, the better for everybody." We rode all night. Anything was better than stopping still with such thoughts as we were likely to have for companions. About daylight we got to the Hollow. Not far from the cave we found father's old mare with the saddle on and the reins trailing on the ground. There was a lot of blood on the saddle too, and the reins were smeared all about with it. Red they were to the buckles, so was her mane. We knew then something was wrong, and that the old man was hard hit, or he'd never have let her go loose like that. When we got to the cave the dog came out to meet us, and then walked back, whining in a queer way, towards the log at the mouth where we used to sit in the evenings. There was father, sure enough, lying on his face in a pool of blood, and to all appearances as dead as the men we just left. We lifted him up, and Starlight looked close and careful at him by the light of the dawn that was just showing up over the tree tops to the east. "He's not dead. I can feel his heart beat," he said. "Carry him in, boys, and we'll soon see what's the matter with him." We took his waistcoat and shirt off, a coat he never wore unless it was raining. Hard work we had to do it. They was so stuck to his skin where the blood had dried. "By gum, he's been hit bad enough," says Jim. "Look here and here. Poor old dad." "There's not much poor about it, Jim," says Starlight. "Men that play at bowls must expect to get rubbers. They've come off second best in this row, and I wish it had been different for several reasons." Dad was hit right through the top of the left shoulder. The ball had gone through the muscle and lodged somewhere. We couldn't see anything of it. Another bullet had gone right through him, as far as we could make out, under the breast on the right-hand side. "That looks like a good-bye shot," says Starlight. "See how the blood comes welling out still, but it hasn't touched the lungs. There's no blood on his lips, and his breathing is all right. What's this? Only through the muscle of the right arm? That's nothing. And this graze on his ribs, a mere scratch. Dash more water in his face, Jim. He's coming to." After a few minutes he did come to, sure enough, and looked round when he found himself in bed. "Where am I?" says he. "You're at home," I said, "in the Hollow." "Dashed if I ever thought I'd get here," he says. "I was that bad I nearly tumbled off the old mare miles away. She must have carried me in while I was unsensible. I don't remember nothing after we began to get down the track into the Hollow. Where is she?" "Oh, we found her near the cave with the saddle and bridle on." "That's all right. Bring me a taste of grog, will you? I'm most dead with thirst. Where did I come from last, I wonder? Oh, I seem to know now. Settling accounts with that dog that insulted my gal. More'n got square with the other. That'll learn him to leave old Ben Marston alone when he's not meddling with them." "Never mind talking about that now," I said. "You had a near shave of it, and it will take you all your time to pull through now." "I wasn't hit bad till just as I was going to drop down into Black Gully," he said. "I stood 1 minute, and that cursed wretch Hagan had a steady shot at me. I had one at him afterwards, though, with his hands tied, too." "God forgive you," says Jim, "for shooting men in cold blood. I couldn't do it for all the gold in Turon, nor for no other reason. It'll bring us bad luck, too. See if it don't." "You're too soft, Jim," says the old man. "You ain't a bad chap, but any young fellow of 10 years old can buy and sell you. Where's the brandy and water?" "Here it is," says Jim, and then you lie down and take a sleep. You'll have to be quiet and obey orders now. That is, if a few more years' life's any good to you." The brandy and water fetched him to pretty well. But after that he began to talk, and we couldn't stop him. Toward the night he got worse and worse, and his head got hotter, and he kept on with all kinds of nonsense, screeching out that he was going to be hung, and they were waiting to take him away, but if he could get the old mare he'd be all right. Besides a lot of mixed up things about cattle and horses that we didn't know the right of. Starlight said he was delirious, and that if he hadn't someone to nurse him he'd die as sure as fate. We couldn't always be staying with him, and didn't understand what was to be done much. We didn't like to let him lie there and die, so at long last we made up our minds to see if we could get Aileen over to nurse him for a few weeks. Well, we scribbled up a bit of a letter and set Warrigal off with it. Wasn't it dangerous for him? Not a bit of it. He could go anywhere, all over the whole country, and no trooper of them all could manage to put the bracelets on him. The way he'd work it would be to leave his horse a good way the other side of George Storefield's, and to make up as a regular blackfellow. He could do that first rate, and talk their lingo too, just like one of themselves. Gin or blackfellow, it was all the same to Warrigal. He could make himself as black as soot and go barefooted with a blanket or possum's rug round him and beg for sixpence, and nobody ever bowled him out. He took us in once at the diggings. Jim chucked him a shilling and told him to go away and not come bothering near us. So away Warrigal went, and we knew he'd get through somehow. He was one of those chaps that always does what they're told, and never comes back and says they can't do it, or they've lost their horse, or can't find the way, or they've changed their mind, or something. No, once he started, there was no fear of him not scoring somehow or other. Whatever Starlight told him to do, day or night, foul weather or fair, afoot or on horseback, that thing was done if Warrigal was alive to do it. What we'd written to Aileen was, telling her that father was that bad we hardly thought he'd pull through, and that if she wanted to save his life she must come to the Hollow and nurse him. How to get her over was not the easiest thing in the world, but she could ride away on her old pony without anybody thinking but she was going to fetch up the cows, and then cut straight up the gully to the old yard in the scrub on Nulla Mountain. One of us would meet her there with a fresh horse and bring her safe into the Hollow. If all went well, she would be there in the afternoon on a certain day. Anyhow, we'd be there to meet her, come or no come. She wouldn't fail us, we were dead sure. She had suffered a lot by him, and us too, but like most women, the very moment anything happened to any of us, even to Dad, everything flew out of her head except that we were sick or sorry and wanted her help. Help, of course. Wasn't she willing to give that, and her rest and comfort, health, even life itself, to wear herself out hand and foot for any one of her own family? So poor Aileen made her way up all alone to the old scrub stockyard. Jim and I had ridden up to it pretty early. He wouldn't stop behind, with a nice well-bred little horse that had shown a bit at country races for her to ride on. We waited there a goodish while, we lying down and our horses hung up not far off for fear we might be jumped by the police at any time. At last we sees the old pony's head coming bobbing along through the scrub along the worn-out cattle track, grown up as it was, and sure enough there was Aileen on him, with her grey riding skirt and an old felt hat on. She'd nothing with her. She was afraid to bring a hearth-port of clothes or anything, for fear they should any of 'em tumble that she was going a long way, and perhaps follow her up. So she had to hand over that to Warrigal and trust to him to bring it on some way or other. We saw her before she saw us, and Jim gave a whistle just as he used to do when he was coming home late at night. She knew it at once, and a smile for a minute came over her pale face. Such a sad sort of one it was, too, as if she was wondering at herself that she could feel that pleased at anything. Whatever thoughts was in her mind, she roused up the old pony and came toward us quick as soon as she catches sight of us. In 2 seconds Jim had lifted her down in his strong arms and was holding her off the ground and hugging her as if she had been a child. How the tears ran down her cheek! Through all the time she was kissing him with her arms round his neck, and me too when I came up, just as if we were boys and girls again. After a bit she wiped her eyes and said, "How's father?" "Very bad," I said. "Off his head and raving. It'll be a close thing with him. Here's your horse now, and a good one too. We must let the old pony go. He'll make home fast enough." She patted his neck and we turned him loose. He slewed round and went away steady, picking a bit as he went. He'd be home next day easy enough, and nobody the wiser where he'd been to. We'd brought a bit to eat and a glass of wine for the girl in case she was faint, but she wouldn't take anything but a crust of bread and a drink of water. There was a spring that ran all year round near the cattle yard, and off we went, old Lieutenant holding his head up and showing himself off. He didn't get such a rider on his back every day. "What a dear horse," she said, as she pulled him together a bit like and settled herself fair and square in the saddle. "Oh, how I could enjoy all this if oh, my God, shall we ever know a moment's peace and happiness in this world again? Are we always to be sunk in wretchedness and misery as long as we live?" We didn't lose much time after that, you be sure. Up and down, thick and open, rough or smooth, we made the pace good, and Aileen gave us all we knew to keep ahead of her. We had a good light when we got to the drop down into the hollow. The sun was just setting, and if we'd had time or thought to give to the looks of things, no doubt it was a grand sight. All the hollow was lighted up and looked like a green sea with islands of trees in it. The rock towers on the other side of the range were shining and glittering like as if they were made of crystallized quartz or diamonds, red and white. There was sort of a mist creeping up the valley at the lower end, under the mountain, that began to soften the fire colors and mix them up like. Even the mountain, that mostly looked black and dreary, frowning at our ways, was of purple and gold, with pale shadows of green and gray. Aileen pulled up as we did and jumped off our horses. "So this is the hollow," she said, half talking to herself, "that I've heard and thought so much about. What a lovely, lovely place! Surely it ought to have a different effect on the people that lived here." "Better come off, Ollie, and lead your horse down here," says Jim. "Unless you want to ride down like Starlight did the first time we saw him." "Starlight, is he here?" she said in a surprised sort of way. "I never thought of that." "Of course he is. Where else should he be? Why don't you lead on, Dick?" "Won't you get off? It's not altogether safe," I said, "though Lieutenant's all right on his old pins." "Safe?" she said, with a bitter sort of laugh. "What does it matter if a Marston girl does break her neck, or her heart either?" She never said another word, but sat upright with a set face on her, as the old horse picked his way down after ours, and except when he put his foot on a rolling stone, never made a slip or a stumble all the way down, though it was like going down the side of a house. When we got to the valley we put on a spurt to the cave and found Warrigal sitting on the log in front of us. He'd got home first, of course, and there was Aileen's bundle, a biggish one too, alongside of him. We could hear father raving and screaming out inside dreadful. "Starlight, wasn't nigh hand anywhere. He had walked off when Warrigal came home and left him to watch the old man. He been like that all the time, Warrigal? No, Captain says big one sleep. He give him medicine like, then wake up and go on like that. I believe him bad along a cobra. Aileen had jumped off her horse and got into the old man the moment we came up, and she heard his voice. All that long night we could hear him talking to himself, groaning, cursing, shouting, arguing. It was wonderful how a man who talked so little as father could have had so many thoughts in his mind. But then they are all boxed up together in every man's heart. At a time like this they come racing and tumbling out like a flock of sheep out of a yard when the hurdle's down. What a dashed queer thing human nature is when you come to think of it, that a man should be able to keep his tongue quiet and shut the door on all the sounds and images and wishes that go racing about inside of his mind like wild horses in a paddock. One day he'll be smiling and sensible, looking so honest all the time. Next day a knock on the head or a little vein goes crack in the brain, as the doctor told me. Then the rails are down and everything comes out with a rush into the light of day. Right and wrong, foul and fair, station brands and clear skins, it don't make no difference. Father was one of the closest men that ever lived. He never told us much about his old life at home or after he came out here. Now he was letting things drop here and there that helped us to a few secrets he never told to no man. They made poor Aileen a bit more miserable than she had been before, if that was possible, but it didn't matter much to us. We were pretty tired ourselves that night, and so we got Aileen all she wanted and left her alone with him. While we were away to meet her, someone had taken the trouble to put up a bit of a partition separating that part of the cave from the other. It was built up of stone. There was plenty about, and not so roughly done either. It made Aileen feel a lot more comfortable. Of course there was only one man who could have done it, and that was Starlight. End of chapter 38. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 39 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 39. Towards morning, Father went into a heavy sleep. He didn't wake till the afternoon. Poor Aileen was able to get a doze and change her dress. After breakfast, while we were having a bit of a chat, in walks Starlight. He bowed to Aileen, quite respectful, as he always did to a woman, and then shook hands with her. "Welcome to the Hollow, Miss Marston," he said. "I can't say how charmed I am in one sense, though I regret the necessity which brought you here. I'm glad to come, and only for poor father's being so bad I could delight in the life here. How do you find your father?" "He is asleep now, and perhaps the rest will do him good." "He may awake free from fever," says Starlight. "I took the risk of giving him an opiate before you came, and I think the result has been favorable." "Oh, I hope he will be better when he wakes," says Aileen, "and that I shall not have to watch through another dreadful night of raving. I can hardly bear it." "You must make your brothers take their share. It is not fair to you." "Thank you, but I feel as if I couldn't leave him to anybody but myself. He seems so weak now. A little neglect might kill him." "Pardon me, Miss Marston, you overrate the danger. Depend upon it, your respected parent will be quite a different man in a week, though it may be a month or more before he is fully recovered. You don't know what a constitution he has." "You have given me fresh hope," she said. "I feel quite cheered up that is, and she sighed, if I could be cheerful again about anything. Here she walked into the cave and sat down by father to watch till he awoke, and we all went out about our daily work, whatever it was. Nothing very wonderful, I dare say, but it kept us from thinking. Starlight was right. As luck would have it, father woke up a deal better than when he laid down. The fever had gone away, his head was right again, and he began to ask for something to eat, leastways to drink first. But Aileen wouldn't give him any of that, and very little to eat. Starlight had told her what to do in case he wanted what wasn't good for him, and as she was pretty middling obstinate like himself, she took her own ways. After this he began to get right. It wasn't easy to kill old Dad. He seemed to be put together with wire and whipcord, not made of flesh and blood like other men. I don't wonder old England's done so much and gone so far with her soldiers and sailors, if they was bred like him. It's my notion, if they was caught young, kept well under command, and led by men they respected, a regiment or a man-of-war's cruise like him would knock smoke out of any other 1,000 men the world could put up. More's the pity there ain't some better way of keeping 'em straight than there is. He was weak for a bit, very weak. He had lost a deal of blood, and try how he would, he couldn't stand up long at a time, and he had to give in and lie down in spite of himself. It fretted him a deal, of course. He had never been on his back before, and he couldn't put up with it. Then his temper began to show again, and Aileen had a deal to bear and put up with. We got a few books, and there was the papers, of course, so she used to read to him by the hour. He was very fond of hearing about things, and, like a good many men that can't read and write, he was clever enough in his own way. When she'd done all the newspapers, they were the old ones, we took care not to get any fresh ones, for fear she'd see about Hagen and the others. She used to read about battles and sea fights to him. He cared about them more than anything, and one night, after her reading to him about the Battle of Trafalgar, he turned round to her and says, "I ought to have been in that packet, Allie, my girl. I was near going for a sailor once, on board a man-of-war, too. I tried twice to get away to sea, and that was before I snared my first hare, and something stopped me both times. Once I was fetched back and flogged, and pretty nigh starved. I never did no good afterwards. But it came across me many and many a times that I'd been a different sort of chap if I'd had my will then. I was always fond of work, and there couldn't be too much fighting for me, so a man-of-war in those days would have been just the thing to straighten me. That was the best chance I ever had. Well, I don't say as if I haven't had others, plenty in this country, and good ones too, but it was too late. I'd got set. When a man's young, that's the time he can be turned right way or wrong. It's none so easy afterwards." He went to sleep then, and Aileen says that was the only time he ever spoke to her in that way. We never heard him talk like that, nor nobody else, I expect. If we could have got some things out of our heads, that was the pleasantest time ever we spent in the Hollow. After father could be left by himself for a few hours, we got out the horses, and used to take Aileen out for long rides all over the place, from one end to the other. It did her good, and we went to every hole and corner in it. She was never tired of looking at the great rock towers, as we used to call them, where the sandstone walls hung over, just like the pictures of castles, till Starlight said in the evenings you could fancy you saw flags waving and sentinels walking up and down on them. One afternoon we went out to the place where the old hermit had lived and died. We walked over his old garden and talked about the box we'd dug up and all the rest of it. Starlight came with us, and he persuaded Aileen to ride Rainbow that day, and, my word, they made a splendid pair. She dressed herself up that afternoon just a little bit more than common, poor thing, and put a bit of pink ribbon on, and trimmed up her hat, and looked as if she began to see a little more interest in things. It didn't take much to make her look nice, particularly on horseback. Her habit fitted her out and out, and she had the sort of figure that, when a girl can ride well, and you see her swaying graceful and easy like to every motion of a spirited horse, makes you think her handsome more than any woman can look on the ground. We rode pretty fast always, and it brought a bit of color to her face. The old horse got pulling and prancing a bit, though he was that fine-tempered he'd carry a child almost, and Jim and I thought we hadn't seen her look like herself before this for years past. It was a beautiful warm evening, though summer was over, and we were getting into the cold nights and sharp mornings again, just before the regular winter weather. There was going to be a change, and there were a few clouds coming up from the northwest, but for all that it had been quite like a spring day. The turf on all the flats in the hollow was splendid and sound. The grass had never been cut up with too heavy stocking, which ruins half the country, I believe, and there was a good thick undergrowth underneath. We had 2 or 3 little creeks to cross, and they were pretty full except at the crossing places, and rippled over the stones and sparkled in the sun like the brooks we'd heard tell of in the old country. Everything was so quiet and bright and happy looking that we could hardly fancy we were the men we were, and that all this wild work had been going on outside of the valley that looked so peaceful and innocent. There was Starlight riding alongside of Aileen on his second best horse, and she was no commoner either, though she didn't come up to Rainbow, no, nor other horse I ever saw. Talking away in his pleasant, easy-going way, you'd think he hadn't got a thing to trouble him in the world. She, for a wonder, was smiling and seemed to be enjoying herself for once in a way, with the old horse arching his neck and spinning along under her as light as a greyhound and as smooth as oil. It was something like a pleasant ride. I never forgot that evening, and I never shall. We rode up to the ruined hut of the solitary man who had lived there so long, and watched the sun go down so often behind the rock towers from his seat under the big peach tree. "What a wonderful thing to think of," Aileen says, as she slipped down off her side saddle. We dismounted too and hung up our horses. "Only to think that he was living here before we were born, or father came to Rocky Flat. Oh, if we could have come here when we were little, how we should have enjoyed it. It would have seemed fairyland to us." "It always astonishes me," said Starlight, "how any human being can consent to live year after year the same life in the same place. I should go mad half a dozen times over. Change and adventure are the very breath of my nostrils." "He had the memory of his dead wife to keep him," said Aileen. Her spirit soothed the restless heart that would have wandered far into the wilds again. "It may be so," said Starlight dreamily. "I have known no such influences. An outlaw, I, by forest laws, almost since the days of my boyhood. I shall be so to the day of my death," he added. "If I were a man, I should go everywhere," said Aileen, her eyes sparkling and her face regular lighted up. "I have never been anywhere or seen anything, hardly so much as a church, a soldier, a shop window, or the sea, begging his pardon for putting him last. But oh, what a splendid thing to be rich! No, not that altogether, but to be able to go wherever you liked, and have enough not to be troubled about money. To be free and have a mind at ease, it doesn't seem so much," said Starlight, talking almost to himself. "And yet how we fools and madmen shut ourselves out of it forever, forever, sometimes by a single act of folly, hardly crime, that comes after." "The sun is going down behind the great rock tower," Aileen says, as if she hadn't heard him. Perhaps she didn't. When people have a lot on their minds, they're half their time thinking their own thoughts. How all the lovely colours are fading away. Life seems so much like that, a little brightness, then grey twilight, night, and darkness so soon after. "Now and then there's a star, you must admit that, Miss Marston," says he, cheerful and pleasant again. He was never down for long at a time. "And there's that much abused luminary, the moon. You'll see her before we get home. We're her sworn votaries and worshippers, you know." We had to ride a bit to get home with any kind of light, for we didn't want father to be growling or kicking up a row with Warrigal that we had left to look after him. But a few miles didn't matter so much on such a road, and with horses in such buckle as ours. The stars came out after a while, and the sky was that clear, without a cloud in it, that it was a better light to ride by than the moon throws. Jim and I sometimes rode on one side and sometimes the other. But there was old Rainbow always in the lead, playing with his bit and arching his neck and going with Eileen's light weight on him as if he could go on all night at the same pace and think nothing of it, and I believe he could. When we got home, Dad was grumpy and wondered what we wanted riding the horses about when there was nothing to do and nothing to see. But Warrigal had made him a pot of tea, and he was able to smoke now, so he wasn't so bad after all. We made ourselves pretty comfortable. Eileen said she'd got a good appetite, for a wonder, and we sat chatting round the fire and talking away quite like old days till the moon was pretty high. Father didn't get well all at once. He went back twice because he would try to do too much, and wouldn't be said by Starlight or Eileen either when he took a thing into his head. Then he'd have to be nursed and looked after day and night again, just the same as ever. So it took near a month before he was regularly on his pins again, and going about as he did before he was hit. His right arm was a bit stiff, too. It used to pain and make him swear awful now and again. Anyhow, Eileen made us that comfortable and happy while she was there, we didn't care how long he took getting well. Those were out and out the pleasantest days we ever spent in the Hollow, the best time almost Jim and I had had since we were boys. Nearly every day we rode out in the afternoon, and there wasn't a hole or corner, a spring or creek inside the walls of the old Hollow that we didn't show Eileen. She was that sort of girl. She took an interest in everything. She began to know all the horses and cattle as well as we did ourselves. Rainbow was regular given up to her, and the old horse after a bit knew her as well as his master. I'd never seen a decent horse that didn't like to have a woman on his back, that is, if she was young and lithesome and could ride a bit. They seemed to know in sort of a way. I've seen horses that were no chop for a man to ride, and that wouldn't be particular about bucking you off if the least thing started them, but went as quiet as mice with a girl on their backs. So Eileen used to make Rainbow walk and amble his best, so that all the rest of us, when she did it for fun, had to jog. Then she'd jump him over a log or the little trickling deep creeks that ran down to the main water, or she'd pretend to have a race and go off full gallop, riding him at his best for a quarter of a mile. Then he'd pull up as easy as if he had never gone out of a walk. "How strange all this is," she said one day. "I feel as if I were living on an island. It's quite like playing at Robinson Crusoe, only there's no sea. We don't seem to be able to get out all the same. It's a happy, peaceful life, too. Why can't we keep on forever like this, and shut out the wicked, sorrowful world altogether?" "Quite of your opinion, Miss Marston. Why should we ever change?" says Starlight, who was sitting down with the rest of us by the side of our biggest river. We had been fishing all the afternoon and done well. "Let us go home no more. I am quite contented. But what about poor Jim? He looks sadder every day." "He's fretting for his wife, poor fellow, and I don't wonder. You are one of those natures that never change, Jim, and if you don't get away soon, or see some chance of rejoining her, you will die. How you are to do it, I don't know." "I am bound to make a try next month," says Jim. If I don't do something towards it, I shall go mad." "You could not do a wiser thing," said Starlight, "in one way, or a more foolish thing in another. Meantime, why should we not make the best of the pleasant surroundings with which nature provides us here? Green turf, sparkling water, good sport, and how bright a day! Could we be more favoured by fortune, slippery dame that she is? It is an Australian Decameron without the naughty stories." "Do you know, sometimes I really think I'm enjoying myself," said Aileen, half to herself, "and then I feel that it must be a dream. Such dreadful things are waiting for me, for all of us." Then she shuddered and trembled. She did not know the most dreadful thing of all yet. We had carefully kept it from her. We chanced it not reaching her ears until after she got home safe and had time to grieve over it all by herself. We had a kind of feeling somehow that us four might never meet again in the same way, or be able to enjoy one another's company for a month without fear of interruption again as long as we lived. So we all made up our minds, in spite of the shadow of evil that would crawl up now and then, to enjoy each other's company while it lasted, and make the best of it. Starlight, for all that seemed altered like, and every now and then he'd go off with Warrigal and stay away from daylight to dark. When he did come, he'd sit for hours with his hands before him and never say a word to anyone. I saw Aileen watch him when he looked like that. Not that she ever said anything, but pretended to take it as a matter of course. Other times he'd be just as much the other way. He'd read to her, and he had a good many books, poetry, and all kinds of things stowed away in that part of the cave he called his own. And he'd talk about other countries that he'd been in, and the strange people he'd seen, by the hour together, while she would sit listening and looking at him, hardly saying a thing, and regular bound up in his words. And he could talk, once he set a-going. I never saw a man that could come up to him. Aileen wasn't one of those sort of girls that took a fancy to any good-looking sort of fellow that came across her. Quite the other way. She seemed to think so little about it that Jim and I always used to say she'd be an old maid and never marry at all. And she used to say she didn't think she ever would. She never seemed to trouble her head about the thing at all. But I always knew that if ever she did set her fancy upon a man and take a liking to him, it would not be for a year or two, but forever. Though she had mother's good heart and softness about her, she had a dash of dad's obstinacy in her blood, and once she made up her mind about anything, she wasn't easily turned. Jim and I could see clear enough that she was taking to Starlight, but then so many women had done that, had fallen in love with him, and had to fall out again, as far as we could see. He used to treat them all alike, very kind and respectful, but like a lot of children. What was the use of a wife to him? No, he said once or twice, I can bear my fate because my blood does not run in the veins of a living soul in Australia. If it were otherwise, I could not bear my reflections. As it is, the revolver has more than once nearly been asked to do me last service. Though both Aileen and he seemed to like each other, Jim and I never thought there was anything in it, and let them talk and ride and walk together just as they pleased. Aileen always had a good word for Starlight, and seemed to pity him so for having to lead such a life, and because he said he had no hope of ever getting free from it. Then, of course, there was a mystery about him. No one knew who he'd been, or almost where he had come from. Next to nothing about him had ever come out. He was an Englishman, that was certain, but he must have come young to the colony. No one could look at him for a moment and see his pale, proud face, his dark eyes, half scornful, half gloomy, except when he was set up a bit, and then you didn't like to look at them at all, without seeing that he was a gentleman to the tips of his delicate-looking fingers, no matter what he had done or where he'd been. He was rather over the middle size, because he was slight made. He always looked rather tall than not. He was tremendous strong, too, though he didn't look that, and as active as a cat, though he moved as if walking was too much trouble altogether, and running not to be thought of. We didn't expect it would do either of 'em much good. How could it, even if they did fall in love with one another and make it up to get married? But they were both able to take care of themselves, and it was no use interfering with 'em either. They weren't that sort. Starlight had plenty of money, besides his share of the gold. If we could ever get away from this confounded rock-walled prison, good as it was in some ways, and if he and Aileen and the rest of us could make a clean start of it and get to America, we could live there free and happy yet, in spite of all that had come and gone. Aileen wasn't like to leave poor old mother as long as she wanted her, so it couldn't come off for a year or two at earliest, and many things were sure to happen in the meanwhile. So he let all the talking and walking and riding out in the evenings go on as much as they pleased, and never said anything or seemed to take any notice at all about it. All this time mother was at George Storefield's. When Aileen ran over that time, he said it wasn't fit for them to live at Rocky Flat by themselves, so he went over that very day, like a good fellow as he was, and brought over the old woman and made them both stay at his house safe and comfortable. When Aileen said she had to go away to nurse Dad, he said he would take care of mother till she came back, and so she'd been there all the time. She knew Mrs. Storefield, George's mother, well in the old times, so they used to sit by the kitchen fire when they wanted to be extra comfortable, and knit stockings and talk over the good old times to their heart's content. If it hadn't been for old Mrs. Storefield, I don't expect mother would have contented herself there. The cottage was got so grand, Aileen told us, and Gracie had to dress a bit now. George had kept on making more money in every way he tried it, and of course he began bit by bit to live according to his means. He'd bought cattle station on the Lachlan just when gold broke out first, and everybody thought station property was never going to be worth nothing again. Now, since cattle had risen, and meat and all to such a price, he was making money hand over fist. More than that, as I said before, he'd been made a magistrate, and all the swells began to take notice of him. Not altogether because he had made money either. What I call the real swells, as far as I see, won't do that. If they don't care for a man, no matter how much money he's made, they hold shy of him. But if he's a straight-going, good sort of fellow that has his head screwed on the right way and don't push himself forward too much, they'll meet him halfway, and a very good thing too. We could see George was going upward and out of our lot, beginning to mix with different people and get different notions. Not but what he was always kind and friendly in his way to Aileen and mother, and would have been to us if he had ever seen us. But all his new friends were different kind of people, and after a bit Aileen said we'd only be remembered as people he had known when he was young, and soon, when the old lady died, we'd be asked into the kitchen and not into the parlor. Aileen used to laugh when she'd talk like this, and say she'd come and see George when he married a lady, and what fun it would be to remind Gracie of the time they thrashed the oats out together at Rocky Flat. But still, laugh and all, I could see, though she talked that way, it made her feel wretched all the while, because she couldn't help thinking that we ought to have done just as well as George, and might have been nigh hand as far forward if we'd kept straight. If only we'd kept straight. Ah, there was where the whole mistake lay. It often seems to me as if men and women ought to have two lives, an old one and a new one to repent of the other, the first one to show men what they ought to keep clear of in the second. When you think how foolish-like and childish man or woman commits their first fault, not so bad in itself, but enough often to shut them out from nearly all their chances of good in this world, it does seem hardish that one life should end all under the sun. Of course, there's the other, and we don't know what's coming. But there's so many different notions about that a chap like me gets puzzled and looks on it as out of his line altogether. We weren't sorry to have a little excuse to stop quiet at home for this month. We couldn't have done no good by mooching about, and 10 to 1, while the chase was so hot, after all that were supposed to have had a hand in rubbing out Hagan and his lot, we should have been dropped upon. The whole country was alive with scouting parties as well as the regulars. You'd have thought the end of the world was come. Father couldn't have done a better thing for himself and all of us than to get hit as he did. It kept him and us out of harm's way, and put them off the scent while they hunted Moran and Burke and the rest of their lot for their lives. They could hardly get a bit of damper out of a shepherd's hut without it being known to the police, and many a time they got off by the skin of their teeth. End of chapter 39. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 40 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 40. At last Father got well. He said he didn't see what good Aileen could do stopping any longer in the Hollow, unless she meant to follow up bushranging for a living. She'd better go back and stay along with her mother. If George Storefield liked to have them there, well and good. Things looked as if it wasn't safe for a man's wife and daughter, and if he got into trouble, to live peaceable and quiet in their own house. He didn't think they need be afraid of anyone interfering with them for the future, though. Here Dad looked so dark that Aileen began to think he was going to be ill again. We'd all start and go a bit of the way with her the next day, to the old stockyard or a bit farther. She could ride from there and take the horse back with her and keep him if she liked. "You've been a good gal to me," he says to her. "You always was one. And your mother's been a good woman and a good wife. Tell her I said so. I'd no call to have done the things I have, or left home because it wasn't tidy and clean and a welcome always when I came back. It's been rough on her, and on you too, my gal, and if it will do her any good, tell her I'm dashed sorry. You can take this trifle of money. You needn't boggle at it. It's honest got and earned, long before this other racket. Now you can go. Kiss your old dad. Like as not you won't see him again." We got the horses in. I lifted her up onto the saddle, and she rode out. Her horse was all on the square, so there was no harm in her taking him back with her, and off we went. Dad didn't go after all. We took it easy out to the old stockyard. We meant to camp there for half an hour, and then to send her on, with Warrigal to keep with her and show her the way home. We didn't want to make the time too short. What a lovely day it was! The mountain sides were clogged up with mist for an hour after we started. Still, anyone that knew the climate would have said it was going to be a fine day. There wasn't a breath of air. Everything was that still that not a leaf on any of the trees so much as stirred. When we came to the pass out of the valley, we none of us got off. It was better going up than coming down, and it would have tired Aileen out at the start to walk up. So the horses had to do their climbing. It didn't matter much to them. We were all used to it, horses and riders. Jim and I went first, then Warrigal, then Aileen and Starlight. After we got up to the top, we all stopped and halted a bit to look around. Just then, as if it waited for us, the sun came out from behind the mountain. The mists lifted and rolled away as if they had been grey curtains. Everything showed clear out like a playhouse, the same Jim and I used to see in Melbourne. From where we stood you could see everything, the green valley flats with the big old trees in clumps, some of 'em just the same as they'd been planted. The two little river-like silver threads winding away among the trees, and far on the opposite side the tall gray rock towers shining among the forest edges of the high green wall. Somehow the sun wasn't risen enough to light up the mountain. It looked as black and dismal as if it was nightfall coming on. "Good-bye, old hollow," Aileen called out, waving her hand. "Everything looks bright and beautiful except the mountain. How gloomy it appears, as if it held some dreadful secret, doesn't it? Ah, what a pleasant time it has been for me. Am I the same Aileen Marston that went in there a few weeks since? And now I suppose there will be more misery and anxiety waiting for all of us when I get back. Well, come what will, I have had a little happiness on this earth. In heaven there must be rest." We all rode on, but none of us seemed to care to say much. Every step we went seemed to be taking us away from the place where we had all been so happy together. The next change was sure to be for the worse. What it would be, or when it would come, none of us could tell. Starlight and Aileen rode together most of the way, and talked a good deal, we could see. Before we got to the stockyard she rode over to Jim and cheered him up as much as she could about Jeanie. She said she'd write to her and tell her all about him, and how happy we'd all been together lately, and tell her that Jim would find some way to get down to her this spring, if he could manage it any road. "If I'm above ground, tell her I'll be with her," says poor old Jim, "before Christmas. If she doesn't see me then, I'll be dead, and she may put on black and make sure she's a widow." "Oh, come, you mustn't talk like that, Jim, and look to the bright side a bit. There's a good chance yet, now the country's so full of diggers and foreigners. You try your luck, and you'll see your wife yet." Then she came to me and talked away just like old times. "You're the eldest, Dick," she said, "and so it's proper for me to say what I'm going to say." Then she told me all that was in her heart about Starlight. He and she had made it up that if he could get away to a foreign country she would join him there, and take mother with her. There was to be no marrying or love making unless they could carry out that plan. Then she told me that she had always had the same sort of feeling toward him. When I first saw him I thought I had never seen a man before, never one that I could care for or think of marrying. And now he has told me that he loves me, a poor ignorant girl that I am, and I will wait for him all my life, and follow him all round the world. I feel as if I could die for him, or wear out my life in trying to make him happy. And yet, she said, and all her face grew sad, and put on the old look that I knew so well, so hopeless, so full of quiet bearing of pain, "I have a kind of feeling at my heart that it will never be. Something will happen to me or to him. We are all doomed to sorrow and misfortune. Nothing can save us from our fate." "Aileen, dear," I said, "you are old enough to know what's best for yourself. I didn't think Starlight was on for marrying any woman, but he's far and away the best man we've ever known, so you can please yourself. But you know what the chances are. If he gets clear off, or any of us, after what's been done, you're right, but it's 100 to 1 against it." "I'll take the odds," says she, holding up her head. "I'm willing to put my life and happiness, what little there's left of it, on the wager. Things can't well be worse." "I don't know," I said. "I ought to tell you. I must tell you something before we part, though I'd a deal rather not. But you'll bear it better now than in a surprise." "Not more blood, more wickedness," she said, in a half whisper, and then she looks up stern and angry like. "When is this list of horrible things to stop?" "It was none of our doing. Morgan and Daly were in it, and—" "And none of you? Swear that," she said so quickly and pitiful like. "None of us," I said. "Nor yet Warrigal." "Then who did it? Tell me all. I'm not a child. I will know. You remember the man that was rude to you at Rocky Flat, and father and he fired at one another? Of course I do, cowardly wretch that he was. Then Moran was waiting for them up the gully? I wondered that they did not come back the next day. They never came back, I said. Why, you don't mean to tell me that they are all dead, all four? Those strong men? Oh, surely not, Dick. And she caught hold of my arm and looked up into my face. Yes, Aileen, all. We came after and followed up Dad. When we got home, it's a wonder he did it by himself, but we saw them all four lying stretched out. She put down her head and never spoke more till we parted. We turned back, miserable enough, all of us, God knows. After having Aileen to make the place bright and pleasant and cheer us all up, losing her was just as if all the little pleasure we had in our lives was dropped out of them, like the sun going out of the sky and the wind rising, like the moon clouding over and a fog burying up everything, dark and damp, the same as we'd had it many a time cattle driving by night. We hardly spoke a word to one another all the way home, and no wonder. Next day we all sat about, looking more down on our luck, Dad said, than any day since we'd turned out. Then Starlight told him about him and Aileen, and how they made it up to be married some day or other. Not yet, of course, but if he could get away by Melbourne to some of these places, the islands on the Pacific coast, where vessels were always sailing for, he didn't see why his luck shouldn't change. I've always thought your daughter, he says to father, one of the grandest women I ever met, in any degree, gentle or simple. She has had the imprudence to care for me, so unless you have some well-grounded objection, and I don't say you haven't, mind you, I should, if I were in your place, you may as well say you're contented and wish us luck. Father was a long time before he said anything. He sat there looking very sullen and set-like, while Starlight lit a cigar and walked quietly up and down a few paces off. Dad answered at last. I don't say but what other lads would have suited better if they had come off, but most things go contrary in this world. The only thing as I'm doubtful of, Captain, is your luck. If that's bad, all the trying and crying won't set it right, and it's great odds as you'll be caught or shot afore the year's out. For that matter, every one of us is working for government on the same road. But the gal's a good gal, and if she's set her fancy on you, I won't block her. You're a pair of dashed fools, that's all, bothering your heads with the like at a time like this, when you boys are all more likely to have a rope round your necks than any gal's arms, good or bad. Have your own way. You always manage to get it, somehow or other, ever since I knowed ye. After this, father lit his pipe and went into the cave. By and by he comes out again and catches the old mare. I ain't been out of this blessed hole, he said, for a month of Sundays. I'm dead tired of seeing nothing and doing nothing. I'll crawl over to old Davy's for our letters and papers. We ain't heard nothing for a year, seems to me. Dad was strong enough to get about in the saddle again, and we weren't sorry to get shut of him for a bit. He was that cranky at times, there was no living with him. As for ourselves, we were regular wild for some sort of get-away, for a bit of a change. So we hadn't talked it over very long before we made up our minds to take a run over to Jonathan Barnes's and have a bit of fun, just to take the taste out of our mouths of Aileen's going away. We had to dress ourselves very quiet and get fresh horses, nags that had nothing particular about them to make people look, at the same time with a bit of go in them in case we were pushed at any time. No sooner said than done. We went to work and got everything ready, and by 3 o'clock we were off, all three of us, and never in better heart in our lives, for a bit of fun or devilment, it didn't matter which came first. When we got to Jonathan's it was latish. but it didn't matter to us or to the girls neither. They were always ready for a bit of fun, night or day. However, just at first they pretended to be rather high and mighty about this business of Hagan's. "Oh, it's you, is it?" says Bella, after we walked in. "I don't know as it's safe for us to be knowing such dangerous characters. There's a new law against harbouring, father says. He's pretty frightened, I can tell you, and for 2 pins we'd be told to shut the door in your faces." "You can do that if you like now," says I. "We shan't want telling twice, I dare say. But what makes you so stiff tonight?" "Why, Hagan's business, of course," said Maddie. "4 men killed in cold blood. Only I know you couldn't and wouldn't be in it. I'd not know any of you for a crow. There now." "Quite right, most beauteous Madeline," says Starlight. "It was a very dreadful affair, though I believe there was some reason for old Ben to be angry. Of course, you know we weren't within miles of the place when it was done. You remember the night we were here last?" "Of course we do, Captain, quite well. Weren't you going to dance at Bella's wedding and all? You'll have to do that sooner than we expected, though." "Glad to hear it. But listen to me, my dear. I want you to know the truth. We rode straight back to the place where we live, and of course found the old man gone away from the place. We tracked him right enough, but came up when it was all over. Daly and Moran were the chief actors in that tragedy." "Oh, we said it was Moran's work from the first, didn't we, Bill? It's just the line he's cut out for. I always think he ought to have a bowl and a dagger. He looks like the villain on the stage." "On or off the stage he can support the principal part in that line most naturally," says Starlight. "But I prophesies he will be cut off in the midst of his glorious career. He's beastly cunning, but he will be trapped yet." "It's a pity Jim can't stay a few days with us," said Maddie. "I believe we'd find a way of passing him on to Victoria. I know more than 1 or 2, or half a dozen either, that has been put through the same way." "For God's sake, Mad, lay on me," says poor Jim, "and I'll go on my knees to you." "Oh, I dare say," says Maddie, looking saucy. "But I like a man to be fond of some woman in a proper way, even if it isn't me. So I'll do what I can to help you to your wife and pickaninny." "We must get you into the police force, Maddie," says Starlight, "or make you a sort of inspector, unattached, if you're so clever at managing these little affairs. But what's the idea?" "Well," she says, settling herself in a chair, spreading out her dress, and looking very knowing, "there's an old gentleman being driven all the way overland in a sort of light Yankee trap, and the young fellow that's driving has to find horses and feed 'em, and get so much for the trip." "Who is it?" says I. "Oh, you know him," says Maddie, looking down. "He's a great friend of mine, a steady going, good conducted chap, and he's a little, you understand, well, shook on me. I could persuade him a bit, that is." "I don't doubt that at all," says I. "Oh, you know him a little. He says he saw you at Turon. He was working with some Americans. His name's Joe Morton." "I remember him well enough. He used to wear a moustache and a chin beard, and talk Yankee. Only for that he was a good deal like Jim. We always said so." "Do you see anything now, Dick? You that's so sharp," says Maddie. "Bless my soul," says Starlight, "of course it is as clear as your beautiful eyes. Jim is to shave his beard, talk like a Yankee, and go in Joe Morton's place. I see it all. Maddie persuading Joe to consent to the exchange of duties." "But what will his employer say?" "Oh, he's as bad can be with the sandy blight," says Maddie. "Wears green goggles, poor old gentleman. He'll never know nothing, and he'll be able to swear up for Jim if the police pull him anywhere this side of the Murray." We'd told Maddie that money needn't stand in the way, so she was to promise Joe the full sum that he was to get for his contract would be paid to him in cash that night. Jim had to pay his own expenses as he went, the same as he was to do himself. Of course she could get the money from old Jonathan. A word from us then was worth a deal more than that had come to. Money wasn't the worst thing we had to care about. They would have to change clothes, and he'd tell Jim about the horses, the stages, and how to answer the old cove, and what to do to humour him as they went along. If he'd had his full eyesight he might have noticed some difference, but as it was as much as the poor old chap, she believed, could see there was a driver at all. His eyes were bound up mostly. He had a big shade over 'em, and was half the night swabbing and poulticing and putting lotion into 'em. He'd got sandy blight that bad it would take months to get right. Once you get a touch like that, it's a terror, I can tell you. I had it that bad myself I had to be led about. After a lot of talking that Jim was to try his luck as Reverend Mr. Watson's coachman, he was mad to get away somehow, and such another chance might never turn up in a month of Sundays. He would have plenty of time to shave his beard and make himself look as like as ever he could to Joe Morton. Maddie said she'd see after that, and it would be as good as a play. Lucky for old Jim, we'd all taken a fancy at the Turon, for once in a way, to talk like Arizona Bill and his mates, just for the fun of things. There were so many Americans there at first, and they were such swells, with their silk sashes, bowie knives, and broad-leafed full-share hats, that lots of the young native fellows took a pride in copying them, and could walk and talk and guess and calculate wonderful well, considering. Besides, most of the natives have a sort of slow, sleepy way of talking, so it partly came natural to this chap, Joe Morton, and Jim. They couldn't be a better chance. So we thought we'd stay a day and give Jim a send-off all square and regular. It wasn't no ways too safe, but we wanted a bit of jollification, and we thought we'd chance it. That night we had a regular good ball. The girls got some of the young fellows from roundabout to come over, and a couple or two other girls, and we had no end of fun. There was plenty of champagne, and even Jim picked up a bit, and what with being grateful to Maddie for giving him this lift, and better in spirits on the chance of seeing Jeanie again, he was more like his own self. Maddie said he looked so handsome she had half a mind to throw over Joe Morton after all. Joe came rather latish, and the old gentleman had a cup of tea and went to bed at once, leaving word for Joe that he wanted to start almost before daylight, or as soon as he could see to drive, so as to get halfway on their stage before the sun was hot. After Joe had seen to his horses and put the trap away, he came into the house and had a glass or two, and wired in with the rest of us like a good 'un. After a bit we see Maddie corner him off and have a long talk, very serious too. After that they went for a walk in the garden and was away a good while. When she came back she looked over at Jim and nodded, as much as to say it's all right, and I saw poor old Jim's face brighten up as if a light had passed over it. By and by she came over and told us all about it. She had had a hard matter to manage it, for Joe was a square sort of fellow that had a place of his own, and at first didn't like the notion of being mixed up with our crowd at all. But he was regular shook on Maddie, and she went at him as only a woman can, and I dare say, though she didn't tell us, made it part of the bargain, if she was to marry him, to help Jim in this particular way. He was to be well paid for this journey by old Mr. Watson, and he wanted a bit of money before harvest, or he wouldn't have taken the job at all. The end of it was that Jim and Joe sat up ever so late, pretty well on to daylight, smoking and yarning, and Joe practising Jim in all the things he was to do and say, giving him a kind of chart of the stages, and telling him the sort of answers he was to give to the old chap. It was just before daylight when they knocked off, and then Joe goes and peels off his duds and hands 'em over to Jim, rough greatcoat and all, up to his chin and down to his toes. Joe takes Jim's togs. They fitted him all to pieces, and Jim hands him over his horse saddle, revolver, and spurs, and tells him the old horse is a real plum, and he hopes he'll be good to him. Then Jim shakes hands with us all round. Blessed if the girls wasn't up too, and had some coffee smoking hot for us. "We can sleep when you're all gone," said Maddie, "and perhaps we shan't see old Jim any more." This was said when Joe was out of the room. "So here's good luck. And when you've got your wife and child again, don't forget Maddie Barnes." Then she shook hands with him and made a quick bolt to her own room. Queer things women are, my word. When old Jim drove round to the front with the pair of horses, setting up square with his big coat and Joe's full share hat on him, we all bursted out laughing. He had first of all gone to the old gentleman's room and sung out, "All aboard, sir, time's up," just to liven him up a bit. Joe kept away down at the stable. Well, presently out comes the old chap, with a veil on and his green goggles, winking and blinking as if he couldn't see a door from a window. He drinks off a cup of coffee and takes a munch of bread and butter, makes a kind of bow to Bella, and shuffles into his carriage. Jim touches up the horses and away they go. We rose a bit of a cheer. Maddie waved her handkerchief out of the window. Jim looked round and raised his whip. That was the last sight any of us had of him for many a day. Poor old Jim. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 41. We hadn't been long at home, just enough to get tired of doing nothing, when we got a letter from Bella Barnes, telling us that she was going to get married the day after the Turin races, and reminding Starlight that he had promised to come to her wedding. If he didn't think it was too risky, she hoped he would come. There was going to be a race ball, and it was sure to be good fun. It would be a good wind-up, and Maddie was coming out a great swell. Sir Ferdinand would be there, but there'd be such a crowd anybody would pass muster, and so on. Yours sincerely, Isabella Barnes. P.S. There was a big handicap with 500 added. Hadn't we a good horse enough? "Well done, Bella," says Starlight. "I vote we go, Dick. I never went to a hop with a price on my head before. £1,000 too. Quite a new sensation. It settles the question. And we'll enter Rainbow for the handicap. He ought to be good enough for anything they're likely to have." "Captain Starlight's Rainbow, 9 stone 8 pounds," I said, "with Dick Marston to lead him up to the judge's box. How will that wash? And what are the police going to be about all the time? Bella's gone out of her senses about her marriage, and thinks we are too." "You're a good fellow, Richard, and staunch, but you're like your father. You haven't any imagination. I see half a dozen ways of doing the whole thing. Besides, our honor's concerned. I never made a promise yet, for good or for evil, that I didn't carry out, and some have cost me dearly enough, God knows. Fancy running our horses and going to the ball under the noses of the police. The idea is delicious." "I dare say you're about tired of your life," I said. "I'm pretty sure I am. But why should we ride straight into the lion's mouth to please a silly girl?" "I can't see. I haven't over much sense, I know, or I shouldn't be here. But I'm not such a dashed fool as all that comes to." "My mind is made up, Richard. I have decided irrevocably. Of course you needn't come if you see objections, but I'll bet you my Dean and Adams revolver and the Navy Colt against your repeating rifle that I do all I've said and clear out safe." "Done," I said. "I've no doubt you'll try, but you might as well try to pull down the walls a Berrima jail with a hay-rake. You'll make Sir Ferdinand's fortune, that's all. He always said he'd die happy if he could only bag you and the Marstons. He'll be made Inspector General of Police." Starlight smiled in his queer, quiet way. "If he doesn't rise to the top of the tree until he takes me alive, I mean he'll die a sub-inspector. But we'd better sleep on it. This is an enterprise of great pith and moment, and requires no end of thought. We must get your sister to come over. That will crown all." "Good night," I said, rather hasty. "We'd better turn the Hollow into Tarban Creek and advertise for boarders." Next morning I expected he'd think better of it. We'd had a glass or two of grog, but no, he was more set on it than ever, and full of dodges to work it to rights. He certainly was wonderful clever in all sorts of ways when there was any devilment to be carried out. Half as much in the straight way would have made a man of him. But that's the way of the world all over. He ain't the only one. As for father, he was like me, and looked on the notion as rank foolishness. He swore straight on end for about 20 minutes, and then said he expected Starlight would have his own way as usual, but he'd play at that game once too often. He supposed he'd be left in the Hollow all by himself, with Warrigal and the dog for company. "Warrigal goes with me. Might want him," says Starlight. "You're losing your nerve, Governor. Perhaps you'd like to go to the ball too." Father gave a sort of a growl, and lit his pipe, and wouldn't say no more. Starlight and I regular talked it out, and after I heard all he had to say, it didn't look quite so impossible as it did at first. We were to work apart. He was to get in with some of the betting men or sporting people that always came to the country races, and I was to find out some of our old digger mates and box up with them. Warrigal was to shift for himself and look after the horses, and have them ready in case we had to clear at short notice. And who was to enter Rainbow and look after him? Couldn't we get old Jacob Benton? He's the best trainer I've seen since I left home. Billy the boy told us the other day he was out of a job, and was groom at Jonathan's. He had been sacked for getting drunk, and so on. He'll be all the more likely to keep sober for a month. "The very man," I said. "He can ride the weight, and train too. But we can't have him here, surely." "No, but I can send the horse to him at Jonathan's, and he can get him fit there as well as anywhere. There's nearly a month yet. He's pretty hard, and he's been regularly exercised lately." Jacob Benton was a wizened, dried-up old Yorkshireman. He had been head man in a good racing stable, but drink had been the ruin of him, lost him his place, and sent him out here. He could be trusted to go right through with a job like ours, for all that. Like many men that drink hard, he was as sober as a judge between one burst and another. And once he took over a horse in training, he touched nothing but water till the race was run and the horse back in his box. Then he most times went in an awful perisher. Took a month to it, and was never sober day or night the whole time. When he'd spent all his money, he'd crawl out of the township and get away into the country more dead than alive, and take the first job that offered. But he was fonder of training a good horse than anything else in the world, and if he'd got a regular flyer and was treated liberal, he hardly allowed himself sleep or time to eat his meals till he got him near the mark. He could ride too, and was an out-and-out judge of pace. When we'd regular chalked it out about entering Rainbow for the Grand Turon Handicap, we sent Warrigal over to Billy the boy, and got him to look up old Jacob. He agreed to take the old horse the week before the races, and give him a last bit of French polish, if we kept him in steady work till then. From what he was told of the horse, he expected he would carry any weight he was handicapped for, and pull it off easy. He was to enter him in his own name, the proper time before the races. If he won, he was to have 10% on winnings. If he lost, a £10 note would do him. He could ride the weight with some lead in his saddle, and he'd never wet his lips with grog till the race was over. So that part of the work was chalked out. The real risky business was to come. I never expected we should get through all straight, but the more I hung back, the more shook on it Starlight seemed to be. He was like a boy home from school sometimes, mad for any kind of fun with a spice of devilment in it. About a week before the races we all cleared out, leaving father at home, and pretty sulky too. Warrigal led Rainbow. He was to take him to Jonathan Barnes's and meet old Jacob there. He was to keep him until it was time to go to Turin. We didn't show there ourselves this time. We were afraid of drawing suspicion on the place. We rode into Turin, taking care to be well after dark. A real pleasure it was to see the old place again, the crooked streets, the lighted-up shops, the crowd of jolly diggers walking about smoking or crowding round the public-house bars, the row of the stampers in the quartz-crushing machines going night and day. It all reminded me of the pleasant year Jim and I had spent here. I wished we had never had to leave it. We parted just outside the township for fear of accidents. I went to a little place I knew, where I put up my horse, could be quiet there, and asked no questions. Starlight, as usual, went to the best hotel, where he ordered everybody about and was as big a swell as ever. He had been out in the northwest country and was going to Sydney to close for a couple of stations that had been offered to him. That night he went to the barber, had his hair cut and his beard shaved, only leaving his mustache and a little bit of whisker like a ribbon. He put on a suit of tweed, all one color, and ordered a lot more clothes, which he paid for and were to be left at the hotel till he returned from Sydney. Next day he starts for Sydney. What he was going to do there he didn't say, and I didn't ask him. He'd be back the day before the races, and in good time for all the fun, and Bella's wedding into the bargain. I managed to find out that night that Kate Mullockson had left Turin. She and her husband had sold their place and gone to another diggings just opened. I was glad enough of this, for I knew that her eyes were sharp enough to spy me out whatever disguise I had on, and even if she didn't, I should always have expected to find her eyes fixed upon me. I breathed freer after I heard this bit of news. The gold was better even than when we had been there. A lot of men who were poor enough when we were there had made fortunes. The field never looked better, and the hard-driving, well-paid, jolly mining life was going on just the same as ever, everyone making money fast, spending it faster, and no one troubling themselves about anything except how much the wash dirt went to the load and whether the sinking was through the false bottom or not. When I first came I had a notion of mating in with some diggers, but when I saw how quiet everybody took it, and what thousands of strangers there were all over the place, I gave myself out for a speculator in mining shares from Melbourne. So I shaved off most of my beard, had my hair cut short, and put on a tall hat. I thought that would shift any sort of likeness there might be to my old self, and though it was beastly uncomfortable, I stuck to it all the time. I walked about among the stables and had a good look at all the horses that were in training. 2 or 3 good ones as usual, and a lot of duffers. If Rainbow wasn't beat on his condition, he'd had pace and weight carrying for the best of them. I hardly thought he could lose it, or a bigger stake in better company. I was that fond of the horse, I thought he was good enough for the English Derby. Well, I kept dark, you be sure, and mooned about, buying a share at low price now and then, just to let 'em see I had money and meant something. My name was Mr. Bromford, and I lived in Petersham, near Sydney. The day before the races there was a lot of excitement in the town. Strangers kept pouring in from everywhere round about, and all the hotels were crammed full. Just as I was wondering whether Starlight was going to turn up till next day, I saw a four-in-hand drag rattle down the streets to the principal inn, and a crowd gather round it as 3 gentlemen got out and went into the inn. "You'll see after all our luggage, will you, ostler?" says one of them to the groom. "And whatever you do, don't forget my umbrella." Some of the diggers laughed. "You know those coves?" I said to a man that stopped at the same house as I did. "Don't you know? Them's the two Mr. Dawsons of Wideview. Great sporting men, natives, and ever so rich. They've some horses to run to morrow. That's a new chum from England that's come up with 'em." I hardly knew him at first. His own mother wouldn't, I believe. He'd altered himself that wonderful as I could hardly even think now that it was Starlight, and yet he wasn't a bit like the young Englishman he gammoned to be last year, or the Honourable Frank Houghton either. He had an eyeglass this time, and was a swell from top to toe. How and when he'd picked up with the Mr. Dawsons I couldn't tell, but he'd got a knack of making people like him, especially when they didn't know him. Not that it was worse when they did. It wasn't for that he was always the same. The whitest man I ever knew, or ever shall. That I say and stick to. But of course people can't be expected to associate with men that have done time. Well, next day was the races. I never saw such a turnout in the colony before. Every digger on the field had dropped work for the day. All the farmers and squatters and country people had come in for miles round on all sides. The commissioners and the police were out in full uniform, and from the first moment the hotels were opened in the morning till breakfast time, all the bars were full, and the streets crowded with miners and strangers and people that seemed to have come from the ends of the earth. When I saw the mob there was, I didn't see so much to be jarring about, as it was 50 to 1 in favour of any one that was wanted. In the middle of such a queer muster of cattle as was going on at Turon that day. About 11 o'clock every one went out to the course. It wasn't more than a mile from town. The first race wasn't to be run till 12, but long before that time the road was covered with horsemen, traps of every kind and sort, every horse and mare in the whole district. Most of the miners went in 4-horse coaches and busses that were plying all day long from the town and back. Very few walked. The country people mostly drove in spring carts or rode on horseback. Any young fellows that had a good horse liked to show him off, of course. The girls in habits of their own make, perhaps, and now and then a top hat, though they looked very well too. They could ride, some of them, above a bit, and it made me think of the old days when Jim and I and Aileen used to ride into Bargo races together, and how proud we were of her, even when she was a little thing. And we used to groom up the old pony till we nearly scrubbed the hide off him. It was no use of thinking of that kind of thing, and I began to wonder how Starlight was getting on with his friends, when I saw the Dawsons' drag come up the straight, with 4 upstanding, ripping bay horses in top condition and well matched. There was Starlight on the box seat, alongside of Jack Dawson, the eldest brother, who could handle the ribbons in style, and was a man every inch of him, only a bit too fast, didn't care about anything but horses and dogs, and lived every day of his life. The other brother was standing up behind, leaning over and talking to Starlight, who was in great form, as he used to say himself, and looked as if he had just come out of a bandbox. He had on a silk coat buttoned round him, a white top hat with a blue silk veil. His eyeglass was stuck in his eye all the time, and he had kid gloves on that fitted his hands like wax. I really couldn't hardly take my oath he was the same man, and no wonder nobody else couldn't. I was wondering why Sir Ferdinand wasn't swelling about, bowing to all the ladies, and making that thoroughbred of his dance and arch his neck, when I heard someone say that he'd got news that Moran and the rest of 'em had struck up at a place about 40 miles off, towards Forbes, and Sir Ferdinand had sworn out his luck for having to miss the races, but started off just as he was, and taken all the troopers but 2 with him. "Who brought the news?" "Oh, a youngster called William Jones. Said he lived out there. A black boy came with him that couldn't hardly speak English, and he went with 'em to show the way. Well, how did they know it was true, says I. It might have been only a stall. Oh, the young fellow brought a letter from the overseer, saying they might hold out for a few hours if the police came along quick. It's a good thing they started at once, says I. Them boys was very useful sometimes, and black fellows too. I went off then and had a laugh to myself. I was pretty middlin' certain it was Billy the Boy and Warrigal. Starlight had wrote the note before we started, only I didn't think they'd be game to deliver it themselves. Now that the police was away, all but a couple of the young fellows, I went and had a look to make sure, that didn't know any of us by sight. I thought we might enjoy ourselves for once in a way without watching everyone that came nigh us. And we did enjoy ourselves. I did, I know, though you'd think, as we carried our lives in our hands, in a manner of speaking, the fun couldn't have been much. But it's a queer world, men like us, that don't know what's to happen to them from one day to another. If they can only see their way for a week ahead, often have more real pleasure in the bit of time they have to themselves than many a man has in a year that has no call to care about time or money or be afraid of anybody. As for Starlight, if he had been going to be hung next week, it would have been all one to him. He would have put off thinking about it until about an hour before, and then would have made all his arrangements and done the whole business quietly and respectably, without humbug, but without any flashness either. You couldn't put him wrong, or make him do or say anything that was out of place. However, this time nobody was going to be hung or took or anything else. We were as good as got a free pardon for the time being, now the police was away. No one else would have meddled with us if we had had our names printed on our hats, so we made the most of it, I expect. Starlight carried on all sorts of high ropes. He was introduced to all the nobs, and I saw him in the grandstand and the saddling paddock, taking the odds and tens and fifties from the ringmen. He'd brought a stiffish roll of notes with him, and backing the Dawson stable right out. It turned out afterwards that he had met them at an inn on the mountains, and helped them doctor one of their leaders that had been gripped. So they took a fancy to him, and being free-hearted sort of fellows, asked him to keep them company in the drag, and let one of the grooms ride his horse. Once he started, he kept them alive, you may be sure, and by the time they got to Turin, they were ready to go round the world with him, and swore they'd never met such a man in their lives. Very likely they hadn't either. He was introduced to the judge and the stewards and the commissioner and the police magistrate, and as much fuss was made over him as if he was the governor's son. It was as good as a play. I got up as near as I dared once or twice, and I couldn't hardly keep from bursting out laughing when I saw how grave he talked and drawled and put up his eyeglass, and every now and then made 'em all laugh, or said something reminded him of India, where he'd last come from. Well, that was a regular fizzer of a spree, if we never had another. The racing was very fair, and as luck would have it, the Dawson horses won all the big money, and as they started at longish odds, they must have made a pot of money, and Starlight too, as he had gone in a docker for their stable. This made them better friends than ever, and it was Dawson here and Lascelles there, all over the course. Well, the day went over at last, and all of them that liked a little fun and dancing better than heavy drinking made it up to go to the race ball. It was a subscription affair, guinea tickets, just to keep out the regular roughs, and the proceeds to go to the Turin Jockey Club Fund. All the swells had to go, of course, and though they knew it would be a crush and pretty mixed, as I heard Starlight say, the room was large, the band was good, and they expected to get a fair share of dancing after an hour or so. Starlight and Dawson dined at the camp, and were made a good deal of, their health drunk and what not, and Starlight told us afterwards He returned thanks for the strangers and visitors, said he'd been told Australia was a rough place, but he never expected to find so much genuine kindness and hospitality, and, he might add, so much refinement and gentlemanly feelings. Speaking for himself, he had never expected, considering his being a total stranger, to be welcomed so cordially and entertained so handsomely, more particularly at the mess of Her Majesty's Goldfield officials, whose attention on this occasion they might be assured he would never forget. He would repeat, the events of this particular day would never be effaced from his memory. Tremendous cheering. After dinner, and when the champagne had gone round pretty reasonable, the commissioners proposed they should all adjourn to the ball, when, if Mr. Lascelles cared about dancing, he ventured to think a partner or two could be found for him. So they all got up and went away down to the hall of the Mechanics' Institute, a tremendous big room that had been built to use as a theater and to give lectures and concerts in. These sorts of things are very popular at diggings. Miners like to be amused and have plenty of money to spend when times are good. There was hardly a week passed without some kind of show being on when we went there. I walked down quietly an hour or so before most of the people, so as to be in the way to see if Aileen came. We'd asked her to come on the chance of meeting us there, but we hadn't got any word, and didn't know whether she could manage it, nor whether George would bring her. I had a sort of half and half notion that perhaps Gracie might come, but I didn't like to think of it for fear of being disappointed, and tried to make believe I didn't expect her. I gave in my ticket and walked in about 8 o'clock, and sat down pretty close to the door, so that I could see the people as they came in. I didn't feel much up to dancing myself, but I'd have ridden 1,000 miles to have had the chance of seeing those two girls that night. I waited and waited, while one after another came in, till the big hall was pretty near filled, and at 9 o'clock or so the music struck up, and the first dance began. That left the seats pretty bare, and between listening to the music and looking at the people, and thinking I was back again at the old claim and passing half an hour at a dance-house, I didn't mind the door so much till I heard somebody give a sort of sigh not very far off, and I looked towards the door and saw two women sitting between me and it. They were Aileen and Gracie, sure enough. My head almost turned round, and I felt my heart beat in a way it never did when the bullets were singing and whistling all about. It was the suddenness of it, I expect. I looked at them for a bit. They didn't see me, and were just looking about them as I did. They were dressed very quiet, but Gracie had a little more ornament on her, and a necklace or something round her neck. Aileen was very pale, but her beautiful dark hair was dressed up a bit with one rosebud in it, and her eyes looked bigger and brighter than they used to do. She looked sad enough, but every now and then Gracie said something that made her smile a bit, and then I thought she was the handsomest girl in the room. Gracie had just the same steady, serious kind of face as ever. She hardly changed a bit, and seemed pleased, just like a child at play, with all that was going on round about. There was hardly anybody near the corner where they were, so I got up and went over. They both looked at me for a minute, as if they'd never seen me before, and then Aileen turned as pale as death, and Gracie got altogether as red, and both held out their hands. I sat down by the side of Aileen, and we all began to talk, not much at first, and very quiet, for fear notice might be taken, but I managed to let them know that the police had all been called off in another direction, and that we should be most likely safe till tomorrow or the next day. "Oh dear," says Gracie, "wasn't it awfully rash of you to come here and run all this risk just to come to Bella Barnes's wedding? I believe I ought to be jealous of that girl." "All Starlight's fault," I said, "but anyhow it's through him we've had this meeting here. I was dead against coming all the time, and I never expected things to turn out so lucky as they have done." "Will he be here tonight?" Aileen says, very softly and timid like. "I almost wished I'd stayed away, but Gracie here would come. Young Cyrus Williams brought us. He wanted to show his wife the races and take her to the ball. There they are dancing together. George is away at the races. You will see Starlight about 10 or 11 o'clock, I expect, I said. He's dining with the commissioner and the camp officers. They'll all come together, most likely. Dining at the camp, says Aileen, looking regularly perished. You don't mean to say they've taken him? I mean what I say. He's here with the Mr. Dawsons of Wideview, and has been hand and glove with all the swells. I hardly think you'll know him. It's as much as I did. Poor Aileen gave another sigh. Do you think he'll know me? She says. Oh, what a foolish girl I was to think for a moment that he could care about a girl like me. Oh, I wish I had never come. Nonsense, says Gracie, who looked a deal brighter on it. Why, if he's the man you say he is, this will only bring him out a bit. What do you think, Mr. Jones? That's right, Miss Storefield, says I. Keep to the company manners tonight. We don't know who may be listening, but I'm not much afraid of being bowled out this particular night. Somehow I feel ready to chance everything for an hour's happiness like this. Gracie said nothing but looked down, and Aileen kept turning towards the door, as if she half hoped and was half afraid of seeing him come in. By and by we heard someone say, "Here comes the commissioner. All the camp will be here now," and there was a bit of a move to look at them as they came in. End of chapter 41. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 42 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 42. A good many gentlemen and ladies that lived in the town and in the diggings or near it had come before this and had been dancing away and enjoying themselves, though the room was pretty full of diggers and all sorts of people. But as everybody was quiet and well behaved, it didn't make much odds who was there. But of course the commissioner was the great man of the whole place, and the principal visitors, like the Mr. Dawsons and some others, were bound to come along with him. Then there were the other government officers, the bankers and surveyors, lawyers and doctors, and so on. All of them took care to come a little late with their wives and families, so as to be in the room at the same time as the swell lot. Bella Barnes was going to marry a surveyor, a wildish young fellow, but a good one to work as ever was. She was going to chance his coming straight afterwards. He was a likely man to rise in his office, and she thought she'd find a way to keep him out of debt and drinking and gambling too. Well, in comes the commissioner and his friends, very grand indeed, all dressed like swells always do in the evening. I believe black all over, white tie, shining boots, white kid gloves, flower in their buttonhole, all regular. People may laugh, but they did look different from the others, showed more blood-like. I don't care what they say, there is such a thing. Close by the commissioner, laughing and talking, was the two Mr. Dawsons, and I saw Aileen give a start. Who should come next, cheek by jowl with the police magistrate, whom he had been making laugh with something he'd said as they came in, but Starlight himself, looking like a regular prince. Their pictures, anyhow, and togged out to the nines like all the rest of them. Aileen kept looking at him as he lounged up the ballroom, and I thought she'd fall down in a faint or bring herself to people's notice by the wild, earnest, sad way she looked at him. However he'd got his clothes and the rest of it that fitted him like as if they'd been grown for him, I couldn't think. But of course he made all that right when he went to Sydney and had him sent up with his luggage in Mr. Dawson's drag. Though he didn't seem to notice anything, I saw that he knew us. He looked round for a moment and smiled at Aileen. "That's a pretty girl," he said to one of the young fellows, "evidently from the country. I must get introduced to her." "Oh, we'll introduce you," says the other man. "They're not half bad fun, those bush girls, some of them." Well, a new dance was struck up by the band just after they'd got up to the top of the room, and we saw Starlight taken up and introduced to a grand lady, the wife of the head banker. The Commissioner and some of the other big wigs danced in the same quadrille. We all moved a bit higher to get a good look at him. His make-up was wonderful. We could hardly believe our eyes. His hair was a deal shorter than he ever wore it, except in one place, and he'd shaved nearly all but his mustache. That was dark brown and heavy. You couldn't see his mouth except when he smiled, and then his teeth were as white as Warrigal's nearly, and as regular. There was a softness, too, about his eyes when he was in a good temper and enjoying himself that I hardly ever saw in a man's face. And I could see Aileen watching him when he talked to this lady and that, and sometimes she looked as if she didn't enjoy it. He was only waiting his chance, though, for after he'd had a dance or two we saw him go up to one of the stewards. They had big rosettes on, and presently they walked round to us, and the steward asked a favour of Aileen's name, and then begged, by virtue of his office, to present Lieutenant Lascelles, a gentleman lately from India, who had expressed a wish to be introduced to her. Such a bow Starlight made, too. We could hardly help staring. Poor Aileen hardly knew whether to laugh or to cry when he sat down beside her and asked her for the pleasure of a dance. She wouldn't do that. She only came there to see him, she said, and me. But he persuaded her to walk round the room, and then they slipped into one of the supper rooms, where they were able to talk without being disturbed, and say what they had in their hearts. I got Gracie to take a turn with me, and we were able to have our little say. She was, like Aileen, miserable enough, and afraid to think of her ever having the chance of getting married and living happily like other people, but she told me she would wait and remain faithful to me, if it was to her life's end, and that as soon as I could get away from the country and promise her to leave our wild lives behind, she was ready to join us and follow me all over the world. Over and over again she tried to persuade me to get away like Jim, and said how happy he was now, and how much better it was than stopping where we were and running terrible risks every day and every hour. It was the old story over again, but I felt better for it, and really meant to try and cut loose from all this cross work. We hadn't too much time. Aileen was fetched back to her seat, and then Starlight went off to his friends at the other end of the room, and was chaffed for flirting with a regular currency lass by one of the Dawsons. "I admire his taste," says the Commissioner. "I really think she's the prettiest girl in the room, if she was well dressed and had a little bit more animation. I wonder who she is. What's her name, Lascelles? I suppose you know all about her by this time." "Her name is Martin, or Marston, or some such name," answered Starlight, quite cool and pleasant. "Deuced nice, sensible girl. Painfully quiet, though. Wouldn't dance, though, at all, and talked very little." "By Jove, I know who she is," says one of the young chaps. "That's Aileen Marston, sisters to Dick and Jim. No wonder she isn't over lively. Why, she has two brothers, bush rangers, regular out and outers. There's 1,000 on each of their heads." "Good gad," says Starlight, "you don't say! Poor girl! What a most extraordinary country! You meet with surprises every day, don't you?" "It's a pity Sir Ferdinand isn't here," said the Commissioner. "I believe she's an acquaintance of his. I've always heard she was a splendid girl, though. Poor thing, frets to death about her family. I think you seem to have cheered her up, though, Lascelles. She doesn't look half so miserable as she did an hour ago." "Naturally, my dear fellow," says Starlight, pulling his moustache. "Even in this savage country, beg your pardon, one's old form seems to be appreciated. Pardon me, I must regain my partner. I am engaged for this dance." "You seem disposed to make the most of your opportunities," says the Commissioner. "Dawson, you'll have to look after your friend. Who's the enslaver now?" "I didn't quite catch her name," says Starlight lazily, "but it's that tall girl near the pillar, with the pale face and dark eyes." "You're not a bad judge for a new chum," says one of the Goldfield subs. "Why, that's Maddie Barnes. I think she's the pick of all the down river girls, and the best dancer here, out and out. Her sister's to be married to morrow, and we're all going to see her turned off." "Really now," says Starlight, putting up his eyeglass, "I begin to think I must write a book. I'm falling upon adventure hourly. Oh, the Morgan Bladder, what a treat! She can waltz, do you think?" "You try her," says the young fellow. "She's a regular stunner." It was a fine large room, and the band, mostly German, struck up some outlandish queer sort of tune that I never heard anything like before. Whatever it was, it seemed to suit most of the dancing people, for the floor was pretty soon full up, and everybody twisting round and round as if they were never going to stop. But to my mind there was not a couple there that was a patch on Maddie and Starlight. He seemed to move round twice as light and easy as anyone else, and looked somehow different from all the others. As for Maddie, whenever she picked it up she went like a bird, with a free, springy sort of sliding step, and all in time to the music, anybody could see. After a bit some of the people sat down, and I could hear them passing their remarks and admiring both of them till the music stopped. I couldn't make out whether Aileen altogether liked it or not. Anyhow, she didn't say anything. About an hour afterwards the camp party left the room and took Starlight with them. Someone said there was a little loo and hazard at the Commissioner's rooms. Cyrus Williams was not in a hurry to go home, or his young wife either, so I stayed and walked about with the two girls, and we had ever so much talk together, and enjoyed ourselves for once in a quiet way. A good crowd was sure to be at Bella Barnes's wedding next day. It was fixed for 2 o'clock, so as not to interfere with the races. The big handicap was to be run at 3, so we should be able to be at the church when Bella was turned off, and see Rainbow go for the great race of the day afterwards. When that was run we intended to clear. It would be time for us to go then. Things were middling straight, but it mightn't last. Next day was the great excitement of the meeting. The big money was all in the handicap, and there was a big field, with 2 or 3 cracks up from Sydney, and a very good local horse that all the diggers were sweet on. It was an open race, and every man that had a note or a fiver laid it out on one horse or another. Rainbow had been entered in proper time and all regular by old Jacob, under the name of Darky, which suited him in all ways. He was a dark horse, sure enough, dark in colour and dark enough as to his performances. Nobody knew much about them. We weren't going to enter him in his right name, of course. Old Jacob was a queer old fellow in all his ways and notions, so we couldn't stable him in any of the stables in Turon, for fear of his being got at or something. So when I wanted to see him the day before, the old fellow grinned and took me away about a mile from the course, and there was old Rainbow, snug enough in a tent above all places, but as fine as a star and as fit as ever a horse was brought to the post. "What's the fun of having him under canvas?" I said. "Who ever heard of a horse being trained in a tent before? Not but what he looks first chop." "I have seen horses trained in more ways than one," says he, "and I can wind 'em up in the stable or out of it, as mighty few in this country can, that is, when I put the muzzle on. There's a deal in knowing the way a horse is brought up. Now, this here's an excitable horse in a crowd." "Is he?" I said. "Why, he's as cool and steady as an old trooper when powder's burning and bullets is flying," says the old chap, grinning again. "But this here's a different crowd. When he's got a training saddle and 7 or 8 stone up." and there's 200 or 300 horses rattling about this side on him and that, it brings out the old racehorse feelings that's in his blood, and never had a chance to show itself afore." "I see, and so you want to keep him quiet till the last minute?" "That's just it," says he. "I've got the time to a second." Here he pulls out a big old turnip of a silver watch. "And I'll have him up, just ready to be weighed out last. I never was late in my life." "All right," I said, "but don't draw it too fine. Have you got your weight all right?" "Right to the ounce," says he. 9 stone 4 they put on him, and him an untried horse. I told 'em it was weighing him out of the race, but they laughed at me. Never you mind, though, he can carry weight and stay too. My 10%'s as safe as the bank. He'll put the stuns on all them knobs too, that think a racehorse must always come out of one of their training stables. "Well, good bye, old man," says I, "and good luck. One of us will come and lead you into the weighing yard, if you pull it off, and chance the odds if Sir Ferdinand himself was at the gate." "All right," says he, "I'll look out for you," and off he goes. I went back and told Aileen and Gracie, and we settled that we were to drive out to the course with Cyrus Williams and his wife. I rode, thinking myself safer on horseback for fear of accidents. Starlight, of course, went in the Dawson's drag, and was going to enjoy himself to the last minute. He had his horse ready at a moment's notice, and Warrigal was not far off to give warning, or to bring up his horse if we had to ride for it. Well, the first part of the day went well enough, and then about 1:30 we all went down to the church. The young fellow that was to marry Bella Barnes was known on the field and well liked by the miners, so a good many of them made it up to go and see the wedding. They heard of Bella and Maddie and wanted to see what they looked like. The church was on the side of town next to the race course, so they hadn't far to go. By and by, as the crowd moved that way, Starlight says to the Commissioner, "Where are all these good folks making for?" "Why, the fact is there's to be a wedding," he says, "and it excites a good deal of attention, as the young people are well known on the field and popular. Bella Barnes and her sister are very fine girls in their way. Suppose we go and look on too. There won't be anything now before the big race." "By Jove, a first-rate idea," says Starlight. "I should like to see an Australian wedding above all things." "This will be the real thing, then," says Mr. Jack Dawson. "Let's drive up to our hotel, put up the horses, and have a devil and a glass of champagne, and we can be back easy in time for the race." So away they went. Cyrus drove the girls and his wife in his dog cart, so we were there all ready to see the bride come up. It looked a regular grand affair, my word. The church was that crammed there was hardly a place to sit or stand in. Every woman, young and old, in the countryside was there, besides hundreds of diggers who sat patiently waiting as if some wonderful show were going to take place. Aileen and Gracie had come in early and got a pew next to the top almost. I stood outside. There was hardly a chance for anyone else to get in. By and by up comes old Jonathan, driving a respectable looking carriage, with his wife and Bella and Maddie all in white silk and satin and looking splendid. Out he gets and takes Bella to walk up the middle of the church. When he went in with Bella, Maddie had one look in, and it seemed so crammed full of people that she looked frightened and drew back. Just then up comes the Mr. Dawsons and Starlight, with the Commissioner and a few more. Directly he sees Maddie draw back, Starlight takes the whole thing in and walks forward. "My dear young lady," says he, "will you permit me to escort you up the aisle? The bride appears to have preceded you." He offered her his arm, and if you'll believe me, the girl didn't know him a bit in the world, and stared at him like a perfect stranger. "It's all right, Miss Maddie," says the Commissioner. He had a way of knowing all the girls, as far as a laugh or a bit of chaff went, especially if they were good looking. "Mr. Lascelles is an English gentleman, newly arrived and a friend of mine. He's anxious to learn Australian ways." She took his arm and then walked on, never looking at him, but quite shy like, till he whispered a word in her ear which brought more colour into her face than any one had seen there before for a year. "My word, Lascelles knows how to talk 'em up," says Jack Dawson. "He's given that girl a whip that makes her brighten up. What a chap he is! You can't lick him." "Pretty fair all round, I should say," says the other brother, Bill. "Hello, are we to go on the platform with the parson and the rest of 'em?" The reason was that as we went up the church all together, all in a heap, with the Barneses and the bride, they thought we must be related to 'em, and the church being choke full, they shunted us on to the place inside the rails, where we found ourselves drafted into the small yard with the bridegroom, the bride, the parson, and all that mob. There wasn't much time to spare, what with the racing and general bustle of the day. The miners gave a sort of buzz of admiration as Bella and Maddie and the others came up the aisle. They looked very well, there's no manner of doubt. They were both tallish girls, slight, but well put together, and had straight features and big bright eyes, with plenty of fun and meaning in 'em. All they wanted was a little more colour like, and between the hurry for time and Bella getting married, a day's work that don't come often in any one's life, and having about 1,000 people to look at 'em, both girls were flushed up a good deal. It set them off first rate. I never saw either of them look so handsome before. Old Barnes had come down well for once, and they were dressed in real good style. Hadn't overdone it neither. When the tying up fakement was over, everything went off first rate. The bridegroom was a hardy looking, upstanding young chap that looked as if work was no trouble to him. Next to a squatter, I think a government surveyor's the best billet going. He can change about from one end of the district to another. He has a good part of his time the regular free bush life, with his camp and his men, and the harder he works the more money he makes. Then when he comes back to town he can enjoy himself, and no mistake. He is not tied to regular hours like other men in the service, and can go and come when he likes pretty well. Old Barnes would be able to give Bella and her sister a tidy bit of money some day, and if they took care they'd be comfortable enough off after a few years. He might have looked higher, but Bella would make any man she took to a slashing good wife, and so she did him. So the parson buckles them to, and the last words were said. Starlight steps forward and says, "I believe it's the custom in all circles to salute the bride, which I now do," and he gave Bella a kiss before every one in the most high and mighty and respectful manner, just as if he were a prince of the blood. At the same time he says, "I wish her every happiness and good fortune in her married life, and I beg of her to accept this trifling gift as a souvenir of the happy occasion." Then he pulls off a ring from his little finger and slips it on hers. The sun glittered on it for a moment. We could see the stones shine. It was a diamond ring, every one could see. Then the Commissioner steps forward and begs to be permitted the same privilege, which made Bella laugh and blush a bit. Directly after, Mr. Chainwood, who had stood quiet enough alongside his wife, tucked her arm inside of his and walked away down the church, as if he thought this kind of thing was well enough in its way, but couldn't be allowed to last all day. When they got into the carriage and drove off, the whole church was cleared, and they got such a cheer as you might have heard at Tambaroora. The parson was the only living soul left near the building in 5 minutes. Everybody was in such a hurry to get back to the course and see the big race of the meeting. Starlight slipped away in the crowd from his two friends and managed to get a quiet few minutes with me and Gracie and Aileen. She was scolding him between jest and earnest for the kissing business, and said she thought he was going to leave off all these sorts of attentions to other girls. "Not that she knew you at first a bit in the world," Aileen says. "I watched her face pretty close, and I'm sure she thought you were some grand gentleman, a friend of the Commissioner's and the Mr. Dawsons. My dearest girl, says he, it was a promise I made months since that I should attend Bella's wedding, and I never break my word, as I hope you will find. These girls have been good friends and true to us in our need. We all owe them much. I don't suppose we shall cross each other's path again. There wasn't much more time. We both had to move off. He had just time to catch his drag, and I had to get my horse. The Dawsons bullied him a bit for keeping them waiting, and swore he had stayed behind to flirt with some of the girls in the church after the wedding was over. You're not to be trusted when there's temptation going, Jack Dawson said. Saw you talking to that Marston girl. If you don't mind, you'll have your head knocked off. They're a rum lot to deal with, I can tell you. I must take care of myself, he said, laughing. I have done so in other lands, and I suppose yours is no exception. This is a dashed queer country in some ways, and with deuced strange people in it, too, as you'll find by the time you've had your colonial experience, said Bill Dawson. But there goes the saddling bell. The course had 20,000 people on it now, if there was one. About a dozen horses stood stripped for the race, and the betting men were yelling out the odds as we got close enough to the stand to hear them. We had a good look at the lot. 3 or 4 good-looking ones among them, and 1 or 2 flyers that had got in light as usual. Rainbow was nowhere about. Darky was on the card, but no one seemed to know where he was or anything about him. We had expected he'd start at 20 to 1, but somehow it had leaked out that he was entered by old Jacob Benton, and that acted as a damper on the layers of the odds. Old Jake's generally there or thereabouts. If he's a duffer, it's the first one he's brought to post. Why don't the old varmint show up? This was what I heard about and round, and we began to get uneasy ourselves, for fear that something might have happened to him or the horse. About 8 or 9 to 1 was all we could get, and that we took over and over again. As the horses came up the straight, one after the other, having their pipe openers, you'd have thought no race had been run that week, to see the interest all the people took in it. My word, Australia is a horsey country, and no mistake, with the exception of Arabia, perhaps, as they tell us about. I can't think as there's a country on the face of the earth where the people's fonder of horses. From the time they're able to walk, boys and girls, they're able to ride and ride well. See the girls jump on bare-backed with nothing but a gunny bag under 'em, and ride over logs and stones, through scrub and forest, down gullies, or along the side of a mountain. And a horse race, don't they love it? Wouldn't they give their souls almost, and they do often enough, for a real flyer, a thoroughbred able to run away from everything in a country race? The horse is a fatal animal to us natives, and many a man's ruin starts from a bit of horseflesh not honestly come by. But our racing ain't going forward, and the day's passing fast. As I said, everybody was looking at the horses coming along with the rush of the thoroughbred when he's on his top for condition, his coat like satin and his legs like iron. There were lots of bush girls on horseback, and among them I soon picked out Maddie Barnes. She was dressed in a handsome habit and hat. How she had had time to put them on since the wedding I couldn't make out, but women manage to dress faster sometimes than others. She wasted no time anyhow. She was mounted on a fine, tall, upstanding chestnut, and Joe Morton was riding alongside of her on a good-looking bay, togged out very superior also. Maddie was in one of her larking humours, and gave Joe quite enough to do to keep time with her. "I don't see my horse here yet," she says to Joe loud enough for me to hear, but she knew enough not to talk to me or pretend to know me. "I want to back him for a fiver. I hope that old Jacob hasn't gone wrong." "What do you call your horse?" says Joe. I didn't know your father had won in the race." "No fear," says Maddie, "only this horse was exercised for a bit near our place. He's a regular beauty, and there isn't a horse in this lot fit to see the way he goes." "Who does he belong to?" says Joe. "That's a secret at present," says she, "but you'll know some day, when you're a bit older, if you behave yourself. He's Mr. Jacob Benton's darky now, and you bet on him to the coat on your back." "I'll see what I think of him first," says Joe, who didn't fancy having a horse rammed down his throat like that. "If you don't like him, you don't like me," says Maddie. "So mind that, Joe Morton." Just as she spoke there was a stir in the crowd, and old Jacob came along across the course leading a horse with a sheet on, just as easy going as if he had a day to spare. One of the stewards rode up to him and asked him what he meant by being so late. The old chap pulls out his watch. "You'll stick to your advertised time, won't you? I've time to weigh, time to pull off this here sheet and my overcoat, time to mount, and a minute to spare. I was never late in my life, Governor." Most of the riding mob was down with the racehorses, a distance or so from the stand where they was to start, the course being over 2 miles. So the weighing yard and stand was pretty well empty, which was just what old Jacob expected. The old man walks over to the scales and has himself weighed all regular, declaring a pound overweight for fear of accidents. He gets down as quiet and easy as possible to the starting point, and just in time to walk up steadily with the other horses, when down goes the starter's flag, and off was the word. Starlight and the Dawsons were down there waiting for him. As they went away, one of the ringmen says, "10-1 against Darky. I lay Darky." "Done," says Starlight. "Will you do it in tens?" "All right," says the book. "I'll take you," says both the Dawsons, and he enters their names. They'd taken all they could get the night before at the hotel, and as no one knew anything about Darky, and he had top weight, he hadn't many backers. End of chapter 42. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 43 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 43. Mr. Dawson drove pretty near the stand then, and they all stood up in the drag. I went back to Aileen and Gracie Storefield. We were close by the winning post when they came past. They had to go another time round. The Sydney horses were first and second, the Diggers' favourite third, but old Rainbow, lying well up, was coming through the ruck, hard held and looking full of running. They passed close by us. What a sight it is to see a dozen blood horses in top condition come past you like a flash of lightning. How their hoofs thunder on the level turf, how the jockeys' silk jackets rustle in the wind they make, how muscle and sinew strain as they pretty near fly through the air. No wonder us young fellows, and the girls too, feel it worth a year of their lives to go to a good race. Yes, and will to the world's end. "Oh, you darling Rainbow," I heard Aileen say, "are you going to win this race and triumph over all these grand horses? What a sight it will be! I didn't think I could have cared for a race so much." It didn't seem hardly any time before they were half way round again, and the struggle was on, in good downright earnest. One of the Sydney horses began to shake his tail. The others still kept the lead. Then the Turon favourite, a real game pebble of a little horse, began to show up. "Hotspur, Hotspur! No, Bronzewing has it, Bronzewing! It's Bronzewing's race. Turon forever!" the crowd kept yelling. "Oh, look at Rainbow," says Aileen, and just then, at the turn, old Jacob sat down on him. The old horse challenged Bronzewing, passed him, and collared Hotspur. "Darky, Darky!" shouts everybody. "No, Hotspur! Darky's coming! Darky, Darky, I tell you, Darky!" And as old Jacob made one last effort and landed him a winner by a clear head, there was a roar went up from the whole crowd that might have been heard at Nulla Mountain. Starlight jumps off the drag and leads the old horse into the weighing yard. The steward says, "Dismount." No fear of old Jacob getting down before he heard that. He takes his saddle in his lap and gets into the scales. "Wait," says the clerk. Then the old fellow mounts and rides past the judge's box. "I declare Mr. Benton's horse Darky to be the winner of the Turon Grand Handicap. Bronzewing second horse, Hotspur third," says he. Well, there was a great cheering and hollering, though none knew exactly whose horse he was or anything about him. But an Australian crowd always likes to see the best horse win, and they like fair play. So Darky was cheered over and over again, and old Jacob too. Aileen stroked and petted him, and patted his neck and rubbed his nose, and you'd really thought the old horse knew her, he seemed so gentle-like. Then the Commissioner came down, and said Mrs. Haughtley, the police magistrate's wife, and some other ladies wanted to see the horse that had won the race. So he was taken over there and admired and stroked till old Jacob got quite crusty. "It's an odd thing, Dawson," says the Commissioner. "Nobody here knows this horse, where he was bred, or anything about him. Such a grand animal as he is, too. I wish Morringer could have seen him. He's always raving about horses. How savage he'll be to have missed all the fun." "He's a horse you don't see every day," says Bill Dawson. "I'll give a couple hundred for him right off." "Not for sale at present," says old Jacob, looking like a cast iron image. "I'll send you word when he is." "All right," says Mr. Dawson. "What a shoulder, what legs, what loins he has! Ah, well, he'll be weighed out now, and you will be glad to sell him soon." "Our heads won't ache then," said Jacob, as he turns round and rides away. "Very neat animal, shows form," draws Starlight. "Worth 300 in the shires for a hunter, if he can jump, perhaps more. But depends on his manners. Must have manners in the hunting field, Dawson, you know." "Manners or not," says Bill Dawson, "it's my opinion he could have won that race in a canter. I must find out more about him and buy him if I can." "I'll go halves if you like," says Starlight. "I really believe him to be a good animal." Just then up rides Warrigal. He looks at the old horse as if he had never seen him before, nor us neither. He rides close by the heads of Mr. Dawson's team, and as he does so his hat falls off, by mistake of course. He jumps off and picks it up and rides slowly down towards the tent. It was a signal to clear. Something was up. I rode back to town with Aileen and Gracie. Said good-bye. A hard matter it was, too, and sloped off to where my horse was, and was out of sight of Turon in 20 minutes. Starlight hails a cabby, he told me this afterwards, and gets him to drive him over to the inn where he was staying, telling the Dawsons he'd have the wine put in ice for the dinner, and that he wanted to send off a letter to Sydney by the post, and he'd be back on the course in an hour in good time for the last race. In about half an hour back comes the same cabman and puts a note into Bill Dawson's hand. He looks at it, stares, swears a bit, and then crumples it up and puts it into his pocket. Just as it was getting dark and the last race just run, back comes Sir Ferdinand and all the police. They'd ridden hard, as their horses showed, and Sir Ferdinand, they say, didn't look half as good-natured as he generally did. "You've lost a great meeting, Morringer," says the Commissioner. "Great pity you had to be off just when you did. But that's just like these infernal scoundrels of bushrangers. They always play up at the most inconvenient time. How did you get on with them?" "Get on with them?" roars Sir Ferdinand, almost making a hole in his manners. He was that tired out and done he could hardly sit on his horse. "Why, We've been sold as clean as a whistle. I believe some of the brutes have been here all the time." "That's impossible," says the Commissioner. "There's been no one here that the police are acquainted with. Not that I suppose Jackson and Murphy know many of the cross boys." "No strange men nor horses, no disguises?" says Sir Ferdinand. Here he brings out a crumpled bit of paper written on. If Sir Ferdinand makes haste back, he'll be in time to see Starlight's Rainbow win the handicap. I firmly believe that young scoundrel, who will be hanged yet, strung us on after Moran ever so far down south, just to leave the coast clear for the Marstons, and then sent me this, too late to be of any use." "Quite likely, but the Marstons couldn't be here, let alone Starlight, unless, by Jove, but that's impossible, impossible. Here, Jack Dawson, where's your Indian friend?" "Gone back to the inn. Couldn't stand the course after the handicap." "You're to dine with us, Commissioner. You too, Scott. Kept the place, Sir Ferdinand, for you on the chance." "One moment, pardon me. Who's your friend?" "Name's Lascelles. Just from home. Came by India. Splendid fella. Backed Darkie for the handicap. We did too. Won a pot of money." "What sort of horse is this Darkie?" "Very grand animal. Old fella had him a tent about a mile down the creek. Dark bay, star in forehead. Haven't seen such a horse for years. Like the old emigrant lot." Sir Ferdinand beckoned to a senior constable. "There's a tent down there near the creek, I think you said, Dawson. Bring up the racehorse you'll find there, and anyone in charge. And now I think I'll drive in with you, Dawson," dismounting and handing his horse to a trooper. "I suppose a decent dinner will pick me up, though I feel just as much inclined to hang myself as do anything else at present. I should like to meet this travelled friend of yours. Strangers are most agreeable." Sir Ferdinand was right in thinking it was hardly worth going through the form of seeing whether we had waited for him. Lieutenant Lascelles, on leave from his regiment in India, had taken French leave. When inquiry was made at the hotel, where dinner had been ordered by Mr. Dawson and covers laid for a dozen, he had just stepped out. No one seemed to know exactly where to find him. The hotel people thought he was with the Mr. Dawsons, and they thought he was at the hotel. When they surrounded the tent and then rushed in, all that it contained was the body of old Jacob Benton, lying dead drunk on the floor. A horse rug was over him, his racing saddle under his head, and his pockets stuffed with 5-pound notes. He had won his race and got his money, so he was not bound in honor to keep sober a minute longer. Rainbow was gone, and there was nothing to be got out of him as to who had taken him or which way they had gone. Nobody seemed to have dropped to me. I might have stayed at Turon longer if I'd liked, but it wasn't good enough by a long way. We rode away straight home and didn't lose time on the road, you bet. Not out and out fast, either. There was no need for that. We had a clear 2 hours' start of the police, and their horses were pretty well knocked up by the pace they'd come home at, so they weren't likely to overhaul us easy. It was a grand night, and though we didn't feel up to much in the way of talking, it wasn't bad in its way. Starlight rode Rainbow, of course, and the old horse sailed away as if 100 miles or 1,000 made no odds to him. Warrigal led the way in front. He always went as straight as a line, just the same as if he'd had a compass in his forehead. We never had any bother about the road when he led the way. "There's nothing like adventure," says Starlight at last. "As someone says, who would have thought we should have come out so well? Fortune favours the brave in a general way, there's no doubt. By George, what a comfort it was to feel oneself a gentleman again, and to associate with one's equals. Ha ha! How savage Sir Ferdinand is by this time, and the Commissioner. As for the Dawsons, they'll make a joke of it. Fancy my dining at the camp. It's about the best practical joke I ever carried out, and I've been in a good many." "The luckiest turn we ever had," says I. "I never expected to see Gracie and Aileen there, much less go to a ball with them and no one to say no. It beats the world." "It makes it all the rougher going back, that's the worst of it," says he. "Good God, what fools, idiots, raving lunatics we've all been! Why, but for our own internal folly, should we be forced to shun our fellow men, and hide from the light like beasts of prey? What, are we better? Better? Nay, 100 times worse. Some day I shall shoot myself, I know I shall. What a muff Sir Ferdinand must be! He's missed me twice already." He rode on and never opened his mouth again till we began to rise the slope at the foot of Nulla Mountain. When the dark fit was on him, it was no use talking to him. He'd either not seem to hear you, or else he'd say something which made you sorry for opening your mouth at all. It gave us all we could do to keep along with him. He never seemed to look where he was going, and rode as if he had a spare neck at any rate. When we got near the pass to the mountain, I called out to him that he'd better pull up and get off. Do you think he'd stop or make a sign he heard me? Not a bit of it. He just started the old horse down when he came to the path in the cliff as if it was the easiest road in the world. He kept staring straight before him while the horse put down his feet, as if it was regular good fun treading up rugged sharp rocks and rolling stones, and turf wasn't worth going over. It seemed to me as if he wanted to kill himself for some reason or other. It would have been easy enough with some horses, but you could have ridden Rainbow down the roof of a house and jumped him into the front balcony, I firmly believe. You couldn't throw him down. If he dropped into a well, he'd have gone in straight and landed on his legs. Dad was glad enough to see us. He was almost civil, and when he heard that Rainbow had won the big money, he laughed till I thought he'd do himself mischief, not being used to it. He made us tell him over again about Starlight and I going to the ball, and our seeing Aileen and Gracie there. And when he came to the part where Starlight made the bride a present of a diamond ring, I thought he never would have done chuckling to himself. Even old Crib looked at me as if he didn't used to think me much of a fellow, but after this racket had changed his mind. "Won't there be a jolly row in the papers when they get all these different characters played out by one chap, and that man the captain?" says he. I knew he was clever enough for anything, but this beats all. I don't believe now, Captain, you'll ever be took. "Not alive," says Starlight, rather grim and gloomy looking. Then he walks off by himself. We stabled Rainbow, of course, for a week or two after this. Being in training, it wouldn't do to turn him out straight at once. Hardy as he was, no horse could stand that altogether, so we kept him under shelter in a roughish kind of loose box we had knocked up, and fed him on bush hay. We had a small stack of that in case we wanted to keep a horse in, which we did sometimes. In the daytime he was loose in the yard. After a bit, when he was used to the weather, he was turned out again with his old mob, and was never a hair the worse for it. We took it easy ourselves, and sent out Warrigal for the letters and papers. We expected to knock a good bit of fun out of them when they came. Sure enough, there was the deuce and all to pay when the big Sydney papers got hold of it, as well as the little Turin Star and the Banner. Was it true that the police had again been hoodwinked, justice derided, and the law set at defiance by a gang of ruffians who could have been run down in a fortnight had the police force been equal to the task entrusted to them? Was the moral sentiment of the country population so perverted, so obliterated, that robbers and murderers could find safe harbourage, trustworthy friends, and secret intelligence? Could they openly show themselves in places of public resort, mingle in amusements, and frequent the company of unblemished and distinguished citizens, and yet more, after this flagrant insult to the government of the land, to every sacred principle of law and order, they could disappear at will, apparently invisible and invulnerable to the officers of the peace and the guardians of the public safety? It was incredible, it was monstrous, degrading, nay, intolerable, and a remedy would have to be found, either in the reorganization of an inefficient police force or in the resignation of an incapable ministry. "Good for the Sydney Monitor," says Starlight. That reporter knows how to double shot his guns and winds up with a broadside. Let us see what the Star says. I had a bet with the editor and paid it as it happened. Perhaps he'll temper justice with mercy. Now for a start. That we have had strong casts from time to time and exciting performances at our local theaters, no one will deny, but perhaps the inhabitants of Turin never witnessed a more enthralling melodrama than was played during the first 2 days of our race meeting before a crowded and critical audience, and never, we can state from a somewhat extended experience of matters dramatic, did they gaze on a more finished actor than the gentleman who performed the leading part. Celebrated personages have ere now graced our provincial boards. On the occasion of the burning of the Theatre Royal in Sydney, we were favoured with the presence in our midst of artists who rarely, if ever before, had quitted the metropolitan stage. But our Jeune Premier, in one sense, has eclipsed every darling of the tragic or the comic muse. Where is there a member of the profession who could have sustained his part with faultless ease and self-possession, being the whole time aware of the fact he smiled and conversed, danced and diced, dined and slept, ye gods, did he sleep, with a price upon his head, with the terrible doom of dishonor and inevitable death hanging over him, consequent upon a detection which might occur at any moment? Yet was there a stranger guest among us who did all this and more with unblenching brow, unruffled self-possession, unequaled courtesy, who, if discovered, would have been arrested and consigned to a lock-up, only to be exchanged for the gloom and the manacles of the condemned cell. He indeed, after taking a prominent part in all the humours of the vast social gathering by which the Turon miners celebrated their annual games, disappeared with the almost magical mystery which has already marked his proceedings. Who could we possibly allude to but the celebrated, the illustrious, we grieve to be compelled to add the notorious Starlight, the hero of 100 legends, the Australian Claude Duval. Yet, almost incredible as it may seem to our readers and persons at a distance imperfectly acquainted with exceptional phase of colonial life, the robber chief, and for all we know more than one of his aides de camp, was among us, foremost among the betting men, the observed of all observers in the grandstand, where, with those popular country gentlemen, the Messrs. Dawson, he cheered the winners in the 2 great races, both of which, with demoniac luck, he had backed heavily. We narrate as a plain, unvarnished truth that this accomplished and semi-historical personage raced a horse of his own, which turns out now to have been the famous Rainbow, an animal of such marvellous speed, courage, and endurance that as many legends are current about him as of Dick Turpin's well-known steed. He attended the marriage in St. Matthew's Church of Miss Isabel Barnes, the daughter of our respected neighbour, Mr. Jonathan Barnes, when he presented the bride with a costly and beautiful diamond ring, completing the round of his vagaries by dining on invitation with the commissioner at the camp mess, and with that high official honouring our race ball with his presence, and sunning himself in the smiles of our fairest maidens. We are afraid that we have exhausted the fund of human credulity, and added a fresh and original chapter to those tales of mystery and imagination of which the late Edgar Allan Poe was so masterly a delineator. More familiarly rendered, it seems that the fascinating Captain Starlight, as a mild-mannered man, like Lambre, has ever scuttled a ship or cut a throat, presented himself opportunely at one of the mountain hostelries, to the notice of our good-hearted squires of Wideview, Messrs. William and John Dawson. One of their wheelers lay at the point of death, a horse of great value, when the agreeable stranger suggested a remedy which effected a sudden cure. With all their generous instincts stirred, the Messrs. Dawson invited the gentleman to take a seat in their well-appointed drag. He introduced himself as Mr. Lascelles, holding a commission in an Indian regiment of irregular horse, and now on leave, traveling chiefly for health. Just sufficiently sunburned, perfect in manner, full of information, humorous and original in conversation, and with all the prestige of the unknown. Small wonder that the captain was regarded as a prize, socially considered, and introduced right and left. Ha, ha! What a most excellent jest, albeit rather keen, as far as Sir Ferdinand is concerned. We shall never, never cease to recall the humorous side of the whole affair. Why, we ourselves, our august editorial staff, actually had a bet in the stands with the audacious pretender, and won it too. Did he pay up? Of course he did. A pony, to wit, and on the nail. He does nothing by halves. Notre Capitaine. We have been less promptly reimbursed, indeed not paid at all, by gentlemen boasting a fairer record. How graciously he smiled and bowed as, with his primrose kid gloves, he disengaged the 2 tenors and a £5 note from his well-filled receptacle. The last time we had seen him was in the dock at Nomah, being tried in the great cattle case, the cause célèbre. To do him justice, he was quite as cool and unconcerned there, and looked as if he was doing the amateur casual business without ulterior liabilities. Adieu, fare thee well, Starlight, bold rover of the waste. We feel inclined to echo the lament of the ancient Lord Douglas. "'Tis pity of him too," he cried. "Bold can he speak and fairly ride. I warrant him a warrior tried." It is in the interest of justice, doubtless, that thou be hunted down, and expiate by death doom the crimes which thou and thy myrmidons have committed against society in the sight of God and man. But we cannot for the life of us take a keen interest in thy capture. We owe thee much, Starlight. Many a slashing leader, many a spicy paragraph, many a stately reflection on contemporary morals hast thou furnished us with. Shall we haste to the slaughter of the rarest bird, golden ovaried? We trow not. Get thee to the wilderness and repent thee of thy sins. Why should we judge thee? Thou hast, if such dubious donation may avail, an editor's blessing. Depart, and stick up no more. "Well done, the Turon Star," says Starlight, after he read it all out. "I call that very fair." There's a flavor of good feeling underneath much of that nonsense, as well as of porter and oysters. It does a fellow a deal more good than slanging him to believe that he's human after all, and that men think so. "Do you reckon that chap was sober when he wrote that?" says father. "Blessed if I can make heads or tails of it. Half of what the fellow puts down is regular rot. Why couldn't he have cut it a bit shorter, too?" End of chapter 43. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Chapter 44 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Lennon. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 44. "The banner comes next," says Starlight, tearing it open. "We shall have something short and sweet after the star. How's this? Starlight again." This mercurial brigand, it would appear, has paid Turon another visit, but, with the exception of what may be considered the legalized robbery of the betting ring, has not levied contributions. Rather the other way, indeed. A hasty note for Mr. Dawson, whom he had tricked into temporary association by adopting one of the disguises he can so wonderfully assume, requested that gentleman to receive the handicap stakes, won by his horse Darky, alias Rainbow, and to hand them over to the treasurer of the Turon Hospital, which was accordingly done. Sir Ferdinand and the police had been decoyed away previously nearly 100 miles by false intelligence as to Moran and his gang. Our town and treasure were thus left undefended for 48 hours, while a daring criminal and his associates mingled unsuspected with all the classes. we have always regarded the present system, facetiously called police protection, as a farce. This latter fiasco would probably confirm the idea with the public at large. We, unlike a contemporary, have no morbid sympathy with crime, embroidered or otherwise. Our wishes as loyal subjects are confined to a short shrift and a high gallows for all who dare to obstruct the Queen's highway. That's easy to understand, barring a word here and there, says Father, taking his pipe out of his mouth and laying it down. That's the way they used to talk to us in the old days. Dashed if I don't think it's the best way after all. You know where you are. The rest's flummery. All on us as takes to the cross does it with our eyes open and deserves all we gets. I'm afraid you're right, Governor, but why didn't these moral ideas occur to you, for instance, and the others earlier in life? Why, says Father, getting up and glaring with his eyes, because I was a blind, ignorant dog when I was young, as had never been taught nothing and knowed nothing, not so much as him there, pointing to Crib, for he knows what his business is, and I didn't. I was thrashed and starved, locked up in a gaol, chained and flogged after that, and half the time for doing what I didn't know was wrong, and couldn't know more than one of them 4-year-old colts out there that knocks his head again the yard when he's roped, and falls backward and breaks his neck if he ain't watched. Whose business was it to have learned me better? That I can't rightly say, but it seemed it was the business of the government people to gaol me and iron me and flog me. Was that justice? Any man's sense, I'll tell him it wasn't. It's been them and me for it since I got my liberty, and if I had had a dozen lives, they'd all have gone the same road. We none of us felt in the humor to say much after that. Father had got into one of his tantrums, and when he did, he was fit to be tied. Only I'd not have took the contract for something. Whatever it was that had happened to him in the old times when he was a government man, he didn't talk about. Only every now and then he'd let out just as he did now, as if nothing could ever set him straight again, or keep him from fighting against them, as he called the swells in the government, and everybody almost that was straight-going and honest. He'd been at it a good many years, one way or another, and anyone that knew him didn't think it likely he'd change. The next dust we got into was all along of a Mr. Knightley, who lived a good way down to the south, and it was one of the worst things we ever were mixed up in. After the Turon races and all that shine, somehow or other we'd found that things had been made hotter for us than ever since we first turned out. Go where we would, we found the police always quick on our trail, and we had 2 or 3 very close shaves of it. It looked as if our luck was dead out, and we began to think our chance of getting across the border to Queensland and clear out of the colony that way looked worse every day. Dad kept foraging about to get information, and we sent Warrigal and Billy Boy all over the country to find out how it was things were turning out so contrary. Sir Ferdinand was always on the move, but we knew he couldn't do it all himself unless he got the office from someone who knew the ropes better than he did. Last of all, we dropped onto it. There was one of the Goldfield commissioners, a Mr. Knightley, a very keen, cool hand. He was a great sporting man and a dead shot like Mr. Hamilton. Well, this gentleman took it into his head to put on extra steam and try and run us down. He'd lost some gold by us in the escort robbery, and not forgotten it. So it seems he'd been trying his best to fit us ever since. Just at first he wasn't able for much, but later on he managed to get information about us and our beat whenever we left the hollow, and he put 2 and 2 together and very nearly dropped on us, as I said before, 2 or 3 times. We heard, too, that he should say he'd never rest till he had Starlight and the Marstons, and that if he could get picked police, he'd bring us in within a month, dead or alive. We didn't care much about blowing of this sort in a general way, but one of Dad's telegraphs sent word in that Mr. Knightley had a couple of £1,000 worth of gold from a new diggings lodged at his private residence for a few days, till he could get the escort to call for it, that there was only him and a German doctor, a great scholar he was, named Schiller, in the house, Moran and Daly knew about this, and they were dead on for sticking up the place and getting hold of the gold. Besides that, we felt savage about his trying to run us in. Of course, it was his duty, and that of all magistrates and commissioners in a general way. But he wasn't an officer of police, and we thought he was going outside of his line. So when all came to all, we made up our minds to learn him a lesson to stick to his own work. Besides, 1,000 ounces of gold was no foolish touch, and we could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Moran, Daly, and Joe Wall were to be in on it besides. We didn't like working with them. Starlight and I were dead against it, but we knew they'd tackle it by themselves if we backed out, so we agreed to make one thing of it. We were to meet at a place about 10 miles off and ride over there together. Just about 10, we closed in on the place and left Billy the boy and Warrigal with the horses, while we sneaked up. We couldn't get near, though, without his knowing it, for he always had a lot of sporting dogs, pointers, retrievers, kangaroo dogs, no end. They kicked up a deuce of a row and barked and howled enough to raise the dead before we got in a quarter of a mile of the house. Of course, he was on his guard then, and before long the bullets began to fly pretty thick among us, and we had to take cover to return fire and keep as dark as we could. No doubt this Dr. Schiller loaded the guns and handed them to him, else he couldn't have made such a play as he did. We blazed away too, and as there was no stable at the back, we surrounded the house and tried hard to find an opening. Devil a chance there seemed to be. None of us dared show. So sure as we did, we could hear one of those Winchester rifle bullets sing through the air almost on top of us. We all had a close shave more than once for being too fast. For more than half the night he kept cannonading away, and we didn't seem to be able to get any nearer the place. At last we drew lots which should try and get up close to the place, so as to make a rush while we poured in our broadside and opened a door to let us in. The lot fell upon Patsy Daly. "Goodbye all," he said. "I'm dashed if I don't think Knightley will bag me. I don't half like charging him, and that's God's truth. Anyhow, I'll try for that barrel there, and if I get behind it I can fire from short range and make him come out." He made a rush, half on his hands and knees, and managed to get behind this barrel, where he was safe from being hit as long as he kept well behind it. And he peppered away right and left. On the left of the veranda there was a door stood partly open, and after a bit a man in a light overcoat and a white hat, like Mr. Knightley always wore, showed himself for a second. Daly raps away at this, and the man staggers and falls. Patsy shows himself for a moment from behind the cask, thinking to make a rush forward. That minute Mr. Knightley, who was watching him from a window, the other was only an image, lets drive at him, cool and steady, and poor Patsy drops like a cock and never raised his head again. He was shot through the body. He lingered a bit, but in less than an hour he was a dead man. We began to think at last that we had got in for a hot thing, and that we should have to drop it like Moran's mob at Cadombla. However, Starlight was one of those men that wouldn't be beat, and he kept getting more and more determined to score. He crept away to the back of the building, where he could see to fire at a top window close by where the doctor and Mr. Knightley had been potting at us. He kept it going so lively that they began to be hard-pressed inside, and had to fire away twice as much ammunition as they otherwise would. It always beat me how they contrived to defend so many points at once. We tried back and front, doors and windows. 20 times we tried to rush, but they were always ready, so it seemed, and their fire was too hot for us to stand up to, unless we wanted to lose every second man. The shooting was very close. Nearly every one of us had a scratch. Starlight rather the worst, as he was more in the front and showed himself more. His left arm was bleeding pretty free, but he tied a handkerchief over it and went on as if nothing had happened, only I could see that his face had that set look he only got now and then, and his eyes began to show out a fierce light. At last we began to see that the return fire was slacking off, while ours was as brisk as ever. "Hurrah," said Starlight, "I believe they'll give in soon. If they had any cartridges, they would have had every man of us in that last rush. Let's try another dodge. Here goes for a battering ram. Dick!" He pointed to a long, heavy sapling, which had been fetched in for a sleeper or something of that sort. We picked it up, and, taking a run back, brought it with all its weight against the front door. In it went like a sheet of bark. We almost fell as we went forward, and found ourselves in a big dark hall. It seemed very queer and strange. Everything was so silent and quiet. We half expected another volley, but nothing came. We could only stand and wait. The others had gone round the side of the house. "Get to a corner, Dick. They're always the safest places. We must mind it isn't an ambush." "What the devil's the matter? Are they going to suicide like the people in the Round Tower of Jauncey?" "There are no women here," I said. "There's no saying what Mr. Knightley might do if his wife had been here." "Thank God she's away at Bathurst," said Starlight. "I hate seeing women put out. Besides, everybody bows down to Mrs. Knightley. She's as good as she's handsome, I believe, and that's saying a great deal." Just then Moran and Wall managed to find their way into the other side of the house, and they came tearing into the hall like a pair of colts. They looked rather queer when they saw us three and no one else. "What in thunder's up?" said Moran. "Are they all gone to bed and left us the spare rooms? Poor Patsy won't want one anyhow." "Better make some search upstairs," said Starlight. "Who'll go first?" "You make a start, Moran. You like fighting people." "I couldn't think of going before the captain," said Moran with a grin. "I'll follow where you lead." "All right," said Starlight. "Here goes." And he started to walk upstairs, when all of a sudden he stopped and looked up as if something had surprised him above a bit. Then he stepped back and waited. I noticed he took off his hat and leaned against the wall. It was an old-fashioned house for that part of the world, built a good many years ago by a rich settler, who was once the owner of all that side of the country. The staircase was all stone, ornamented every way it could be. 3 or 4 people could walk abreast easy enough. Just about halfway up, a broad landing, and on this, all of a sudden, appeared 4 people, inclined by their ways to come down to where we were, while we were all wondering for a reason you'll see afterwards. It was Mr. Knightley, who took the lady's arm. It was his wife, and she had been there all the time, firing at us like as not, or at any rate helping. The others followed, and they all walked quite solemn and steady-like down the stairs together. It was a strange sight. There we were standing and leaning about the dark hall, staring and wondering, and these people walking down to meet us like ghosts, without speaking or anything else. Mr. Knightley was a tall, handsome man, with a grand black beard that came down to his chest. He walked like a lord, and had that kind of manner with him that comes to people that have always been used to be waited on and have everything found for them in this world. As for his wife, she was given in to be the handsomest woman in the whole countryside, tall and graceful, with a beautiful smile and soft fair hair. Everybody liked and respected her. Gentle and simple, everybody had a good word for her. You couldn't have got any one to say different for £100. There are some people, here and there, like this among the gentlefolk, and say what you like, it does more to make coves like us look a little closer at things and keep away from what's wrong and bad than all the parsons talk twice over. Mrs. Knightley was the only woman that ever put me in mind of Miss Falkland, and I can't say more than that. So, as I said before, it was quite a picture to see them walk slowly and proudly down and sweep into the hall as if they'd been marching into a ballroom. We had both seen them at the ball at the Turon, and everybody agreed they were the handsomest couple there. Now they were entering their own hall in a different way, but you couldn't have told much of what they felt by their faces. He was a proud man, and felt bitterly enough that he had to surrender to a gang of men that he hated and despised, that he'd boasted he could run down and capture in a month. Now the tables were turned. He and his beautiful wife were in our power, and to make matters worse, one of our band lay dead beside the inner wall, killed by his hand. What was to be his doom, and who could say how such a play might end? I looked at our men. As they stepped onto the floor of the hall and looked round, Mrs. Knightley smiled. She looked to me like an angel from heaven that had come by chance into the other place and hadn't found out her mistake. I saw Starlight start as he looked at her. He was still leaning against the wall, and there was a soft, sorrowful look in his eyes, like I remember noticing once before while he was talking to Aline about his early days, a thing he never did but once. Part of her hair had straggled down and hung in a sort of ringlet by her face. It was pale, but clear and bright-looking, and there was a thin streak of blood across her forehead that showed as she came underneath the lamplight from the landing above. I looked over at Moran. He and Wall sat in a corner, looking as grim and savage as possible, while his deadly black eyes had a kind of gloomy fire in them that made him look like a wild beast in a cage. Mr. Knightley was a man that always had the first word in everything and generally the best of an argument, putting down anybody who differed from him in a quiet, superior sort of way. He began now. "Well, my men, I have come down to surrender, and I'm sorry to be obliged to do so. But we have fired our last cartridge. The doctor thought we had 1,000 left, in which case I may as well tell you you'd never have had this pleasure. Captain Starlight, I surrender my sword, or should do so if I had one. We trust to receive honorable treatment at your hands." "I'm sure the captain will never permit any harm to come to me," said Mrs. Knightley, with a look in her eyes that, in spite of herself, said a deal more than words. "Why, I danced vis-a-vis to him in a quadrille at the Turon ball." "I shall never forget the honor," says Starlight, walking forward and bowing low. "Permit me to offer you a chair, madam. You look faint." As he did so, she sank down in it and really looked as if she would faint away. It wouldn't have been much wonder if she had, after what she'd gone through that night. Then Mr. Knightley began again. He wanted to know how he stood. He didn't like the look of Moran and Wall. They were a deal too quiet for him, and he could read men's faces like a book. The other two prisoners were the German Dr. Schiller, a plucky old chap who'd been a rebel and a conspirator and I don't know what, all in his own country. He'd seen too much of that kind of thing to trouble himself over much about a trifle of this kind. The old woman was a family servant who had been with them for years and years. She was a kind of a worshipper of theirs, and was ready to live or die with her mistress. End of chapter 44. Recording by Tom Lennon. www.trlennon.com.
Chapter 45 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 45. So Mr. Knightley stood up and faced them all like a man. He was one of those chaps that makes up their minds pretty quick about the sort of people they've got to deal with, and if there's anything to be said or done, lets 'em have it straight from the shoulder. As he stood there straight and square, with his head thrown back and his eyes, very bright and sharp they were, looking every man's face over as if he was reading a notice and had no time to spare, you couldn't have told from his look or voice or manner whether he was afraid that things would go wrong or whether he was dead sure they'd go right. Some men are like that. Others, you can tell every thought that's passing through their minds, just as if it were printed in big letters on their breasts, like a handbill, £200 reward, and so on. Well, Mr. Knightley wasn't one of that sort, though I saw him keep his eye a trifle longer on Moran than the rest of 'em. "Now then, boys," he says, "we've had our flutter out. I've done my best, and you've done yours. I've bagged one of your lot, and you've done your best to pot me. See here," and he lifts up the collar of his coat and shows a hole through it, touches his head on the side, and brings away a red mark, and takes out his watch with the case all battered in by a revolver bullet. You can't say I hadn't cause to show fight,' and he points to his wife. 'Where's there a man among you that wouldn't have done the same? An Englishman's house is his castle. What am I to expect?' He looked over at Starlight, but he didn't take no notice and made no sign. I saw Mrs. Knightley look over at him too. It was the first time I ever seen him look hard when there was a woman in the case, and such a one, but he kept his face set and stern like. Then Moran breaks in. 'Expect be blowed. What the do you expect now we've got you to rights? Are we going to let you off after knocking over Daly? No dashed fear, mister. We'll serve you the same way as you served him, as soon as we've had some grub and another glass or two of your grog. You've got some fairish stuff here.' 'Why, Moran,' says Mr. Knightley, still making believe to joke, and by George, if he could laugh then, he could sing a song with a bullet through him. 'You're getting bad tempered since you used to be horse breaking for Mr. Lowe. Do you remember that chestnut Sir Henry colt that no one else could ride, and I backed you not to get thrown and won a fiver? But I'm a man of the world and know how to play a losing game at billiards as well as most men. Look here now, Daly's dead. We can't bring him to life again, can we? If you shoot me, you'll be nothing to the good, and have every spare man in the 3 colonies at your heels. This is a game of brag, though the stakes are high. I'll play a card. Listen. You shall have 100 fivers, £500 in notes by tomorrow at 4 o'clock, if you will let Mrs. Knightley and the doctor ride to Bathurst for the money. What do you say?' 'Damn you and your money too,' growled Moran. 'We'll have your blood and nothing else. D'ye hear that? You're a dead man now. If you're not buried by this time tomorrow, it won't be because you're not as ready for it as Patsy is.' I saw Mrs. Knightley turn round and clasp her hands. Her face grew as white as death, but she said nothing, only looked over at Starlight, and her eyes grew bigger and bigger, while her mouth trembled just the least bit. 'You're off your head, Moran,' says Mr. Knightley, pulling out a cigar and lighting it. 'But I suppose you're the chief man, and all the rest must do as you tell them.' 'Suppose we talk it over,' says Starlight, very quiet, but I knew by the first word that he spoke something was coming. 'Daly dropped, and it can't be helped. Accidents will happen. If you play at bowls, you must take rubbers. It has been a fair fight, no one can say otherwise. Let us put it to the vote. I propose that Mr. Knightley's offer be accepted, not that I intend to take a shilling of the money.' 'Nor me either,' says I, 'so you 3 chaps will have it to share between you. I don't see that we can do better. A fight's a fight, and if Patsy got his gruel it might have happened to Mr. Knightley himself. As for shooting in cold blood, I'm not on, and so I tell you.' 'I suppose you think you and Starlight are going to boss the lot of us because you've been doing it fine at the Turon races along with a lot of blasted swells, and 'ud scrag us if they had the chance, and we're to take so much ahead for our dashed lives? Because we're only working chaps. Not if Dan Moran knows it. What we want is satisfaction, blood for blood, and we're going to have it, mates?' Wall and Hobart hadn't said anything before this. They were not bad chaps underneath, but Moran was such a devil when he was raised that they didn't like to cross him. Beside, they had a down on Mr. Knightley and wanted to sheet it home to him somehow. They had got to the brandy too, and it didn't make matters any better, you take my word for it. Starlight didn't speak for a minute or two. I couldn't think what he was at. If Jim had been there we should have been right, 3-3. Now we were 2-3. I knew Starlight had a good card to play and was ready to play it, but he was waiting on the deal. Mr. Knightley must have had some notion of the hand. He was wonderful quick a picking up the points of the game. He said nothing, and looked as cool as you please, smoking his cigar as if he had nothing on his mind and wanted a rest. The lady sat quite still and pale, but her beautiful eyes kept wandering around from one to another like some pretty creature caught in a trap. Dr. Schiller found it hard lines on him to keep quiet all this time. He couldn't hold it in no longer. "Good heavens," he said, "are you men, and will not say nothings when you have such an over as this? Suppose you shoot us all, what then? Will not the whole country ride and hunt you down like mad dogs?" "That won't make it any better for you, mate," says Moran, with a grin. "When you and he's lying under that old tree outside, it'll make no odds to ye whether our rope's a long one or a short one." "Quite right, Moran," says Mr. Knightley. "Doctor, he has you there." Starlight moved a step or two over towards him, as if he was uncertain in his mind. Then he says to Wall and Hulbert, "See here, men, you've heard what Moran says and what I think. Which are you going to do? To help in a brutal, cowardly murder and never be able to look a man in the face again, or take this money to-morrow, 170 each in notes, mind, and get away quietly? Or are you going to be led by Moran and told what you are to do like children?" "Oh, come, Dan, let's take the stuff," says Wall. "I think it's good enough. What's the use of being contrary? I think the captain's right. He knows a dashed sight more than us." "He be hanged," says Moran, with eyes glaring and the whole of his face working like a man in a fit. "He's no captain of mine and never was. I'll never stir from here till I have payment in blood for Daly's life. We may as well be hung for sheep as a lamb. I've sworn to have that man's life tonight, and have it I will." "You'll have ours first, you bloodthirsty murdering dog," says Starlight, and as he spoke he slipped his revolver into Mr. Knightley's hand, who covered Moran that moment. I drew mine too, and had Wall under aim. Starlight's repeating rifle was up like lightning. Mrs. Knightley covered her eyes, the old woman screamed, and the doctor sat down on a chair and puffed away at his meerschaum pipe. "We're 3-3 now," says Starlight. "You've only to move a finger and you're a dead man. Wall and Hulbert can have a hand in it if they haven't had shooting enough for one evening." "Do your worst, you black-hearted brute. I've two minds to take you and run you in myself, if it's only to give you a lesson in manners." Moran's face grew as black as an ironbark tree after a bush fire. He raised his revolver, and in 1 second we should have been in the middle of a desperate hand-to-hand fight, and God knows how it might have ended hadn't Hulbert stuck up his arm and spoke out like a man. "It's no use, Dan. We won't stand it. You're a dashed fool, and want to spoil everything for a bit of temper. We'll take the notes, and let Mrs. Knightley and the doctor clear out for Bathurst if you'll say honour bright that you'll be at the Black Stump by to-morrow evening at 5, and won't give the police the office." Moran slow and sulkily put down his hand and glared round like a dingo with the dogs round him, as if he didn't know which to snap at first. Then he looked at Mr. Knightley with a look of hellish rage and spite that 10 devils couldn't have improved upon, and throwing himself down on a chair, drank off half a tumbler of brandy. "Settle it amongst yourselves and be to you," he said. "You're all agin me now, but by, I'll be square with some of ye yet." It was all over now. Mr. Knightley took a match out of a silver matchbox at his watch chain and lit another cigar. I saw the tears trickling through Mrs. Knightley's fingers. Then she turned away her head, and after a minute or two was as calm and quiet as ever. "You know your way about the place, Wall," says Mr. Knightley, as if he was in his own house. "Just the same as usual. Run up the horses. There's a good fellow. They're in the little horse paddock. Mrs. Knightley's is a grey, and the doctor's is a mouse-coloured mare with a short tail. You can't mistake them. The sooner they're off, the sooner you'll handle the cash." Wall looked rather amused and went out, and we heard him rattle off to go round the paddock. The doctor went upstairs and buckled on a long-necked pair of old-fashioned spurs, and Mrs. Knightley walked away like a woman in a dream to her own room, and soon afterwards returned in her riding habit and hat. I foraged about and found the side saddle and bridle in the harness room. Everything was in tip-top order there. Glass sides for keeping the dust off the four-in-hand harness, and all that kind of thing. All the bits and stirrup irons like silver. There wasn't much time lost in saddling up, you bet. We watched pretty close lest Moran should take a new fancy into his head, but he stuck to the brandy bottle, and very soon put himself from fighting or anything else. I wasn't sorry to see it. I was well aware he was as treacherous as a dingo, and could sham dead or anything else to gain his ends and throw people off their guards. Well, the horses were brought out, and when Mr. Knightley lifted his wife up onto her saddle on the high-crested gray thoroughbred with a dash of Arab blood from an old satellite strain, I guess he was never better pleased with anything in the world. They looked into each other's eyes for a moment, and then the old horse started off along the road to Bathurst with his fast, springy walk. Starlight took off his hat and bowed low in the most respectful way. Mrs. Knightley turned in her saddle and tried to say something, but the words wouldn't come. She could only wave her hand, and then her head went down nearly to her saddle. The doctor scrambled onto his horse's back and trotted off after her. The gray moved off, shaking his head, at a beautiful, easy, springy canter. We raised a cheer, and they swept round a corner of the road and out of sight. "You'll find these rather good, Captain," says Mr. Knightley, handing Starlight his cigar case. "There's a box upstairs in my dressing room. If you will allow me, I'll order in dinner. There ought to be something decent, if my old cook hasn't been frightened out of his life, but I think he has seen too much to be put out of his way by a little shooting." "Now I think of it," says Starlight, "I do really feel disposed for refreshment. I say, Wall, see if you can't get that ferocious friend of yours into a room where he can sleep off his liquor. I really must apologize for his bad manners, but you can see how the case stands." "Perfectly, my dear fellow," says Mr. Knightley. "Don't mention it. I shall always feel personally indebted to you for far more than I can express. But let that pass for the present. What shall we do to pass the evening? You play piquet and hazard, of course?" "Do I not?" says Starlight, his eyes lighting up in a way I didn't remember. "It's many a day since I've met with any one near my old form." "Then suppose we have a game or two," says Mr. Knightley, "after dinner or supper, whichever we choose to call it. I have cards. They luckily came up the other day. In the meantime you will find the claret very fair, and this cold wild turkey I shot a brace last Thursday is not to be despised." We had a rattling good feed, and no mistake, whatever it was. The turkey was a grand bird, and weighed 21 pounds, he told us. The cook had sent in some hot potatoes, and chaps like us that had been riding, walking, and fighting for 20 hours right on end had just the sort of appetite that a bird of that kind deserved. He was as fat as butter, too. They feed on dandelion seeds at that time of the year. It gives 'em sort of a gamey flavour, such as no other bird, wild or tame, has. To my liking, the wild turkey beats the black duck even. He's the best game bird that flies in the bush. Mr. Knightley, too, now his wife was safely on her way to Bathurst, and things seemed going well, was full of fun, and kept us all going. He helped everybody twice over, and wouldn't hear of anyone keeping the bottle standing. The night was close rather, and we were all that thirsty it went down like mother's milk. Wall and Hulbert got pleasant enough and joined in, now that Moran was out of the way. He was snoring in a back room, and like a man in the dead house of a bush shanty, not likely to wake before sunrise. Mr. Knightley told us some out-and-out good yarns, and Hulbert and Wall swore that if they'd known he was such a good sort they'd never have thought of sticking up the place. He said he had been quite mistaken about them, and that another time he should know better than to volunteer for work that was not part of his duty. By that time the claret had gone round pretty often, and without being screwed, we all had our tongues loosened a bit. After that we lit our pipes, and we three began to play all fours and euchre. Sometimes one pair, sometimes another. As for Mr. Knightley and Starlight, they got out a curious filigree sort of little card table and began to play some outlandish game that I didn't know, and to look very serious over it. They had notes for counters, and I could see, as I looked over every now and then, that each man was doing all he knew to best the other. Sometimes one had the show, sometimes the other. We got tired and had another smoke and turned in. The beds were snug and comfortable. Mr. Knightley showed us where to go, and we wanted a good night's rest bad enough. Just before I turned in I went up to the table. They looked as keen at it as if they had just began, and I heard Starlight say, "I owe you 100 now. I'll play you double or quits." So I left them to it. I could see that they were not on for bed just then. Both men were cool enough, but I could see that Starlight, and I'd never known him to touch a card before, was one of those men that would never rise from the table as long as he had a shilling left, and would stake everything he had in the world upon the turn of a card. We all slept sound, but most of us were up at sunrise. It doesn't do for chaps in our line to be caught napping, and the police might have got wind where we were at work. We had our horses to look to, and to give a look round in a general way to see if things were right. Starlight and Mr. Knightley didn't turn out. They took it easy, perhaps. They'd been up later than us. Anyhow, they didn't show till breakfast, when they both made pretty fair time over the edibles. My word, it was a breakfast, though we'd got a bit tired waiting for it. The old cook had hashed up the turkey. It was stunning, almost better than the day before. Then bacon and eggs, grilled steak, fresh bread and butter, coffee and tea, watercress. Really, I thought we never should stop. It was lucky the police didn't come, or we shouldn't have done much in the fighting line or the runaway either. As it turned out, Sir Ferdinand wasn't so very far off the line, but he took another road. He never had any luck, somehow, in following us up, though he had some first-rate chances. Moran was off his feed and wouldn't come in. He took a nip and walked down to the creek. We were all glad enough to get shut of him. After breakfast and a turn round the stables, blessed if Starlight and Mr. Knightley didn't have out the cards again, and at it they went as fresh and keen as ever. We didn't know what in the world to do with ourselves till it was time to start to ride out to the Black Stump, where we were to meet the doctor and collar the 500 pounds. They didn't waste a minute of their time till about 12:30. Starlight puts down his cards very gently, and says he, "I'm afraid we have no more time to spare. I've enjoyed the play more than I have done anything for years. I leave you 100 pounds now in notes, and you must take my IOU for the balance. What bank shall I pay it into?" "The Australian," says Mr. Knightley. "At your convenience, of course." "Within a month," says Starlight, bowing. "And now a glass of wine and a biscuit. It's time to be off." We had something as good nearer the mark than that, and Moran sat down too and played a good knife and fork. He'd come to after his booze and was ready for any fresh villainy as usual. He didn't let on to be nasty, but he looked sulky enough, and I saw his eyes fixed on Mr. Knightley and Starlight now and then, as if he'd have given a good deal to have had them where they hadn't so many at their backs. End of chapter 45. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Chapter 46 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lucy Burgoyne. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 46. We ate well and drank better still at the lunch, although we had such a regular tuck out at breakfast time. Mr. Knightley wouldn't hear of any of us shirking our liquor, and by the time we'd done all hands were pretty well on. Moran himself began to look pleasant, or as good a sample of it as I'd ever seen in him. Mr. Knightley could get round the devil himself, I believe. I never saw his equals at that business, and this particular time he was in great feather, seeing that he was likely to get out of an ugly business all right. He was as sure of the £500 in notes being there at the appointed hour as he was of the sun setting that particular evening. "I think it's a fair thing," says Starlight at last, looking at his watch. "Mr. Knightley wasn't the first to speak, no fear. Take us all our time to get to the Black Stump. We shall have to ride too." Moran and Wall got up and fetched their horses. Mr. Knightley's was led up by one of his men. He was a big handsome roan, in top condition, and the man was riding a black horse with a tan muzzle that looked a trifle better, if anything. Mr. Knightley turned out in boots and breeches, with a gold fox's head on his scarf. "Swell hunting fashion, as they do it at home," Starlight said. When Starlight's horse came up, he was as lame as a tree, couldn't put his foot to the ground, got a kick or a strain, or trod on a glass bottle or something. Anyhow, he had only 3 legs that he could rise and move out of. Starlight looked rather glum. He wasn't his second best or his third best either. All the same, a horse is a horse, and I never saw the man yet that a lame horse didn't put out a bit. "Confound it," says he, "what a nuisance. It's just the way with these infernal half-breed brutes. They always let me down at the wrong time." "Look here, old fellow," said Mr. Knightley, "leave him behind and take this black horse. The boy's on. He's one of the finest hacks you ever crossed. I refused 60 guineas for him the other day from Morringer." "Thanks very much," says Starlight, brightening up a bit, "but I hardly like to deprive you of him. Won't you want him yourself?" "Oh, I can manage without him," says Mr. Knightley. "I'll let you have him for 50, and allow you £10 for your screw. You can add it on to your IOU, and pay it in with the other." We all laughed at this, and Moran said if he was dealing with Mr. Knightley he'd get him £1 or 2 cheaper. But Starlight said, very serious like, that the arrangement would suit him very well. So he had his saddle shifted, and the groom led back the bay and turned him loose in the paddock. We mounted then, and it looked as if we were all matched for a race to the Black Stump. Moran had a good horse, and when he set him going in the first bit of thick timber we came to, it took a man, I tell you, to keep him in sight. Starlight made the black horse hit out in a way that must have been a trifle strange to him unless he'd been in training lately. As for Mr. Knightley, he took it easy and sailed away on one side with Joe Wall and me. He played it out cool to the last, and wasn't going to hurry himself for anybody. Half an hour before sundown we rode up to the Black Stump. It was a rum-looking spot, but everybody knew it for miles round. There was nothing like it anywhere handy. It was within a reasonable distance of Bathurst, and not so far from a place we could make to, where there was good shelter and hiding too, if we were pushed. There were 2 or 3 roads led up to it, and crossed there, one from Bathurst, one to Tyrone, and another straight into the forest country, which led range by range to Nulla Mountain. We could see on a good way ahead, and, though there was no one at the tree when we came, a single horseman was riding along the road for Bathurst. We all drew rein round the stump. It had been a tremendous big old ironbark tree. Nobody knew how old, but it had had its top blown off in a thunderstorm, and the carriers had lighted so many fires against the roots of it that it had been killed at last, and the sides were as black as a steamer's funnel. After a bit we could make out the doctor's short-tailed, mousy mare, and have him pounding along at a sort of hand gallop. When he came up close, he took off his hat and made a bow. "Gentlemen of the rout, I salute you," he says. "You have kept your promise to the letter, and you will find that Albert von Schiller has kept his. Hauptmann," says he to Starlight, "I deliver to you the ransom of Dyer's worthy gentleman, and his most excellent and Hochpilates laddie, who has much recovered from her fatigues, and I demand his freedom." "Well done, most trust repaying and not ever to be entirely forgotten herald," says Starlight. "I hand over to these worthy 3 companions the franc geld, isn't that the term? And when they have counted it, for they won't take your word or mine, the Graf here, most high born and high beseeming, but uncommonly near ending his glorious career magnate, will be restored to you. Very pleasant company we've found him. I should have to have my revenge at Piquet, that's all." While this was going on Starlight had collared the bundle of notes from the doctor, and chucked it over quite careless like to Moran. "There it is for you," says he. "You can divide it between you. Dick and I stand out this time, and you can't say you've done badly." Moran didn't say anything, but he and Wall got off their horses and sat down on their heels, native fashion. Then they turned to counting out the notes one by one. They were all fivers, so it took some time, as they neither of them weren't very smart at figures, and after they'd got out 20 or 30 they'd get boxed, like a new hand counting sheep, and have to begin all over again. It must have been aggravating to Mr. Knightley, and he was waiting to be let go, in a manner of speaking. He never showed it, but kept smoking and yarning with Starlight, pointing out how grand the sun was just a setting on the Bulga Mountains, just for all the world as if he'd given a picnic, and was making himself pleasant to the people that stayed longest. At long last they got to the end of the conning, and divided the notes. Moran tied his up in a bunch, and rolled 'em in his poncho, but Wall crammed his into his pocket, and made 'em all stick out like a boy that's been stealing apples. When they mounted their horses, Mr. Knightley shook hands with me and Starlight. Then he turns round to Moran and Wall. "We're parting good friends after all's said and done," he says. "Just as well matters have been settled this way. Come now, in cold blood, ain't you rather glad, Moran?" "Dashed if I know," growls he. "All I know is, you're deuced well out of it. Your luck mayn't be so good another time." "Nor yours either, my friend," says Mr. Knightley, drawing up his bridle rein. "I had only a snapshot at you when the bullet went through your poncho, or you'd be lying alongside of Daly. However, I needn't waste my breath talking to that brute," he says to Starlight. "I know well all I owe to you and Dick Marston here. Some day I may repay it." "You mean what I owe you," says Starlight, turning it off with a laugh. "Never fear. You'll find that paid to your credit in the bank. We have agents in all sorts of places. Goodbye and a safe ride home. My respectful compliments to Mrs. Knightley. Perhaps you'd better follow the doctor now." The old gentleman had got tired waiting, and ridden on slow and easy. 2 or 3 weeks after, Starlight and I were taking a ride towards the Bogan Road. Not that we was on for anything particular, but just having a turn round for want of something else to do, when we saw a big mob of cattle coming along, with 3 or 4 stock riders behind 'em. Then we met a loaded dray and team in front that had rations and swags and a tent. The driver asked us if we knew a good place to camp. He was a talking sort of chap, and we yarned away with him for a bit. He told us how the boss was behind in a dog cart and tandem, with 2 led horses besides. The cattle were going to take up a new run he'd bought on the lower Bogan, an out-and-out wild place, but he'd got the country cheap and thought it would pay in the end. He was going ahead after a stage or 2, but just now he was camping with them. "My word, he's well in, is the cove," says the horse driver. "He's got half a dozen stations besides this one. He'll be one of the richest men in Australia yet." After we saw the cattle, about 1,000 head, we thought it would be a middling day's work to stick up the cove and put him through. Going to form a new station, he'd very like have cash about, as he'd have to pay for a lot of things on the nail just at first. If he was such a swell too, he'd have a gold watch and perhaps a few more trifles. Anyhow, he was good for the day's expenses, and we thought we'd try it on. So we passed the cattle and rode quietly along the road till we saw his dog cart coming. Then we stopped inside a yarran scrub just as he came by. A square-built man he seemed to be, muffled up in a big rough coat. It was a cool morning. We rode up sharpish and showed our revolvers, singing out to him to bail up. He pulled up quick and stared at us. So we did at him. Then the 3 of us burst out laughing, regular roared again. Who should it be but old George Storefield. "Well, this is a prime joke," says he. "I knew you were out somewhere on this road, but I never thought I should live to be stuck up by you, Dick Marston." I looked foolish. It was rather a stunner when you come to think of it. "I beg 1,000 pardons," says Starlight. "Ridiculous mistake. Want of something to occupy our time. For Satan finds some mischief still, etc. Isn't that the way the hymn runs? Wonderfully true, isn't it? You'll accept our apologies, Mr. Storefield, I trust. Poor Dick here will never get over it." "How was I to know? Why, George, old man, we thought it was the Governor turned squatter, or old Billy Wentworth himself. Your trade pays better than ours, let alone being on the square. Well, shake hands, we'll be off. You won't tell the girls, there's a good fellow, will you?" "I can't promise," says old George. "It's too good a joke." Here he laughed a good one. It isn't often a man gets stuck up by his friends like this. "Tell you what, come and have some lunch, and we'll talk it over." His man rode up then with the spare horse. Luckily, he was a good way behind, as fellows will keep when they're following a trap, so that they can't be any good when they're wanted. In this case it was just as well he hadn't seen anything. "Hobble the horses out and put on their nose bags, Williams," says he, "and then get out the lunch. Put the things under that tree." They took out the horses, and the chap got out a basket with cold beef and bread and half a tongue, and a bottle of good whisky and water bag. We sat down on the grass, and as we'd been riding since sunrise, we did pretty well in the feed line, and had a regular good bit of fun. I never thought old George had so much go in him, but good times had made him twice the man he used to be. After a bit he sends the groom down to the cowell to water the horses, and says he, "Captain, you'd better come and manage Willaroon down there, with Dick for a stockman. There's a fortune in it, and it's a good way off yet. Nobody would think of looking for you there. You're a new chum, just out from home, you know. Plenty of spare country. I'll send you some cattle to start you on a new run after a bit. If we could throw our past behind us, I'd do it, and thank God on my knees," said Starlight. "It would make me almost a happy man again. But why think of that or any other honest life in this colony now? We're debarred ourselves from it now and forever. Our only hope is in another land, America, if we can get away. We shan't be long here now. We're both sick of this accursed work." "The sooner the better," says George, taking his hand and giving it a hearty grip. "And look here, you work your way quietly down to Willaroon. That's my place, and I'll give you a line across to the Queensland border. From there you can get over to Townsville, and it's easy to sail from there to the islands or any port out of reach of harm from here. We'll tackle it next month if we're alive," says I. So we parted. Not long after this we got a letter from Jim. He'd heard all about the way to do it from a man he'd met in Melbourne that had worked his way down overland from the north. He said once you were there or near there was little or no chance of being interfered with. Jeanie was always in a fright every day Jim went away lest he might be taken and not let come back. So she was always keeping him up to the mark, making him inquire here and look out there until he got a bit of information which told him what he wanted. This man that worked in the store with him was a fast sort of card, who had been mate of a brig cruising all about the back to Sydney with sandalwood, beech de mer, and what they call island trade. Well, the captain of the craft, who was part owner, had settled in his mind that he'd trade regular with San Francisco now, and touch at Honolulu going and coming. He was to be back at Gladstone in about 3 months, and then start for California straight away. This was the very thing, just made to suit us all to pieces. If we could make out to one of the Queensland northern ports, it would be easy enough to ship under different names. Once in America, we'd be in a new world, and there'd be nothing to stop us from leading a new life. End of chapter 46.
Chapter 47 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 47. When we got the notion into our heads, we set to work to carry it out. We didn't want to leave Aileen and mother behind, so it was settled that I was to go over and see them and try and persuade them to go down to Melbourne and stop with Jeanie after Jim had started. Then, if we all got safe over to San Francisco, Jeanie and they could come over by the first ship that sailed. There was no down upon them, so they could do anything they liked. The main thing was to get Jim off safe, and me and Starlight. After that, the rest might come along when they pleased. As for Dad, he was to take his own road, to go and stay as he chose. It wasn't much use trying to make him do anything else. but he was more like to stop at the old Hollow than anywhere else. It wouldn't have seemed home to him anywhere else, even where he was born, I believe. The first thing of all was to go to the old place and see mother and Aileen. They were both back at the old cottage, and were a bit more comfortable now. George Storefield had married a lady, a real lady, as Aileen said, and though she was a nice, good-tempered young woman as ever was, Aileen, of course, wouldn't stay there any longer. She thought home was the best place after all. We took a couple of days figuring it out at the Hollow. Starlight had a map, and we plotted it out and marked all the stages which could be safely made, went over all the back tracks and cross-country lines, some we had travelled before, and others of which we knew pretty well from hearsay. After we got all this cut and dry, I started away one beautiful sunshiny morning to ride over to Rocky Flat. I remember the day as well as yesterday, because I took notice of it at the time, and had better cause to remember it before all was over. Everything looked so lovely as I began to clear the foothills of Nulla Mountain. The birds seemed to chirp and whistle gayer than they ever did before. The dewdrops on the grass and all the twigs and shoots of the trees looked as if it was covered with diamonds and rubies as the sun began to shine and melt some of them. My horse stepped along limber and free. "Oh, Lord," I says to myself out loud, "what a happy cove I might be if I could start fresh, knowing what I know, and not having all these things against me." When I got onto the tableland above Rocky Flat, I took a good look at the whole place. Everything was as quiet and peaceful as if nothing had ever happened within miles of it, as if I hadn't Goring's handcuffs on me, as if Jim hadn't had the bullets whistling round him and risked his life on an unbridled horse, as if the 4 dead men had not lain staring up to the sky in the gully up yonder for days before they were found and buried. But now it looked as if only 2 or 3 people had ever been there from the beginning of the world. The wild ducks swam and splashed in the little water hole above the house. 2 or 3 of the cows were walking down to the creek, as quiet and peaceable as you please. There was some poultry at the back, and the little garden was done up that nicely as it hadn't been for many a day. After I'd pretty well settled my own mind that there was no one annexed or anigh the old place, I drew up by degrees, bit by bit, and sneaked across the creek. I was just making for the barn when I saw 2 horsemen pop up sudden round the back of the house and ride towards the front gate. I saw with half an eye they were Sir Ferdinand Morringer and a trooper. Lucky for me they were looking up the gully instead of my way, and though my heart nearly stood still, I rode as hard as I could lick for the gate of the barn, which was betwixt me and them. They never looked round. They were too much taken up with watching the spot where Hagan and his lot were found. I had just time to chevy straight into the barn and pull off my saddle and bridle and hide under the hay, when they shifted full towards where I had been and hung up their horses. The trooper tied his to a dead branch of a tree and then went moving about. I was mortally afraid of his stumbling against something and spoiling the whole affair. It seems Sir Ferdinand had never given up the notion of our turning up at Rocky Flat some day or other, so he used to take a turn himself that way every now and again on the chance, and a very good chance it nearly turned out to be. Besides this, it seems, since he had heard of her being at the ball of Turin, he had taken a great fancy to Aileen, and used to talk to her as much as she'd let him, when she was at George Storefield's and any other place where he met her. He wouldn't have had much chance to say the second word, only he was a good-natured, amusing sort, and always as respectful to her as if she'd been a lady. Besides, Aileen had a kind of fancy that it might make things no worse for us if she was civil to him. Anyway, she thought, as women will do, that she might get something out of him perhaps once in a way that would be of use to us. I don't believe as it would make a scrap of difference one way or the other. And like people who try to be too clever, she was pretty near being caught in her own trap this time. Not that I blame the poor thing. She did all for the best, and would have given the eyes out of her head, I believe, to have done us real good and seen us clear of all our troubles. Well, she brings a chair out onto the veranda, and Sir Ferdinand, he sat down on a bench there for half an hour, talking away and laughing, just as gentlemen will to pretty girls, no matter who they are. And I could see Aileen look up and laugh now and then, pleased like. She couldn't help it. And there I was, stuck in the confounded barn among the straw, all the time looking out through one of the cracks and wondering if he was ever going to clear out. Sometimes I thought the trooper, who was getting tired of dodging about doing nothing, couldn't be off seeking my horse's tracks, leading slap into the barn door. But he was thinking of something else, or else wasn't much in the tracking line. Some men would see a whole army of fresh tracks as plain as print right under their noses and wouldn't drop down to anything. However, last of all, I saw him unhitch his horse and take the bridle on his arm, and then Aileen put on her hat and walked up to the top of the ridge along the stony track with him. Then I saw him mount and start off at a rattling good bat along the road to Turin, and the trooper after him. I felt all right again then, and watched Aileen come slowly down the road again, with her head down, quite thoughtful like, very different from the way she went up. She didn't stop at the house, but walked straight down to the barn and came in at the door. I wondered what she would do when she saw my horse, but she didn't start, only said, "You may come out now, Dick. I knew you were here. I saw you ride in just as Sir Ferdinand and the trooper came up." "So that's why you were making yourself so pleasant," says I, laughingly. "I mustn't tell Starlight, I suppose, or we shall be having a new yarn in the newspapers. Duel between Sir Ferdinand Morringer and Captain Starlight." She laughed too, and then looked sad and serious like again. "I wonder if we shall ever have an end to this wretched hide and seek work. God knows I would do anything that an honest girl could do for you boys and him, but it sometimes looks dark enough, and I have dreadful fears that all will be in vain, and that we are fated to death and ruin at the end." "Come, come, don't break down before the time," I said. "It's been a close shave, though, but Sir Ferdinand won't be back for a bit, so we may as well take it easy. I've got a lot to say to you." "He said he wouldn't be back this way till Friday week," says she. "He has an escort to see to then, and he expected to be at Stony Creek in a couple of hours from this. He'll have to ride for it." We walked over to the house. Neither of us said anything for a bit. Mother was sitting in her old chair by the fire knitting. Many a good pair of woolen socks she'd sent us, and many's the time we had called to bless her and her knitting, as we sat our horses night after night in a perishing frost, or when the rain set in that run of wet winters we had, when we hardly had a dry stitch on us by week together, when we had enough of them and the neck wrappers. I expect plenty of others round about were glad to get 'em. It was partly for good nature, for mother was always a kind-hearted poor soul as ever was, and would give away the shoes off her feet, like most Irish people I've met, to any one that wanted them worse than herself, and partly for the ease it gave her mind to be always doing something steady like. Mother hadn't book learning, and didn't always understand the things Aileen read to her. She was getting too old to do much in the house now, but her eyes were wonderful good still, and this knitting was about the greatest pleasure she had left in the world. If anything had happened to stop her from getting on with that, I don't believe she would have lived a month. Her poor old face brightened up when she seen me, and for a few minutes you'd have said no thought of trouble could come anigh her. Then the tears rolled down her cheeks, and I could see her lips moving, though she did not speak the words. I knew what she was doing, and if that could have kept us right we'd never have gone wrong in the world. But it was to be, I suppose. Mother was a deal older looking, and couldn't move about as well as she did. Aileen said she'd often sit out in the sun for an hour together and watch her walking up the garden, or putting up the calves, and carrying in the water from the creek, and say nothing. Sometimes she thought her mind was going a bit, and then again she'd seem as sensible as ever she was. Today, after a bit, she came round and talked more and asked about the neighbours, seemed more curious like than she'd done, Aileen said, for many a long day. "You must have something to eat, Dick," says Aileen. "It's a long ride from where we know, and what with one thing or another I dare say you've an appetite. Let me see what there is. Mrs. Storefield sent us over a quarter of veal from the farm yesterday, and we've plenty of bacon of our own. Mother and I live half our time on it and the eggs. I'm making quite a fortune by the butter lately. These diggings are wonderful places to send up the price of everything we can grow." She got out the frying pan, and she and I and mother had some veal chops, with a slice or two of bacon to give it a flavour. My word, they were good after a 40-mile ride, and we'd had nothing but corned beef in the Hollow lately. Fresh butter and milk, too. It was a treat. We had cows enough at the Hollow, but we didn't bother ourselves milking. Bread and beef and tea, with a glass of grog now and then, was the general run of our grub. We had a talk about the merry time at the Turon races, and Aileen laughed in spite of herself at the thought of Starlight walking down the ballroom to be introduced to her, and being taken up to all the swell people of the place. He looked grander than any of them, to my fancy, she said, and oh, what a cruel shame it seems that he should ever have done what keeps him from going among his equals, as he was born to do. Then I should never have seen him, I suppose, and 1,000 times better, too. I'd give up every hope of seeing him again in this world, God knows how cheerfully, if it would serve him or help his escape. "I'm down here to see you about that same escape," I said, and then I told her about Jim's letter, and what he said about the mate of the ship. She listened for a good while patiently, with her hand in mine, like we used to sit in old days when we were young and happy and alive. Alive, not dead men and women walking about and making believe to live. So I told her how we made it up to meet somewhere near the Queensland border, Jim to come up the Murray from Melbourne, and so on to the Darling, and we to make across the lower Bogan. If we could carry this out all right, and it looked pretty likely, the rest of the game would be easy, and once on blue water, oh my God, what new creatures we should all be! Aileen threw her arms around my neck and sobbed and cried like a child. She couldn't speak for a bit, and when she looked up her eyes seemed to have a different kind of look in them, a far away, dreamy sort of light from what I'd ever noticed in them. "It may come about," she said. "Dick, I've prayed whole nights through and vowed my life to the Blessed Virgin. She may accept the service of my years that are to come. It may be permitted after all the sins of our people." After this she dried her eyes and went to her room for a bit, while I had a quiet, easy sort of talk with mother, she saying a word or two now and then, and looking at me most of the time as if that was enough without talking. Then Aileen came out of her room with her habit and hat on. "Run up my horse, Dick," she says, "and I'll take you over to see George Storefield's new place. A ride will do me good, and I dare say you're not tired." I caught her horse and saddled him for her, and off we went, down the old track we knew so well all our lives. I told her all about our lark with old George, and how good he'd been through it all, besides promising to give us a lift through his country when we made the grand start. She said it was just like him, that he was the kindest soul in the world, and the most thoughtful. The new Mrs. Storefield had been very civil and friendly to her, and told her she knew George's feelings toward her, and respected it. But Aileen could never feel at home in the grand new house, and only would go to see Mrs. Storefield, who lived in the family cottage, and found it the best suited to her. So we yarned away till we got in sight of the place. When I saw the new 2-story stone house, I was regular struck all of a heap. Old George had got on in the world, and no mistake. He'd worked early and late, always been as steady as a rock, and had looked ahead instead of taking his pleasure straight off when he got the first few £100 together. He'd seen fat cattle must be dear and scarce for years to come. Noticed, too, that however cheap a far-away bit of country was held, sometimes bought for £200 or £300, it always rose in value year by year. So with store cattle. Now and again they'd fall to nothing. Then he'd buy a whole lot of poor milker calves, about Burrabong, or some of those thick places where they never fatten, for £1 a head or less, and send them away to his runs in the Lachlan. In 6 months you wouldn't know 'em. They'd come down well-grown fat cattle in a year or two, and be worth £6 or £8 a head. The same way with land. He bought up all the little bits of allotments with cottages on them round Parramatta and Windsor way and Campbellton, and all them old-fashioned sleepy old places near Sydney, for cash and cheap enough. The people that had them had lived a poky life in them for many a year, and wanted the money to go out to the diggings with, and quite right too. Still, and all this land was rising in value, and George's children, if he had any, would be among the richest people in the colony. After he married Miss Oldham, they were Hawkesbury people. Her grandfather, old Captain Oldham, was one of the first officers in the first regiment that came out. He didn't see why he shouldn't have as good a house as anyone else. So he had a gentleman up from Sydney that drew plans, and he had a real stone house built, with rooms upstairs and furniture to match, a new garden, and a glass house at the side, for all the world like some of them grand places in Darling Point, near Sydney. Aileen wouldn't go in, and you may be sure I didn't want to, but we rode all around the place a little way off, and had a real good look at everything. There wasn't a gentleman in the country had better outbuildings of all sorts. It was a real tip-top place, good enough for the governor himself if he came to live up the country. All the old fencing had been knocked down, and new railings and everything put up. Some of the scraggly trees had been cleared away, and all the dead wood burned. I never thought the old place could have showed out the way it did. But money can do a lot. It ain't everything in this world, but there's precious little it won't get you, and things must be very bad it won't mend. A man must have very little sense if he don't see as he gets older that character and money are the two things he's got to be carefulest of in this world. If he's not particular to a shade about either or both of 'em, he'll find his mistake. After we had a good look around, and seen the good well-bred stock in the paddocks, the growing crops all looking first rate, everything well fed and hearty, showing there was no stint of grub for anything, man or beast, we rode away from the big house entrance and came opposite the slip rails on the flat that led to the old cottage. "Wouldn't you like to go in just for a minute, Dick?" says Aileen. I knew what she was thinking of. I was half a mind not, but then something seemed to draw me, and I was off my horse and had the slip rail down before I knew where I was. We rode up to the porch just outside the veranda, where George's father had planted the creeping roses, big clusters of bloom they used to have on them when I was a boy. He showed 'em to me, I remember, and said what fine climbers they were. Now they were all over the porch and the veranda and the roof of the cottage, all among the shingles. But Mrs. Storefield wouldn't have 'em cut, because her old man had planted 'em. She came out to see us. "Well, Allie, child," she says, "come along in. Don't sit there on your horse. Who's this you've got with you? Oh, it's you, Dick, is it? My eyes ain't as good as they were. Well, come along in, too. You're on the wrong road, and worse'll come of it. But come along in. I'm not going to be the one to hunt you. I remember old times when you were a little toddling chap, as bold as a lion, and no one dreamt you'd grow up to be the wild chap you are. Grace is inside, I think. She's as big a fool about ye as ever." I very nearly broke down at this. I could stand hard usage and send back as good as I got, but this good old woman that had no call to think anything of me but that I spoiled her daughter's chance of marrying well and respectably, when she talked to me this way, I came close up to making a fool of myself. We walked in. Gracie was sewing away in the little parlor, where there always used to be a nosegay when I was a boy, and it was that clean and neat I was afraid to go into it, and never easy till I got out again. There she sat, as sober looking and steady as if she'd been there for 5 years, and meant to be for 5 years more. She wasn't thinking of anybody coming, but when she looked up and saw me, her face changed all of a sudden, and she jumped up and dropped her work on the floor. "Why, whatever brings you here, Dick?" she said. "Don't you know it's terribly dangerous? Sir Ferdinand is always about here now. He stayed at George's new house last night. Wasn't he at Rocky Flat today?" "Yes, but he won't be back for a week. He told Aileen he wouldn't." Here I looked at them both. "Aileen's carrying on quite a flirtation with Sir Ferdinand," says Gracie. "I don't know what someone else would say if he saw everything." "Doesn't he talk to any one when he comes here, or make himself pleasant?" I said. "Perhaps there's more than one in the game." "Perhaps there is," says Gracie, "but he thinks, I believe, that he can get something out of us girls about you and your goings on, and where you plant, and we think we're quite as clever as he is, and might learn something useful too. So that's how the matter lies at present. Are you going to be jealous?" "Not a bit in the world," I said, "even if I had the right. I'll back you two, as simple as you look, against any inspector of police from here to South Australia." After this we began to talk about other things, and I told Gracie all about our plans and intentions. She listened very quiet and steady to it all, and then she said she thought something might come of it. Anyhow, she would go wherever I sent her to come, no matter where. "What I've said to you, Dick, I've said for good and all. It may be in a month or two, or it may be years and years, but whenever the time comes, and we have a chance, a reasonable chance, of living peacefully and happily, you may depend upon my keeping my word, if I'm alive." We had a little more talk together, and Aileen and I mounted and rode home. It was getting on dusk when we started. They had wanted us to stop, but I daren't do it. It was none too safe as it was, and it didn't do to throw a chance away. Besides, I didn't want to be seen hanging about George's place. There was nobody likely to know about Aileen and me riding up together and stopping for half an hour, but if it came to spending the evening, there was no saying who might have ears and eyes open. At home I could have my horse ready at a minute's warning, and be off like a shot at the first whisper of danger. So off we went. We didn't ride very fast back. It was many a day since we had ridden over that ground together side by side. It might be many a day, years perhaps, before we did the same thing again. Perhaps never. Who was to know? In the risks of a life like mine, I might never come back, never set eyes upon the sister that would have given her life for mine, never watch the stars glitter through the forest oak branches, or hear the little creek ripple over the slate bar as it did tonight. End of chapter 47. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Simon Brown. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 48. We rode along the old track very quiet, talking about old times, or mostly saying nothing, thinking our own thoughts. Something seemed to put it into my head to watch every turn in the track, every tree and bush by the roadside, every sound in the air, every star in the sky. Aileen rode up at last, with her head drooped down as if she hadn't the heart to hold it up. How hard it must have seemed to her to think she didn't dare even to ride with her own brother in the light of day, without starting at every bush that stirred, at every footstep, horse or man, that fell on her ear. There wasn't a breath of air that night. Not a leaf stirred, not a bough moved of all the trees in the forest that we rode through. A possum might chatter or a night owl cry out, but there wasn't any other sound, except the ripple of the creek over the stones, that got louder and clearer as we got near Rocky Flat. There was nothing like a cloud in the sky even. It wasn't an overlight night, but the stars shone out like so many fireballs, and it was that silent anyone could almost have fancied they heard the people talking in the house we left, though it was miles away. I sometimes wonder, Aileen says, at last raising up her head, if I had been a man, whether I should have done the same things you and Jim have, or whether I should have lived honestly and worked steadily like George over there. I think I should have done so, I really do, that nothing would have tempted me to take was not my own, or to do other things. I don't think it is in my nature somehow. I don't say as you would, Ailey, I put in, but there's many things to be thought of when you come to reckon what a boy sees and how he's brought up in the bush. It's different with girls, though I've known some of them that were no great shakes either, and middling handy among the clearskins too. It's hard to say, she went on, more as if she were talking to herself than to me. I feel that bad example, love of pleasure, strong temptation, evil company, all these are heavy weights to drag down men's souls to hell. Who knows whether I should have been better than the thousands, the millions that have fallen, that have taken the broad road that leads to destruction. Oh, how dreadful it seems to think that once a man has sinned in some ways in this world, there's no turning back, no hope, no mercy. Only long bitter years of prison life, worse than death, or if anything can be worse, a felon's death, a doom dark and terrible, dishonouring to those that die and to those that live. Oh, that my prayers might avail, not my prayers only, but my life's service, my life's service. Next morning I was about at daybreak, and had my horse fed and saddled up with the bridle on his neck, ready all but slipping the bit into his mouth in case of a quick start. I went and helped Aileen to milk her cows. 9 or 10 of them there were, a fairish morning's work for one girl, mothering the calves, bailing up, leg roping, and all the rest of it. We could milk well, all 3 of us, and mother too, when she was younger. Women are used to cattle in Ireland, and England too. The men don't milk there, I hear tell. That wouldn't work here. Women are scarce in the regular bush, and though they'll milk for their own good and on their own farms, you'll not get a girl to milk when she's at service for anybody else. One of the young cows was a bit strange with me, so I had to shake a stick at her and sing up "Bail up" pretty rough before she'd put her head in. Aileen smiled something like her old self for a minute and said, "That comes natural to you now, Dick, doesn't it?" I stared for a bit and then burst out laughing. It was a rum go, wasn't it? The same talk for cows and Christians. That's how things get stuck into the talk in a new country. Some old hand like father, as had been assigned to a dairy settler and spent all his mornings in the cow yard, had taken to the bush and tried his hand at sticking up people. When they came near enough, of course he'd pop out from behind a tree or a rock with his old musket or a pair of pistols, and when he wanted 'em to stop, bail up, damn you, would come a deal quicker and more natural-like to his tongue than stand. So bail up it was from that day to this, and there'll have to be a deal of change in the ways of the colonies and them as come from 'em before anything else takes its place between the man that's got the arms and the man that's got the money. After we'd turned out the cows, we put the milk into the little dairy. How proud Jim and I used to be because we dug out the cellar part and built the sod wall around the slabs. Father put on the thatch. Then it was cool and clean as ever. Many a good drink of cold milk we had there in the summers that had passed away. Well, it's no use thinking of those sort of things. They're dead and gone, like a lot of other things, and people, like I shall be before long if it comes to that. We had breakfast pretty comfortable and cheerful. Mother looked pleased and glad to see me once more, and Aileen had got on her old face again, and was partly come round to her old ways. After breakfast, Aileen and I went into the garden and had a long talk over the plan we had chalked out for getting away to Queensland. I got out a map Starlight had made, and showed her the way we were going to head, and why he thought it more likely to work than he had done before. I was to make my way down the Macquarie and across by Duck Creek, George's Station, Willaroon, start from there with a mob of cattle to Queensland as drover or anything else that would suit my book. Jim was to get onto one of the Murray River boats at Swan Hill and stick to her till he got a chance to go up to the Darling with an Adelaide boat to Bourke. He would get across from there by Cunnamulla towards Rockhampton, and from there we were safe to find plenty of vessels bound for the islands or San Francisco. We had hardly cared where as far as that goes, as long as we got clear away from our own country. As soon as Jeannie got a word from Jim that he'd sailed and was clear of Australia, she'd write up to Aileen, who was to go down to Melbourne and take Mother with her. They could stop with Jeannie until they got a message from San Francisco to say that he'd arrived safely there. After that they could start by the first steamer. They'd have money enough to take their passages and something handsome in cash when they got to land. Aileen agreed to it all, but in a curious sort of way. It looked well, she said, and might be carried out, particularly as we were all going to work cautiously and with such a lot of preparation. Everything there that she could have done, we might be sure, but though she had prayed and sought aid from the Blessed Virgin and the saints, fasting and on her bare knees night after night, she had not been able to get one gleam of consolation. Everything looked very dark, and she had a terrible feeling of anxiety and dread about the carrying it out, but she didn't want to shake my courage, I could see, so she listened and smiled and cheered me up a bit at the end, and I rode away, thinking there was a good show for us after all. I got back to the Hollow right enough, and for once in a way it seemed as if the luck was on our side. Maybe it was going to turn. Who was to know? There had been men who had been as deep in it as any of us that had got clean away to other countries and lived safe and comfortable to the day of their death. Didn't die so soon either, lived to a good round age and had wives and children round them that never knew but what they'd been as good as the best. That wouldn't be our case. But still, if we once were able to put the sea between us and our old life, the odds would all be in our favour instead of being 100 to 1 that we weren't placed and no takers. Starlight was glad enough to see me back, and like everything he tackled, had been squaring it all for our getting away with head and hand. We wanted to take everything with us that we could do us any good, naturally. Father and he had made it right with someone they knew at Turon to take the gold and give them a price for it. Not all it was worth, but something over 3/4 value. The rest he was to keep for his share, for trouble and risk. There was some risk, no doubt, in dealing with us, but all the gold that was bought in them days wasn't square, not by a lot. But there was no way of swearing to it. Gold was gold, and once it was in the banks, it was lumped up with the rest. There was a lot of things to be thought of before we regularly made a move for good and all, but when you make up your mind for a dart, It's wonderful how things shape. We hadn't much trouble dividing the gold, and what cash there was we could easily whack enough. There was the livestock that was running in the hollow, of course. We couldn't well take them with us, except a few of the horses. We made a deal at last with father for them. He took my share and Starlight's and paid us in cash out of his share of the notes. All we wanted was a couple of horses each, one to carry a pack and one to ride. As for Dad, he told us out, plump and plain, that he wasn't going to shift. The hollow was good enough for him, and there he was going to stop. If Jim and I and Starlight chose to try and make blank emigrants of ourselves, well and good. He didn't see as if they'd had such a rosy time getting over to these new townships on the other side. We might get took in and wish we was back again before all was said and done. But some people could never let well enough alone. Here we had everything that any man in his senses could wish for, and we wasn't contented. Everyone was going to cut away and leave him. He'd be all by himself, with no one but the dog for company, and be as miserable as a bandicoot, but no one cared a blank brass farden about that. "Come with us, Governor," said Starlight. "Have a cruise around the world and smell salt water again. You've not been boxed up in the bush all your life, though you've been a goodish while there. Make a start and bring old Crib too." "I'm too old and getting stiff in the joints," says father, brightening up a bit, "or I don't say as I wouldn't. Don't mind my growling. But I'm bound to be a bit lonely like when you're all drawed off the camp. No, take your own way, and I'll take mine." "Next Monday ought to see us off," says Starlight. "We have got the gold and cash part all right. I've had that money paid to Knightley's credit in the Australian bank I promised him, and got a receipt for it." "That's just like you," says father, "and a rank soft thing for a man that's seen the world to drop into. Losing your share of the 500 quid, and then dropping a couple of hundred notes at one gamble, besides buying a horse you could have took for nothing. He'll never bring £20 again, neither." "Always pay my play debts," says Starlight. "Always did, and always will. As for the horse, a bargain, a bargain. And a dashed bad bargain too. Why didn't you turn parson instead of taking to the bush?" says father with a grin. "Dashed if I ain't seen some parsons that could give you odds and walk round you at horse dealing." "You take your own way, Ben, and I'll take mine," says Starlight, rather fierce. And then father left off and went to do something or other, while us two took our horses and rode out. We hadn't a long time to be in the old hollow now. It had been a good friend to us in time of need, and we were sorry in a kind of way to leave it. We were going to play for a big stake, and if we lost we shouldn't have another throw-in. Our horses were in great buckle now. They hadn't been doing much lately. I'd the one I'd brought with me, and a thoroughbred brown horse that had been broken in the first season we came there. Starlight was to ride Rainbow, of course, and he had great picking before he made up his mind what to choose for a second horse. At last he pitched on a thoroughbred bay mare named Locket that had been stolen from a mining township on the other side of the country. She was the fastest mare they'd ever bred, sound, and a weight carrier too. "I think I'll take Locket after all," says he, after thinking about it best part of an hour. "She's very fast, and a stayer. Good-tempered too, and the old horse has taken up with her. It will be company for him." "Take your own way," I said, "but I wouldn't chance her. She's known to a lot of jockey boys and hangers-on. They would swear to that white patch on her neck among 1,000. If you come to that, Rainbow is not an everyday horse, and I can't leave him behind, can I? I'll ship him if I can, that's more. But it won't matter much, for we'll have to take back tracks all the way. You didn't suppose we were to ride along the mail road, did you?" "I didn't suppose anything," says I, "but that we were going to clear out the safest way we could. If we're to do the swell business, we'd better do it apart, or else put an advertisement into the Turon Star that Starlight, Marston and Co. are giving up business and going to leave the district, all accounts owing to be sent in by a certain date. A first-rate idea, says he. I'm dashed if I don't do it. There's nothing like making one's exit in good form. How savage Morringer will be. Thank you for the hint, Dick. There was no use talking to him when he got into this sort of humour. He was the most mad, reckless character I ever came across, and any kind of checking only seemed to make him worse. So I left him alone, for fear he would want to do something more venturesome still, and went on with my packing and getting ready for the road. We fixed up to start on the Monday and get as far away the first couple of days as we could manage. We expected to get a good start by making a great push the first day or two, and as the police would be thrown off the scent in a way we settled, and a good dodge it was, we should have all the more time to be clear of New South Wales before they regularly dropped that we were giving them leg bail for it. The Sunday before Starlight started away by himself, taking a couple of good horses with him, one he led and a spare saddle too. He took nothing but his revolver. I didn't say where he was going, but I pretty well guessed to say goodbye to Aileen. Just as he started, he looked back and says, I'm going for a longish ride today, Dick, but I shall be here late if I'm back at all. If anything happens to me, my share of what there is I give to her if she will take it. If not, do the best you can with it for her benefit. But he didn't take Warrigal with him, which I was sorry for, as the half-caste and I didn't hit it well together, and when we were by ourselves he generally managed to do or say something he knew I didn't like. I kept my hands off him on account of Starlight, but there was many a time my fingers itched to be at him, and I could hardly keep from knocking some of the sulkiness out of him. This day, somehow, I was not in the best of tempers myself. I had a good lot on my mind. Starting away always seems a troublesome, bothering sort of thing, and if a man's at all inclined to be cranky, it'll come out then. Next day we were going to start on a long voyage, in a manner of speaking, and whether we should have a fair wind or the vessel of our fortune should be wrecked and we go down with it, no one could say. This is how it happened. One of the horses was bad to catch and took a little trouble in the yard. Most times Warrigal was quiet enough with them, but when he got regular into a rage he'd skin a horse alive, I really believe. Anyhow, he began to hammer the colt with a roping pole, and as the yard was that high that no beast could jump it, he had him at his mercy. I wouldn't have minded a lick or two, but he went on and on, nearly knocking the poor brute down every time, till I could stand it no longer and told him to drop it. He gave me some saucy answer, until at last I told him I'd make him. He dared me, and I rushed at him. I believe he'd have killed me that minute if he had the chance, and he made a deuced good offer at it. He stuck to his roping pole, a good heavy-ended gum sapling 6 or 7 feet long, and as I came at him he struck at my head with such vengeance that if it had caught me fair I should never have kicked. I made a spring to one side, and it hit me a crack on the shoulder that wasn't a good thing in itself. I was in at him before he could raise his hands and let him have it right and left. Down he went, and the stick atop of him. He was up again like a wild cat, and at me hammer and tongs. But he hadn't the weight, though he was quick and smart with his hands. I drew off and knocked him clean off his pins. Then he saw it wasn't good enough and gave it best. Never mind, Dick Marston, says he as he walked off, and he fixed his eyes on me, that savage and deadly looking, with the blood running down his face, that I couldn't help shivering a bit. You'll pay for this. I owe it, you and Jim, 1 apiece. Confound you, I said. It's all your own fault. Why couldn't you stop ill-using the horse? You don't like being hit yourself. How do you think he likes it? What business that of yours, he said. You mind your work, and I'll mind mine. This is the worst day's work you've done this year, and so I tell you. He went away to his gunya then, and except doing one or two things for Starlight, would not lift his hand for anyone that day. I was sorry for it when I came to think. I dare say I might have got him around with a little patience and humbugging. It's always a mistake to lose your temper and make enemies. There's no knowing what harm they may do you. People like us oughtn't to throw away a chance, even with a chap like Warrigal. Besides, I knew it would vex Starlight, and for his sake I would have given a trifle that it hadn't happened. However, I didn't see how Warrigal could do me or Jim any harm without hurting him, and I knew he'd have cut off his hand rather than any harm should come to Starlight that he could help. So I got ready. Dad and I had our tea together pretty comfortable and had a longish talk. The old man was rather down in the mouth for him. He said he somehow didn't expect the fakement to turn out well. You're going away, he said, from where you're safe, and there's many things goes against a man in our line once he's away from his own beat. You never know how you may be given away. The captain's all right here, when he's me to look after him, though he does swear at me sometimes. But he was took last time. He was out on his own hook, and it's my belief he'll be took this time if he isn't very careful. He's a good man to fight through things once he's in the thick of them, but he ain't careful enough to keep dark and close when the play isn't good. You draw along steady by yourself till you meet Jim. That's my advice to you. I mean to do that. I shall work my way down to old George's place and get on with stock or something till we all meet at Cunnamulla. After that, there ain't much chance of these police here grabbing us. Unless you're followed up, says the old man. I've known chaps to go a deuce of a way once they got on the track, and there's getting some smart fellows among 'em now, native-born chaps, as'll be as good as picking up the tracks as you and Jim. Well, we must take our chance. I'm sorry for one thing that I had that Barney with Warrigal. It was all his fault, but I had to give him a hardish crack or two. He'd turn dog on me and Jim in a minute if he saw his way without hurting Starlight. He can't do it, says Dad. It's sink or swim with the lot of you. And he dursn't either, not he, says Father, beginning to growl out his words. If I ever heard he'd given away any one in the lot, I'd have his life, if I had to poleaxe him in George Street. He knows me too. We sat yarning away pretty late. The old man didn't say it, but I made out that he was sorry enough for that part of his life which had turned out so bad for us boys, and for Mother and Aileen. Bad enough he was in a kind of way, old Dad, but he wasn't all bad, and I believe if he could have begun again and thought of what misery he was going to bring on the lot of us, he would never have gone on the cross. It was too late. Too late now, though, to think of that. Towards morning I heard the old dog growl, and then the tramp of a horse's feet. Starlight rode up to the fire and let his horse go, then walked straight into his corner and threw himself down without speaking. He had had a precious long ride, and a fast one by the look of his horse. The other one he had let go as soon as he came into the hollow, but none of us three would be a bit the worse after a few hours' rest. The horses, of course, were spare ones and not wanted again for a bit. Next morning it was sharp's the word, and no mistake. I felt a deal smarter on it than yesterday. When you've fairly started for the road, half the journey's done. It's the thinking of this and forgetting that and wondering whether you haven't left behind the other thing that's the miserablest part of going on a journey. When you're once away, no matter what's left behind, you can get on some way or another. We didn't start so over and above early, though Starlight was up as fresh as paint at sunrise. You'd thought he hadn't ridden a yard the day before. Even at the very last there's a lot of things to do and to get. But we all looked slippy and didn't talk much, so that we got through what we had to do and had all the horses saddled and packed by about 8 o'clock. Even Warrigal had partly got over his temper. Of course I told Starlight about it. He gave him a good rowing, and told him he deserved another hammering, which he had a good mind to give him if we hadn't been starting for a journey. Warrigal didn't say a word to him. He never did. Starlight told me on the quiet, though, he was sorry it happened. Though it's the rascal's own fault and served him right, but he's a revengeful beggar, he says, and that he would play you some dog's trick if he wasn't afraid of me, you may depend your life on. Now, says he, we must make our little arrangements. I shall be somewhere about Cunnamulla by the end of this month. It was only about the first week. Jim knows that we are about to meet there, and if we manage that all right, I think the greatest part of the danger will be over. I shall get right across by Dandaloo to the back blocks of the West Bogan country, between it and the Lachlan. There are tracks through the endless mallee scrub, only known to the tribes in the neighbourhood, and a few half-castes like Warrigal that have been stock riding about them. Sir Ferdinand and his troopers might just as well hunt for a stray Arab in the deserts of the Euphrates. If I'm alive, mind you, alive, I'll be at Cunnamulla on the day I mean. And now, goodbye, old fellow. Whatever my sins have been, I've been true to you and your people in the past, and if Aileen and I meet across the seas, as I hope, the new life may partly atone for the old one. End of chapter 48.
Chapter 49 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 49. He shook hands with me and Dad, threw his leg over Rainbow, took Locket's bridle as if he was going for an easy day's ride, and cantered off. Warringale nodded to both of us, then brought his pack horse up level and followed up. "There goes the captain," says father. "It's hard to say if we'll ever see him again. I shan't, anyhow, nor you either, maybe. Somehow I've had a notion coming over me this good while as my time ain't going to be long. I don't make no odds, neither. Life ain't no great chop to a man like me, not when he gets the wrong side of 60, anyhow. Mine ain't been such a bad innings, and I don't owe much to any man. I mean as I've mostly been square with them that's done me a bad turn. No man can say that Ben Marston was ever backward in that way, and never will be, that's more. No, them as trod on me felt my teeth some day or other. Old man?" Crib growled. He understood things regular like a Christian, that old dog did. "And now you're a going off and Jim's gone. Seems only the other day as you and he was little toddling chaps running to meet me when I come home from work, clearing that fussed paddock and telling me mammy had the tea ready. Perhaps I'd a better struck to grubbing and clearing after all. It looked slow work, but it paid better than this here in the long run." Father turns away from me then and walks back a step or two. Then he faces me. "Dash it, boy, what are you waiting for? Shake hands and tell Jim the old man hadn't forgot him yet." It was many a day since I felt father's hand in kindness. He didn't do them sort of things. I held out mine, and his fingers closed on it in 1 minute, like a vice. Blessed if I didn't expect to feel the bones grate again one another. He was that strong he hardly knew his own strength, I believe. Then he sits down on the log by the fire. He took out his pipe, but somehow it wouldn't light. "Goodbye, Crib," says I. The old dog looked at me for a bit, wagged his tail, and then went and sat between Dad's knees. I took my horse and rode away slowish. I felt all dead and alive, like when I got near the turn in the track. I looked back and seen the dog in him just the same. I started both horses then. I never set my eyes on him again. Poor old Dad. I wasn't very gay for a bit, But I had a good horse under me, another alongside, a smartish lot of cash in notes and gold, some bank deposits too, and all the world before me. My dart now was to make my way to Willaroon and look sharp about it. My chance of getting through was none too good, but I settled to ride a deal at night and camp by day. I began to pick up my spirits after I got on the road and led up the mountain, and to look ahead to the time when I might call myself my own man again. Next day after that I was at Willaroon. I could have got there overnight, but it looked better to camp near the place and come next morning. There I was all right. The overseer was a reasonable sort of man, and I found old George had been as good as his word, and left word if a couple of men like me and Starlight came up, we were to be put on with the next mob of cattle that were going to Queensland. He did a store cattle trade with the far out squatters that were stocking up new country in Queensland, and it paid him very well, as nearly everything did that he touched. We were to find our own horses and be paid so much a week, £3 I think, and so on. As luck would have it, there was a biggish mob to start in a week, and road hands being scarce in that part, the overseer was disappointed that my mate, as he called him, hadn't come on, but I said he'd gone another track. Well, he'd hardly get such wages at any other job, says he, and if I was Mr. Storefield I wouldn't hire him again, not if he wanted a billet ever so bad. I don't suppose he will, says I, and serves him quite right too. I put my horse in the paddock. There was wild oats and crowsfoot knee-high in it, and helped the overseer to muster and draft. He gave me a fresh horse, of course. When he saw how handy I was in the yard, he got quite shook on me, and says he, "By George, you're just the chap the boss wants to send out to some new country he's going to take up in Queensland. What's your name?" Now I think of it, he didn't tell me. "William Turner," says I. "Very well, William," says he. "You're a dashed good man, I can see, and I wish I could pick up a few more like you. Blessed if I ever saw such a lot of duffers in my life as there are on this side. I've hardly seen a man come by that's worth his grub. You couldn't stop till the next mob starts, I suppose? I'd make it worth your while." "I couldn't well this time," says I. "My mate's got a friend out north just from home, and we're tied to time to meet him. But if I come back this way I'll put in a year with you." "Well, an offer's an offer," says he. "I can't say more, but I think you'll do better by stopping on here." I got away with the cattle all right, and the drover in charge was told to do all he could for me. The overseer said I was as good as two men, and it was Bill here and William there all the time till we were off. I wasn't sorry to be clear away, for of course any day a trooper might have ridden up and asked questions about the horses that were a little too good for a working drover. Besides, I had a look at the papers, and I saw that Starlight had been as good as his word in the matter of the advertisement. Sure enough, the Turon Star and a lot of other papers had, on the same day, received the same advertisement, with a £1 note enclosed and instructions to insert it 4 times. Notice: to all whom it may concern. The Messrs. Marston Brothers and Company, about to leave the district, request that all accounts against them may be sent to Police Camp Turon, addressed to the care of Sir Ferdinand Morringer, whose receipt will be sufficient discharged. For the firm, Starlight. I couldn't have believed it at first, that he had been so mad, but after a bit I saw that, like a lot of his reckless doings, it wasn't so far out after all. All the papers had taken it up as usual, and though some of them were pretty wild at the insult offered to the government and so on, I could see that most of them come to think it was a blind of some sort, meant to cover a regular big touch that we were going in for, close by home, and wanting to throw the police off the scent once more. If we really wanted to make tracks, they said, this would be the last thing we'd think of doing. Bit by bit it was put about as there should be a carefully laid plot to stick up all the banks in Turin on the same day, and make a sweep of all the gold and cash. I laughed when I saw this, because I knew that it was agreed upon between Aileen and Gracie that, about the time we were fairly started, whichever one of them saw Sir Ferdinand first should allow it to be fished out of her as a great secret that we were working up to some tremendous big affair of this sort, and which was to put the crown on all our other doings. To make dead sure, we had sent word to Billy the Boy, and some money too, to raise a sham kind of stick-up racket on the other side of the Turin, towards Bathurst way. He was to frighten a few small people that would be safe to talk about it, and make out that all the bushrangers in the country were camped about there. This was the sort of work that the young villain regularly went in for and took a pleasure in, and by the way the papers put it in, he had managed to frighten a lot of travellers and roadside publicans out of their senses most. As luck would have it, Wall and Hubert and Moran had been working up towards Mudgee lately, and stuck up the mail, and as Master Billy thought it a great lark to ride about with them with a black mask on, people began to think the gangs had joined again, and that some big thing, they didn't know what, was really on the cards. So a lot of police were telegraphed for, and the Bathurst superintendent came down all in a hurry to the Turin, and in the papers nothing went down but telegrams and yarns about bushrangers. They didn't know what the country was coming to. All the sober people wishing they'd never got an ounce of gold in Australia, and every little storekeeper along the line that had £100 in his cash box hiding it every night, and afraid of seeing us ride up every time the dogs barked. All the time we were heading for Cunnamulla, and leaving New South Wales behind us hand over hand. The cattle, of course, couldn't travel very fast. 10 or 12 miles a day was enough for them. I could have drowned myself in the creeks as we went crawling along sometimes, and I that impatient to get forward. 80 miles it was from Cunnamulla to the Queensland border. Once we were over that, we'd have to be arrested on warrant, and there were lots of chaps like us that were wanted on the far out north stations. Once we sighted the waters of Warrego, we should feel ourselves more than half free. Then there was Jim, poor old Jim. He wrote to say he was just starting for Melbourne, and very queer he felt about leaving his wife and boy. Such a fine little chap as he'd grown, too. He had just got his head down, he said, and taken to the pulling, he meant working, like our old nearside polder, and he was as happy as a king, going home to Jeanie at night, and having his £3 every Saturday. Now he was going away ever so far by land and sea, and God knows when he might see either of them again. If it wasn't for fear he had of being pitched upon by the police any day, and the long sentence he was sure to get, he'd stay where he was. He wasn't sure whether he wouldn't do so now. After that, Aileen had a letter, a short one, from Jeanie. Jim had gone. She had persuaded him for the sake of the boy, though both their hearts were nearly broken. She didn't know whether she'd done right. Perhaps she might never see him again. The poor fellow had forfeited his coach fare once, and had come back to stay another day with her. When he did go, he looked the picture of misery, and something told her it was their last parting. Well, we struck the river about 10 miles this side of Cunnamulla, where there was a roadside inn, a small, miserable kind of place, just one of those half shanties, half public houses, fit for nothing but to trap bushmen, and where the bad grog kills more men in a year than a middling outbreak of fever. Somewhere about here I expected to hear of the other two. We'd settled to meet a few miles one side or the other of the township. It didn't much matter which. so I began to look about in case I might get word of either of them, even if they didn't turn up to the time. Somewhere about dinner time, 12 o'clock, we got the cattle onto the river and let 'em spread over the flat. Then the man in charge rode up to the inn, the Traveller's Rest, a pretty long rest for some of 'em, as a grave here and there with 4 panels of shickery 2-rail fence around it showed, and shouted nobblers round for us. While we were standing up at the bar waiting for the cove to serve it out, a flash-looking card he was, and didn't hurry himself. Up rides a tall man to the door, hangs up his horse, and walks in. He had on a regular town rig, watch and chain, leather valise, round felt hat, like a chap going to take charge of a store or something. I didn't know him at first, but directly our eyes met and I saw it was old Jim. We didn't talk, no fear, and my boss asked him to join us like any other stranger. Just then in comes the landlady to sharpen up the man at the bar. "Haven't you served those drinks yet, Bob?" she sings out. "Why, the gentleman called for them half an hour ago. I never saw such a slow-going crawler as you are. You'd never have done for the Turon boys." We all looked at her. Not a bad-looking woman she'd once been, though you could see she'd come down in the world and been knocked about a bit. Surely I knew her voice. I'd seen her before. Why, of course. She was quicker than I was. "Well, Dick," says she, pouring out all the drinks, taking the note, and rattling down the change on the counter, all in a minute, same as I'd often seen her do before. "This is a rough shop to meet old friends in, isn't it? So you didn't know me, eh? We're both changed a bit. You look pretty fresh on it. A woman loses her looks sooner than a man when she goes to the bad. And Jim, too," she goes on. "Only to fancy poor old Jim turning up here, too. One would think you'd put it up to meet at the township on some plant of that sort." It was Kate, sure enough. How in the world did she ever get here? I knew she'd left Turon, and that old Mullockson had dropped a lot of his money in a big mining company he'd helped to float, and that never turned out gold enough to pay for the quicksilver in the first crushing. We'd heard afterwards that he'd died and she'd married again, but I never expected to see her brought down so low as this. Not but what we'd known many a woman that started on the diggings with silks and satins and a big house and plate glass windows, brought down to a cotton gown and a bark shanty before half a dozen years were over. Jim and I both looked queer. The men began to laugh. Anyone could see we were both in a fix. Jim spoke first. "Are you sure you're not making a mistake, missy?" says he, looking at her very quiet like. "Take care of what you say." He'd better have held his tongue. I don't know whether she really intended to give us away. I don't think she did altogether. But with them kind of women it's a regular toss-up whether they'll behave reasonable or not. When once they're started, especially if they think they've not been treated on the square, they can't stop themselves. "Take care of what I say," she breaks out, raising her voice to a scream and looking as if she'd jump over the bar counter and tear the eyes out of me. "Why should I take care? It's you, Dick Marston, you double-faced, treacherous dog that you are, that's got £1,000 on your head, that has cause to care, and you, Jim Marston, that's in the same reward, and both of you know it. Not that I've anything against you, Jim. You're a man, and always was. I'll say that for you." "And you're a woman," groans out poor Jim. "That's the reason you can't hold your infernal tongue, I suppose." Kate had let the cat out of the bag now, and no mistake. You should have seen the drover and his men look at us when they found they had the famous bushrangers among them they'd all heard so much about this years past. Some looked pretty serious and some laughed. The drover spoke first. "Bushranger here or bushranger there," he says, "I'm going to lose a dashed good man among cattle, and if this chattering fool of a woman had held her tongue, the pair of ye might have come on with the cattle till they were delivered. Now I'm a man short, and haven't one as I can trust on a pinch. I don't think any more of you, missy," he says, "for being so dashed ready to give away your friends. Supposing they had been on the cross." But Kate didn't hear. She had fallen down in kind of a fit, and her husband, coming in to see what the row was about, picked her up and stood looking at us with his mouth open. "Look here, my man," says I, "your wife's taken me and this gentleman," pointing to Jim, "for some people she knew before on the diggings, and seems to have gotten rather excited over it. If it was worth our while to stay here, we'd make her prove it. You'd better get her to lie down, and advise her when she comes to hold her tongue, or you might be made to suffer by it." "She's a terror when she's put out, and that's God's truth," says the chap, and starting to drag her over to one of the bits of back bedrooms. "It's all right, I dare say. She will keep meddling with what don't consarn her. I don't care who you are or what you are. If you'd knowed her before, I expect you'll think it best to clear out while she's unsensible like." "Here's a shout all round for these men here," says I, throwing a note on the bar. "Never mind the change. Good bye, chaps. This gentleman and I have some business together, and there's no bushranging in it, you may take my word." We all left then. The men went back to their cattle. Jim rode quietly along the road to Cunnamulla, just like any other traveller. I went down and saddled up my horse. I'd got everything I wanted in my swag, so I left the other horse at Willaroon. "Never mind the settlement," says I to the drover. "I'll be coming back to the station after I've finished my business in Queensland, and we can make up the account then." The overseer looked rather doubtful. "This seems rather mixed," says he. "Blessed if I understand it. The woman at the pub seems half off her head to me. I can't think two quiet looking chaps like you can be the Marstons. You've been a thundering good road hand anyhow, and I wish you luck." He shook hands with me. I rode off and kept going along the road till I overtook Jim. When I'd gone a mile or two, there was Jim riding steadily along the road, looking very dull and down-like, just the way he used to do when he was studying how to get round a job of work as he wasn't used to. He brightens up a bit when he sees me, and we both jumped off and had a good shake hands and a yarn. I told him about mother and Aileen, and how I'd left Dad all by himself. He said Jeanie and the boy were all right, but of course he'd never heard of 'em since, and couldn't help feeling dumbersome about meeting her again, particularly now this blessed woman had dropped across us and wouldn't keep her mouth shut. "As sure as we'd had anything to do with her, bad luck followed up," says Jim. "I'd rather have faced a trooper than see her face again." "She can't do much now," says I. "We're across the border. I wonder where Starlight is, whether he's in the township or not. As soon as we meet him we can make straight for the ship." "He's there now," says Jim. "He was at Kate's last night." "How do you know that?" "I heard her mutter something about it just when she went into that fit, or whatever it was. Devilment, I think. I never saw such a woman, and to think she's my Jeanie's sister." "Never mind that, Jim. These things can't be helped. But what did she say?" "Something like this. He thought I didn't know him, passing himself off as a gentleman. Warrigal, too. Kate Morrison's eyes are too sharp for that, as he'll find out." "Think she'll give us away again, Jim?" "God only knows. She mightn't this time, unless she wants to smother you altogether, and don't mind who she hurts along with you." "There's one good thing in it," says I. "There's no police nearer than Trielgerat, and it's a long day's ride to them. We made it all right before we left the Turon. All the police in the country is looking for us on the wrong road, and will be for a week or two yet." Then I told him about Aileen putting Sir Ferdinand on the wrong lay, and he said what a clever girl she was, and had as much pluck and sense as 2 or 3 men. "A deal more than we've ever showed, Dick," says he, "and that's not saying much either." He laughed in his quiet way when he heard about Starlight's advertisement in the Turon Star, and said it was just like him. He's a wonderful clever fellow, the captain. I've often thought when I've been by myself in Melbourne, sitting quiet, smoking at night, and turning all these things over, that it's a wonder he don't shoot himself when he thinks of what he is and the man he ought to be. He's head enough to take us safe out of this dashed old Sydney side, says I, and land us in another country where we'll be free and happy in spite of all that's come and gone. If he does that, we've no call to throw anything up to him. Let him do that, says Jim, and I'll be his servant to the day of my death. But I'm afraid it isn't to be any more than going to heaven right off. It's too good somehow to come true, and yet what a thing it is to be leading a working honest life and be afraid of no man. I was very near like that in Melbourne, Dick, he says. You've no notion what a grand thing it was, when I'd done my week's work and used to walk about with Jeanie and her boy on the Sundays, and pass the time of day with decent square coves that I knew and never dreamed I was different, then going home peaceful and contented to our little cottage. I tell you, Dick, it was heaven on earth. No wonder it regular broke my heart to leave it. We're close up to the township now, says I. The wire fence and the painted gate ain't more than a couple of miles off, the chap said at the inn. I wish there was a fire stick in it, and I'd never gone inside a door of it. However, that says nothing. We've got to meet Starlight somehow, and there's no use in riding together. You go in first, and I'll take a wheel outside the house and meet you in the road a mile or two ahead. Where's your pistol? I must have a look at mine. I had to roll it up in my swag, and it wants loading. Mine's a good tool, says Jim, bringing out a splendid-looking revolver, one of those new Dean and Adamses. I can make prime shooting at 50 yards, but I hope to God I shan't want to use it. There's no fear yet a bit, says I, but it's as well to be ready. I'll load before we go any farther. I loaded and put her back in the belt. We were just going to push on when we heard the sound of galloping, and round a patch of scrub comes a horseman at full speed. When he sees us, he cuts off the road and comes towards us. There was only one horse that carried himself like that, even when he was pulling double. We spotted him the same second. Rainbow and Starlight on him. What in thunder makes him ride like that? When he came closer, we saw by his face that something was up. His eyes had the gloomy, dull fire in them that put me in mind of the first time I saw him when he came back wounded and half dead to the Hollow. Don't stop to talk, boys, he sings out without stopping, but ride like the devil, head to the left. That infernal Warrigal has laid the police on your track, Dick. They were seen at Willaroon, may be up at any minute. Where's Warrigal now? I said, as we all took our horses by the head and made for a patch of dark timber we could see far out on the plain. He dropped when I fired at him, said Starlight, but whether the poor beggar's dead or not I can't say. It isn't my fault if he betrays anyone again. How did it come out? I was tired of waiting at that confounded hotel, not a soul to speak to. I rode back as far as Kate's, just to see if you had passed. She didn't know me a bit. The deuce she didn't. Why, she broke out on me and Jim, said something about you and Warrigal too. Wonderful creatures, women, says he, thoughtful like, and yet I used to think I understood them. No time to do anything, though. No, the nearest police station's a day off. I'll give a trifle to know who's after us. How did you find out Warrigal's doubling on me? Not that it matters, now, damn him. When I talked about going back, he was in a terrible fright, and raised so many objections that I saw he had some reason for it, so I made him confess. How did he do it? After we passed Dandaloo, well inside the West Bogan scrubs, he picked up a black fellow who had once been a tracker, gave him £1 to let them know at the police camp that you two were making out by Willaroon. "I knew he had it in for me," said I, "but I depended on his not doing anything for fear of hurting you." "So I thought too, but he expected you'd be trapped at Willaroon before there would be time for you to catch me up. If he hadn't met that Jemmy Wardell I dare say he wouldn't have thought of it. When he told me I was in such an infernal rage that I fired point blank at him, didn't wait to see whether he was dead or alive, and rode straight back here to warn you. I was just in time, Jim, old man? Why, you look so respectable they'd never have known you. Why didn't you stay where you were, James?" "I wish to God I had," says poor old Jim. "It's too late to think of that now." We hadn't over much time for talking, and had to range up close to do it at all at the pace we were going. We did our best, and must have ridden many a mile before dark. Then we kept going through the night. Starlight was pilot, and by the compass he carried we kept going something in a line with the road. But we missed Warringale in the night work, and more than once I suspected we were going round and not keeping a straight course. We didn't do badly after all, for we struck the main road at daylight, and made out that we were 30 miles to the other side of Cunnamulla, and in the right direction. The worst of it was, like all short cuts and night riding, we'd taken about twice as much out of our horses as we need have done if we had been certain of our line. "This ought to be the Murraybone Creek," says Starlight, "by the look of it, when we came to a goodish broad bit of water. The crossing place is boggy, so they told me at the hotel. We may as well pull up for a spell. We're in Queensland now, that's one comfort." It took us all we knew to get over. It was a regular quicksand. Rainbow never got flustered if he was up to his neck in a bog, but my horse got frightened and plunged, so I had to jump off. Jim's horse was a trifle better, but he hadn't much to spare. We weren't sorry to take the bridles out of their mouths and let them pick a bit on the flat when we got safe over. We didn't unsaddle our horses, no fear. We never did that, only at night, not always then. We took the bits out of their mouths and let them pick feed round about, with the bridle under their feet, stock horse fashion. They were all used to it, and you'd see 'em put their foot on a rein and take it off again, regular as if they knew all about it. We could run full pelt and catch 'em all three in a minute's notice. Old Rainbow would hold up his head when he saw Starlight coming, and wait for him to mount if there was 100 horses galloping past. Lucky for him, he'd done it scores of times. Once on his back, there was no fear of any other horse overhauling him, any more than a coolie dog or a flying doe kangaroo. Pretty well settled it came to be amongst us that we should be well into Queensland before the police were handy. Starlight and Jim were having a pitch about the best way to get aboard one of these pearling craft, and how jolly it would be. The captains didn't care 2 straws what sort of passengers they took aboard, so long as they had the cash and were willing to give a hand when they were wanted. We were just walking toward the horses to make a fresh start when Starlight puts up his hand. We all listened. There was no mistaking the sound we heard. Horses at speed, and mounted men at that. We were in a sort of angle. We couldn't make back over the infernal boggy creek we'd just passed, and they seemed to be coming on 2 sides at once. "By, they're on us," said Starlight, and he cocks his rifle and walks over quite cool to the old horse. "Our chance, boys, is to exchange shots and ride for it. Keep cool, don't waste your fire, and if we can drop a couple of them we may slip them yet." We hadn't barely time to get to our horses when out of the timber they came in 2 lots, 3 on each side. Police, sure enough, and meeting us. That shook us a bit. How the devil did they get ahead of us after the pace we'd ridden the last 24 hours, too? When they came close we could see how it was. Sir Ferdinand and 3 troopers on one side, Inspector Goring with 2 more on the left, while outside, not far from the lead, rode Sir Watkins, the Braidwood black tracker, the best hand at that work in the 3 colonies. if you could keep him sober. Now we could see why they took us in front. He had kept out wide when he saw the tracks were getting hot, so as to come in on the road ahead of us and meet us full in the teeth. He had hit it off well this time, blast him. We couldn't make back on account of the creek, and we had double our number to fight, and good men too, before we could break through, if we could do that. Our time was come if we hadn't the devil's own luck, but we had come out of as tight a place before and might do it again. When they were within 50 yards, Sir Ferdinand calls out, "Surrender, it's no use, men," says he. "I don't want to shoot you down, but you must see you're outnumbered. There's no disgrace in yielding now." "Come on," says Starlight, "don't waste your breath. There's no man here will be taken alive." With that, Goring lets drive and sends a bullet that close by my head that I put up my hand to feel the place. All the rest bangs away, black tracker and all. I didn't see Sir Ferdinand's pistol smoke. He and Starlight seemed to wait. Then Jim and I fires steady. One trooper drops badly hit. My man's horse fell like a log and penned his rider under him, which was pretty nigh as good. "Steady does it," says Starlight, and he makes a snap shot at the tracker and breaks his right arm. "3 men spoiled," says he. "One more to the good and we may charge." Just as he said this, the trooper that was underneath the dead horse crawls from under him, the off side, and rests his rifle on his wither. Starlight had just mounted when every rifle and pistol in the 2 parties was fired at one volley. We had drawn closer to one another, and no one seemed to think of cover. Rainbow rears up, giving one spring, and falls backward with a crash. I thought Starlight was crushed underneath him, shot through the neck and flank as he was. But he saved himself somehow, and stood with his hand on Rainbow's mane, when the old horse rose again all right, head and tail well up and steady as a rock. The blood was pouring out of his neck, but he didn't seem to care 2 straws about it. You could see his nostrils spread out and his eye looking twice as big and fiery. Starlight rests his rifle a minute on the old horse's shoulder, and the man that had fired the shot fell over with a kick. Something hits me in the ribs like a stone, and another on the right arm, which drops down just as I was aiming at a young fellow with light hair that had ridden pretty close up under a myall tree. Jim and Sir Ferdinand let drive straight at one another the same minute. They both meant it this time. Sir Ferdinand's hat turned part round on his head, but poor old Jim drops forward on his face and tears up the grass with his hands. I knew what that sign meant. Goring rides straight at Starlight and calls on him to surrender. He had his rifle on his hip, but he never moved. There he stood, with his hand on the mane of his old horse. "Keep back if you're wise, Goring," says he, as quiet and steady as if he'd been cattle drafting. "I don't want to have your blood on my head, but if you must." Goring had taken so many men in his day that he got overconfident like. He thought Starlight would give in at the last moment or miss him in the rush. My right arm was broken, and now that Jim was down we might both be took, which would be a great crow for the police. Anyhow, he was a man that didn't know what fear was, and he chanced it. 2 of the troopers fired point blank at Starlight as Goring rode at him, and both shots told. He never moved, but just lifted his rifle as the other came up at a gallop. Goring threw up his arms and rolled off his horse, a dying man. Starlight looked at him for a minute. "We're quits," he says. "It's not once but twice either you've pulled trigger on me. I knew this day would come." Then he sinks down slowly by the side of the old horse and leans against his foreleg. Rainbow standing quite steady, only tossing his head up and down the old way. I could see by the stain on Starlight's mouth and the blood on his breast that he had been shot through the lungs. I was badly hit too, and going in the head, though I didn't feel it so much at the time. I began to hear voices like in a dream. Then my eyes darkened, and I fell like a log. When I came to, all the men was off their horses, some round Goring. Him they lifted up and propped against a tree, but he was stone dead, anyone could see. Sir Ferdinand was on his knees beside Starlight, talking to him, and the other saying a word now and then, quite composed and quiet like. "Close thing, Morringer, wasn't it?" I heard him say. "You were too quick for us. Another day, and we'd been out of reach." True enough. Horses all dead beat, couldn't raise a remount for love or money. Well, the game's up now, isn't it? I held some good cards too, but they never told somehow. I'm more sorry for Jim and that poor girl Aileen than I am for myself. Don't fret, there's a good fellow. Fortune of war, you know. Anything else?" Here he closed his eyes and seemed gone, but he wakes up again and begins in a dreamy way. His words came slowly, but his voice never altered one bit. "I'm sorry I fired at poor Warrigal now. No dog was ever more faithful than he has been to me all through this till now, but I was vexed at his having sold Dick and poor Jim." "We knew we should find you here or hereabouts without that," says Sir Ferdinand. "How was that?" "Two jockey boys you met one night at Calgagate. One of them recognized Locket by the white patch on her neck. He wired us at the next station." "So you were right after all, Dick. It was a mistake to take that mare. I've always been confoundedly obstinate. I admit that. Too late to think of it now, isn't it?" "Anything else I can do?" says Sir Ferdinand. "Give her this ring." He pulls it off his finger, "and you'll see Matty Barnes gets the old horse, won't you? Poor old Rainbow. I know she'll take care of him, and a promise is a promise." "All right. He's the property of the government now, you know, but I'll square it somehow. The General won't object under the circumstances." Then he shuts his eyes for a bit. After a while he calls out, Dick Marston." "I'm here," says I. "If you ever leave this, tell Aileen that her name was the last word I spoke, the very last. She foresaw this day. She told me so. I had a queer feeling, too, this week back. Well, it's over now. I don't know that I'm sorry, except for others. I say, Morringer, do you remember that last pigeon match you and I shot in at Hurlingham?" "Why, good God," says Sir Ferdinand, bending down and looking into his face. "It can't be. Yes, by Jove, it is." He spoke some name I couldn't catch, but Starlight put a finger on his lips and whispers, "You won't tell, will you? Say you won't." The other nodded. He smiled just like his old self. "Poor Aileen," he says, quite faint. His head fell back. Starlight was dead. End of chapter 49. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Chapter 50 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wang and Shi. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 50. The breath was hardly out of him when a horse comes tearing through the scrub onto the little plain, with a man on his back that seemed hurt bad or drunk. He rolled in his saddle so. The head of him was bound up with a white cloth, and what you could see of it was dark looking, with blood stains on it. I knew the figure in the seat on a horse, though I couldn't see his face. He didn't seem to have much strength, but he was one of those sort of riders that can't fall off a horse, that is, unless they're dead. Even then you'd have to pull him down. I believe he'd hang on somehow like a dead possum on a branch. It was Warrigal. They all knew him when he came close up, but none of the troopers raised their pieces or thought of stopping him. If a dead man had rode right into the middle of us, he'd have looked like that. He stopped his horse, and slipped off on his feet somehow. He'd had a dreadful wound, anyone could see. There was blood on the rags that bound his head all up, and beamed round his forehead and over his chin, and made him look more and more like a corpse. Not much you could see, only his eyes, that were burning bright like two coals of fire. Up to Starlight's body he goes and sits himself down by it. He takes the dead man's head into his lap, looks down at the face, and bursts out into the awfullest sort of crying and lamenting I ever heard of a living man. I've seen the native women mourning for their dead with the blood and tears running down their faces together. I've known them sit for days and nights without stirring from round a corpse, not taking a bite or sup the whole time. I've seen white people that's lost an only child that had, maybe, been all life and spirits an hour before. But in all my life I have never seen no man, nor woman either, show such regular right down grief as Warrigal did for his master, the only human creature he loved in the wide world, and him lying stiff on the ground before him. He lifts up the dead face and wipes the blood from the lips so careful, talks to it in his own language, or leastways his mother's, like a woman over a child. Then he sobbed and groaned and shook all over as if the very life was going out of him. At last he lays the head very soft and gentle down on the ground and looks round. Sir Ferdinand gives him his handkerchief, and he lays it over the face. Then he turns away from the men that stood round, and got up looking that despairing and wretched that I couldn't help pitying him, though he was the cause of the whole thing as far as we could see. Sudden as a flash of powder he pulls out a small revolver, a derringer, Starlight gave him once, and holds it out to me, butt end first. "You shoot me, Dick Marston. You shoot me quick," he says. "It's all my fault. I killed him. I killed the captain. I want to die and go with him to the never never country parson tell us about. Up there." One of the troopers knocked his hand up. Sir Ferdinand gave a nod, and a pair of handcuffs were slipped over his wrists. "You told the police the way I went?" says I. "It's all come out of that." "Thought they'd grab you at Willaroon," says he, looking at me quite sorrowful with his dark eyes, like a child. "If you hadn't knocked me down that last time, Dick Marston, I'd never have done nothing to you nor Jim. I forgot about the old down. That brought it all back again. I couldn't help it. And when I see Jimmy Wardell, I thought they'd catch you, and no one else." "Well, you've made a clean sweep of the lot of us, Warrigal," says I. "Poor Jim and all. Don't you ever show yourself to the old man or go back to the Hollow if you get out of this." "He's dead now. I'll never hear him speak again," says he, looking over to the figure on the grass. "What's the odds about me?" I didn't hear any more. I must have fainted away again. Things came into my head about being taken in a cart back to Cunnamulla, with Jim lying dead on one side of me and Starlight on the other. I was only half sensible, I expect. Sometimes I thought we were alive, and another time that the three of us were dead and going to be buried. What makes it worse, I've seen that sight so often since. The fight on the plain and the end of it all. Just like a picture, it comes back to me over and over again. Sometimes in broad day, as I sit in my cell, in the darkest midnight, in the early dawn. It rises before my eyes, the bear playing, and the dead men lying where they fell. Sir Ferdinand on his horse, with the troopers standing round, and the half-caste sitting with Starlight's head in his lap, rocking himself to and fro, and crying and moaning like a woman that's lost her child. I can see Jim, too, lying on his face with his hat rolled off and both arms spread out wide. He never moved after. And to think that only the day before he had thought he might see his wife and child again. Poor old Jim! If I shut my eyes they won't go away, It will be the last sight I shall see in this world before I'm... The coroner of the district held an inquest, and the jury found a verdict of justifiable homicide by Sir Ferdinand Morringer and other members of the police force of New South Wales in the case of one James Marston, charged with robbery under arms, and of a man habitually known as Starlight, but of whose real name there was no evidence before the jury. As for the police, it was wilful murder against us. Warrigal and I were remanded to Turin Court for further evidence, and as soon as we were patched up a bit by the doctor, for both of us looked like making a die of it for 2 or 3 weeks, we were started on horseback with 4 troopers overland all the way back. We went easy stages. We couldn't ride any way fast, both of us handcuffed, and our horses led. One day, about a fortnight after, as we were crossing a river, Warrigal's horse stopped to drink. It was a swim in the middle of the stream, and the trooper, who was a young chap just from the depot, let go his leading rein for a bit. Warrigal had been as quiet as a lamb all the time, and they hadn't a thought of his playing up. I heard a splash, and looked round. His horse's head was turned to the bank, and before the trooper could get out of the river, he was into the river scrub and away as fast as his horse could carry him. Both the troopers went after him, and we waited half an hour, and then went on to the next police station to stop till they came back. Next day, late, they rode in with their horses regularly done and knocked up, leading his horse, but no Warrigal. He had got clear away from them in the scrub, jumped off his horse when they were out of sight, taken off his boots, and made a straight track for the West Bogan scrub. There was about as much chance of running him down there as a brumby with a day's start, or a wallaroo that was seen on a mountainside the week before last. I didn't trouble my head that much to think whether I was glad or sorry. What did it matter? What did anything matter now? The only 2 men I loved in the world were dead. The 2 women I loved best left forsaken and disgraced. And well, I was on my way to be hanged. I was taken along to Turon and put into the jail, there to await my trial. They didn't give me much of a chance to bolt, and I wouldn't have taken it if they had. I was dead tired of my life, and wouldn't have taken my liberty then and there if they'd given it me. All I wanted was to have the whole thing done and over without any more bother. It all passed like a dream. The court was crowded till there wasn't standing room, everyone wanting to get a look at Dick Marston, the famous bushranger. The evidence didn't take so very long. I was proved to have been seen with the rest the day the escort was robbed, the time the 4 troopers were shot. I was suspected of being concerned in Hagen's party's death, and half a dozen other things. Last of all, when Sub-Inspector Goring was killed, and a trooper, besides 2 others, badly wounded. I was sworn to as being one of the men that fired on the police. I didn't hear a great deal of it, but livened up when the judge put on his black cap and made a speech, not a very long one, telling about the way the law was set at naught by men who had dared to infest the highways of the land and rob peaceful citizens with arms and violence. In the pursuit of gain by such atrocious means, blood had been shed, and murder, wilful murder, had been committed. He would not further allude to the deeds of blood with which the prisoner at the bar stood charged. The only redeeming feature in his career had been brought out by the evidence tendered in his favor by the learned counsel who defended him. He had fought fairly when opposed by the police force, and he had on more than one occasion acted in concert with a robber known as Starlight, and the brother James Marston, both of whom had fallen in a recent encounter, to protect from violence women who were helpless and in the power of his evil companions. Then the judge pronounced a sentence that I, Richard Marston, was to be taken from the place whence I came, and there hanged by the neck until I was dead, and might God have mercy upon my soul. My lawyer had beforehand argued that although I had been seen in the company of persons who had doubtless compassed the unlawfully slaying of the Queen's lieges and peace officers, yet no proof had been brought before the court that day that I had wilfully killed anyone. He was not aware, would his Honour remark, that anyone had seen me fire at any man, whether since dead or alive. He would freely admit that I had been seen in bad company, but that fact would not suffice to hang a man under British rule. It was therefore incumbent on the jury to bring in a verdict for his client of not guilty. But that cock wouldn't fight. I was found guilty by the jury and sentenced to death by the judge. I expect I was taken back without seeing or hearing to the jail, and I found myself alone in the condemned cell, with heavy leg irons, worn for the first time in my life. The rough and tumble of a bushranger's life was over at last, and this was the finish up. For the first week or two I didn't feel anything particular. I was hardly awake. Sometimes I thought I must be dreaming, that this man, sitting in a cell, quiet and dull-looking, with heavy irons on his limbs, could never be Dick Marston, the shearer, the stock-rider, the gold-miner, the bushranger. This was the end! The end! The end! I used to call it out sometimes louder and louder, till the warder would come in to see if I had gone mad. Bit by bit I came to my right senses. I almost think I felt sharper and clearer in my head than I had done for ever so long. Then I was able to realize the misery I had come down to after all our blowing and roving. This was the crush yard and no gateway. I was safe to be hanged in 6 weeks, or thereabouts. Hanged like a dog. Nothing could alter that, and I didn't want it if it could. And how did the others get on, those that had their lives bound up with ours, so that we couldn't be hurt without their bleeding, almost in their hearts? That is, mother's bled to death. At any rate, when she heard of Jim's death and my being taken, it broke her heart clean. She never held her head up after. Eileen told me in her letter she used to nurse his baby and cry over him all day, talking about her dear boy Jim. She was laid in the burying ground at St. Kilda. As to Eileen, she had long vowed herself to the service of the Virgin. She knew that she was committing sin in pledging herself to an earthly love. She had been punished for her sin by the death of him she loved, and she had settled in her mind to go into the convent at Subiaca, where she should be able to wear out her life in prayer for those of her blood who still lived, as well as for the souls of those who lay in the little burying ground on the banks of the far Warrego. Jeanie settled to stop in Melbourne. She had money enough to keep her comfortable, and her boy would be brought up in a different style from his father. As for Gracie, she sent me a letter in which she said she was like the bird that could only sing one song. She would remain true to me in life and death. George was very kind, and would never allow anyone to speak harshly of his former friends. We must wait and make the best of it. So I was able, you see, to get bits of news even in the condemned cell, from time to time, about the outside world. I learned that Wall and Hulbert and Moran and another fellow were still at large, and following up their old game. Their time, like ours, was drawing short, though. Well, this has been a thundering long yarn, hasn't it? All my whole life I seem to have lived over again. It didn't take so long in the telling. It's a month today since I began, and this life itself has reeled away so quick. It hardly seems a dozen years instead of 27 since it began. It won't last much longer. Another week and it will be over. There's a fellow to be strung up before me, for murdering his wife. The scoundrel! I wonder how he feels. I've had visitors, too. Some I never thought to see inside this jail wall. One day who should come in but Mr. Falkland and his daughter. There was a young gentleman with them that they told me was an English lord, a baronet, or something of that sort, and was to be married to Miss Falkland. She stood and looked at me with her big innocent eyes, so pitiful and kind-like, I could have thrown myself down at her feet. Mr. Falkland talked away, and asked me about this and that. He seemed greatly interested. When I told him about the last fight, and of poor Jim being shot dead, and Starlight dying alongside the old horse, the tears came into Miss Falkland's eyes, and she cried for a bit, quite feeling and natural. Mr. Falkland asked me all about the robbery at Mr. Knightley's, and took down a lot of things in his pocket-book. I wondered what he did that for. When they said good-bye, Mr. Falkland shook hands with me, and said he hoped to be able to do some good for me, but not to build anything on the strength of it. Then Miss Falkland came forward and held out her beautiful hand to me, as sure as you live, like a regular thoroughbred angel, as she always was. It was very nigh cooked me. I felt so queer and strange, I couldn't have spoken a word to save my life. Sir George, or whatever his name was, didn't seem to fancy it over much, for he said, "You colonists are strange people. Our friend here may think himself highly favoured." Miss Falkland turned towards him and held up her head, looking like a queen, as she was, and says she, "If you had met me in the last place where I saw this man and his brother, you would not wonder at my avowing my gratitude to both of them. I should despise myself if I did not. Poor Jim saved my life on one occasion, and on another, but far more dreadful day, but words, mere words, can never express my deep thankfulness for his noble conduct, and were he here now, I would tell him so, and give him my hand if all the world stood by." Sir George didn't say anything after that, and she swept out of the cell, followed by Mr. Falkland and him. It was just as well for him to keep a quiet tongue in his head. I expect she was a great heiress as well as a great beauty, and people of that sort, I've found, mostly get listened to when they speak. When the door shut, I felt as if I'd seen the wings of an angel flit through it, and the prison grew darker and darker, like the place of lost souls. End of chapter 50. Recording by Wang Anqi.
Chapter 51 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lucy Burgoyne. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 51. One day I was told that a lady wanted to see me. When the door of the cell opened, who should walk in but Aileen. I didn't look to have seen her. I didn't bother my head about who was coming. What did it matter, as I kept thinking, who came or who went for the week or two that was to pass before the day? Yes, the day, that Thursday, when poor Dick Marston would walk over the threshold of his cell and never walk over one again. The warder, him that stopped with me day and night, every man in the condemned cell has to be watched like that, stepped outside the door and left us together. We both looked at one another. She was dressed all in black, and her face was that pale I hardly knew her at first. Then she said, "Oh, Dick, my poor Dick, is this the way we meet?" and flings herself into my arms. How she cried and sobbed, to be sure. The tears ran down her cheeks like rain, and every time the leg irons rattled, she shook and trembled as if her heart was breaking. I tried to comfort her. It was no use. "Let me cry on, Dick," she said. I have not shed a tear since I first heard the news. The miserable truth, that has crushed all our vain hopes and fancies. My heart has nearly burst for want of relief. This will do me good. To think that this should be the end of all. But it is just. I cannot dare to doubt Heaven's mercy. What else could we expect, living as we all did, in sin, in mortal sin? I am punished rightly. She told me all about poor mother's death. She never held up her head after she heard of Jim's death. She never said a hard word about anyone. It was God's will, she thought, and only for His mercy things might have gone worse. The only pleasure she had in her last days was in petting Jim's boy. He was a fine little chap, and had eyes like his father, poor old Jim. Then Aileen broke down altogether, and it was a while before she could speak again. Jeanie was the same as she had been from the first, only so quiet they could hardly know how much she felt. She wouldn't leave the little cottage where she had been so happy with Jim, and liked to work in the chair opposite to where Jim used to sit and smoke his pipe in the evenings. Most of her friends lived in Melbourne, and she reckoned to stay there for the rest of her life. As to father, they had never heard a word from him, hardly knew whether he was dead or alive. There was some kind of report that Warrigal had been seen making towards Nulla Mountain, looking very weak and miserable, on a knocked-up horse, but they did not know whether it was true or false. Poor Aileen stopped till we were all locked up for the night. She seemed as if she couldn't bear to leave me. She had no more hope or tie in life, she said. I was the only one of her people she was likely to see again, and this was the last time, the last time. "Oh, Dick, oh, my poor lost brother," she said. "How clearly I seem to see all things now. Why could we not do so before? I have had my sinful worldly dream of happiness, and death has ended it. When I heard of his death and Jim's, my heart turned to stone. All the strength I have shall be given to religion from this out. I can ease my heart and mortify the flesh for the good of my soul. To God, to Holy Virgin, who hears the sorrows of such as me, I can pray day and night for their souls' welfare, for mine, for yours. And, oh Dick, think when that day, that dreadful day, comes that Aileen is praying for you, will pray for you till her own miserable life ends. And now, good-bye. We shall meet on this earth no more. Pray, say that you will pray. Pray now that we may meet in heaven." She half drew me to my knees. She knelt down herself on the cold stone floor of the cell, and I seemed to remember the old days when we were both children and used to kneel down by mother's bed, the three of us, Aileen in the middle and one of us boys on each side. The old time came back to me, and I cried like a child. I wasn't ashamed of it, and when she stood up and said, "Goodbye, goodbye, Dick," I felt a sort of rushing of the blood to my head, and all my wounds seemed as if they would break out again. I very near fell down, what with one thing and another. I sat myself down on my bed, and I hid my face in my hands. When I looked up, she was gone. After that, day after day went on, and I scarcely kept count, until somehow I found out it was the last week. They partly told me on the Sunday. The parson, a good, straight manly man he was, he had me told for fear I should go too close up to it, and not have time to prepare. Prepare! How was a man like me to prepare? I'd done everything I'd a mind to for years and years, some good things, some bad, mostly bad. How was I to repent? Just to say I was sorry for them. I wasn't that particular sorry either. That was the worst of it. A deal of old life was dashed good fun, and I'd not say, if I had the chance, that I wouldn't do just the same over again. Sometimes I felt as if I ought to understand what the parson tried to hammer into my head, but I couldn't do anything but make a jumble of it. It came natural to me to do some things, and I did them. If I had stopped dead and bucked at father's wanting me and Jim to help duff those weaners, I really believe all might have come right. Jim said afterwards he'd made up his mind to have another try at getting me to join with George Storefield in that fencing job. After that we could have gone into the outside station work with him, just the thing that would have suited the pair of us, and what a grand finish we might have made of it if we ran a waiting race, and where were we now? Jim dead, Aileen dead to the world, and me to be hanged on Thursday. Poor mother dead and broken-hearted before her time. We couldn't have done worse. We must have, done better. I did repent in that sort of way of all we'd done since that first wrong turn. It's the wrong turn off that makes a man lose his way. But as for the rest, I had only a dull, heavy feeling that my time was come, and I must make the best of it and meet it like a man. So the day came, the last day. What a queer feeling it was when I lay down that night, that I should never want to sleep again, or try to do it. That I had seen the sunset, leastways the day grow dark, for the last time, the very last time. Somehow I wasn't that much in fear of it, as you might think. It was strange like, but made one pull himself together a bit. Thousands and millions of people had died in all sorts of ways and shapes since the beginning of the world. Why shouldn't I be able to go through with it like another? I was a long time lying and thinking before I thought of sleeping. All the small, teeny bits of a man's life, as well as the big, seemed to come up before me as I lay there. The first things I could recollect at Rocky Flat, then the pony, mother a youngish woman, father always hard-looking, but so different from what he came to be afterwards. Aileen, a little girl with her dark hair falling over her shoulders, then a grown woman riding her own horse and full of smiles and fun, then a pale, weeping woman all in black, looking like a mourner at a funeral. Jim too, and Starlight, now galloping along through the forest at night, laughing, drinking, enjoying themselves at Jonathan Barnes, with the bright eyes of Bella and Maddie shining with fun and devilment. Then both of them lying dead at the flat by Murray-Narbone Creek. Starlight with the half-caste making his wild moan over him, Jim quiet in death as in life, lying in the grass, looking as if he had slid off his horse in that hot weather to take a bang, and now no get away, the rope, the hangman. I must have gone to sleep after all, for the sun was shining into the cell when I stirred, and I could see the chains on my ankles that I had worn all these weary weeks. How could I sleep? But I had, for all that. It was daylight, more than that, sunrise. I listened, and, sure enough, I heard 2 or 3 of the bush birds calling. It reminded me of being a boy again, and listening to the birds at dawn just before it was time to get up. When I was a boy, was I ever a boy? How long was it ago? And now, oh my God, my God! That ever it should have come to this. What am I waiting for to hear now? the tread of men, the smith that knocks the irons off the limbs that are so soon to be as cold as the jangling chains. Yes, at last I hear their footsteps. Here they come. The warder, the blacksmith, the parson, the head gaoler, just as I expected. The smith begins to cut the rivets. Somehow they none of them look so solemn as I expected. Surely when a man is to be killed by law, choked to death in cold blood, people might look a bit serious. Mind you, I believe men ought to be hanged. I don't hold with any of that rot that them as commits murder shouldn't pay for it with their own lives. It's the only way they can pay for it, and make sure they don't do it again. Some men can stand anything but the rope. Prison walls don't frighten them, but Jack Ketch does. They can't gammon him. "Knock off his irons quick," says Mr. Fairley, the parson. "He will not want them again just yet." "I didn't think you would make a joke of that sort, sir," says I. "It's a little hard on a man, ain't it? But we may as well take it cheerful too." "Tell him all, Mr. Strickland," he says to the head gaoler. "I see he can bear it now." "Prisoner Richard Marston," says the gaoler, standing up before me, "it becomes my duty to inform you that, owing to representations made in your favour by the Honourable Mr. Falkland, the Honourable Mr. Storefield, and other gentlemen who have interested themselves in your case, setting forth the facts that, although mixed up with criminals and known to be present when the escort and various other cases of robbery under arms have taken place, wherein life has been taken, there is no distinct evidence of your having personally taken life. On the other hand, in several instances yourself, with the late James Marston and the deceased person known as Starlight, have aided in the protection of life and property. The Governor and the Executive Council have therefore graciously been pleased to commute your sentence of death to that of 15 years' imprisonment. When I came to, I was lying on my blankets in a different cell. As I could see by the shape of it, the irons didn't rattle when I moved. I was surprised when I looked and saw they were took off. Bit by bit it all came back to me. I was not to be hanged. My life was saved, if it was worth saving, by the 2 or 3 good things we'd done in our time, and almost, I thought, more for poor old Jim's sake than my own. Was I glad or sorry now it was all over? I hardly knew. For a week or two I felt as if they'd better have finished me off when I was ready, and have done with me. But after a while I began to feel different. Then the gaoler talked to me a bit. He never said much to prisoners, and what he said he meant. "Prisoner Marston," says he, "you'd better think over your situation and don't mope. Make up your mind like a man. You may have friends that you'd like to live for. Pull yourself together and face your sentence like a man. You're a young man now, and you won't be an old one when you're let out. If your conduct is uniformly good, you'll be out in 12 years. Settle yourself to serve that, and you're a lucky man to have no more, and you may have some comfort in your life yet." Then he went out. He didn't wait to see what effect it had on me. If I wasn't a fool, he thought to himself, I must take it in. If I was, nothing would do me any good. I took his advice and settled myself down to think it over. It was a good while, a weary lot of years to wait, year by year. But still, if I got out in 12 years, I should not be so out and out broke down after all. Not much over 40, and there's a deal of life for a man sometimes after that. and then I knew that there would be one that would be true to me anyhow, that would wait for me when I went out, and that would not be too proud to join in her life and mine, for all that had come and gone. Well, this might give me strength. I don't think anything else could, and from that hour I made up my mind to tackle it steady and patient, to do the best I could, and to work out my sentence, thankful for the mercy that had been showed to me, and if ever a man was in this world, resolved to keep clear of all cross ways for the future. So I began to steady myself and tried to bear it the best way I could. Other men were in for long sentences, and they seemed to be able to keep alive, so why shouldn't I? Just at the first I wasn't sure whether I could. Year after year to be shut up there, with the grass growing and the trees waving outside, and the world full of people, free to walk or ride, to work or play, people that had wives and children, and friends and relations. It seemed awful. That I should be condemned to live in this shut-up tomb all those long, weary years, and there was nothing else for it. I couldn't eat or sleep at first, and kept starting up at night, thinking they was coming for me to carry me off to the gallows. Then I dreamed that Jim and Starlight was alive, and that we'd all got out of jail and were riding through the bush at night to the Hollow again. Then I'd wake up and know they were dead and I was here. Time after time I've done that, and I was that broken down and low that I burst out crying like a child. End of chapter 51.
Chapter 52 of Robbery Under Arms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD. Chapter 52. The months went on till I began to think it was a long time since anything had been heard of Father. I didn't expect to have a letter or anything, but I knew he must take a run outside now and again, and so sure as he did it would come to my ears somehow. Well, one day I had a newspaper passed into me. It was against the regulations, but I did get it for all that, and this was the first thing I saw. Strange discovery in the Turon district. The story went on to say, a remarkable natural formation leading to curious results was last week accidentally hit upon by a party of prospectors, and by them made known to the police of the district. It may tend to solve the doubts which for the last few years have troubled the public at large with respect to the periodical disappearance of a certain gang of bushrangers now broken up. Accident led the gold miners, who were anxious to find a practicable track to the gullies at the foot of Nulla Mountain, to observe a narrow, winding way apparently leading over the brow of the precipice on its western face. To their surprise, half hidden by a fallen tree, they discovered a difficult but practicable track down a gully, which finally opened out into a broad, well-grassed valley of considerable extent, in which cattle and horses were grazing. No signs of human habitation were at first visible, but after a patient search a cave in the eastern angle of the range was discovered. Fires had been lighted habitually near the mouth, and near a log 2 saddles and bridles, long unused, lay in the tall grass. Hard by was stretched the body of a man of swarthy complexion. Upon examination the skull was found to be fractured as if by some blunt instrument. A revolver of small size lay on his right side. Proceeding to the interior of the cave, which had evidently been used as a dwelling for many years past, they came upon the corpse of another man, in a sitting position, propped up against the wall. One arm rested upon an empty spirit keg, beside which were a tin pannikin and a few rude cooking utensils. At his feet lay the skeleton of a dog. The whole group had evidently been dead for a considerable time. Further search revealed large supplies of clothes, saddlery, arms, and ammunition, all placed in recesses of the cave, besides other articles which would appear to have been deposited in that secure receptacle many years since. As may be imagined, a large amount of interest and even excitement was caused when the circumstances, as reported to the police, became generally known. A number of our leading citizens, together with many of the adjoining station holders, at once repaired to the spot. No difficulty was felt in identifying the bodies as those of Ben Marston, the father of the 2 bushrangers of that name, and of Warrigal, the half-caste follower always seen in attendance upon the chief of the gang, the celebrated Starlight. How the last members of this well-known, long-dreaded gang of freebooters had actually perished can only be conjectured, but taking the surrounding circumstances into consideration, and the general impression abroad that Warrigal was the means of putting the police upon the track of Richard Marston, which led indirectly to the death of his master and of James Marston, the most probable solution would seem to be that, after a deep carouse, the old man had taxed Warrigal with his treachery and brained him with the American axe found close to the body. He had apparently then shot himself to avoid a lingering death, the bullet found in his body having been probably fired by the half-caste as he was advancing upon him axe in hand. The dog, well known by the name of Crib, was the property and constant companion of Ben Marston, the innocent accomplice in many of his most daring stock raids. Faithful unto the end, with the deep, uncalculating love which shames so often that of man, the dumb follower had apparently refused to procure food for himself, and pined to death at the feet of his dead master. Though the philanthropist may regret the untimely and violent end of men whose courage and energy fitted them for better things, it cannot be denied that the gain to society far exceeds the loss. When the recesses of the hollow were fully explored, traces of rude but apparently successful gold workings were found in the creeks which run through this romantic valley, long as invisible as the fabled gold cities of Mexico. We may venture to assert that no great time will be suffered to elapse ere the whole of the alluvial will be taken up, and the terrible hollow, which some of the older settlers assert to be its real name, will re-echo with the sound of pick and shovel, perhaps to be the means of swelling those escorts which its former inhabitants so materially lessened. With regard to the stock pasturing in the valley, a puzzling problem presented itself when they came to be gathered up and yarded. The adjoining settlers, who had suffered from the depredations of the denizens of the hollow, were gladly expectant of the recovery of animals of great value. To their great disappointment, only a small number of the very aged bore any brand which could be sworn to and legally claimed. The more valuable cattle and horses, evidently of the choicest quality and the highest breeding, resembled very closely individuals of the same breed stolen from the various proprietors, but they were either unbranded or branded with a letter and numbers to which no stock owners in the district could lay claim. Provoking as well as perplexing was this unique state of matters, wholly without precedent. For instance, Mr. Rouncival and his stud groom could almost have sworn to the big slashing brown mare, the image of the long-lost celebrity Termagant, with the same crooked blaze down the face, the same legs, the same high croup, and the peculiar way of carrying her head. She corresponded exactly in age to the date on which the grand thoroughbred mare, just about to bring forth, had disappeared from Buntagong. No reasonable doubt existed as to the identity of this valuable animal, followed as she was by several of her progeny, equally aristocratic in appearance. Still, as these interesting individuals had never been seen by their rightful owners, it was impossible to prove a legal title. The same presumptive certainty and legal incompleteness existed concerning Mr. Bow's Shorthorns, as he averred, and Mr. Dawson's Devons. "Thou art so near and yet so far," as a provoking stock rider hummed. Finally, it was decided by the officials in charge to send the whole collection to the public pound, when each proprietor might become possessed of his own, with a good and lawful title in addition, for a consideration, and to the material benefit of the government coffers. So it was this way the poor old hollow was dropped onto, and the well-hidden secret blown for ever and ever. Well, it had been a good plant for us, and them as had it before our time. I don't expect there'll ever be such a place again, take it all around. And that was the end of father. Poor old dad, game to the last. And the dog, too. Wouldn't touch bit or sup after the old man dropped. Just like Crib, that was. Often and often I used to wonder what he saw in father to be so fond of him. He was about the only creature in the wide world that was fond of Dad. Except Mother, perhaps, when she was young. She'd rather got wore out of her feelings for him, too, but Crib stuck to him to his end. Faithful till death, as some of them writing coves says. And Warrigal! I could see it all, sticking out as plain as a fresh track after rain. He'd come back to the hollow like a fool, in spite of me warning him, or because he had nowhere else to go. And the first time Dad had an extra glass in his head, he tackled him about giving me away and being the means of the two others' death. Then he'd got real mad and run at him with the axe. Warrigal had fired as he came up, and hit him, too, but couldn't stop him in the rush. Dad got in at him and knocked his brains out there and then. Afterwards he sat down and drank himself pretty well blind, and then, finding the pains coming on him, knowing he couldn't live, finished himself off with his own revolver. It was just the way I expected he'd make an ending. He couldn't do much all alone in his line. The reward was a big one, and there would always be someone ready to earn it. Jim and Starlight were gone, and I was as good as dead. There wasn't much of a call for him to keep alive. Anyway, he died game, and he paid up all scores, as he said himself. I don't know that there's much more for me to say. Here I am boxed up like a scrubber in a pound year after year, and years after that, for I don't know how long. However, oh my God, however shall I stand it? Here I lie half my time in a place where the sun never shines, locked up at 5 o'clock in my cell, and the same door with never a move in it till 6 o'clock next morning. A few hours' walk in a prison yard with a warder on the wall with a gun in his hand overhead. Then locked up again. Sundays and weekdays, no difference. Sometimes I think they'd better have hanged me right off. If I feel all these things now, I've only been a few months doing my sentence. How about next year and the year after that, and so on and so on? Why, it seems as if it would mount up to more than a man's life, to 10 lives, and then to think how easy it might all have been saved. There's only one thing keeps me alive. Only for that I'd have starved to death for want of having the heart to eat or drink either, or else have knocked my brains out against the wall when one of them low fits came over me. That one thing's the thought of Gracie Storefield. She couldn't come to me, she wrote, just yet, but she'd come within the month, and I wasn't to fret about her, because whether it was 10 years or 20 years, if she was alive she'd meet me the day after I was free, let who will see her. I must be brave and keep up my spirits for her sake, and Eileen's, who, though she was dead to the world, would hear of my being out, and would always put my name in her prayers. Neither she nor I would be so very old, and we might have many years of life reasonably happy yet, in spite of all that had happened. So the less I gave way and made myself miserable, the younger I should look and feel when I came out. She was sure I repented truly of what I had done wrong in the past, and she for one, and George, good old kind George, had said he'd go bail that I'd be one of the squarest men in the whole colony for the future. So I was to live on, and hope and pray God to lighten our lot for her sake. It must be years and years since that time as I last wrote about. Awful long and miserable the time went at first. Now it don't go so slow somehow. I seem to have turned a corner. How long is it? Must be 100 years. I've had different sorts of feelings. Sometimes I feel ashamed to be alive. I think the man that knocked his head against the wall of his cell the day he was sentenced and beat his brains out in this very gaol had the best of it. Other times I take things quite easy and feel as if I could wait quite comfortable and patient-like till the day came. But will it? Can it ever come that I shall be a free man again? People have come to see me many times, most of them the first year or two I was in. After that they seemed to forget me and get tired of coming. Didn't make much odds. But one visitor I had regular after the first month or two. Gracie. Poor Gracie. Used to come and see me twice a year. She said it wouldn't do her or me any good to come oftener, and George didn't want her to. But then 2 times she always comes, and if it wasn't for that I don't think I'd ever have got through with it. The worst of it was I used to be that low and miserable after she went for days and days after, that it was much as I could do to keep from giving in altogether. After a month was past I'd begin to look forward to the next time. When I'd done over 11 years, 11 years! How did I ever do it? But the time passed, and passed somehow. I got word that they knew I was making a try to see if I couldn't be let out when I'd done 12 years. My regular sentence was 15, and little enough, too. Anyhow, they knocked off a year or 2 from most of the long sentence men's time, if they behaved themselves well in gaol, and can show a good conduct ticket right through. Well, I could do that. I was too low and miserable to fight much when I went in. Besides, I never could see the pull of kicking up rows, and giving trouble in a place like that. They've got you there fast enough, and any man that won't be at peace himself or let others be is pretty sure to get the worst of it. I'd seen others try it, and never seen no good come of it. It's like a dog on the chain that growls and bites at all that comes near him. A man can take a sapling and half kill him, and the dog never gets a show unless he breaks his chain, and that don't happen often. Well, I'd learned carpentering and had a turn at mat-making and a whole lot of other things. They kept me from thinking, as I said before, and the neater I did 'em and the more careful I worked, the better it went with me. As for my mats, I came quite to be talked about on account of them. I drew a regular good picture of Rainbow and worked it out on a mat with different coloured thrums, and the number of people who came to see that mat and the notice they took of it would surprise anyone. When my 12 years was within a couple of months or so of being up, I began to hear that there was a deal of in-and-out sort of work about my getting my freedom. Old George Storefield and Mr. Falkland, both of 'em in the upper house, and one or two more people that had some say with the government, was working back and edge for me. There was a party on the other side that wasn't willing as I should lose a day or an hour of my sentence, and that made out I ought to have been hanged right away, as old Arizona Bill would have said, when I was first taken. Well, I don't blame any of 'em for that, but if they could have known the feelings of a man that's done a matter of 12 years, and thinks he might, yes, might, smell the fresh air and feel the grass under his feet in a week or two, well, they'd perhaps consider a bit. Whatever way it came out I couldn't say, but the big man of the government people at that time, the minister that had his say in all these sorts of things, took it into his head that I'd had about enough of it, if I was to be let out at all, that the steel had been pretty well taken out of me, and that, from what he knew of my people and so on, I wasn't likely to trouble the government again. And he was right. All I wanted was to be let out a pardoned man, and that had done bad things, and helped in worse, but had paid, and paid dear, God knows, for every pound he'd got crooked, and every day he'd wasted in cross work. If I'd been sent back for them 3 years, I'd really believe something of Dad's old savage blood would have come uppermost in me, and I'd have turned reckless and revengeful like to my life's end. Anyhow, as I said before, the minister, he'd been into the gaol and had a look once or twice, made up his mind to back me right out, and he put it so before the governor that he gave an order for my pardon to be made out, or for me to be discharged the day my 12 years was up, and to let off the other 3, along of my good behaviour in the gaol and all the rest of it. This leaked out somehow, and there was the deuce's own Barney over it. When some of the Parliament men and them sorts of coves in the county that never forgives anybody heard of it, they began to buck, and no mistake. You'd have thought every bush ranger that ever had been shopped in New South Wales had been hanged or kept in gaol till he died. Nothing but petitions and letters to the papers, no end of bobbery. The only paper that had a word to say on the side of a poor devil like me was the Turon Star. He said that Dick Marston and his brother Jim, not to mention Starlight, who paid his debts at any rate, unlike some people he could name who had signed their names to this petition, had worked manly and true at the Turon diggings for over a year. They were respected by all who knew them, and had they not been betrayed by a revengeful woman, might have lived thenceforth a life of industry and honourable dealing. He, for one, upheld the decision of the Chief Secretary. Thousands of the Turon miners, men of worth and intelligence, would do the same. The governor hadn't been very long in the colony, and they tried it on all roads to get him to go back on his promise to me. They began bullying and flattering and preaching at him, if such a notorious criminal as Richard Marston was to be allowed to go forth with a free pardon after a comparatively short, think of that, short imprisonment, what a bad example it will be to the rising generation, and so on. They managed to put the thing back for a week or two, till I was nearly drove mad with fretting, and being doubtful which way it would go. Lucky for me it was, and for some other people as well. The governor was one of those men that takes a bit of trouble and considers over a thing before he says yes or no. When he says a thing, he sticks to it. When he goes forward a step, he puts his foot down, and all the blowing and cackling and yelping in the world won't shift him. Whether the Chief Secretary would have taken my side if he'd known what a dust the thing would have raised, and how near his ministers, or whatever they call 'em, was to going out along with poor Dick Marston, I can't tell. Some people say he wouldn't. Anyhow, he stuck to his word, and the governor just said he'd given his decision about the matter, and he hadn't the least intention of altering it, which shows he knew something of the world, as well as intended to be true to his own opinions. The whole thing blew over after a bit, and the people of the country soon found out that there wasn't such another governor, barring one, as the Queen had been sending out of. The day it was all settled, the head gaoler comes to me, and says he, "Richard Marston, the Governor and Council, has been graciously pleased to order that you be discharged from Her Majesty's gaol upon the completion of 12 years of imprisonment, the term of 3 years' further imprisonment being remitted on account of your uniform good conduct while in the said gaol. You are now free." I heard it all as if it had been the parson reading out of a book about some other man. The words went into my ears and out again. I hardly heard them, only the last word, free. 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 What a blessed word it is. I couldn't say anything or make a try to walk out. I sat down on my blankets on the floor and wondered if I was going mad. The head gaoler walked over to me and put his hand on my shoulder. He was a kind enough man, but from being took in so often he was cautious. "Come, Dick," he said, "pull yourself together. It's a shake for you, I dare say, but you'll be all right in a day or two. I believe you'll be another man when you get out, and give the lie to those fellows that say you'll be up to your old tricks in a month. I'll back you to go straight, and if you don't, you're not the man I take you for." I got up and steadied myself. "I thank you with all my heart, Mr. N," I said. "I'm not much of a talker, but you'll see, you'll see. That's the best proof. The fools, do they think I want to come back here? I wish some of them had a year of it." As soon as there was a chance of my going out, I had been allowed to grow, as they call it in there. That is, to leave off having my face scraped every morning by the prison barber with his razor. That was sometimes sharp and, more times, rough enough to rasp the skin off you, particularly if it was a cold morning. My hair was let alone, too. My clothes, the suit I was taken in 12 years ago, had been washed and cleaned and folded up and put away and numbered in a room with a lot of others. I remembered I'd gotten 'em new just before I started away from the Hollow. They was brought to me, and very well they looked, too. I never had a suit that lasted that long before. That minds me of a yarn I heard at Jonathan Barnes's one day. There was a young chap they used to call Liverpool Jack about then. He was a free kind of fella, and good-looking, and they all took to him. He went away rather sudden, and they heard nothing of him for about 3 years. Well, then he came back, and as it was the busy season, old Jonathan put him on and gave him work. It was low water with him, and he seemed glad to get a job. When the old man came in, he says, "Who do you think came up the road today?" "Liverpool Jack. He looked rather down on his luck, so I gave him a job to mend up the barn. He's a handy fella. I wonder he doesn't save more money, but he's a careful chap, too." "Careful?" says Matty. "How do you make that out?" "Why," says Jonathan, "I'm dashed if he ain't got the same suit of clothes on he had when he was here 3 years ago." The old man didn't tumble, but both the girls burst out laughing. He'd been in the jug all that time. So I dressed myself in my own clothes. How strange it seemed, even to the boots, and then I looked in the glass. I hadn't done that lately. I regularly started back. I didn't know myself. I came into prison a big, stout, brown-haired chap, full of life, and able to jump over a dray and bullocks almost. I did once jump clean over a pair of polers for a lark. And how was I going out? A man with a set kind of face, neither one thing nor the other, as if he couldn't be glad or sorry, with a fixed, staring look about the eyes, a half yellowish skin with a lot of wrinkles in it, particularly about the eyes, and grey hair, big streaks of grey in the hair of the head, and as for my beard, it was white. White. I looked like an old man, and walked like one. What was the use of my going out at all? When I went outside the walls by a small gate, the head gaoler shook hands with me. He said, "You're a free man now, Dick, and remember this, no man can touch you. No man has the right to pull you up or lay a finger on you. You're as independent as the best gentleman in the land, so long as you keep straight. Remember that. I see there's a friend waiting for you." Sure enough, there was a man that I knew that lived near Rocky Flat. He was a quiet, steady-going sort of farmer, and never would have had no truck with us in our flash times. He was driving a spring cart with a good sort of horse in it. "Come along with me, Dick," says he. "I'm going your way, and I promised George Storefield I'd call and give you a lift home. I'm glad to see you out again, and there's a few more round Rocky Flat that's the same." We had a long drive, many a mile to go before we were near home. I couldn't talk. I didn't know what to say, for one thing. I could only feel as if I was being driven along the road to heaven after coming from the other place. I couldn't help wondering whether it was possible that I was a free man going back to life and friends and happiness. Was it possible? Could I ever be happy again? Surely it must be a dream that would all melt away, and I'd wake up as I'd done hundreds of times and find myself on the floor of the cell with the bare walls all around me. When we got nearer the old place I began to feel that queer and strange that I didn't know which way to look. It was coming on for spring, and there had been a middling drop of rain, seemingly, that had made the grass green and everything look grand. What a time had passed over since I thought whether it was spring or summer or winter. It didn't make much odds to me in there, only to drive me wild now and again with thinking of what was going on outside, and how I was caged up and likely to be for months and years. Things began, little by little, to look the way they used to do long and long ago. Now it was an old overhanging limb that had arched over the road since we were boys. Then there was a rock with a big currajong tree growing near it. When we came to the turn-off, where we could see Nulla Mountain, everything came back to me. I seemed to have had two lives, the old one, and then a time when I was dead or next door to it. And now this new life. I felt as if I was just born. "We'll get down here now," I said, when we came near the dividing fence. "It ain't far to walk. That's your road." "Ah, I'll run you up to the door," says he. "It isn't far. You ain't used to walking much." He let out his horse, and we trotted through the paddock up to the old hut. "The garden don't look bad," says he. "Them peaches always used to bear well in the old man's time, and the apples and the quinces too. Someone's had it took care on and tied it up a bit. There, you've got a friend or two left, old man. And I'm one too," says he, putting out his hand and giving mine a shake. "There ain't anyone in these parts as'll cast it up to you as long as you keep straight. You can look 'em all in the face now, and bygones will be bygones." Then he touched up his horse and rattled off before I could so much as say thank ye. I walked through the garden and sat down in the verandah on one of the old benches. There was the old place, mighty little altered considering. The hut had been mended up from time to time, now a slab and then a sheet of bark, else it would have been down long enough ago. The garden had been dug up and the trees trimmed year by year. A hinge had been put on the old gate and a couple of slip rails at the paddock. The potato patch at the bottom of the garden was sown, and there were vegetables coming on in the old beds. Someone had looked after the place. Of course, I knew who it was. It began to get coldish, and I pulled the latch. It was there just the same, and went into the old room. I almost expected to see Mother in her chair, and Father on the stool near the fireplace where he used to sit and smoke his pipe. Eileen's was a little low chair near Mother's. Jim and I used to be mostly on the veranda unless it was very cold, and then we used to lie down in front of the fire. That is, if Dad was away, as he mostly was. The room felt cold and dark as I looked in, so dreadful lonely, too. Almost wish I was back in gaol. When I looked around again, I could see things had been left ready for me, so I wasn't to find myself bad off the first night. The fire was all made up, ready to light, and matches on the table ready. The kettle was filled in a basket close handy with a leg of mutton, bread and butter and eggs and a lot of things, enough to last me a week. The bedroom had been settled up too, and there was a good comfortable bed ready for any tired man to turn into. Better than all, there was a letter signed, "Your own Gracie," that made me think I might have some life left worth living yet. I lit the fire, and after a bit made shift to boil some tea, and after I'd finished what little I could eat I felt better, and sat down before the fire to consider over things. It was late enough, midnight, before I turned in. I couldn't sleep then. But at last I must have dropped off, because the sun was shining into the room through the old window with the broken shutter when I awoke. At first I didn't think of getting up. Then I knew all of a sudden that I could open the door and go out. I was in the garden in 3 seconds, listening to the birds and watching the clouds rising over Nulla Mountain. That morning after breakfast I saw two people, a man and a woman, come riding up to the garden gate. I knew who it was as far as I could see him, George Storefield and Gracie. He lifted her down and they walked up through the garden. I went a step or two to meet them. She ran forward and threw herself into my arms. George turned away for a bit. Then I put her by and told her to sit down on the veranda while I had a talk with George. He shook hands with me and said he was glad to see me a free man again. "I've worked a bit and got others to work too," says he, "mostly for her and partly for your own sake, Dick. I can't forget old times. Now you're your own man again, and I won't insult you by saying I hope you'll keep so. I know it as sure as I stand here. Look here, George, I said, as there's a God in heaven, no man shall ever be able to say a word against me again. I think more of what you've done for me almost than of poor Gracie's holding fast. It came natural to her. Once a woman takes to a man, it don't matter to her what he is. But if you'd thrown me off, I'd have not blamed you. What's left of Dick Marston's life belongs to her and you. That day week, Gracie and I were married, very quiet and private. We thought we'd have no one at the little church at Bargo but George and his wife, the old woman and the chap as drove me home. Just as we were going into the church, who should come rattling up on horseback but Maddie Barnes and her husband, Mrs. Morton as she was now, with a bright-looking boy of 10 or 11 on a pony. She jumps off and gives the bridle to him. She looked just the same as ever, a trifle stouter, but the same saucy look about the eyes. "Well, Dick Marston," says she, "how are you? Glad to see you, old man. You got him safe at last, Gracie, and I wish you joy. You came to Bella's wedding, Dick, and so I thought I'd come to yours. Though you kept it so awful quiet. How do you think the old horse looks?" Why, it's never Rainbow," says I. It's 12 years and over since I saw him last." "I don't care if it was 20, said she. "Here he is and goes as sound as a bell. His poor old teeth are getting done, but he ain't the only one that way, is he, Joe? He'll never die if he can keep 'em alive. I have to give him cornmeal, though, so as he can grind it easy." "I believe she thinks more of that old moke than me and the children all put together," says Joe Morton. "And why shouldn't I?" says Maddie, facing round at him just the old way. "Isn't he the finest horse that ever stood on legs, and didn't he belong to the finest gentleman that you or anyone else looked at? Don't say a word against him, for I can't stand it. I believe that if you was to lay a whip across that old horse in anger, I'd go away and leave you, Joe Morton. Just as if you was a regular black stranger. Poor Rainbow, isn't he a darling?" Here she stroked the old horse's neck. He was rolling fat and had a coat like satin. His legs were just as clean as ever, and he stood there as if he heard everything, moving his old head up and down the way he always did, never still a moment. It brought back old times, and I felt soft enough, I tell you. Maddie's lips were trembling again, too, and her eyes like two coals of fire. As for Joe, he said nothing more, and the best thing, too. The boy led Rainbow over to the fence, and old George walked us all into the church, and that settled things. After the words were said, we all went back to George's together, and Maddie and her husband drank a glass of wine to our health, and wished us luck. They rode as far as the turn-off to Rocky Flat with us, and then took the Turon road. "Good-bye, Dick," says Maddie, bending down over the old horse's neck. "You've got a stunning good wife now, if ever any man had in the whole world. Mind you're an A1 husband, or we'll all round on you, and your life won't be worth having. And I've got the best horse in the country, haven't I? See where the bullet went through his poor neck? There's no lady in the land got one that's a patch on him. Steady now, Rainbow. We'll be off in a minute. You shall see my little Jim there take him over a hurdle yard. He can ride a bit, as young as he is. Pity poor old Jim ain't here today, isn't it, Dick? Think of him being cold in his grave now, and we here. Well, it's no use crying, is it?" And off went Maddie at a pace that gave Joe and the boy all they knew to catch her. Well, we're to live here for a month or two, till I get used to outdoor work and the regular old bush life again. There's no life like it to my fancy. Then we start bagging baggage for one of George's Queensland stations, right away up on the Barcoo, that I'm to manage and have a share in. It freshens me up to think of making a start in a new country. It's a long way from where we were born and brought up, but all the better for that. Of course, they'll know about me, but in any part of Australia, once a chap shows that he's given up cross-doings and means to go straight for the future, the people of the country will always lend him a helping hand, particularly if he's married to such a wife as Gracie. I'm not afraid of any of my troubles in the old days being cast up to me, and men are so scarce and hard to get west of the Barcoo that no one that once had Dick Marston's help at a muster is likely to remind him of such an old story as that of Robbery Under Arms. End of chapter 52. Recording by Mike Harris. And end of Robbery Under Arms by Rolf BOLDREWOOD.